Here they come around with Debo. And blockers in front. He can close out the game, and he does if they give him the spot. And the spot is right on the marker.
The game's over if they keep him in bounds. Dak has to get this out of bounds or he's taking a shot to the end zone. This is scary because I would take a shot to the end zone here when they're in the sideline defense because you actually can hold on to the ball. You need someone, San Francisco, to get to the quarterback here.
Prescott takes off running the football. Whoa, I don't think this is going to work out.
It will. They'll be able to clock this. They would plan for it. It's down. Oh, my gosh.
The official gets in the way. The game's over. The game is over.
Oh, he did.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Here we go again. The most annoying fan base, the most annoying organization, the most annoying owner in the history of sports. The Dallas Cowboys are coming to town Sunday, 3:30 p.m. at Levi's Stadium, and they just won their first road game in 30 years.
Wow.
And, of course, that road game was January 17th, 1993 for the 92 NFC Championship where the Cowboys went back to the Super Bowl and beat the Niners in that title game at Candlestick Park. And Cowboys beat the Bucs last night. Niners beat the Cowboys last year in the wild card game. A year ago today, actually a year ago yesterday, I believe, when the Niners went down to Jerry's World to beat the Cowboys. So we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. Good morning to all the strippers, baby mamas, baby daddies, teachers, students, cops, CHP officers. Who else am I missing? Engineers, custodians, plumbers, longshoremen, Cowboy fans. Good morning to you jabronis as well, because I'm going to be on your ass all week long. It's personal this week. So, hey, Shasky, good morning to you. Spadoni Lubman. I said that in the thread last night. I'm dead serious. There will be no Daryl the Guru Johnson drops on this show. There will be none. No Cowboy love whatsoever. It's not happening this week. It's not. It's personal.
Mm-hmm. Put the game itself to the side. You know you wanted this. I don't want to hear your breakdown of the rosters because I think this is a Titan match. This might be the toughest game the Niners have all year in terms of personnel to this point. I mean, you can make the argument for the Chiefs game. Fine, I'll listen to that. We all respect the Chiefs. I love what the Dallas Cowboys have as a roster in comparison, to how they match up with the Niners. But just the rivalry, the matchup, the brands, the owners, the coaches, the quarterbacks, the person. This is who you wanted.
I wanted Brady. I wanted the path of least resistance.
That's soft.
You saw how please, soft. I've worked with you for over 5 years. I know what you wanted. Of course, the aesthetics look good. The star in the helmet. I didn't want Jerry Jones touching down to the state of California. I didn't want to deal with Micah Parsons chirping. And you remember last year, I used to beat bullies up. Well, you got bullied in the wild card game. I didn't want to have to deal with Dak Prescott. Didn't want to hear about Ezekiel Elliott or Tony Pollard or why Tony Pollard may be a more explosive player than Christian McCaffrey. I didn't want to hear about none of this nonsense, none of these comparisons whatsoever. I wanted to end Brady at Levi's Stadium, but you know what? It is what it is. And on deck is the Dallas Cowboys. And we'll see them in dust setting with the sun setting at Levi's Stadium, turn it into a damn night game on that grass, and I can't wait for it. It's personal this week, folks. Niner fans, if you don't feel like it's personal, it's the Cowboys. It's Niners, Cowboys. We know what that means. And the rivalry was renewed last year in Jerry's World, and I heard them chirp again last year after the game. We should have won that game. We got the Niners circled on our calendar. We can't wait to meet them again. Blah, 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 blah. Well, we'll see Sunday at 3:30. I can't wait. I wish the game was tomorrow. I wish the game was later on today, man. I swear to God.
See, now you're feeling me. See,
I just hate them.
We're all done with Brady.
I'm done. Are you done with Brady?
Yeah, I got Brady.
Are you finally done with Brady? Because when Brady becomes a free agent.
Part of Tom Brady on my 49ers moving forward.
Wow.
I'm done with it.
I can't believe that.
He doesn't want to get hit anymore. Throw that to the side. I'm done with it.
Cool.
Okay, can we put a fork in him?
You tell me.
I'm ready. Look, 4 years ago, different story. Right now, no. No, I don't want 50-year-old Tom Brady soaking up all my salary cap so that I can't pay some of these elite defensive players. I want no part of Brady. Part of what makes, whether you believe Brock to be the next coming or somewhere, in between what he is now and what he might be, who cares? Mobility has been one of the things that really, truly separates him from Jimmy Garoppolo. We can go accuracy and decision-making and all these different things. But, the mobility Tom Brady can't move.
No, he can't.
And he doesn't want to get hit.
He can't move.
You know,
He
so
can't
like,
move.
I'm done with Brady.
All right, I'm glad you're done with Brady. I want
got
everybody
it out
to
of my
be.
system.
Yeah,
okay,
please.
let me get this. I walk in today. I couldn't sleep last night. I just started jotting down things with Sam Lubman. And B, we can get into all this week. But let me just, off the top of my head, you did that notepad a couple months back, and you were like, Warriors, Celtics. I just started writing things down. Here we go. 9th time these two teams have faced. The Niners have faced the Green Bay Packers 9 times in the playoffs. That's the most they faced anyone ever. New York Giants, Cowboys 8. Sunday will be the 9th. It's appropriate. It's appropriate. In the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s, and now in the 2020s, we're getting Niners-Cowboys with the right to move on. It feels like the Super Bowl goes through these two teams. Now, I'm not trying to disrespect Philly, but it's appropriate. Mandalorian came out last night during halftime. I'm not sure if you're into it or if you even understand what it is, but there's a phrase, this is the way. And I'm telling you right now, Niners, Cowboys, if you're a Niner fan, this is the way it has to go. You have to go through Seattle, you have to take out Pete Carroll, and then you have to go through the Dallas Cowboys. Mike McCarthy, the offensive coordinator who helped not pick Aaron Rodgers. Mike McCarthy, who has the Super Bowl that Shanahan so wants. Dan Quinn, the guy that Shanahan gets blamed for his Super Bowl loss. Okay, Dak Prescott, like Brock Purdy, a 4-year starter in college, overlooked in the draft, takes somebody's job in the middle of the year. The quarterback that we all thought was going to be at the helm on the sidelines.
He took it in preseason.
I understand that.
Preseason.
Let me continue to wax poetically.
All
right? Micah Parsons versus Nick Bosa, Defensive Player of the Year candidates on either side. That doesn't do it for you. Who's got the better offensive personnel?
This matchup is juicy. And we discussed this yesterday. The matchup is juicy. Left and right. It's the Cowboys and Niners. You got ownership groups and Jerry Jones who likes to talk the talk, and he doesn't walk the walk. You got Mike McCarthy smiling and trying to dance in the locker room. You got Kellen Moore, the most overhyped offensive coordinator. You got CeeDee Lamb. Now, I give CeeDee Lamb his props. We all know I want a CeeDee Lamb in the draft. CeeDee Lamb was special coming out of Oklahoma. He worries me this week. T.Y. Hilton looks like, damn, is he 28? I don't want to see the T.Y. in the end zone. Darren Schultz is a damn good tight end nobody knows about. Ezekiel Elliott, the more snaps they waste on Ezekiel Elliott, that benefits the 49ers. Stick a fork in Ezekiel Elliott. He is cooked. He is washed. He don't run fast. He doesn't move anything. He moves no needle. Tony Pollard's the guy to watch. All right? But they got a good offensive line. They got Micah Parsons. You got Dexter Lawrence on the other side. You got Diggs, who loves to jump routes. Purdy's got to be careful in this first half. Against the Cowboys team is going to be jumping around, amped up. This is it. This is what everybody wants. This is what Fox wants. This is what you wanted.
Yes.
This is what a lot of Niner fans wanted. I'm not sure Cowboy fans wanted this.
Did you hear their chant?
Huh?
Did you hear their chant?
No.
Oh, it was the least confident chant I've ever heard in my life.
From the fans?
They're leaving, what is it, Raymond James
Stadium.
You know all the stadium names. Okay, the Tampa Bay Stadium.
Right.
They're leaving.
Raymond James
like,
Stadium.
We want Niners. And they're like looking around. We want Niners. And it's a group of cowgirls that are out there, and they're all screaming and yelling about how they want the 49ers. It was the scariest looking group of people I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah,
they want no part of the San Francisco 49ers.
Well, they'll talk themselves into it. And you better believe they want a little revenge from what happened last year at Jerry's World.
Yeah.
Where Jimmy Garoppolo damn near gave him the game in the second half.
But that was the Debo coming out party.
That was Debo Samuel.
On the playoffs,
Yeah, no doubt. Debo Samuel coming out party with Taylor Shanahan after the interception. K'Wan Williams with the interception. Tell him, Kyle Shanahan, give me the freaking ball. And he takes that first snap with a gun run, and he scores a touchdown. He's at the 5-yard line. I'm already turning around talking trash. But it's personal because the Cowboy fans, folks, now that I think about it.
They're the worst.
Now that I think about it.
They're the worst.
Remember the Cowboy fan who called us midseason?
Oh, yeah.
And he called me out and said, we want that smoke. We want to smoke on that Niner pack. Well, 888-957-9570. Call me back because it's here now. Don't duck the smoke now. I'm telling you.
How many games have you been to, you think, in the NFL? Just NFL games.
Well, I didn't go to many as a kid. I only went to
100?
No, not even close. I didn't start going to NFL games until I went to a few in the 2000s.
Okay.
I went to one as a kid, but really the last 7 years is when I've gone to most of my NFL games.
65.
50 maybe.
Let's just say 50, 55,
maybe.
60. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Every game I've ever been to, you see one Cowboy fan
Every game.
somewhere in the parking lot.
All the time.
Even if they have nothing to do with the Cowboys. Am I wrong?
Absolutely.
Have you seen the ticket prices?
Oh, the ticket prices are surging.
The cheapest price is $500 to get in there, and that's SROs, standing room only, and that's after all your transaction fees and everything. This is what we want. Generational rivalries.
Right.
Like, Grandpa hates the Dallas Cowboys. Mom and Dad hate the Dallas Cowboys. You hate the Dallas Cowboys.
Cannot
and so do
stand
your
them.
kids.
Cannot stand them. Cannot stand them. So there's going to be no guru drops. That's how personal this matchup is this week. I see that blue from 12 to 3. I'm turning the station off. I'm turning the YouTube off. I can't see it. I can't look at it. Jerry Jones, we argued about this for years. I cannot stand Jerry Jones. Sure, he's a great businessman. Sure, he gets things done behind the scenes, but he's a fraudulent owner. He's a fraudulent owner who swears he can pick talent, put together a roster. He ain't won diddly poo without Jimmy Johnson. And now you want to give him the Barry Switzer Super Bowl with Jimmy Johnson's team? Sure. Neil O'Donnell gifted him that Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Let's be real.
Yeah.
He hasn't been to an NFC title game since.
Their last road victory after last night, the last one since last night, was in 1992 against the 49ers at Candlestick.
I know.
That's crazy.
January 17th, 1993 of the 92 season.
I'm going to be honest with you. Seeing him celebrate in the booth or whatever it is, the suite last night, I was like, yes, bring him to Levi's.
I don't want him near
I want him
stadium.
in Levi's so bad.
I want
because
him
I want to see that ugly mug when he loses again to the San Francisco 49ers. I'll make the argument here. Remember when Eddie D was Eddie D was coming on up.
Right.
He bought the Niners. They were the lowly Niners. And obviously the Dallas Cowboys were the cream of the crop of all of football. Tom Landry was the minted GOAT. He was one of the great defensive minds the game has ever seen. He created the 4-3 that we know today. Like, Eddie D was on the come up, and him and Walsh beating the Dallas Cowboys cemented them. Then you go about a decade later, and Jerry Jones and Jimmy Johnson, them looking up at Eddie D, and them beating Eddie D and George Seifert at the time, it minted them. Like, it really did. It minted them. I look at Jed York right now, and I say, all the things you said about Jerry Jones, I'm with you. I'm right in lockstep. There's an argument to be made. Jed's a top 5 NFL owner over his tenure. If you just, I know there's been some lows. Look at the success. Look at the stadium. Look at the money. Look at how the fan base travels. Now,
Robert Kraft, Jeffrey Luck this week. All right? I'm going to just say that right now. Jerry Jones, you got nothing to do with this football game. Jed York, you got nothing to do with this football game.
Yeah, but
this
Jed
football
wants
game,
to win
no,
this.
this game is between Kyle Shanahan. Of course he wants to win.
He wants to
of
be
course,
able to
everyone wants to
around
win.
the NFL owners' meetings and say, Jera, I took you out back-to-back years.
Of course, but this game is this is the year Shanahan. Let's not get it twisted. This is the year Shanahan. It gets Mike McCarthy. It gets Dan Quinn, his former head coach in Atlanta, who was an assistant within the Super Bowl, and everybody blamed Kyle Shanahan for that loss. Nobody blamed Dan Quinn.
I agree.
Nobody did. So you got Shanahan against Dan Quinn.
I can't wait.
You got Mike McCarthy, Kellen Moore against D'Amico Ryans.
Do you hate Mike McCarthy like I do?
I don't hate him, but I don't like him.
I couldn't stand when they picked Alex Smith. He was part of that group.
Oh, I know.
Selected, and then he bounced after 1 year, and then he won the ring with Aaron Rodgers, the guy that I wanted them to draft at the time.
Well,
I've always hated Mike McCarthy.
We all wanted Aaron Rodgers,
and he'll find a way to bumble this one away.
We all wanted Aaron Rodgers, but this is Shanahan. This is Shanahan against Quinn. This is D'Amico Ryans against Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy. The hell with Jerry Jones. He's gonna pander around. He's gonna walk the field. Him and Steven Jones are gonna have their suite.
For the Cowboys?
I can't stand Jerry Jones.
Is he number one?
Yeah, he is.
If
number
I said, who's the guy you hate for the Cowboys? Who's the face?
It's Jerry Jones.
Wow, it is.
It's Jerry Jones. That fraud. I remember they came to Levi Stadium and look, they ruined Dwight Clark Day.
I remember that.
40-10, they came to Levi Stadium and rolled the 49ers.
Zeke killed the Niners.
They had Eric Reed playing middle linebacker,
right.
the Niners, and they got rolled that day. And I remember, that was a whole anthem thing and everything going on with that. And I said, hey, Jerry, I asked Jerry a question.
You asked Jerry a question?
I asked Jerry a question. I said, did you and Jed York have a conversation about the anthem or kneeling or anything? And he just looked at me and goes, no, we didn't. And he winked at me. And he turned around and he winked at me. I said, this bum, I can't stand this guy. This freaking liar, this clown,
like when he fake kneeled. Remember when he fake kneeled?
Oh, he fake kneeled against Arizona.
He did the smile and the wink into the camera with the fake kneel.
He is such a joke, and that's why he hasn't won anything. That's why when watching him on Hard Knocks, him sitting depressed in his office, overlooking the practice field, saying, "I just want one." Nah, I don't want you to get anything.
Well,
I want you to die without another Super Bowl, Jerry. Time's ticking, buddy. Time's ticking. You ain't coming to Levi Stadium.
But isn't that poetic justice after what he did to you and me when we were kids, and all all the different Niner fans that saw Steve Young fall and fall. I mean, Joe Montana's final game as a 49er in a uniform, he's on the sidelines as the current MVP, Steve Young, is losing at home to the Dallas Cowboys. That crushed so many people's soul. We need this in our life. This is how to make things right. I know, B, you don't believe in Star Wars, but there's the dark and the light side and balancing of the Force. This will balance out the Force. We need
the Force is already with us.
Beat the Cowboys to win the Super Bowl.
The hell with that. There's no balance.
It's part of the road.
No, the Force is already with the 49ers. The NFC runs through the Niners. It runs through the Niners. The Cowboys ain't been to no title game since 1995.
Which is wild.
No, it's poetic justice because it's karma for Jerry Jones thinking he's the man. He ain't no Jerry Buss. He ain't no Joe Lacob. He ain't no Eddie D. And he's going to get humbled this week when they come in that beautiful turf at Levi's Stadium. And there's going to be no excuses. It's going to be a clear day, Dallas fans. All right? I know it's a short week. You'll be okay. You got a first-class fight. You know, it ain't my fault Mike McCarthy played the starting defense late into the fourth quarter.
What was that?
Yeah, they're idiots.
That?
They're confident. They're cocky. Bring on the Cowboys. Bring them on. It is war. I'm dead serious. If it ain't personal for you, don't call this show this week.
Niners got to wear the throwbacks, right?
I don't care what they wear.
They got to wear the throwbacks.
They can wear all whites. They can wear throwbacks. I just can't wait till 3:30 kickoff. I wish they could kick off right now.
I know.
Right now.
Come on, now that we're here, you know you wanted this.
The
Brady. Soul needs it. This is nutrition for the soul.
It's going to be personal. Sunday's going to be something. Sunday's going to be something.
I can't wait.
888-957-9570. We weren't able to take phone calls yesterday, but the lines are back, baby. The lines are back, and I want to hear from Niner fans right now.
Is this the hottest ticket?
Oh, this is the hottest ticket all weekend.
No, is this the hottest ticket in how long?
I'm going to say this right now. This is the most electric game that's going to be played at Levi Stadium in its history. The most electric game.
I'm with you.
Monday night against Seattle, you want to say that? Fine. You want to say a Rams game on Monday night? Fine. You want to see the Packers in the NFC check? But honestly, 2019, when the Niners played the Packers, we walked into that stadium, it was a party.
You and I knew we were going to thump
it was like, this is over. Yeah. The game for me was Minnesota. Can you get by Minnesota?
Yes.
But this game right here on Sunday is the hottest ticket in the game that's ever been played at Levi Stadium. Think about that.
That's nuts.
And it's going to be at night.
This is the hottest ticket, I would say, since the 94 NFC Championship game.
Wow.
I'm dead serious on that. And believe me, I've been to a lot of games. And by the way, later on this week, I'm going to bring my book of tickets in, and we're going to go through all the Cowboy games I've been to. Because I've got some memories.
Way to make it about yourself.
No, I'm just saying. I hate the Cowboys.
I can tell you about all the games I watched on TV.
The Tony Romo broken rib game in 2011 when he came back out and then won in overtime.
Miles Austin balled out in that game. Miles Austin balled out.
It's one of the great games of all time.
Blunder. Harbaugh had a blunder where he kicked the field goal. They get the 3 points. The Cowboys roughed the kicker. Instead of taking the penalty and getting the first down and running more clock, Harbaugh kept the points on the board to end up backfiring on the 49ers, and they lost that game in 2011.
Remember when he came out of the locker room like Superman? Yeah. And the announcers were like, oh, my God, Romo.
I wish Romo was on this game. I wish he was on this game. I wish Buck was on this game. I wish Aikman was on this game. Madness Summerall. Rest in peace.
I love that Dak had his greatest game ever last night because he blew his wad.
Folks, it's war week.
Yeah, it is.
Straight up. Ain't no games. Ain't no plan. We may talk a little Warriors. We may not. Thank God they got to win yesterday on MLK Day. I was getting annoyed in the fourth quarter, but they got to win. But it's war week this week. It's war week. The Cowboys are coming to town, folks. 888-957-9570. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, Xfinity Mobile text line. Baldy's going to join us at 7:30, and all guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy, and that's what's coming up on the Morning Roast.
Brock Purdy and the Niners just refuse to lose.
Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Second and goal. Purdy scans, dances, and finds McCaffrey, who broke loose. Touchdown, San Francisco. Deebo Samuel. There he goes. Foot on the gas. All the way. Touchdown, San Francisco.
It's playoff football time on the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks Vapor Rub. Vicks Vapor Rub. Cough relieving is believing.
You might get wireless data everywhere, but do you have to use it all the time? If that's not really you, there's TracFone. You can get the same nationwide 5G coverage as big carriers, but you pick a plan that you need for a lot less. Unlimited talk and text plans start at $15 a month, no contract. And now you can get the Samsung Galaxy A03s for just $49.99. TracFone. Now you're in control. While supplies last, 1 month equals 30 days. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
The red and gold are moving on to the divisional round of the playoffs.
Deebo Samuel, there he goes! Foot on the gas, all the way! Touchdown San Francisco. Pressure. Ball is out. It was on Nick Bosa.
We are talking Niners football.
This is the biggest Niners game in the history of Levi Stadium.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
If you have a tax problem, then you have a legal problem, and that means you need a tax attorney. Hey, this is Joe Shasky, and I'm here to talk to you about the tax and crypto attorneys and accountants at Kugelman Law. Maybe you have unfiled tax returns. Maybe you have offshore accounts or received money from a relative overseas. Maybe your small business is facing an audit. Regardless of the tax problem you have, the Kugelman Law team can help, so visit sftaxteam.com today. I've met with their attorneys, and let me tell you, they know about honest and ethical approaches, and that's why I like them, and they provide effective and efficient resolutions for all your tax needs. They strive to educate their clients about IRS practices and evaluate possible solutions, all while providing you with straightforward and transparent pricing. So if you're facing a tax problem, then you're facing a legal problem. So you should contact Kugelman Law tax and crypto attorneys today at sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute guarantee or prediction of results.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more. And you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
Hey, Steph, good to talk to you last night on Warriors Postgame Live after dropping 41. Big ones. 41 points for Stephen Curry. The Warriors improved to 2-1 on this 5-game road trip. Can they just come back to the Bay Area at 500? Could you get back at 500? We'll see. Boston and Cleveland on deck Thursday and Friday. But, hey, the road to Glendale is brought to you by Merrill West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together. And this Friday, Jerry Rice is joining the roast at 8:30, and at that time, we're giving away a chance to win Jerry Rice's NFL Blitz Legends Arcade console, by Arcade One Up Official. But here's the catch. You have to be a YouTube subscriber. You have to subscribe to YouTube right now, as we're at 19.8, so we're almost at 20,000 subscribers on YouTube. Like us, love us, do whatever you got to do. Jerry Rice Friday, and you have a chance to win a console. NFL Blitz console, but you have to be a subscriber on YouTube.
If I said to you Cowboys Niners, what's the image that comes to your mind?
Alvin Harper jumping over Eric Davis for a deep post.
Wow,
for a catch.
That's the image.
Well, there's a few images. It's not just one image. It's Michael Irvin cheesing left and right. It's Emmitt Smith running up the middle. It's Jay Novacek scored a touchdown. It's Daryl Moose Johnson putting somebody on their back. It's Troy Aikman with that chin strap putting up his arm.
Why is it all
Jimmy
Cowboys
Johnson.
highlights?
It's everything. You tell me images. I got a million images.
What about TL at the Star?
I like the Star.
How about
like
Kaepernick
that.
throwing at Vernon Davis when they opened up AT&T Stadium?
I like that. Or what about the deep post route he threw to Anquan Bolden that day? Look at that missile that he threw. The picks that they had in that game. Look, man, there's a lot of images that come through it. I was watching a little bit last night, the two timelines. Have you ever watched the two timelines?
Incredible.
On the NFL Network? It is incredible. It is unbelievable. So it's not one image, Shasky.
Yeah.
This rivalry is rich in history. So if you have one image, I would love to know what the one image is, because I get a plethora of images.
For me, I know this is going to sound crazy. I love when Steve Young's reaching over the end zone in the January 95 game, where he's like leaning over, and I don't know who the linebacker is, but it's a Dallas Cowboy linebacker underneath him, and you just see the red end zone paint and the mud's all over his jersey, and he's just leaning over. Or the Jerry Rice catch in the end zone over the shoulder.
Right before halftime. Over Larry Brown.
But those are the ones. Right. The other one that's in my head, and this is just because, is John Brody and all the 49ers at Kezar, the first ever NFC Championship game, 69, January of 1970, where he's about to take a hike, and it's against all the Dallas. It's just a classic old-school photo, and it symbolizes the end of Kezar and the beginning of the modern NFL.
Saw a good one here on YouTube, a really good one. Who was that from? But he brought up Elvis Gerbach, 80 yards to Jerry Rice on basically the second, third play of the game, and with the red jerseys. And Cowboys, in that game, the Niners were struggling. And I remember Carba Policy told Eddie DeBartolo not to go to the game because they thought it was going to be ugly without Steve Young. And they go down to Dallas, Texas, and they put up 31 on them right away in that first half, 31-7, and they blow them out in that football game. All right, let's do this. You know what? Let's get Cowboy Dave out of the way. Cowboy Dave, Vallejo, what the hell you doing calling this show? Brother, you don't want no smoke.
How you doing, man? I hear my man, and you could call Philly and New York. I've been listening to you guys, and this guy talking about when Baldini come in, ask him, do he know Cowboy Day? When I go to Philly, I sit there. My man, you all homered up. I'm from South Philly. I'm born in the Bay. Let me give you some numbers, pal. You all homered up. This game right here, even money at the start. Wednesday come. Point, it's going to be -2. This a big game. Get out your emotions, and I'm going to tell you who Cowboy Day picked. I'm the real deal, partner. No NHL, probably best than anybody in the country. My man, get out your emotions.
You're a 4-point underdog at Levi's Stadium. You're a 4-point underdog. Even Vegas don't believe in you, Cowboy Dave.
Are you
they
wearing
don't believe
chaps?
in you.
You got two guys that. You supposed to be healthy and running. You don't scare nobody. When Baldini come in, credentials good. I should be sitting in that box. I'll tell you this. I'm going to call you Thursday, my man.
Hey, call me Thursday. Put down the yak. You're going down, Cowboy Dave. You got nothing. You're a fraud, too, Cowboy. Hey, Cowboy Dave, you're born in the Bay, raised in South Philly, and you're a Cowboy fan? Come on. That's fraudulent, Cowboy Dave. Get out of here.
I swear to God, I hate the Cowboys more than any other team in
They're
sports.
the worst. They're worse than Laker fans.
Are they the worst fan base?
They're the worst fan base in the world.
More than Yankees?
More than Yankees.
Duke fans?
Duke fans. Oh, I respect
Sox
Duke fans.
fans.
I respect Duke fans. I respect Red Sox fans. Cowboy Dave, raised in South Philly, born in the Bay, and you're a Cowboy fan? Get out of here. You're a fraud. You're like a Bay Area Laker fan. You just snitched on yourself. Get out of here.
This is going to be a week of smack talk in every
All day
warehouse, in every single nook and cranny, every office. I can't wait. This is the football gods opened up the heavens, kind of like the way that they've got that stadium back in the day where God could view down and look at the Cowboys.
Jesus could watch his Cowboys.
Yeah, all right. This is perfect. This is the way it needs to be. If you're Roger Goodell and you're running the league, you're salivating.
Oh, Fox is going to break records.
It's going to be one of the highest watched games of all time. It's going to be one of the most expensive tickets in Levi Stadium history. And if you don't think the NFL is sitting here going, thank you, God.
They have to sell the tickets to pay rent and just go as a member of the media. Hey, Anna, you want to sit at home? It's time for Taking Them to School, brought to you by Evergreen Valley College. Home of free tuition for spring 2023 beginning January 30th. Taking Them to School. And we got the Warriors beating the Wizards yesterday. Boy, they were down 106-98 with about 8 minutes of change left. And I'm thinking to myself, they're going to lose back-to-back games to the Bulls and the Wizards. But that guy, Draymond Green, woke up. Draymond Green woke up, 4-time chap. Come on, Day-Day. Back-to-back threes. And, of course, he stole this inbound pass and gave a great pass to Andrew Wiggins. Listen to this highlight.
Now a steal by Draymond on the inbounds. He tightropes the baseline, throws it into Wiggins. Wide open for a dunk. Draymond Green.
The Wizards have just wilted.
Draymond was not going to let the Warriors lose tonight.
No, he was not. 11 points in that fourth quarter, 4 assists, 4-4 from the floor, 2-2 from the three-point line, and talking a bunch of smack to some chump Wizards fan sitting there courtside. Forgot who the champs were? Champs are back. 22-22. I was Taking Them to School, brought to you by Evergreen Valley College, home of the free tuition for spring 2023, beginning January 30th.
This is the best team the Niners have faced since the Chiefs, right?
This is what?
This is the best team the Niners have faced since the Chiefs, right?
Yeah, not even close.
Not even close?
Not even close.
Like, I know, like, we want the easy matchup, but, like, take a step back. If they can beat the Cowboys, it's a hell of a win.
Oh, this is a big win.
Right? Like, this is the loaded team.
Well, Cowboy fans are saying the Niners have played nobody all year long. They beat nobody.
I think that's a fair rebuttal if you look at, like, strength of schedule and all those things. But, like, we act like they have to go through Buffalo and then Kansas City and then they have to play Cincinnati all in a row for us to find them to be legitimate. There's only so many teams.
You beat Miami with the backup quarterback. Now, who was Dallas beating? Okay, they beat Cincinnati in week 2 when Cincinnati was trying to figure things out by 3. I give you that. You did it with a backup quarterback.
That's a good win. That's a good win.
You lost in Philly. All right, Detroit was nothing when you beat them. You lost at Green Bay.
They lost at Green Bay.
They lost at Green Bay in overtime.
Wow.
They beat Minnesota in Minnesota. That was a big win, 40-3, but we all know Minnesota's frauds. I mean, the Giants, you survived against Houston. You lost to Jacksonville in overtime. You almost got beat by Gardner Minshew. So who did the Cowboys beat? I'll flip it on you guys, Cowboy fans. Who the hell have you beat?
Well, they beat Tom Brady.
Oh, we did it. So did the Niners.
I know.
So did the Niners.
And I thought the Niners put it on Tampa Bay worse.
The game was over at halftime.
Yes.
Cowboys. 888-957-9570. We're taking the calls. I see the lines lit up right now. It's Cowboys week, and it is personal. There's no Guru drops on the morning roast this week. Sorry, Guru. There's no drops. It's personal.
The memes are going crazy right now.
Oh.
I saw the Dallas Cowboys starter pack versus the 49ers starter pack.
About the sad fans in the stands?
No. You ever seen like the pack where it's like you got to wear the Jordans, and you have to have the jorts, and then you have to have a certain haircut?
So what's the Cowboy starter pack?
I'm going to pull it up right now.
Sombrero?
It's
cut-off shorts?
It's jorts. It's giant jorts. With the throwback Zeke jersey, with the high fade, and the huge belt buckle.
Cowboy fans, you call this show. You will get roasted all week long, just like Cowboy Dave 888-957-9570. Marisha, Nick, Anthony, and the rest of your calls coming up. We're live and local. We're jacked up about Cowboys week. It's personal. 3:30 kickoff Sunday, the last game of the divisional round weekend. Dust setting. The sun will be setting. It'll be a night game by the second half. I can't wait. I wish this damn game was played tomorrow. More coming up on the roast.
All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. 21 and over. Please enjoy responsibly.
Hey Niner fans, George Kittle here with a pro tip for making the best play on your eyewear. Visit Zenni.com, the official eyewear of the 49ers. Zenni has changed the game for you, finally making prescription glasses affordable for everyone. At Zenni, you can find over 3,000 frames with unbelievable prices. Look for the Kittles collection so you can rock our styles every day too. So visit Zenni.com, start shopping from home using their virtual try-on, and change your eyewear game forever.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
The Manufacturers RV Show is back. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, January 21st through the 29th.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Are you ready to lose that belly fat and get in shape? How about spicing up those romantic moments or increasing your energy and improve your mood? If you're ready to feel like you did 20 to 30 years ago, we have your ultimate solution, Ultra Max T. Since 2004, Andro 400 has helped men like you safely and effectively lose belly fat, boost T levels, and spice up those spontaneous romantic moments. Andro 400 has now developed the ultimate T booster, Ultra Max T, the most potent and all-natural fat-melting, romance-enhancing T-boosting supplement available. We're so convinced you'll love how you feel using Ultra Max T that we offer an unconditional 90-day money-back guarantee. So if you're ready to lose that stubborn belly fat, boost testosterone levels, and reach your peak romantic performance, order Ultra Max T today. Call 888-400-0435, 888-400-0435, or go to andro400.com. That's andro400.com.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Golfers, tee it up this Thursday through Sunday at the Golf Mart for the Callaway Fitting event and be the first to score the new Paradigm woods and irons. The woods are engineered with forged carbon to maximize distance and forgiveness. The irons feature a forged face for increased launch speed and spin. A new paradigm in performance. Go to worldwidegolfshops.com and reserve your free custom fitting experience happening this Thursday through Sunday. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
If your resolutions include more energy, stamina, fire in the bedroom, or losing weight once and for all, listen up. Thousands of proactive patients have met or exceeded these goals with the caring team at Balanced Medical Solutions, the Bay Area's premier vitality fertility clinic dedicated to helping all patients enjoy long, healthy lives full of energy, vigor, and sexual satisfaction. Until the end of the month, mention this station to get an evaluation with comprehensive labs, including hormone tests, for only $69. Call now 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Renovation, demolition, DIY project, or just cleaning up? Try a dumpster bag from Yellowsack. Yellowsack makes waste removal easy, less mess, space-friendly, budget-friendly. Go to yellowsack.com or call 833-3YELLOW and have Yellowsack arrive at your home.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed, and a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
But you know who this is?
Santana.
Look at you.
I should have came into the studio with eye black on. So my mind is just thinking about one thing. It's one thing only. And that's destroying the Dallas Cowboys. Like, I'll be doing Warriors Live Thursday when the Warriors take on the Celtics. And I'll be there when they take on the Cleveland Cavaliers. But my mind is thinking about one thing and one thing only. And my damn baby, I think, has a fever now. She threw up all over me yesterday. It was unbelievable. It's destroying the Dallas Cowboys. It's destroying the Cowboys. It's the only thing on my mind right now. And I see these lines lit up. We're going to get right to them.
Before we get to those.
Destroy the Cowboys.
I'm with you on that. Young Fung on YouTube. And if you're on YouTube, please hit subscribe, hit the like button. They agree with me. The Star Wars analogy is perfect. Jerry Jones is Emperor Palpatine. He's the bad guy, okay?
Oh, no, that is.
Brock Purdy, he's our new hope. He's Luke Skywalker. Jabba the Hutt, Mike McCarthy.
That's not right. That's not right. Hey.
CMC, Han Solo. George Kittle, he's Chewbacca. He's everybody's best wingman. Come on, you know that. This is pretty good. It's pretty good.
Not bad.
And
Not
Kyle's
bad.
Yoda.
Do me a snowfall analogy then. Yan Fung. Give me a snowfall.
That's pretty good.
That
God,
good.
I'm so ready for this game. Can this game be played yesterday? I mean, like today?
You know what?
Seriously.
Let's go to the lines. We didn't get to the lines all day yesterday.
This is such a great matchup.
Let's go to the lines. Let's go to Union City.
It's going to be the greatest week ever.
Union City, JC, what's happening?
What's up, y'all, man? Shout out to my boy Guru. Hey, Bonte, I'm the one who called you back in October. I want all the smoke. You
was ducking the smoke in October. Now you got some courage, huh? Now you got some courage.
Hey, come on, Bonte. You know how you phony Niner fans are. You guys are unfaithful, undecided, and misguided. You kick your quarterback when he's down. Trey Lance gets hurt. You kick Jimmy G when he gets down. Now it's Brock Purdy. You guys ain't played nobody all year but the Chiefs. Guess what? It's going to be all blue. We're going to take over that stadium in Santa Clara. Fun fact here. I don't think we lost since Tupac was alive out in the Bay Area. We run the Bay when we come out here, baby. Cowboy Nation, stand up. We're taking over the Bay. You know it. I know you guys want the Bucs to win. Yeah. You guys were cheering. I was at the bar last night. You guys were cheering for Brady. You guys don't want to see us.
Yeah, you're taking over the Bay one set of jorts at a time.
Hey, listen, JC, you believe in Dak now? I know you wanted to replace Dak 15 times this season.
Leave it at Dak. Don't ride the Purdy bandwagon. Stay on it. Stay on it, baby. Stay on it. You guys wanted Brady. You guys don't want the smoke, Bonte. You know what time it is. I hear the fear in your voice, Bonte. You know
I ain't worried. It's Operation Destroy Dallas. JC, I hope you're there. Come meet me so I can laugh in your face after the game.
I don't know if he can get into that stadium. It's going to be expensive.
May not be able to afford it. Nah, JC got money. JC sounds like a high roller. And you know what?
He sounded a little timid, though.
No, people will find a way to get into that stadium.
He was trying to talk himself into it.
Oh, they're all talking themselves into it. All talking themselves into it. Let's go to
what does Debo have whooped up for this game?
Let's go down to Fort Myers, Florida.
Oh.
Daniel, what's happening?
What's up, Daniel?
Good morning, guys. First-time caller, long-time listener.
Let's go.
That's right. I just moved out here to Fort Myers, Florida 6 months ago, and I love waving my 49er flag, watching all these guys cry a couple weeks ago and yesterday. But,
how fired up are you for this game?
Whack, Big Mac, Tic Tac, 5 sacks, we ready. Bang, bang, Niner gang, let's go!
Dude, this show and the rapping is just, I love it.
It's freestyle left and right. Nick and Berkeley, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Man, I'm so hyped, Shasky. I seen you at the game with your Niner jersey with Shasky on the back, baby. Let me tell you something. JC and that confused cat, Dave the Cowboy, whatever, from South Philly to Bay or whatever. You don't even know who to root for. Let me tell you something. We rounded up your little ponies, taking your barbecues, your cowboy hats, your boots, and we putting it all in the truck, and we smopping off like we did last year in Dallas, baby. And let me tell you something. We're a C-140 gunship, and y'all a little Cessna. Y'all can't handle our defense. Teams disappear in the second half when they play us. And just like they don't disappear, Jerry Jones is going to leave the stadium and fly home about the third quarter because we're going to be up like 45-3. And let me tell you something. This ain't Dick Enberg and Merlin Olsen. It's 95.7, Shasky, Bonte, and Greg Papa. You know what I'm saying? They stuck in them old times. We a new school team, and we're on fire. It's a new sheriff in town, baby. I'm telling you right now, I'm holding yeehaw, yippee-ki-yay, all the way to the Super Bowl this time, baby. Let's go.
Wow. That's what I'm looking for. That's exactly what I'm looking for
he
this
ain't
week.
eating no Whataburger. He's eating In-N-Out burger.
No, he's eating In-N-Out. Or he's eating Chick-fil-A out here, the new one in Ceremony. Or Super Duper.
Putting one in Emeryville, too.
Took my dad,
one in Emeryville, too.
Full disclosure, broke the seal and took my dad to Chick-fil-A yesterday because we went up to the cabin.
Did you ask for Susanna?
No, we went to the one up in Roanoke Park or whatever.
Okay.
The Roanoke Park Expressway.
All right.
Golf links or whatever it is, whatever that exit is.
Nick and Berkeley, that's how you set a tone.
Yeah, it is.
That's how you set a tone. Cowboy Dave, JC, they're not serious. Cowboy fans are so unserious. And he's talking about, hey, we haven't lost in the Bay Area since Tupac died. Well, it's been a long time.
Yeah, because you ain't been in the playoffs winning games since Tupac died.
Last time the Niners beat the Cowboys at home, 1997, 17-10. 17-10. It's a long time ago. But I know I was there last year.
That's
a year
the last
ago,
time?
They've won in the Bay Area against Dallas.
Wow. 1997.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of hurts my soul.
But I know what happened in Texas last year.
What happened last year?
Debo put it on their ass. Trent Williams was pointing at fans, laughing at him, walking off the field. Dallas was shook.
Charles Omenihu's already been out here tweeting. Charles Omenihu, you want to talk about...
Wait, is he tweeting?
Oh, yeah.
What is he tweeting?
Because he's from Texas, and he had a big game last year against the Dallas Cowboys in the wild card round. Oh, he's like, yeah, this is appropriate, basically.
This is the one.
Yeah, they all want this.
This is the one.
Remember the Debo to the Cowboy rumors during the offseason?
Oh, yeah, I do. They wanted Debo. Thank God John Lynch didn't flinch.
I can't wait to see CMC versus this team. This is good. Micah is going to have his head on a spindle all day.
So Micah Parsons, look, he had a good game yesterday.
Yeah,
he
how
had
many
a sack.
tweets is he going to have this week?
He had a sack. But remember last year he set the tone by saying, they think they're bullies. Well, I used to hit bullies back in the mouth. And then in that Dallas game, he got popped over and over and over. He was hurt for a while in that football game.
Yes, he was. He was hurt last night, too.
He was getting popped. I'm telling you right now what's going to happen in this football game. By the third quarter, with that short week, Dallas is going to be like, you know what? This game's just too physical. It's just too physical out there. We can't tackle these dudes. Debo said it after the game the other night. He goes, when people deal with our physicality, they can't hang all 60 minutes. That's what's going to happen in the third quarter Sunday. When Purdy's heading off to Elijah Mitchell and Christian McCaffrey, and Debo Samuel hitting with the jet sweeps. Then you go play action pass to Brandon Ayuk and George Kittle down the field.
Who had Diggs in the spin cycle last year.
Spin cycle. Now, if Jimmy Garoppolo could just hit him on the money, but this ain't no Jimmy playing this Sunday.
I'm more confident this year than I was last year.
I know, me too. You know what's funny? So, FaceTiming my mom, right?
Yeah. She's all in on Brock, huh?
She's all in on Brock. All in on Brock. So she goes, son, I was listening to you and Shasky this morning, and y'all have a great way of teaching me what mistakes I should look for. So I learned, like, okay, Brock wasn't perfect, but damn it, that's my quarterback. That's my quarterback. And she goes, I don't even remember the other dudes. What's it, Garoppolo? Some Garoppolo? I don't even remember his name. And I was like, damn, Brock Purdy's got all the casual fans.
Oh, he's become an icon.
Shasky, am I wrong in saying this? That he's the most universally loved quarterback since Joe Montana?
Absolutely. I think it's the story. It's the style of play. It's him galvanizing the team. It's the points they're scoring. It's everything. And the underdog story, like, say what it was. I'll be the first to admit it. I underrated his mobility. I did know
too.
he was this mobile in the
either.
pocket, because when you saw him in practice, I remember telling Sam, like, he ain't going to be able to move around like that, because you can't touch a quarterback at practice.
Yeah.
And
even at Iowa State, I saw him move, and I said, that's not going to translate to the NFL.
His mobility is the number one thing. Arm strength, I think we overrate arm strength in general, because I think that you can be a great quarterback without the greatest arm in the world. It's about anticipation and instincts and things like that. I just think a lot of the feel that he has for the game, the feel, like I'm talking post-snap, oh, it's open, boom, let me hit that guy. Oh, pre-snap, I'm going to you, but I'm not going to tell them I'm going to you, because I'm going to look this way first, and then I'm going to go to you. He's just got all these little intangibles, and when you watch him play, he just pulls the levers. The way I would describe it, and this is the honest to God truth, it's as if he's running point guard on the USA Dream Team. Where he knows he's got so many weapons, and if he just does a little and gets it out on time and in play, those guys are going to make buckets for him.
It's John Stockton before the pandemic.
You get where I'm going?
Yeah, no doubt. He knows his playmakers.
He's just a great distributor.
He knows who to dish it to. He's Magic Johnson running the Showtime Lakers. You know what I'm saying? He just knows to get the playmakers the ball.
If
he gets them his space.
He beats the Dallas Cowboys. You want to talk about elevating yourself? You beat the Cowboys for the first win since '97 in the Bay Area.
In the Bay Area.
Against an come on.
In the Bay Area.
Come on, man.
I'm destroy the Cowboys.
And you're paying Dak's getting paid what, $40 million this year?
Yep. And you're getting paid less than $1 million. Less than $1 million.
You want to talk about value at the position?
Oh my gosh. Omar, Sacramento, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yo, what's up, guys? First time caller. I'm just got one concern, man. It's about that defense. Do you think it's because of Brock Purdy's a little too quick with the trigger? I mean, this defense doesn't really get that much time to rest when they're scoring all these points compared to Jimmy Garoppolo's long drive. So just want to get your guys' take on that.
I actually subscribe to this. I do think that the way, how fast they actually score, it has been a little minor detriment to the defense in terms of going back out onto the field. Here's what I would also say, though. When you got the 2-score lead, I mean, that's when they become opportunistic and they start to turn the ball over. The other team does.
Maybe, but the Niners defense is getting hit early in the football game. They're getting hit early deep. You know, a lot of these points are coming in the first half.
That's true.
In the second half, they shut you down. So, I'm all for quick strikes. Just score. I don't care if it's one play, 80 yards, 5 plays, 80 yards, 12 plays, 80 yards. Just score.
This is his stiffest test. Brock Purdy's.
I think it's both sides of the football.
I agree with that.
Both
but
sides of the football.
I'm just saying him in
Brock
particular.
Purdy, this Cowboys defense flies around the football.
And then I want to make Micah Parsons guard CMC in space.
They batted 12 balls down yesterday.
Well, Brady's a statue, though, B.
He is.
He doesn't want to get hit at all.
They read the screen game left and right. They knew the quick slants were coming.
Run the ball.
And they could not run. They're a one-dimensional football team. Good luck against this 49er run game. Let's go to Mo Money in the city. Mo Money, what's happening?
Yeah, I just want to say let the Cowboys come to town, because all those Cowboys are going to be on ESPN, and Stephen A. Smith is going to be making fun of them with all their sad faces like they did last time. They don't know who they're messing with, man. This is Niner country.
Let's go.
Let's go, Mo Money.
Let's go.
You're
Good
listening
call,
to
Mo Money.
95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Games for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget, you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, Bonte Hill. Don't forget, we have Baldy coming up at 7:30 to break this matchup down. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. And I just got a feeling we're going to be drinking something a little harder on Sunday. Sunday is going to be one of those games where I may get out there and tailgate at noon.
Well, B, I'm going to talk for a guy that doesn't really drink.
I don't drink at all.
I'm going to tell you this right now. I don't need anything. I don't need anything. Yeah. Your boy's going to be so amped through the roof. Did I need anything last Saturday?
Nope.
I
don't drink at all, man. I really don't drink, but and I probably won't drink on Sunday, but I'll be so amped and I'll be so geeked I won't be able to sleep that I may just need to get to the stadium at 12 o'clock. Sit there in the seat, watch the Bills game, watch the Bengals in my seat, and just chill. This is one of those games where you just need to be there early.
So if I say Niners in the playoffs, right, there's certain teams that come to mind. When I say 49ers in the playoffs, what do you think of? Just all time. They've been in the playoffs 28 times in their existence as a 76-year franchise.
Niners in the playoffs, what do I think of?
Yeah, what do you think of? Like, is there another team you think of?
No, I don't think of another team. I think of red paint. I think of the history of the 49ers. I think of all the shortcomings. I think of all the wins. I think of the NFC Championship game against Dallas in 95. I think about them beating up on Jim Everett and the Rams in 89-90. I think about them going to Soldier Field and beating up on the finesse-ass Chicago Bears at Soldier Field in the cold and beating the Bengals in Super Bowl 23. I don't think about nobody else but the Niners.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think about nobody else. Now, I think about some of the heartbreaks.
Okay.
And then if you think about the heartbreaks, actually, what's funny is, I should bring that up. I think about the New York Giants more so than any other team. If I do think about a team, it's the Giants. Because the Giants stuck a knife in my heart more so than anybody. Cowboys
but their fans aren't as insufferable and across the country as big as the Cowboy fans. Wouldn't you agree?
They've got that. Yeah, they're blue collar.
Yeah.
It's tough to hate them like Cowboy fans.
Niners have faced Green Bay 9 times in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
They faced the New York Giants 8 times in the playoffs. They faced the Dallas Cowboys 8 times. Sunday will be 9. I find that fascinating. I love the history. I just love the history. I love the old school matchups. One thing I think CBS does a really good job of, they did it during the Bills and Dolphins game, is they'll show you still photos
of the old school.
Dan
Marino, Jim Kelly, Thurman Thomas.
I love that.
And I'm sure Fox will do the same thing.
Oh, they have to.
Fox needs to pay an oath of Summer All-Madden. Summerall and Madden.
That's a great point.
They need to pay homage to Madden and Summerall, because that was when they were in the building. They were in the building for that game. And I remember when they finally got over the Cowboys in 95 and in 95 NFC Championship game for the 94 season. And the montage started off at a Phoenix airport, Sky Harbor Airport. And you had all the flights and stuff, and it was empty. And Summerall's doing a narration, and it was like, and it comes down to this. It comes down to this. And I was just like, and then the blip coverage over Candlestick Park. And you can see the city in the background just dead as everybody's in the house watching on TV, ready for this game. And I remember what I did. I was at my grandmother's house, and one of her partners, Bowman, we called him Bowman, we were peeling shrimp while watching the game, getting ready for the gumbo. And she was like, here, do something because you're too antsy as a kid. And I was just I was off the wall. I couldn't wait for that game. Couldn't wait. The nerves, the energy. And then you see the turf, the grass. Part of it is green, part of it is brown. You got the screw-in cleats. Gosh, I hate the Cowboys.
In the words of Equipto's famous song, "No love for Lamar Lathan or Troy Aikman."
That was a good line.
Such a great line.
That was a good line. By the way, the 92 game, I watched a little bit back last night, and the montage for that one, Pat Summerall.
Yes.
He was bringing in the old school and new school.
Incredible.
It was unbelievable.
Incredible.
You watched that? It was insane.
And the 49er end zone, this was the final year of it saying San Francisco. In saloon font on opposite end.
I was thinking about that.
So they went from 86 or 85 or something like that to 92. They had San Francisco on the south side.
Right. I was wondering if they would ever go back to that.
I think they should. And I also think that the NFC with the white circle is super clean.
Yeah, it is.
You know what I'm talking about?
Clean.
Now it's just the NFC logo, which I'm good with. And I also liked when they used to have the little mistletoe in the end zone.
But yeah, I love the mistletoe, the holidays.
I remember
that. But the San Francisco, I guess they don't put it in because it's in Santa Clara.
I don't care. Do it. Who cares?
It feels a little.
Just do it. I love it.
All right, let's go back to
They got to go to throwbacks. I want the throwbacks. I want the white pants. I want the red.
They might go throwbacks.
And I want the black shadow.
They might go throwbacks.
And I want that old school logo.
They might go throwbacks this week. They just might. Joel in San Jose. Joel, what's happening? You're on the roast.
I'm loving this Cowboys haters coming on in. They don't want the best. Levi's has turned into a hostile crowd.
Yeah, it has.
This week was the loudest I've ever heard it. Next week is going to be even louder. They just beat the brakes off a sorry-ass bye-week Bucks team that we did. Lest they forget they lost to the Commanders by 22 weeks ago.
That's right.
They don't want the smoke. We're going to destroy them. It ain't going to be close. 36-20 Niners.
Woo! Love that. Love that. Let's go to Mad Dog in Daly City. Mad Dog, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up? Hey, hello. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Hey, I just want to say this is an old-school Niner-Cowboy matchup. like when you're in high school and you see the big bully across the room and you know you're going to go get him. And it's just time to come. Let's go Niners.
How many prison movies have you watched where the first thing they tell you for the guy who's like, he did the white collar crime, and the next thing you know, he's in prison. They're like, you got to beat up the biggest, toughest, baddest dude there.
Right,
you got to take your lunch plate.
Right.
You got to go over and whack that dude.
By the way, Sean Matthews spent $4.99 on YouTube.
Okay.
Body bag game. Body bag toe tag game, and we ain't going to be the ones in the morgue. Ain't no sunshine Sunday. We're going to give them hell.
Who needs to ring the bell for the foghorn for you?
It's got to be Jerry Rice.
Right?
It's got to be Jerry.
It has to be.
Or
you bring Montana out?
Nah, where's Ronnie Lott at?
Oh, I haven't seen Ronnie in weeks.
Where's Ronnie Lott at?
Wow. I didn't even think of that.
Where's Ronnie? Where's Romo? Where's Charles Haley?
Romanowski would fire the crowd up. What about you bringing Deion Sanders?
Maybe too much. Yeah, that'd be something else.
Yeah,
that'd be something
with all his Colorado gear?
Yeah. I don't know if I want all that. He was here 1 year. He's more of a cowboy.
I agree with you that.
He's more of a cowboy. Charles Haley?
Charles Haley.
Stick it to the Jerry Jones and company.
I would love that. I would love that.
Where's Ronnie Lott at? Bring Ronnie Lott out here.
I need Larry Allen there, too. One of my favorite Niners of all time. I love Larry Allen.
Even though he's a cowboy. Anthony at Fremont, what's happening?
The greatest left guard season I've ever seen in my life.
Anthony at Fremont, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. First of all, I want to say I love the show.
Thank you.
I don't start my morning without the road.
Thank you.
I want to thank you guys for your guys' services and you thanking everyone else.
Appreciate
you.
Let
me get on these Cowboys fans, man. We bought our tickets, me and my wife, and I got my 6-year-old grandson a ticket right when we were able to purchase. Why? Because we knew that we were going to be there. We had confidence in our team and things like that. These Cowboys, they waited until they beat Brady. They had no confidence until, third, fourth quarter or after the game? So come on, man. You guys are all scared and stuff. You guys want to talk all that and this and that. And you read in their eyes when you're face-to-face, you can tell they're not confident in what they're trying to argue. And I love this matchup because we got 1 for 1. You guys got, your defense, we got our defense. You guys got your offense, we got our offense and stuff. And that, man, he's going to have another number. He's going to change his number to number 54 because Warner's going to be all over him. He's going to feel that pressure and stuff. So we got this game. With Purdy, it just feels different. It's just, with Garoppolo, I would probably been a little more hesitant. Because we know what Garoppolo
with you.
And things like that.
Damn, that's crazy. Think about that.
I'm with him, though.
We're more confident in the last pick of the NFL draft. A rookie quarterback playing in his first postseason.
But detach the resume.
No, I know.
And just look at the form.
But just think about that, Shasky.
But his form is, if you watch the film and you watch how he's played over the
he's playing better.
He is playing better.
Playing better.
What does Jimmy do better than Brock?
Nothing right now. Nothing.
I don't like, and you're dissing Jimmy. No, I'm
dissing
assessing
him.
the talent.
Because Brock Purdy will stretch the field.
Yes.
He's not afraid to go down the field.
He's
mobile, and he extends plays, which you need in this time of the season. You need to extend plays. Statues will get you killed.
And I also think he's more accurate, which is a wild sentence to say because that was the thing that Jimmy hung his hat on.
Yeah. I think he
throws a catchable
If he's
ball.
not more accurate, he's just as accurate as Jimmy Garoppolo.
Okay, I'll meet you
there.
there.
And I don't even want to disrespect Jimmy, but it is what it is.
Well, and I'm watching Dak last night, and the one thing that I thought separated him was his ability to move. He moved just enough in the pocket yesterday to make plays. And I'm worried about this. Is a big-time matchup. 2 4-year starters in college that were afterthoughts in the draft.
Eric R. On YouTube, quick release, that's about it for Jimmy Garoppolo. Yeah, that's about it. 888-957-9570. We're smoking on that Cowboy pack all week long. Destroy Dallas. Destroy Dallas. There's no Cowboy love on this show this week. All you Cowboy fans, you little front runners, you little Cowboy, Laker, Yankee fans, this is your week, buddy. Coming for you.
Cowboy, Laker, Yankee fans.
You know that's what they are.
I know.
They got all kind of
or they're Cowboys, Bulls, like whatever
Cowboys, Bulls, Cowboys, Knicks, Duke University.
Oh, God,
you know what I'm saying? They love Notre Dame.
Well, I know time out.
There's a lot of bandwagon Notre Dame fans.
Well, Irish Catholic. I mean, come on. There's a religion wrapped around it.
Nothing to do with that.
Touchdown Jesus.
Yeah, okay. Even though they're not even going to start on Notre Dame. I'm gonna
frauds.
I want to say. I want to say on Bob Fitzgerald's good side.
You guys.
all the cheating they doing up there. Oh, let's scream to Jesus. We're Irish Catholic. Yeah, after all the money they gave all those players. Frauds. Just come up in a game.
At least they graduate
by, yeah, that's what they say. We don't know what they're doing in those classes. Who's the professor? Who's really doing the homework? All right, more of your phone calls coming up on the roast. Brian Baldinger coming up at 7:30 here on the roast. More coming up, yeah.
The red and gold are moving on to the divisional round of the playoffs.
Deebo Samuel, there he goes! Foot on the gas, all the way! Touchdown San Francisco. Pressure. Ball is out. It was all Nick Bosa.
We are talking Niners football.
This is the biggest Niners game in the history of Levi Stadium.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see Signature Kitchen Suite's full line of luxury built-in appliances, including the first Pro range on the market with built-in sous vide, induction, and gas all on one cooktop. And now it's easier to build the kitchen of your dreams with the Dream Suite Savings Program with additional bonus rebates. You can see all of the Signature Kitchen Series appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Thinking of selling your house, but you don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtor photos, and showings? With John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Call 510-426-7000 and John will give you a fair cash offer without any inspections, showings, or other headaches. That's 510-426-7000. When you sell to John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you decide when you want to move, according to your schedule and your terms. John buys vacant houses, inherited houses, beautiful houses, fixer-uppers in any condition, as is. John buys BayAreaHouses.com provide you the easiest sell possible and assist you in every step of the way. If you want to sell and have any questions, please call 510-426-7000. That's 510-426-7000. And get the offer you have been waiting for.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey.
Yee! Gotta get Larry June in the building. Levi Stadium. He's not the biggest sports fan, but he does numbers. That's for damn sure. By the way, Jerry Rice this Friday joining the roast at 8:30. And at that time, we're giving away a chance to win Jerry Rice's NFL Blitz Legend arcade console by Arcade 1-Up Official. Now, here's the catch. You have to be a subscriber to 95.7 The Game on YouTube. And right now, we're at 19.8 subscribers. Wow, we're almost at 20,000, folks. Subscribe to YouTube right now, and you will have a chance to win Jerry Rice's NFL Blitz Legends arcade console. And by the way, shout out to YouTube, Twitch, Xfinity Mobile text line. And, of course, download the Odyssey app. 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations, and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. And you can catch every single Warriors game live on the application, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Follow your favorite team stations, radio shows, and podcasts now by downloading the free Odyssey app. Brian Baldinger coming up in 10 minutes as we continue to roll along here. It's Destroy Cowboy Week, folks. It's Destroy the Dallas Cowboys after they beat up on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers last night, 31-14. They'll make the trip to the West Coast to take on the 49ers at 3:30 in a rematch of last year's wild card round game where the Niners go down to Jerry's World and beat up on the Cowboys. And, of course, we know how that game ended. Spadoni, if you could pull up that last play of the game in a wild card game, this is how it ended. Dallas out there doing something smart. It was a very clever play, but you have no timeouts. Here's how that wild card game ended.
The game's over. They keep him in bounds. Dak has to get this out of bounds or he's taking a shot to the end zone. This is scary because I would take a shot to the end zone here when they're in the sideline defense because you actually can hold on to the ball. You need someone, San Francisco, to get to the quarterback here.
Prescott takes off running the football. Whoa, I don't think this is going to work out.
It will. They'll be able to clock this. They would plan for it. It's down. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, the official gets in the way. The game's over. The game is over.
Oh, he did.
You can't tell me that Nance wasn't on fire right there.
Oh, he was on fire.
And Romo was as well.
He was on fire. That drive was a little hairy, though. They got down the field a little too easy.
A little.
And remember how they got the ball back. 3rd and 13. They give it to Deebo Samuel on a handoff. They didn't trust Jimmy to throw the football.
No. Did you?
Well, needed a first down. Man.
They should have won that game by 2 touchdowns.
Easily. So I thought during that game, because Matt Nahigan on Twitter, he might be on Team Mute. But
what was that?
Matt Nahigan on Twitter last year. Bonte, we need an update from Jerry's World. What's going on? And I had these fans talking smack behind me. Oh, you're a liberal from California. Ha, ha, ha. That's why they talk trash in Texas.
Is that their go-to?
That's their go-to. You're a liberal. Oh, all the homeless you have out there.
Stick it to the libs.
Blah. Yeah, okay.
Meanwhile, they're embracing nothing but Californians in that entire state.
I'm so hurt. You guys are all moving down here. Yeah, because you idiots are selling land for cheap. Thank you. Jimmy Garoppolo throws an interception and get Dallas right back into that football game. And I'm thinking to myself, how is this even a football game? Remember how many times they settled for 3 in the first half?
Yes.
It's just like, score some touchdowns. But that's where Brock Purdy comes into play. So Brock Purdy comes into play, man. And I think you will score a lot more touchdowns this week than you will settle for 3.
And not only is it Brock Purdy's indoctrination into the rivalry, it's also CMC's.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go back and think about how difficult it was to move the ball late in that game because of the limitations of the quarterback. I would also argue they were kind of a one-trick pony with the Deebo Samuel offense. Right now, I know it was newer that week, and it got evolved as the weeks kept going on. Now you get a fully healthy Deebo.
Right.
Who didn't have to drag blood, sweat, and tears in a Week 18 game like he did last year. Now you get Ayuk, who's, I think, a better football player today than he was last year.
And he was a good player last year. He really came on the last 2 months of last season.
And Kittle looks the healthiest he's been in 3 or 4 years, this late in the season, right? I think their offensive line's in a better spot. I think the quarterback plays in a better spot. I think the run game is in a better spot. The question that I've got is
Elijah ran well last year against Dallas.
No, he did.
He ran really well.
but that was a long season for the Rook.
That was.
You know what I mean? Like,
now he's got fresh legs.
He put on a lot of pounding last year. I look at their defense this year, and I think their defensive line might be deeper than it was last year.
Yeah. If not as deep. Like Jordan Willis is a better player, right?
Agreed. And he's more impactful this year.
Now, Drake Jackson, what's going to go on with him?
Did he get the DMP the other day? Because I didn't see him at all. I
didn't see him at all.
Hyder and Kinlaw actually made some contributions.
Kinlaw made some plays. Armstead made some plays.
Oh, Armstead
See,
was nice.
I don't worry about Ezekiel Elliott. The dude ran 13 times last night. Check these numbers out from Zeke. I don't worry about him at all.
It felt like 1 and 2 yards.
13,
boom, he goes
13
down.
carries, 27 yards.
There you go.
2 yards a carry. So whenever they give him a carry or a snap, it benefits the 49ers. It's like Dylan Brooks playing for the Memphis Grizzlies. The longer he plays, the better it is for the Golden State Warriors. All right? That's Ezekiel Elliott at this stage of his career.
That's a good point.
He's washed. He's done.
I do worry about their passing game because they have some elite weapons on the outside, and I do feel like Dak is playing good football. Based off all of the advanced numbers, they were saying last night was the 11th best quarterbacked game in a playoff game ever.
Okay, well, we'll see.
You know who's number 14 on that list?
Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Oh, man. 888-957-9570.
Do you know what the 4 stands for with Dak?
What does it stand for?
His 4th loss in the playoffs is just coming this Sunday.
That's a good one. 888-957-9570. We're smoking out this Cowboy pack all week long, despite what the 406 says. 406 is Xfinity Mobile text line. You guys are being way too harsh on the fans. Can't categorize an entire fan base based on a few bad apples. I love you guys, but come on now. Let me tell you something. If you have the moxie to put on that Cowboy uniform or wear a Cowboy hat,
you're obnoxious.
Or a Cowboy starter jacket, you are a bad apple.
Yeah.
You're going to be looked at as a fraud, like a Laker fan. I love you, Spadoni, but you know how I feel about Laker fans.
Here's my favorite part is, so appropriate for the state of Texas. There are 2 hosts in their market who are
RJ and Shane, or Sean spelt without a W or an E.
Well, they're talking big.
Oh, they're talking. You see him last night?
Well, I was going to get in there and I was like, you know what? I'll be respectful for the time being. But they're talking big about the Cowboys. Like, dog, you grew up in New Jersey. You didn't even grow up a Cowboy fan.
Did they really grow up in New Jersey?
Well, they're basically saying that the fraudy Niners, that's what they're calling us, the fraudy Niners.
RJ Choppy, they're going to destroy the fraudy Niners.
That's what he tweeted.
And
I wanted to be like, the only fraud I know is you because you're from New Jersey and now you're waving the Cowboy flag.
I quote tweeted him with the Trent Williams picture with the Cowboy fans sticking a middle finger at him. And I just said, you're so funny.
I'm ready for Suge Knight this weekend.
Should we go down to Dallas? Should we talk to those jabronis?
I think we let the audience decide. Because I know you want another rematch with them. Even though
I bodied him twice.
Yeah.
He started talking. 3 minutes into that changeover, he started talking about my mama.
This is a game with a clean track and a dry day because it's going to be dry for the whole week. I'm looking at all the weather reports, Bonte. Dry all week. Everything's drying out. This is a Bosa game. This is the Bosa game.
Well, it better be a Bosa game.
Because he was quiet on Sunday.
It better be a Bosa game.
Or Saturday. He was quiet.
It better be a Bosa game. 97 got to show up this week.
I mean, this is when
the big dogs show up.
Exactly.
This is when the Lawrence Taylors, the Reggie Whites,
Charles Haley,
the Charles Haleys, whatever great defensive end you want to name. Kevin Green even had moments in the playoffs.
Aaron Donald last year.
Strahan,
Michael Strahan's a great call.
Good call.
Great call.
Youngest man on that old man Fox crew.
Willie McGinnis.
Oh, Willie, USC.
Vrabel. Teddy Bruschi. Those guys stepped up. This is the week for Bosa to step. Can't be quiet this week. I can't see him on the sideline on first down for multiple drives. 97 has to be in a football game, and he has to dominate. He has to dominate this week.
Think about this, Bay Area fans, as we're blanketing all of the fan base very easily, right? In terms of the Dallas Cowboys, we're doing this very simple. LeBron's a Cowboy fan. Doesn't that just
he's a Cowboy and Brown fan. Who knows who he likes?
But that's my point.
Yeah, I know.
The fact that LeBron's a Cowboy fan tells you everything you need to know about Cowboy fans in general.
Skip Bayless, Cowboy fan.
Oh, that Skip's the biggest loser on the internet.
I'd rather have Tony Pollard than CMC. Yeah, we'll see about that on Sunday.
Is there any more sad 75-year-old in the world than Skip Bayless? He's the most thirsty for clicks I've ever seen in my life.
It's not even thirsty for clicks. The guy makes about $8 million a year, and he can't even go outside. He can't even go to the grocery store. He can't go down to the liquor store and get a beef jerky. Can't do anything. A microwavable burrito that we used to eat back in the day from the liquor store. Can't even do that.
Doesn't he look miserable?
He does.
Well, it's because he's a Cowboy fan.
It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Baldy's going to join us in a minute here. Oh, by the way, I say maybe we could turn this around. I wanted to play this for Baldy. This was unbelievable. I sent you guys the Baldy. He was in a playoff game with the Eagles, and Matt was like, everybody has a Brian Baldinger on their team. Everybody has a Baldy. I forgot to send that sound to you guys on the thread. Anyway, Baldy's coming up in 30 seconds as we get ready for Cowboys and Niners. What's the one concern you have against the Cowboys? What is the concern you have? The number one concern.
The number one concern is I think this is the best team the Niners have faced in 3 or 4 months. That's the number one concern. I have a healthy fear of their weapons offensively, and then I feel like they're super balanced on both sides of the ball. Like, not only can they run it, they can throw it a little on offense, and then on defense, they do a really good job of slowing down the run, and I think that they do a really good job because these are number 1 and number 2 defenses. They do a really good job of getting after the quarterback. So you're looking at a very balanced team. Like, if we were just saying who has the best chance of winning the Super Bowl, coming out of the NFC, I think that if the Dallas Cowboys beat the Niners, they have as good a shot as any to win the Super Bowl.
No doubt.
I think they can knock off Philly, and I honestly think they can beat the 49ers. This is a 50-50 game.
Wow. 50-50 game.
Yes. I think all the pressure's on Dak, though. To me, this is all about Dak. This is a legacy game for Dak. Dak, you cannot lose to a rookie. Mike McCarthy cannot lose to a rookie. With Sean Payton out there, basically having his choice of jobs.
Right. I don't think Sean Payton's going to take the Dallas job.
No, but if you're McCarthy, you know that talk is coming.
Mike McCarthy, no doubt.
You can't lose to Shanahan two years in a row.
It depends how you lose.
With Jimmy G and Brock Purdy?
Well, I think that is the matchup.
What, Shanahan, McCarthy?
No, Shanahan, Dan Quinn. Shanahan, Dan Quinn. That's a juicy matchup. Former assistant for the Atlanta Falcons, Dan Quinn. Shanahan got a lot of heat for that Super Bowl loss. Dan Quinn looking for a head coaching job. The assistant of the year a season ago. Dan Quinn's got that defense humming, man. But you know what? It's Shark Week. It's Dallas Week. Let's go. Let's get Baldy in here. Let's go. And we love them. We love them, especially a week like this weekend, the greatest weekend in sports, divisional round, playoff football. It's going to be some body bag games this weekend as Brian Baldinger joins us on the Bud Light guest line. All postseason guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Before we get Baldy in here, this is how we're setting the tone this week. Because Matt recognized what a ball digger was and who a ball digger is. Here's John Madden back in the day when Baldy was playing for the Eagles.
They've been getting movement over there. Baldinger's one of those guys. It seems like every team has a Baldinger on it. There's been 3 brothers that have been over there. Left guard, he's been injured. Baldinger, David Alexander, the center, Baldinger, the left guard, and Ron.
That's unbelievable. It's
the best.
And Baldy up there wearing number 62, getting down and dirty in the Superdome. Baldy, what's happening, man? Good morning.
Good morning, guys. It's good to be with you. I mean, come on. We just got through the wild card weekend last night. We got the matchups all set for the divisional round. I mean, for a football fan, like, this is just nirvana. It's just nirvana. Like, you can chew these games up and chop these games up and analyze these games and never get tired of doing it, ever. Like, until they kick off, like, you can't, like, it never ends right now. This is like, it should just be 1-2 week holiday until we get the Super Bowl matchups all set.
I love this. I mean, from a league perspective, I know we'll talk about the game that the Niners had over the weekend, but like league perspective, they wake up this morning, Roger Goodell, the NFL Network, all the different Fox who's going to be broadcasting the game. Niners Cowboys. This might break records.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Cowboys earlier this year, I forget, maybe it was the Giants game. It was one of the Cowboy games this year. It had an audience of 48 million people. It was the highest rated regular season game of all time.
Yeah, Baldy, they've had 4 to 5.
It's going to have a viewership of probably somewhere around 60 million, which we've never, who knows? I mean, it's going to be way, way high. They're all going to tune in. This is the premier matchup right here. Historical franchises. You go back and forth. All the players have played both sides, from Dion all the way through. I mean, they'll all be brought up. They'll all be brought in for talk shows. I mean, we're all going to be talking about it.
Well, when I say Niners Cowboys, what's the image in your head then?
Well, I mean, the playoff games between the two of them. I mean, it was T.O.'s coming out party. I mean, whether it's T.O. or, prime time or, I mean, I came in the year after the catch.
Oh.
So the catch is NFC Championship 1981, Montana, Dwight Clark over Everson Walls, Too Tall Jones in the face of Joe Montana, on the drive. Like, that's how I came into the league. Like, I was a rookie that next year, and Landry basically said, we got to get tougher. So the whole training camp was all about, we got to get tougher. I mean, this whole thing started really on that game. Yeah. This rivalry, which goes now through these generations. All right, and these decades is now in a new decade with these two teams. And you can start with the catch and just go all the way through the 80s, the 90s. I remember, like, literally pulling into Candlestick Park as a rookie with the Dallas Cowboys, coming in to play the 49ers, and I'm sitting on the back of the bus. And back then at Candlestick, they just dropped you off like in the parking lot. And you walked into the stadium. There wasn't no underground parking or anything like that. You know that, Joe.
Cyclone fence.
So I'm in the back of the bus. I'm sitting with the defensive line. And we pull up and, the door's open. Guys are getting off the bus. And I get up. And Randy White just pulls me by the back of the shirt. And he says, sit down. I go, what's up? He goes, let them throw all their bottles. Let them throw all their paraphernalia. Let them throw everything first. Then we go off the bus. Like, they knew what was coming.
It's unbelievable, Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game as we get ready for Cowboys and Niners. Dust setting, 3:30 kick at Levi Stadium. Probably the most electric Levi Stadium is ever going to be. Probably the biggest game at Levi Stadium for the 49ers as it gets set to play the Cowboys. Now, last year, the Niners beat them up a little bit, and we know how that game ended. What has Dallas done to get better and get back to this point to face the 49ers in the second round, Baldy?
Well, I think they're much better on the offensive line than they were a year ago. Whether Jason Peters starts and Tyler Smith plays left guard. I mean, Tyron Smith is really good right now at right tackle. They're much better on the offensive line. They committed a ton of penalties last year, Bonte, in that game. They were constantly in negative situations. Last night, I mean, outside of the 4 extra points missed, they really kept the penalties to a minimum. And so they're playing much better up front. And I just think, Dak, as bad as he was week 18 against Washington, he was every bit as good last night. I mean, he didn't make a bad read. Outside of the first 2 series, which they just both teams looked like they had a lot of jitters in that game. Tampa never got rid of theirs, but Dallas, unloaded theirs, and then Dak just got hot. I mean, the way that they attacked their zones last night, even when there was man coverage and they blitzed them, he had an answer for every single thing that they did. And so, that to me is one difference why they're better right now.
I feel like the Niners' offense is better. Like, obviously, the CMC addition just changes so many things, but the quarterback play in general feels better. Baldy, there's so much, like, there's like, he's the next Montana. Oh, he's a product of the system. Like, two opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of criticisms right now. I feel like his first half wasn't great, but that second half, you just can't teach what this kid's doing. It's real to me. What is it to you when you watch Brock Purdy?
Well, I mean, both touchdown passes to McCaffrey and to Eli Mitchell, I mean, none of those are primary receivers. I mean, all of those are secondary where he's looking one side, and then either he spins to Elijah Mitchell to find him open on the other side of the field, or he just throws that, it looked like an ollie jab, to Christian McCaffrey. He threw a smoke route to McCaffrey. The ball was supposed to go on a toss to Debo. Like, he just saw an opening there. I don't know what the signal was between him and McCaffrey, but it was there for a quick slant. Like, he's just seeing the field so well. And the throws in the middle of the field from day one against the Dolphins, Joe.
Yeah.
From day one, usually the middle of the field is the most valuable piece of real estate in a football game. You get a ball tipped in the middle of the field, those balls get intercepted. We've seen Tayshaun Gibson, Hufanga. We've seen these guys take interceptions away for the 49ers. Like, no ball's getting tipped at the line of scrimmage. Tell me the last time you've seen a ball tipped at the line of scrimmage with this kid.
Yeah, I know.
Like, right?
Yep, no doubt.
We saw Brady get balls tipped last night. Like, his balls don't get tipped. And when he throws the ball in the middle of the field, he's hitting Ayuk in stride. He's hitting Kittle in stride. They're all making yards after the catch. Like, I don't know. But people say, it's just a system. It's Shanahan. Oh, okay. Like, he's a good coach. He's a good play designer. They've got elite talent. The quarterback still has to make all these throws.
No doubt.
Still got to make all these reads.
No doubt.
He's still doing it under duress. I mean, the guys, I always like that movie, The Natural, with Robert Redford.
Yeah.
Like, he's Robert Redford for crying out loud right now.
I mean, he's playing unbelievable football. It's hard to look at him as a rookie. You get no nerves with him. It's just like, okay, how is he going to bounce back from the nerves of that first possession? But you brought up Shanahan, Baldy, as we are talking to Brian Baldinger, as we do every single Tuesday at 7:30 during the football season. I thought Shanahan had a great feel for the game last Saturday. His play calling, his design, it was next level. The Seahawks had no clue what to do. I saw all type of guys. I'm sure you did too, seeing guys running wide open Saturday against the Seahawks.
They had 6 explosive pass plays. 6. I mean, including obviously Debo's, nail in the coffin, catch and run. But Joanne Jennings, I mean, all the catches. I mean, explosive plays down the field. And anytime you could chart this, in the world of metrics that we live in, I mean, anytime you have a drive where you have an explosive play, the percentages of you scoring on that drive, whether it's a field goal or touchdown, it just goes up incrementally. Just one explosive play. For example, if you're Aaron Banks, you come out of the huddle and you're at the 25-yard line and you get a 25-yard throw to Ayuk in the middle of the field, you're at midfield. You come back in the huddle and you're like, we're scoring on this drive. Just mentally, we're scoring. We're on the other side of the 50. We're going to score on this. You're already thinking, like, positive things. As a group, you're just thinking positive things.
Is this the most explosive offense left in the NFC?
Yeah. I think it's the most, it's them in Kansas City in the whole NFL right now.
Wow.
But, the thing that they're not
Philly,
doing,
huh, Baldy? No Philly, huh?
Well, I mean, I got to say, Philly was, they haven't put it together in almost a month now, Bonte. So can they get it together? Like, the Giants are cooking.
Right.
Like, their passing game just makes sense. And the quarterback,
you
can't get him, like, he's just making one good throw after another. So when people say it's how you're playing at the end of the season, it's how you're playing at the end of the season.
Right.
It's how it's all clicking, whatever the down distance situation is. And so, is it the most explosive offense? I mean, put the ball in any of these guys. Every single guy is touching it. Every guy.
Well, on that note, like Debo, because B and I were talking about it, like at the beginning of the year, it felt like 3, 4, 5 guys are around Debo every time he touches the ball, no matter what they did, in the backfield, as a wide receiver, whatever. Since the McCaffrey addition, and especially with his fresh legs, he's wide open. Like, wide. I didn't even know he could run that fast, Baldy.
Well, the one thing that you notice when you really kind of slow it down, Joe, is just the level of spacing on the field. And so if you're a zone team, you're going to get just McCaffrey comes, like, you just see this one motion that they're doing now where they just start sliding him out from the running back position. They're already widening the curl flat, the hook curl defenders. They're already widening with McCaffrey. And you're just getting these spaces right now. Now, it puts a lot of pressure on the offensive line.
Yeah.
You're going to have Micah come in and like that. Nobody wins like Micah. Even Nick Bosa doesn't win like Micah. That guy is just elite movement, and he just flashes so quickly. But, it puts a lot of pressure on the offensive line because you're not chipping and you're not doing some of those things to help the quarterback. But you can if you need to. But you're just seeing the spacing on the field right now. And you're just like, well, if you're in zone coverage like Seattle was most of the night, like, you're just going to get these huge windows to throw the ball into.
So what's this recipe for Dallas's success on the defensive end of the football? Because Dan Quinn and Shanahan working together, Baldy, they're familiar with each other. Micah Parsons, you talked about, Dexter Lawrence. You got Diggs, who's a ball hawk. What is this defense going to bring to the table Sunday? What's the weakness of the Cowboys defense, Baldy?
Well, outside of Micah, you don't really notice Tank Lawrence right now. You don't really notice Dante Fowler. They're not a big blitz team. Micah kind of moves the quarterback off the spot, gets him moving, and everybody else kind of chases. That's a weakness. Last night, they started Deron Bland, who's a rookie, at corner. He'd been a slot corner, but they had been beaten so many times at the left corner position that it was a rotating group. You just go through the guy. Ever since Anthony Brown got hurt, like literally they lined up 4 different guys, Kelvin Joseph, Nashawn Wright. You go through the list of guys, they were all getting beat. So last night, they put Mukuamu, second-year player to Auburn, in the slot, and then eventually they put Xavier Rhodes on the field. Yeah. So I still believe corner is a weakness for this team. Yeah. But for the 49ers now, like, this has been going on from week 1 against Chicago. Like the touchdown throw to DK, 50 yards. Like, that's a shot play, all right? It's an elite receiver. It beat a good corner, Travarius. But the big plays in the passing game, the Cowboys are certainly capable of doing that with CD, certainly capable of doing that with Michael Gallup or Schultz. Like, they'll take their shots. And so, like I say every week, it's not like a revelation, but how you play the ball in the air sometimes determines the outcome. That gave them the 14-13 lead. Yeah. It was a hell of a game.
Yep.
Halfway the third quarter until Amenahu got the ball out of, Geno Smith's hand. And the whole thing just turned around right there.
That was one of the best throws I've ever seen at Levi Stadium from Geno Smith on that Metcalf touchdown. He placed it perfectly up the sideline, and it was an incredible throw. Why was Bosa so quiet in that game?
Well, he made a lot of plays in the run game.
Gotcha.
He's not winning quick right now. It's almost all power. And, I feel like he has a different rush from the right side than he does the left side.
Huh.
They had a couple blitzes last night where he kind of, he's driving like you see an Armstead, sack. Bosa had a hand in how the quarterback moved because of it.
Right.
But I just don't see him winning quick right now. He's just collapsing the pocket at a steady rate. So in the run game, he can't be blocked. Like, he's just getting off all blocks, which you expect him to do. But, nobody's able to. He probably had 4 solo tackles just in the run game. So he's been elite like that.
Baldy, how much did the rain have to do with that? Because a lot of fans are asking, what was it, the wet surface? Was it the rain that slowed down Nick Bosa in the pass rush? What do you think about that?
Yeah, the footing is a lot. Has a lot to do with it, for sure. Just how your cleats are digging into the ground can affect just what kind of push you're getting and what kind of power you're getting. If you're just not getting the same type of traction with your feet, that's where all your power gets generated from.
All right, I want to go around the league real quick, Baldy, as we get ready for Niners and Cowboys. We got some monster matchups. Bengals and Bills, Orchard Park. Doesn't get better than that on a Sunday morning. You got Jaguars. Nobody's giving them a shot in Kansas City, although they saw Kansas City earlier in this year, and I think that game was closer than a lot of people think. And then, of course, you got the Eagles and Giants. Hey, let's start with Jaguars and KC. Do the Jags have a puncher shot at beating the Chiefs?
Yeah, I do. I think they do. They're taking the ball away. Now, they didn't take it away from the Chargers. But, anytime you're down 27-0 and you find a way to come back, that's a shot of adrenaline for any football team. Doug Peterson knows Andy. Andy knows Doug Peterson. There's a lot of familiarity, just everything, formations, preparation. Like, there's a great deal of familiarity between those two. What you have to do is you've got to force Mahomes into mistakes. He's capable of doing it just like Josh Allen is, because these guys are looking for kill shots all the time. And they get themselves in trouble sometimes. And so that's what they've got to do. I would imagine that, you got to go after Orlando Brown Jr. at left tackle. I mean, Zeus is a big man. He sort of obliterates the sun with his size, just an eclipse, but you can beat him off the edge. So, I mean, I would expect, Trayvon Walker, Josh Allen, coming to the backside of Mahomes right now.
Brian
and so look, red zone defense is everything in this whole world. Can you keep him out of the end zone?
Yeah, no doubt. Brian Daboll and the Giants. Impressive win in Minnesota. I think we both like the Giants, Shasky, to go to Minnesota and win that football game. Danny Dimes playing out of his mind. Saquon Barkley looking fresh. That defense is flying around. Third time against the Eagles. Divisional game. Giants upsetting Philly in Philly?
I'm not calling for an upset right now, but I know this. When you get a Dory Jackson and Xavier McKinney back on defense, you got chess pieces. You give Wink Martindale enough chess pieces, in addition to Dexter Lawrence and Big Cat Williams, just completely dominant on the interior of their defensive line. You crush the pocket the way Sexy Dexy did on a regular basis. I mean, Kirk Cousins just trying to get the ball out of his hands. And so they've got what it takes right now to make things difficult for the Eagles.
Baldy, before you get out of here, because we're going to go nostalgic all week. I mean, that's just what I live for, this kind of stuff. I want your best Randy White story. That was my dad's least favorite player on the Dallas Cowboys. Give me your best Randy White story.
So in 1984, we opened up against the Rams on a Monday night. And it was big, huge national TV. We're at the Big A in Anaheim. And he held out all of training camp. Like, there was no social media or anything. He's out on some fishing pond, bass fishing, holding out for a new contract. So nobody knew. Nobody was in contact with him. No, nobody on the team, nobody in the organization, nothing. Is Randy going to show up? Is Randy not going to show up? So literally, he doesn't fly in on the team charter or anything like that. He shows up in the locker room before the game. Didn't take one snap of preseason. Put number 54 on. Went into the phone booth, put his cape on, and went out there and tore the Rams up. Not one single play of preseason, and was the most dominant player on the field.
Wow.
Randy White. We need to bring him back out here. Niners, Cowboys, Sunday, 3:30. We got Bills, Bengals, Eagles, Giants, Jags, Chiefs. The best weekend of sports. Divisional round football for a ticket to the championship game. Cannot wait. Baldy, are you calling any games this weekend? What's your deal?
No, I'm just working for Sky Sports, doing all the analysis.
Okay.
Nice.
So we'll be in the studio, just breaking it down. When America goes to commercial, we come to listen to what Baldy has to say about what just happened on a play.
I love that.
Do you call them wankers? Like, what's some of the British terminology that maybe you use on Sky Sports that you don't use with us?
Well, I mean, you play on a pitch, Joe. You play on a pitch. You don't play on a field. You play on a pitch right there.
Oh, Baldy, you're the best.
Man. We'll talk to you next Tuesday.
You,
we'll break these games down.
Man.
What a week, man. Baldy, you're the best.
Okay. See you guys.
Ryan Baldinger here on the Bud Light guest line. All postseason guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. And the road to Glendale brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together.
All right, so a lot of people are going to say this today, and I think over the next 2 days.
Real quick. Shout out to everybody on YouTube.
Oh, my God.
We've had over 1,100 people on YouTube watching us.
Cracking.
7:30 in the morning. It is lit right now. Subscribe to the YouTube page. Jerry Rice giving away a very special gift Friday, so you want to subscribe so you have a chance to win that gift. Over 1,000 people on YouTube. We love you, Roasters. We truly, truly love you. And we'll have a recap of the fantasy quarterback playoff rankings coming up soon.
All right.
Hell yeah.
When you look around the playoffs right now, the remaining head coaches all have offensive sides of the ball as their pedigree, right? Jacksonville, Doug Peterson; Kansas City, Andy Reid; New York Giants, Brian Daboll; Philadelphia, Sirianni; Cincinnati, Zach Taylor; Buffalo, McDermott is a defensive guy. He's the one guy. And then Mike McCarthy and Kyle Shanahan, both offense. And as our boy, Splash Cousin, Jordan Elliott points out, if you look, 5 of the top 10 scoring defenses in terms of their ability to hold opponents down are 5 of the top 8 that are left.
Wow.
So not only do you have to have good offense or an offensive mind, you have to be able to play complementary, balanced football.
No doubt.
You know, as we look, and there's going to be a lot of head coaching hires and fires going on the next couple of weeks. Let's not forget, you've got to build out a staff. And I look right now at Shanahan and what he's been able to do with Robert Saleh And now what he's done with D'Amico Ryans, he not only can build out a staff, he can replenish his staff. And if you look at the offensive side of the ball, they made a lot of dramatic changes, and those are paying off because I think this is the best offense they've had.
Well, look, think about all the coaches who've been able to do that. Bill Belichick, the great ones, replenishing the staff, right?
Yeah.
Winning championships.
I would say
recently he hasn't looked good,
but it was 20 years.
Yeah, but he's had a long track record of doing it.
That's what I'm saying.
Bill Parcells had a long track record of doing that.
I mean, look at Sean Payton right now. He's a Parcells guy.
And Andy Reid has a long list. You know, he replenishes talent left and right. So that's a sign of a very, very good coach. I think Shanahan's just been in his back. But I want to go back to Bosa.
He's got good connections too.
No doubt. But I want to go back to Bosa because Nick Bosa, if he doesn't get that pass rush and that gets comfortable in the pocket, that concerns me. Geno, up until that fumble that was forced by Charles Omenihu, I had a tweet tracked. I was saying, man, Geno's in total control of this football game.
Yeah, they did a good job with the short step drops, and then they hit
play action.
The Niners were back off both receivers. They were very worried about getting beat over the top, and they just took what the defense gave them, and they did a really good job marching down the field.
Well, there was a lot of play action passes to the short passes to the tight end, but he also found DK Metcalf. He was patient. Now, obviously, Dallas. Darren Schultz is a tight end. You have to mark.
He's a good player.
Talanoa Hufanga or Jimmy Ward. You have to identify Schultz. He's a big-time tight end. Big-time tight end. Then you got CeeDee Lamb. We know how I feel about CeeDee Lamb. He's one of the best young wide receivers in all of pro football. He catches. He goes over the middle. He does a little bit of everything. And he's got swag.
He's a great player.
Hey, he's a great player. Charvarius Ward's going to have his work cut out for him. T.Y. Hilton, a wily veteran on the outside. He's a speedster. This guy, Diamondor Lenore, can he back it up again? It's one thing to post, and I respect him for posting on Twitter, saying, hey, look, I kept receipts from what you guys were saying. Well, just wait until the playoffs are over because you got another week here, buddy. And the Dallas Cowboys are going to look at number 38 and say, we're throwing that way. We're throwing right at you.
He did have a hell of a week, though.
He had a hell of a week.
I mean, we crushed the kid for about a month.
But you got to follow it up.
He's the soft spot. No, I know. I'm just saying, when you play well, we can pause for a second. And yes, he does need to play well this weekend. But we can pause and be like, dude, he had a great game in a playoff game.
Right. So they the Cowboys, their offensive line, we'll see what they do. But Nick Bosa has to get home.
I agree.
This is a DPOY type of game.
And I felt like Eric Armstead was dominant in the game last year because they had moved him inside, right before that. He needs to have another dominant performance.
I believe Omenihu has some big plays in that game,
yes,
too.
Yes, he did. He had a sack.
He has some big plays. Jordan Willis came to play as well.
Well, that second line, when they go Charles Omenihu, Kerry Hyder, Javon Kinlaw, Jordan Willis, because they did that a lot in the game.
Plays.
They were.
They make plays.
They were. For a second line, you could do a lot worse than that.
All right, we'll continue to roll on Cowboys and Niners. 888-957-9570. Why do you hate the Cowboys? I mean, I know we asked a question about the Seahawks, but this week it feels personal. It's another level. When you play the Cowboys and you grew up in this rivalry and you knew that the road to the Super Bowl had to go through Dallas, how does that make you feel? Most hated franchise in all of sports. I got them up there above the Yankees, above the Lakers, above the Red Sox.
Above the Dodgers?
Above Manchester United. I cannot stand the Cowboys. Cannot stand them. I don't respect them. That's the thing. I don't respect them.
It starts with Jerry.
It starts with Jerry. That fraud.
That star.
And the stadium's quietly becoming outdated. I'm not going to say anything about that. Injury report.
Well, you just did.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Yeah, I'm sick of the Cowboys. I'm already sick of them. I'm sick of them, but we got to talk about this. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, have to wait Saturday, then play them Sunday. Hey, look, at least the 49ers came away victorious on Saturday and remained pretty healthy while they beat up on the Seahawks in that second half. Only two players had to exit the game at any point. Wide receiver Juwan Jennings and defensive end Samson Ebukam. They both left the game at different points with ankle injuries. Luckily, the injuries were minor enough that both players were able to return to the field without missing too much time. The Niners remain as healthy as they possibly can heading into the divisional round against the Dallas Cowboys. And speaking of Boxer Gerson, if Philadelphia wins and the Niners win, guess what, Shasky? Boxer and Gerson is sending us to Philadelphia to the 215. I need that cheesesteak. I need to beat Dallas. I need to get to Philly. I need to get back to Philly bad. Jim's, Steve's. We don't go to Pat and Geno's. We go to Steve's, Jim's, go to the real stuff.
I hate even putting this out there, but if they lose, do we get to go to the Pro Bowl?
Flag football?
I'm totally
go to
teasing.
Vegas?
That's
You
a
want to go to
joke.
Vegas?
That was a joke.
You want to go to Vegas? I could use a trip to Vegas if they lose to the Cowboys.
If they do, I might need a trip to the moon. Stay away from all these takes.
Brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. All right, coming up, your phone calls, 888-957-9570. I see the calls lighting up here. We'll get to your calls coming up on the other side. Now there's the Cowboys. Don't get much better than that.
Are you ready to boost your game at work, explode with energy at the gym, and really hit one out of the park in the bedroom? Balanced Medical Solutions has your back with the best solutions for ED, PE, weight gain, and chronic fatigue. Join thousands of Bay Area men who have said goodbye to low testosterone, low energy, and low libido who now feel like world champs. Mention this station until the end of the month to get a medical evaluation with labs, including hormone tests, for only $69. Call today and get a win. 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Oh, it's doing great. I've been on it now for about 3.5 years. I've lost 67 pounds, and I feel better than I did at age 40. The only thing I'm just getting older. That's the only thing that doesn't stop. Other than that, I feel good.
Listen, we're all getting older, but that doesn't mean you have to feel your age. Are you ready to turn back the clock? It's 2023, and there's never been a better time to start looking and feeling young again. Introducing Andro400.com. Andro400.com has proven solutions to melt belly fat, increase mood and memory, increase energy, and bring that spark back to your love life. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435 to see which product is right for you. Try the safe and natural way to start feeling and looking your best. And there's nothing to lose with an industry-leading 90-day money-back guarantee. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435.
No H2O is the leading waterless mobile auto detailer in the Bay Area, offering a full range of detailing services. No H2O comes to your home, business, or wherever is most convenient for you and gives your car a great wash with no water. No H2O auto detailing is ultra convenient and gets great scratch-free results for your car. And remember, no water is used. Call Brian today at 925-238-8182, 925-238-8182, or visit them at noh2owalnutcreek.com.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with Autosave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
If you have a dog, you might be worried about your good boy being bad for your carpet. But if you had Life-Proof with Pet-Proof Technology carpet, you wouldn't have to worry, even if you had a whole pack of dogs. Because Life-Proof with Pet-Proof Technology delivers permanent built-in stain and soil protection that never washes or wears off. Quiet, sit, good dogs. Life-Proof with Pet-Proof Technology available only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
What's it like to go to the South Pole? How do some animals change color? Can you catch a liar?
That's dangerous territory.
Can you trust a gut feeling? What about yawns?
Yes, yawning is contagious.
Mike Simpson here, and on my podcast, I've Got Questions. We go through all these things we're curious about and some stuff you probably don't expect.
Yo, strawberries are not even fruits at all.
So what are they? I've Got Questions. New episodes Thursdays on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs. You used to associate crickets with silence. But since you bought a house in the suburbs, you know crickets hate silence. If any other creature realized rubbing its legs together made a piercing, high-pitched noise, they might think, maybe I won't do that. Constantly. All night long. Luckily, you can save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto. Now that's something to make noise about. Just not constantly. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company coverage provided in service by affiliates and third-party insurers.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bonus days are back for pros at Lowe's. You earn points and save when you buy the top pro brands you trust, like DeWalt. Right now, you can save $100 on the powerful DeWalt 8¼ carbide tipped portable table saw. Was $3.99, now just $2.99. Join today and shop bonus days, only at Lowe's. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid through 1/20. Subject to change while supplies last. Visit Lowes.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Oh, baby. You know what it is. It's Destroy Dallas week. No Guru drops. No Cowboy love. No Texas love. It's all Cali love here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. 3:30 p.m. Sunday, Levi Stadium, Cowboys and Niners. Shasky, you know I love the dusk setting. You know when you're playing Madden and they ask you, what time of day do you want to play? Night, afternoon, morning. You just put dusk. Where it's 3:30 and the sun is setting and the game turns into a night game. So you get a little bit of day, you get a little bit of night, you get a little bit of everything there. The glitz and glamour, what celebrities are going to be there Sunday. I can't wait. Niners, Cowboys, Jerry Jones and that ugly little mug coming to town.
Quick aside, when you say dusk, for whatever reason, my brain goes right to the remembering of being a young man, finding out who Selma Hayek was from Dusk Till Dawn.
My brain doesn't quite go there.
It goes straight to there. Whenever I hear dusk.
Dusk setting just goes straight to
Sfidoni with the eyebrows up.
You better be
careful.
I don't know.
Does anyone really have a choice?
Oh, man.
I'm so ready for Niners Cowboys.
Hey, shout out to YouTube, by the way. Shout out to YouTube. Holding it down here, over 1,000, over 1,100 people watching us live.
We're less than 50 subs away from 20,000. If you've been watching us and you don't have a profile on YouTube, just put your email in, create a profile, and then hit the subscribe button because you will be able to win a prize from Jerry Rice Friday.
This Friday.
And without being subscribed to the YouTube page, you will not win a prize from Jerry Rice.
And I'll have more of that information coming up at 8:30 about how you can win a prize from Jerry Rice. But first, you have to subscribe, as Shasky just said, to the YouTube channel. Don't forget 957thegameshop.com. Got some new gear up there. 957thegameshop.com. El Sleepy Floyd that hooked us up. Everybody's going crazy here. Everybody's going nuts about this game. One thing I took away from Baldy is the way he discusses Brock Purdy and the way he's playing quarterback. And I'm just like, I'm watching him, and you know all the casuals. Anna loves him. She can't wait to get a Brock Purdy jersey. My mom is like, this quarterback is great. I told you about the lady at Big Mouth Burger. I can't unsee the random lady at Big Mouth Burger sipping her lemonade like, yeah, that quarterback's pretty good. Like, just like, he's taking this league by storm, but he's taking his fan base by storm because I think part of it was we just wanted to love one quarterback.
Yes.
over the last 6-7 years, even post-Cap, where you're like, Alex serves Cap, and then Cap, it all flames out. Then you go to Jimmy, and you're like, well, we want Brady. We want Cousins. We want Stafford. We want this guy. We want Watson. We want all these different guys. All of a sudden, this Purdy guy just lands on our lap out of nowhere.
Do you think the fact that Jimmy was hurt and could not come into the game physically, and that Trey was hurt and could not come into the game physically, do you think that plays into, well, we have to embrace him?
A little bit.
Because obviously the story is going to be part of it. Like
because you're
Mr.
still,
Irrelevant and all that stuff. Like, put that to the side.
Right.
I'm talking about the fact that there were no other legitimate options given what happened to the other guys.
There may be something to that. Because it was like, it's either we root for this guy to save our season, or we just, okay, Brock Purdy stinks and blah, 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 which, yours truly was like, man, are they really going to win with Brock Purdy? But part of it was, you're right. You're so deep into the season.
That's what I'm saying.
You're playing Miami. You got Tampa Bay on deck.
Yeah.
You got a short week to Seattle. It's like the division title's still there. You have Christian McCaffrey. You have Deebo Samuel. You have this great defense. Can you carry a young quarterback? And now the quarterback is carrying the offense.
Well, the Atlanta Falcons team that Shanahan was the offensive coordinator of, that Dan Quinn, who's the DC for the Cowboys, he was the head coach. We all view that like that is the template for Shanahan's offense. Now I'm thinking, no, it's not. This is the offense that is his template. Like in his mind, when we talk about he's the wizard and he's this, he's that, he's cooking it up. He's got a running back who can do everything. In CMC. He's got a backup who's as good as any starter out there outside of maybe 4 or 5 guys in the league in Elijah Mitchell. He's got arguably a top 3 tight end. He's got arguably the best offensive weapon downfield and behind the line of scrimmage in Deebo Samuel. He's got a pure route runner in Ayuk who can, get separation off the snap as good as anyone else in the league. Like, his offensive line looks unbelievable. Road graders in the run game. He's got a fullback who can not only catch the ball down the field,
but he bodies people.
Absolutely. And now he's got a quarterback who sees the field, can process, and when the play does break down and it's not there, and he doesn't have the wide open, he can move just enough to get it to these guys that are out in space.
That's what I was going to say.
This is the template.
This may be the best quarterback for Shanahan. Because you think about I'm thinking about RG3, right? He wasn't there yet as a passer. But boy, he was dynamic in the run game, right? And they stuck with that. But then you go Kirk Cousins, and they love Kirk Cousins because he was a very good pocket quarterback, but he can't extend plays whatsoever. He's robotic. He's too robotic. He's a statue. And so what is that thread? And we heard Shanahan talk after Josh Allen. When Josh Allen lit them up in Glendale, Arizona during the pandemic season, when Shanahan said, man, that may be the future quarterback. It makes you rethink your process about what you want at quarterback. And so I want that. And so they go out there and trade all these picks for Trey Lance. And we all thought, me and you, we all thought, boy, Trey Lance is going to be that guy to take this offense to the next level. Well, early on, we see a lot of run plays for Trey Lance, and we're like, well, is he going to open it up? Well, we don't see it up because he gets hurt 5 quarters into the season. And then you go back to Jimmy, and it's like, well, we know Jimmy can run your offense, but can he take that offense to the next level? And for the last 3 years, we've seen that Jimmy can't take this offense to the next level. There's a ceiling to everything.
And it felt very constipated. If we're being honest, like, drives were long, and you had to execute 12 times.
Yeah, everything had to be perfect. And, like, that's why when the Rams game happened, and it's the last 7 minutes of the game, we all thought, boy, the Niners defense is going to need to get a pick 6 or a turnover because Jimmy's not winning this football game. Now you bring in Brock Purdy. And the dude... And I get it. Trey Lance may never have a chance to be the quarterback here with the 49ers.
Well, he'd have to earn that spot back, and things would have to happen at this point.
And I don't know when Lubman, we were on our show call yesterday, he goes, can Brock Purdy submit himself as a starter? I said, I don't even want to talk about that.
Yeah, can he beat Dallas is all I care about.
I care about the playoffs right now. Dallas? I don't care about next season. I don't care about training camp. I don't care about OTAs. I don't care about the draft. I care about the Dallas Cowboys and kicking their ass on Sunday. That's what I care about. Well, Brock Purdy does everything for Shanahan. A little bit of pocket presence, a little bit of extending plays, getting the ball to the playmakers, and just his moxie, his poise, where he doesn't panic when a free rusher comes. He's like, oh, I'll just sidestep you. I'll get by you. Continue to keep my eyes downfield. That's so damn impressive.
Did you watch the 4th quarter of the Dolphin-Bills game?
Yep.
Okay, their 3rd-string quarterback, who's 25 years old, Skylar Thompson. They couldn't get a play in on time. That's their 3rd-string quarterback. And he flashed a little. He made some plays here and there.
He gets viral tweet. Somebody, 650, random question. That's another random question. It's the new mobile text line. You want to get pissed off here before we go to the lines? Random question, Vontae Shasky. You taking Mac Jones or Brock Purdy going forward?
Well, I think that, look, if you wanted to play pessimist, look, today's not the day because I got all week. But if you wanted to play pessimist, you would point to Baker Mayfield and Mac Jones as guys that had great first seasons and took major steps back in year 2, right? So that's why I caution everyone, like, I don't want to think about offseason
but you know what,
and next year.
To that point, Belichick, you lose Josh McDaniels, you replace him with Joe Judge and Matt Patricia. You don't do your quarter.
There's a variety of reasons why, but it happened.
And so we see Danny Dimes now. All of a sudden, you get a comparable coach, and you look better. That's why I think Brock Purdy, what we're seeing now for Brock Purdy, and next year's next year, and you may have different personnel, but the weaponry is going to be the same with Kittle, hopefully, and Debo, and Ayuk, and CMC. I don't see Brock Purdy regression with this weaponry and the head coach in Kyle Shanahan. You have a structure here in place where you have a great play caller who's now cooking things up and trying to be the next Bill. You know what I'm saying? I don't see him regressing at all. Like, you look at those other situations with Baker and Mac Jones and all these other quarterbacks, there's constant turnover.
No doubt. I mean, there's a lot that goes into these things. But, I want to just focus on right now. So
I agree.
I'm with you, but if the NFL has taught me anything, it's that what I believe from one year to the next year can be totally different. Right? Like,
it flips.
1 week to the next week can be totally. Injuries. Like, I didn't view Russell Wilson as a bottom 7 quarterback heading into this year. Yet here we are. And physically, he looks completely washed. Right? He looks like a shell of himself. So, who knows?
But part of it may be Nathaniel Hackett. Part of it may be coaching. We'll see.
And if you told me today Russ bounces back and more resembles the guy that we saw in Seattle,
you believe it, huh?
I would believe that
Absolutely.
too. Right? I mean, like, the league is so wild, and that's why I think I look at what the 49ers have right now. There's no guarantee CMC stays to this prime level for the remainder of his career. There's no guarantee that Debo and Ayuk and Kittle and everyone can coexist peacefully for the time being. Like, what if you lose, right?
Right.
One of these guys could want out. I didn't get enough touches in that loss. I feel like I'm underutilized in this offense.
Or maybe Shanahan's like, you know what? We need to make wholesale changes all of a sudden.
Trent walks away?
Right.
That changes your whole offensive line.
He could retire out of nowhere.
Yeah, things can happen that can subdue the situation. Because I thought Kaepernick was going straight to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, we all did.
So, I've learned to pump the brakes a little. And that's where, and I think the Harbaugh era taught me anything. Enjoy the moment, because next year is not a given.
No doubt. Let's go to the calls. David and Brentwood. David, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Butcher Boy, I owe you an explanation. Okay. Last week I called, and the last part of my statement, the last part of my call was taken as if I was questioning your fandom for the Niners. Far be it from it. In fact, your passion for both the Niners and the Giants is what has made me stick with the morning roast. Okay.
Not me.
You've grown into me. Okay.
Thank you.
But let me get to this. Honestly, when I said the last part about if you do not think that the Niners are going to win, you're not a fan, I meant that for myself.
Gotcha.
I didn't mean it for you or anybody else.
Hey, we good. David, we good.
Okay. That explanation being given. You know what, Jimmy G, on behalf of the Niners fans, it's not you, it's us. Purdy is the hottest chick. Okay. That high stepping when Purdy went Deion Sanders, this past weekend, honestly, the guy is a man. He may not look like much. He may be smaller than other QBs, but like they say, it's not the size of the dog. It's the dog in the guy, okay? And this kid can see the field like no other quarterback has been able to do since Jeff Garcia.
Yeah.
He is accurate when he throws the ball. He knows what he's throwing it. He's not just flinging it, hoping that somebody's going to catch it, which sadly Jimmy G did so many times when I was like, run, do something with it. Don't just stand there. Yeah. And he would drive me mad. With this kid, I know that if they're coming after him, somehow he'll find a way to just run around and find somebody. So I'm all in 100%. And like I said, Butcher Boy, always a fun.
Hey, thank you, buddy.
All right, David and Brentwood.
Let me echo what he was saying there. I believe this is the most explosive, cohesive offense that they've had
under Shanahan.
Since Garcia, Owens, Ty Streets, JJ, Eric Johnson, and Garrison Hurst. That's my particular opinion. With Jeremy Newberry at center.
I like the Niners 98 offense a little more.
I agree. I'm saying since.
Since, yeah.
Because like the 02, 01, like that
02, 01 was
version.
fine.
Yeah, those
02 was
versions.
fine. And I even felt that offense left a lot of points on the board.
Well, I don't think
Mooch
they
got
have
a
the
little
balance that
conservative.
this team does.
Mooch got it a little conservative. I think he wanted more balance because he had Hurst and Barlow as his two running backs.
And to that point, because he was a smaller guy who was an improv type of a quarterback, Garcia got lit up. He got really hurt in both of those seasons and was playing with, so many injuries that I don't think we appreciate now in real time.
Let's go to Kay in Philly. Kay in Philly, what's happening? You're on the roast.
No.
Kay, what's up?
Are you alive?
Yeah, what's going on, y'all? How's everything? Niner Nation. What's up, y'all?
What's up, baby? What's going on?
You're behind enemy lines in Philly. Bring it.
Listen. I've been a 49ers fan all my life, man. I've been watching y'all, and I just wanted to know. I see my man over there with the Steve Young jersey on. But are we comparing this? I'm just saying, this is a question that I'm going to say. Could we compare this game to the past history of the Dallas Cowboys when we face the Dallas Cowboys? Because before I start, let me just say something. If you look at the playoff tree, they added the playoff tree where they add an extra playoff team. But it's the 49ers against the NFC East. And then on top of that, the Eagles is facing the Giants. There's no NFC Central in there. The Detroit Lions is not in the playoffs.
So you're basically saying this is a throwback to the back of the days when it was all about the NFC East and Washington and the New York Giants and the Philadelphia Eagles and the Cowboys and just the Niners on the West Coast.
Right. But we also had Green Bay in the picture, too, as well.
Yeah, that was a little later.
Mid-90s. Thanks for the call. A little later.
That was when Reggie left the Eagles.
The Bears, you get a team for the Central, whether it was the Bears or the Vikings, which is now the NFC North, of course. Yeah. Tampa Bay never made it when they were in the Central. They were terrible. But I'm just comparing this game to last year's game more so. I'm not going to, we'll go back into the 90s and look at the history of everything. But half these guys weren't even born. Think about that. They weren't even born.
Bonte. I watched the 1969 final game ever at Candlestick for an NFL game. Niners, Cowboys, the first ever NFC Championship game. First ever. John Brody at quarterback, MVP of the league for the 49ers on one side. An aging Mike Ditka at tight end for the Dallas Cowboys. And Pat Summerall was in the color analyst spot.
That's how he started. He's a former kicker with the New York Giants.
In the heart of Haight-Ashbury near Golden Gate Park. So, you want to go nostalgic? I'm here for it right now. I'm here for it. Let's do it.
All right, man. We're going to go back to the Lions, man. We got to pick this up, though. We got to pick this up right now.
Bring it, callers.
It's Cowboy Week, man. It's Cowboy Week. Come on. EC, Sacramento. What's up?
Man, 916 coming strong.
Yes, sir. Bonte and Shafty. What's up, bro?
What's up, baby?
I'm ready for Sunday.
Yeah, hey, I'm ready for Sunday too, man. I'm on good. But just to make it real quick, to piggyback on what you were saying earlier, Joe, and as far as is the team embracing Purdy, does that have a part to do with it? In my opinion, I believe it does. I mean, I don't want to take anything away from Purdy. Purdy is doing his thing right now. But at the same time, it's when we talk about Lance, it's going to be a quarterback competition. You get what I'm saying? And let's leave that alone. He's not getting traded. He's not a bust. He's not anything, bro. He barely played 2 games. So it's going to be a quarterback competition, if anything. Second of all, I think the team embraced it, Purdy, because how they didn't embrace Trey Lance. Some people were in, some people were out. Then Jimmy was still around. You get what I'm saying? Now everybody wants to ride with Jimmy. So now when they look at Purdy, they're like, this is the only guy we got. And we didn't really fully embrace Lance. So let's fully embrace this kid, bro, that way we can learn. That's what I'm thinking that's happening, bro. But nothing to take away from Purdy, but I think the team's embracing him more than anything. You get what I'm saying?
Yep, I hear you. EC, thanks for the phone call. It's funny because we get a text from the 510 Xfinity mobile text line. What's your guys' perception of Trey Lance now? My perception of Trey Lance hasn't changed. I think he'd be a very good quarterback in this offense and a very good quarterback in this system, in this league. I love his moxie. But, I hear rumblings about, some of the players not vibing with him per se. I don't know how much truth there is to that. But my perception of Trey Lance hasn't changed. Shasky, is yours?
He hasn't played. He's just out of sight, out of mind.
He played 5 quarters this year. It may have been literally played. You haven't seen him since September. That's 5 months ago.
These things always play themselves out. Like we have to allow it to play itself out. Like I think sports fans in general are obsessed with the transaction and what's happening down the line. Like Niner fans, let's just take we're worried about next year. Your team has a chance to go to the Super Bowl and is facing the Dallas Cowboys this weekend with the most loaded roster they've had in years.
Right.
Why are you wasting time today
worried about
thinking
next
about
year?
August?
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it.
You dream in August of getting to this point today.
Well, especially when you think about how impatient sports fans are today.
Yes.
Think about how quickly New York Giants fans wanted to move off of Danny Dimes.
Yes.
Think of how quickly we want to move off of quarterbacks out here in the Bay Area.
You're wasting Steph Curry's prime.
Oh my gosh, he's so impatient.
Even though he has
you
4
make,
championships.
Yeah, exactly. It's just to make don't even get me started Warrior fans right now.
Do you bring in Tom Brady? This is my favorite one. Do you bring in Tom Brady so that Brock could learn from him? Like, no.
He doesn't need to. He can learn from Shanahan.
I just want to win.
He can learn from
Sunday.
Shanahan. So
I just win on Sunday.
But he could also just learn from Shanahan. Like I'm done with Brady. Brady, go away. Retire.
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
care
with
what
you.
Brady does. Just stay the hell away from the Bay Area.
Yeah, I'm fatigued.
I don't want Tom Brady
Or
over here.
go to
and you know
Vegas
what?
and do your
That
thing.
team, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, look like they were fatigued with Brady.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They look like they were just worn out, dude, mentally from everything that Brady brought to the table this year. Going away in training camp for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
The divorce thing, being 8-9, being media. Like, it's just.
But can't we just live in the moment?
Yeah.
I mean, if life hasn't taught us anything, it's like these opportunities like this are few and far between.
Right.
You're facing the Cowboys at home at Levi Stadium with a chance to go to the NFC Championship game, and you've got on paper one of the best teams you've had ever.
Yeah, I don't.
It's a wild sentence I just said.
I don't give a damn about next year. I hope Trey Lance gets ready, but right now it's Brock's team, and you can't deny that. And Brock's playing really, really good football.
He's the man right now.
He's the man. He's QB1. Let's go to Schleprock in Watsonville. Schleprock, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on? What's going on, guys? This is when the Niners fans should have started embracing this young man. The first time he threw a ball over the middle in between the hashes on strike to his receiver. That's it. And I'm not a 49er fan, but I'm when I see somebody and they're doing it and they're spot on and they're good, it's like I got to give them their props. Here's the thing with this Niner thing and Cowboys. I guarantee that their radio stations are doing the same thing you guys are doing here in the Bay Area, doing this homerism stuff. My team this, my team that. A lack of respect on both sides. The 49ers beat the Buccaneers, a month ago, and it was, we beat the Buccaneers, we beat Tom Brady. The Cowboys put a beat down on them last night. Niner fans are, he's old, they beat the Bucs, they're sorry. A lack of respect on both sides. I'm going to use a basketball term. The matchups on these both teams. They match up pretty well. You got two running backs on both teams that can run the ball. Zeke's problem is Zeke gets better with every carry. He's not getting a lot of carries because of Pollard. But don't cross him out. Zeke will put an 80-yard run on you in no time. The tight end, their tight end is doing what their team is asking him to do. Is he Kittle? No, but he's doing what they're asking him to do, and he came up big last night. Lack of respect on both sides. That's why homerism here is the same there. It's going to come down to the game on Saturday. Whoever makes the least mistakes. The Seahawks could have won that game, but they started making mistakes, and then the chickens started to get rattled, and then it was over.
Well, let me cut you off there because we're about to hit the break. The part about the 49ers defense, and people are going to perceive this as a negative, this is a positive. They're a front-runner defense. If you give them one opportunity and then they take a lead, boom, it's game over. Like, if you make a mistake, they capitalize on it. And what I mean by front-runner is give them a 9 or more point lead, and it's pass rush time, and it's turnover time, and it's game time.
But early in these football games, and now I'm thinking about it,
they've given up huge plays.
They've got to tighten up.
I agree.
They've got to tighten up in the back end of the secondary. They've got to tighten up.
You're playing great teams. Like, teams that make the playoffs are all the best of the best.
And look, Schleprock's right. The team that makes some less mistakes, who makes more mistakes is going to lose a football game.
The Cowboys had how many penalties last year?
No. Yeah, they had a ton of penalties. Was
that 11, 12 penalties?
Yeah, they had a ton of penalties. So, Schleprock, to his point, you make mistakes against the Cowboy team, you're going to be out. You're going to be going home, cleaning out your locker on Monday.
You missed some extra points like they did last night?
They missed 4 extra points, so Schleprock's on the point.
How about when he came walking out for the field goal attempt? Did you see that?
Yeah.
And then he was like shaking his head, and McCarthy's like, nah.
I felt bad for the guy at that point, dude. Oh my God. Like, can you imagine his family being there and like they came into that game and they just watching him struggle like that? That's tough.
Look, I'm going to tell you this right now.
If you're a Niners fan, you say, good. I want him to be rattled.
I don't know what kind of family you grew up in, but in the car on the way home from any game, my dad would point out all the mistakes I made. So as far as I'm concerned, like, I bet his own dad was like, yo,
listen,
going for it here. You're not kicking this field goal.
It's tough for me watching football games, and when I go back and watch them, even in the win, I harp on the mistakes.
That's what I'm saying.
That they make. So, like, I'm looking at the mistakes they made last week. That's not good enough to beat the Cowboys. I'm saying that right now. Yeah, they scored 41. That's not good enough to beat the Cowboys. You got to clean some things up, and we'll take the rest of these calls here as we break down Cowboys week. It's Destroy Dallas week. Destroy Dallas week. You won't hear a guru drop all week long on this show. It's not happening. Big G, J, Adam Danker, and the rest of you will get to you on the other side, as that will be sponsored by CalHope.org and Department of Healthcare Services.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Golfers, tee it up this Thursday through Sunday at the Golf Mart for the Callaway Fitting event and be the first to score the new Paradigm woods and irons. The woods are engineered with forged carbon to maximize distance and forgiveness. The irons feature a forged face for increased launch speed and spin. A new paradigm in performance. Go to worldwidegolfshops.com and reserve your free custom fitting experience happening this Thursday through Sunday. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Thinking of selling your house, but you don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtor photos, and showings? With John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Call 510-426-7000 and John will give you a fair cash offer without any inspections, showings, or other headaches. That's 510-426-7000. When you sell to John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you decide when you want to move, according to your schedule and your terms. John buys vacant houses, inherited houses, beautiful houses, fixer-uppers in any condition, as is. John buys BayAreaHouses.com provide you the easiest sell possible and assist you in every step of the way. If you want to sell and have any questions, please call 510-426-7000. That's 510-426-7000. And get the offer you have been waiting for.
The Manufacturers RV Show is back. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, January 21st through the 29th.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
In Alameda, sunny and cool. Highs just 53.
Weather brought to you by Auto Trader. Shop millions of new cars, used cars, and electric cars on Auto Trader and find your 1 in a million car. Finally, it's easy. Auto Trader.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
What's going on, Bay Area? It's your boy, Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7, playing your best hip-hop and throwbacks. Now back to my boys, Bonte and Shasky, right here on 95.7 The Game.
All right, this segment is presented by the Road to Glendale, brought to you by West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, and together. And this Friday, Jerry Rice is joining the Russ at 8:30 a.m. At that time, we're giving away a chance to win Jerry Rice's NFL Blitz Legends arcade console by Arcade One Up Official. That's at Arcade One Up Official. Here's the catch, though. You have to subscribe to us on YouTube. Subscribe to the 95.7 Game page on YouTube right now. 19.8 subscribers. What is happening? What happened?
We just got a little text message for a little something later on this week.
Oh, boy.
I'll let you. That's breaking news.
Breaking news here. The general manager of the San Francisco 49ers, John Lynch, will join the show at some time this week. Said he needs to be on the roast. He said he needs to be on the morning roast with the guys who helped orchestrate the Christian McCaffrey trade. I'm kidding. John Lynch. We had him on before Dallas week last year.
I know. Lynch knows what's up.
Lynch knows what's up.
If I'm Lynch,
shout out to Corey Rush.
You know he wants to. Yeah, seriously.
Shout out to Corey Rush.
You know he wants to suit up in this game.
Dude, does he?
I mean, come on.
He knows what time it is. He grew up in this rivalry. He was in the Bay Area.
One song to fire you up. One song to fire you up.
Oh, man. Why are you going to do that to me?
Because I know which one I'm going with. I'm going with the Mission Street Special. I can't deny it. I'm a straight Niner. I'm going with Tupac.
You know, I played a lot of Dusted and Disgusted last week going down to the city.
I'm really not all that.
Then I had to rock Harway because I had to play the Quinn because we kept playing it. I don't know. That's tough.
Scorcher, lyrical torture like Dora.
Dude, more
than a player, call me the enforcer.
One song. I'm going to be at Levi's early this week.
I'm about to do the entire parking lot walk.
I got to get out there.
I'm going to get my 5,000 steps in before the game even starts.
Baby Chaz, you're getting a babysitter this week, buddy. They say for Baby Chaz, not this week.
My niece Erin is going to come out to the game. She's going to get indoctrinated into her first playoff game.
Wow.
And it's a Cowboy game. She'll never forget this for the rest of her life.
Man.
19 years old. Could you imagine your first game in the playoffs and your first Niner Cowboy game?
So, dude.
God, this is going to be so good.
So, Cowboys-Niners on Sunday. We get Jerry Rice on Friday. We get John Lynch at some point this week.
This is going to be the greatest week in Bay Area sports history.
I mean, we had Sean Purdy on, the father of Brock, a couple weeks ago, which is a great interview.
I'm still hearing from people on how good that was.
So I didn't realize. I went on YouTube. And when I was sick, I was looking at some of the comments. People thanked us, man. It was great.
It was an incredible interview.
It was.
I heard from multiple people who said, when I heard Brock's dad, I started crying.
Anna cried.
Because of the humility.
Yeah, Anna said the same thing. She started tearing up.
Yeah.
Couldn't believe it.
I know. And then he's like at work, and then his kid's going in against the Dolphins, the team he grew up loving.
So the TV's, my son plays. Wait a minute. It's my son in the game. What is he doing?
Unbelievable.
What a story. What a story. Wow, I can't. This game, Sasky. I've watched all the old clips. I'm going to watch all the old clips all week long. I know we got Warriors, and they beat the Wizards yesterday. They needed a win. They're going to the White House later on today, 11:45. Check it out on the My Teams app. It's all great. But damn, I can't get the Cowboys out of my head. I want this game so bad. Like the Niners.
When we ride on our enemies.
The Niners may not end up winning the Super Bowl. They may not end up winning the Super Bowl. I have no idea. I'm taking this thing week by week. But they have to beat the Cowboys.
Well, it's like when
they have to win this game.
It's like when they finally beat the Green Bay Packers in that wild card game. They lost the very next week.
Right.
People forget that.
Yep, to the Atlanta Falcons.
But we all remember the T.O. catch.
Had to beat the Packers. Had to beat the Packers. We knew the Falcons were frauds.
Yes.
So it kind of disgusts me that they ended up going to the Super Bowl and getting blown out. But this game, talk about gotta have it games, body bag games, rivalry games. This is all of it.
Well,
this is a body bag game. It's a rivalry game. It's a gotta have it game, and it's a trip to the NFC Championship game.
They're 5-3 against the Dallas Cowboys in the playoffs all time.
Yeah. 5-3.
Mm-hmm.
So they got the 2 losses in the 90s. Mm-hmm. I thought they lost to them in the 70s.
They did. They beat them at some point in like the 60s and stuff.
Are they 3-5 or 5-3?
No, I'm saying the Cowboys are 5-3.
Oh, Cowboys are 5-3. Sorry, my bad.
Cowboys
I
are
thought you said Niners. Okay, yeah.
Maybe I didn't articulate that.
No. Okay, yeah. Cowboys are 5-3, no doubt.
And they're 5-4 against the Green Bay Packers, the 49ers.
It's wartime. So, you know what? I'm going to Big G in Fairfield. Big G, you better bring the smoke, Big G. Because I don't like this caption, Big G. Big G, where you at?
Your callers already. Hey, why do your callers already sound defeated, man? You guys sound like you ain't confident. I mean, last week beating your chest like you won the Super Bowl, beating Seattle. What's the deal, man? Y'all sound a little shook. What's going on?
No, nobody's shook. You guys are beating your chest for beating a team that was under 500, who should have had a home game playing a 58-year-old quarterback who can't move, and all of a sudden you got your coach wearing victory chains, gold chains, and dancing. Y'all don't want to smoke, Big G. Stop it.
Oh, come on, Bonte. You guys got excited by beating Geno Smith, that washed, has-been quarterback. Check this out, man. You guys ain't going to do nothing with the Cowboys, man. You guys were praying you guys had the Bucks. Y'all don't want the smoke. This is
you guys were praying that you went to Philadelphia because you didn't want to come out on this grassy Levi Stadium and play on the West Coast and get your ass beat again like you did last year, Big G. That's the deal. You guys are beating your chest over a fraudulent Tampa Bay team wearing those ugly blue jerseys yesterday. You don't want the smoke. You know the game's going to be too physical for you.
Bonte, you're still hanging on from last year. That was your Super Bowl.
Oh, no. That's just the beginning.
You ain't doing it this year. Come on, man. Don't hang on to the same shit.
How did you become a Cowboy fan? Like, were you abused as a child?
I'll tell you, I became.
Oh, cuss.
Oh, we didn't.
Well, I wanted more of him.
Yeah.
Big G, you call back later this week. I'll be here. I'm not going anywhere. 3:30 p.m. Kickoff. It can't come soon enough.
Well, what do you think? 8 a.m. parking lot?
No, I'm not going to.
No, I'm talking about people.
Oh, yeah. People will be out there rocking and rolling early. I'm not going to name names, but some people was.
RBL's going to be at pole 20.
Yeah, there were some people yakking early at the football game last week because they were out there.
I seen a dude. My favorite is up in the Bud Light patio. There's a dude completely blacked out being held up by 2 dudes, and he just kept going, Niners, man. It was great.
Yeah,
I was like, that's my man right there. Worked himself up into a frenzy. He didn't even kick off yet.
I'm not going to name names because I love this guy. But my man yacked, and the people that were sitting in front of him happened to be going to the bathroom, and I said, thank God, because my buddy may have been in a fight.
Oh, he was going to go right onto their head?
Dude, it was going to go right on it. The yak flew 5 rows. So it was bad.
Here's my favorite. It was raining, right? So it was wet. So the guy behind us brought a bunch of pre-rolled joints, okay?
Yeah.
And the next thing you know, whoop, he dropped like 6 joints on the water, on the floor, on the ground. Oh, he had them all rolled up and ready to go.
He picked them up and started smoking them again, though, huh?
Well, he picked up the ones that were dry enough, and then he just started smoking right there in the seats.
Of course he did. Of course. All right, let's go to...
The barbecue weed smell might be and I'm talking about the barbecue and weed smell, might be my favorite combination.
Yeah, these Joker Cowboy fans, these guys are clap. They don't even, you see them beating their chest over beating Tampa Bay. They were so shook after losing to the Commanders last week. They lost to the Commanders. Oh, boy, we're going to the playoffs, man. We're so afraid. How many times did Guru tell you he was petrified of what was going to happen yesterday? I'm terrified. Oh, my God. Oh, I'm so scared of Tom Brady. I'm so scared of Tampa Bay. The same team that the Niners washed in a half? That team?
I thought we weren't going to talk about Guru this week on the show. Is
we're
it
not
he who
praying
will
this
not be
drops.
named?
Yeah, we won't name him. All right. The guy who works from 12 to 3.
Yeah.
With the other guy from 12 to 3
Yeah.
who hates the Warriors. So we got a guy who hates the Niners and a guy who hates the Warriors. Adam in the city. What's happening?
Well, you know, before you go to Adam, did Steiny pivot to being an Eagle fan now that his Vikings got knocked out?
Who knows?
We don't know. Okay.
Who knows?
All right, Adam.
You probably
sorry.
didn't watch the game. Adam in the city. What's happening?
Game.
A legacy game.
Hey, lost that legacy game, Captain Kirk. What's up, Adam?
Morning, guys. Yeah, I'm here. I'm just letting you guys talk. Good morning. I was watching the highlights, excuse me, from last year's game. There's a couple things I wanted to point out. Nick Bosa left that game with about 53 seconds left in the second quarter when he got concussed. We were up 16-7. Still ended up winning the game, but that was a huge loss during that game. So that's number one. Number two, 4th and 20. We have a roughing the kicker penalty that gives the ball back to Dallas, everything like that. They had that 4th and 5 trick play where the punter ended up passing the ball.
That's right.
Convert first down. Going into this game, I'm predicting a 33-23 ending. This defense is too good. This quarterback play is much better than it was last year. Christian McCaffrey wasn't there last year. And if you need a pump-up song for today's game, just go back to 2011 and watch Tony Montana with Booster, and you'll get yourself fired up.
I love that, Adam.
The push. And shout out to your boy Carter, who I always see at the club.
Adam's a good dude. By the way, Adam hooked me up with a nice scarf at Chase Center. During the holidays. But he's a good kid. Went to Stewart Hall. Love me some Adam and SF. But Tony Montana, I think of Boobie Dixon when I think of that song. Because he's on him and Larry Grant on the kickoff team.
Montana.
And Boobie just looking
and
at
Blake
the other
Costanzo?
teams. Yeah. Boobie still thinks he plays for the Niners.
CJ Spillman. I can list that whole
Dude,
team.
that team
Don't
was
even
so
go there with me.
Blake Costanzo.
Come on.
Bubba Ventrone, who's going up for the coach job.
Number 41?
Yeah, he's got an interview for the coach job.
Rocking the Terry Kirby number?
Dude, so sick. All right, let's go to Ryan in Santa Rosa. Ryan in Santa Rosa, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What up, 707?
Hey. Yeah, hey, how's it going? Hey, just wanted to it was hilarious last night watching Jerry Jones in that luxury suite, man, just celebrate. They got champagne, popping bottles after every touchdown. Absolutely hilarious. But anyways, the reason for my call is a matchup that really concerns me this weekend, and so I've watched throughout the whole year, is Mike McGlinchey. I've watched him really, really, really struggle in the past game and get lit up, frankly. So what I saw Parsons do last night, I mean, he was on Brady all night long. It was bad. I know that they're gonna match him right up against McGlinchey, and they're gonna think they can light him up tomorrow.
Hey, Ryan, that's a great point about Mike McGlinchey. It is a great point. Chip Micah Parsons, help Mike McGlinchey.
Run at him.
Dude, or run at him. Or you could do that too. They will run at him.
And I think they'll set the screen game up too, because we didn't see a lot of screens in this last game.
Well, Tampa Bay tried to run a lot of screens. It was just...
Yeah, but they're not a good screen team.
I mean, they are. They just run it too much. Did you see Godwin's stats? He caught, how many passes did he catch behind the line of scrimmage? They were he leads the league in screen passes caught. It's
Godwin's turning into Jarvis Landry.
Just getting hurt.
Well, it's 130 catches for 1 yard a catch.
He got held, though, on that 2-point conversion.
Yeah, he did get held there.
All right, we got some sound from Jerry Jones, after all, before we get out to lines. Jerry Jones joined our boys, RJ. Is it Sean or Shane? I forget. It's spelled Shane or Shane.
I think it's Sean.
Yeah, it is Sean.
RJ
I know.
Sean.
It's a little joke here, a little jokey joke. I'm just making
just
fun of his
along.
name. Making fun of his name.
The Barbecue Boys?
Whatever they are. But they had Jerry Jones on their show, and they get Jerry Jones every single week. Here's what Jerry Jones had to say about this matchup against the 49ers.
Or how different are you this year going into the San Francisco game than you were last year?
Well, just last night would say it all for me, since that's front of mind. But that experience of going down there and coming out of there with a win and playing it and winning the way we did and playing with the at the level we played, you couldn't do anything and get better, readier to play San Francisco than have that night we had last night.
He don't believe what he just
Better,
said.
readier. I like that.
Better, readier.
I love how he's putting the Johnny Walker Blue away while he's talking to them.
Tampa Bay is going to prepare you for the 49ers, a team that doesn't run the ball against a team that does run the ball down your throat. They're going to prepare you to play the 49ers?
You know whose name you haven't brought up today, who I know is going to, like, Fred Warner is going to be so hyped up for this one.
Fred Warner. I need Drake Greenlaw right.
I know.
I need him right. I need him right this week.
I watched back the game. He had a way better game than I remember.
He did. He was everywhere.
He was all over the place.
He was all over the place, but I need him right.
Drake Greenlaw is ready to, I'm not going to say this. He's ready to give his body for this team. I was going to say something else, but probably not appropriate given what's happened in the NFL the last month.
No. He is ready to roll.
Yes.
Him and Fred Warner, they get the crowd jacked up. 54 is flashing. He's hitting. He's popping dudes. He had a hit on Kenneth Walker III. It was like, bam! And Warner got up and just kind of looked over him. Was like, "What's up? What's up, dude?" By the way, Tampa Bay expected to move on from offensive coordinator Byron Leftwich. Probably going to get
he's the problem.
Yeah, he's the problem. I can't believe Jerry Jones. Yeah, there's no other team that can get us better prepared for the 49ers.
We're the most physical team in the league outside of maybe Philadelphia.
And Tampa Bay throws the ball 60 times a game.
Yeah.
That's going to get you prepared for the Niners.
And they have not one weapon that looks like Debo or Christian McCaffrey.
Or Brandon Ayuk or George Kittle, for that matter. Please. All right, Jerry. Keep talking that talk. Let's go to Danker in the city. Danker, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, gentlemen. Congratulations on the Lynch acquisition. That's huge.
No problem. Thank you.
You know, that's awesome. Come on. Tampa Bay, how many sacks did they not finish last night? We're finishing our sacks. And two things. One thing for defense. If we have to bracket anyone, I want us to disguise the blitz with the corner on the outside and release him half the time. And that becomes a one-on-one with the bracket. And every time you start blitzing the corner, then the quarterbacks aware that, make him paranoid, and then you go the other side. You got to play with these corners more and on a delay, because that's really what works for these mobile quarterbacks. And last thing, I got to pat myself on the back. One of Vontae's many sideshows, I gave him a text way back. He probably needs a secretary for all these sideshows. I said, winning a Super Bowl with Shanahan. Well, first I said, can we get Derrick Henry? And then you called McCaffrey. But I said, even if we land a running back, winning the Super Bowl with Mr. Relevant would be a very Shanahan thing. This system, Dallas should be afraid of Shanahan or anything. And we definitely put the template out there for Dallas. So they're full of themselves.
Thanks for the call, Danker. They are full of themselves. Shanahan versus Dan Quinn. Very intriguing chess match.
They lose to Brock and the Niners. Dak's never going to hear the end of it.
Never.
$40 million versus what, 600 grand?
Never.
They'll never hear the end of that.
Never. Ever.
We're still talking about the Gerback regular season game win.
We still are. We also talking about the regular season loss.
Yes.
Where he threw the interception and the Cowboys went in overtime.
Yes.
When Willie Brown said Elvis Gerback ain't playing in my new stadium.
No, which never got built.
Yeah. He tried, though. He tried. Let's go to Jay in San Jose. Jay, what's happening? You're in the roast.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, Jay?
This game has a beautiful 90s Niners, Cowboys vibe and feel to it. I don't care. The Cowboys fans are so delusional. It's just so bad. There's no way that a team that, in my opinion, wasn't even as good as last year's team can beat us this year. They don't have the exact same weapons. And the fact that Purdy, who I'll admit early on I was wrong about Purdy, the kid is playing dynamite football. But, man, the Cowboys fans are just so delusional.
They are delusional.
And, Cassie, for an intro song, I know you guys remember back in, it might have been 97, when Mike Tyson was fighting one of the big fights. He came out to DMX.
Oh, yeah.
And it had the bells, 1, 2, 1, 2. That's the song you need to get you hyped up right there.
It's Dark and Hell is Hot, one of my favorite albums of all time. Dun, 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 dun. Where my dog's at? Dun, 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 dun.
This is delusional.
Where my dog's at?
Listen, Jerry
How's
Jones.
my DMX? 1
Jerry
through 10.
Jerry Jones. Yeah, give it 2. Jerry Jones. Perfectly encapsulates Cowboy fans. With the delusion. Again, Tampa Bay, as my boy Alex at ATO, you know he's all about the stats. Alex in Atlanta.
Yeah.
95-70 game. Tampa Bay is the worst rushing offense in the league. How on earth does playing Tampa Bay prepare Dallas to play the 49ers? Again, we're thinking about Jerry Jones and Cowboy fans. They're all like Jerry Jones. They're all delusional. They're delusional. Oh, yeah, Tampa Bay and Tom Brady. That's going to get me ready for Brock in that rushing game.
I come to you weak and tired, and you fed me.
Stop.
I come to you hungry, and you empower me. You know when he used to do those sermons?
The interludes, all the time.
God, I
all
miss
the time.
DMX.
Rest in peace, DMX. Rest in peace, DMX.
Where my dogs at?
Did you ever watch that Drink Chaps?
No, the Nori one is my favorite one.
Yeah, the Nori one.
Yeah, with the rapping, with the dog.
With the rap, with the dog.
I know let my dogs get you.
and the rapper's like, yo, we thought DMX trained his dog to freestyle with him. He was giving them ad-libs.
It's the most New York thing of all time. We was on 103rd Street in the Bronx.
All right, Fast Five coming up. Line them up. 888-957-9570. I see your calls out there. Fast Five coming up in a couple minutes. Real quick, Lubman, the floor is yours. Fantasy quarterback update for the playoffs here in the Morning Roast.
Yeah, so we did our fantasy quarterback draft before these playoffs started. Shout out to Roasters Jesus, Tyler, and Simon for getting in on this. So after 1 week of play, I'm going to go from the bottom up here. Coming in at number 7, Joe Spadoni with 11.1 points. Well,
I'll take it. I'll take Skyler's 11 points.
Still needs Patrick Mahomes to take the field, though, so that's why he's a little bit behind.
Keep it moving.
Number 6 got Joe Shasky. That's you, buddy. 36.18 points after the first weekend. Your quarterbacks were Joe Burrow and Geno Smith, so you still got one dog in this race.
You still got 2, Joe and Buffalo.
Yeah. So
don't know with that line.
Coming in at number 5, we got Tyler with 38.6 points.
That's all from Dak.
That's all from Dak. He's still got Jalen going next week. Tyler's in a pretty good spot right now.
I give him a C+.
Both these guys are done after this
weekend. I give him a C+.
Number 4, Bonte, coming in at 46.2 points behind Josh Allen and Justin Herbert.
I'm not Josh Allen, man.
Told you Herbert was done.
Dude, well, I knew he was one and done, but I was trying to maximize the points.
Right.
I wish I took Danny
Keep going.
Dimes.
We got Fast Five coming up.
Yeah, I want to take Danny Dimes.
So then number 3, we got Jesus coming in at 46.48 points. But Jesus is done. He had Tom Brady and the Baltimore quarterback situation. So that is where he will stop.
Night.
Coming at number 2 is myself with 51.34 points, thanks to Trevor Lawrence and less so to Kirk Cousins. And leading the way is Simon with 69.12 points. Nice job there, Simon, with Brock Purdy and Danny Dimes.
Damn. He might be in a good spot with Brock Purdy. He took Brock Purdy number 3 overall.
We all were like,
that's bossy.
Daniel Jones v. Brock Purdy is a realistic possibility for the NFC Championship.
I would love that.
Yeah, well, do you want to go to Philadelphia, though?
No, I'd rather stay here and then have Boxer and Gerson send us to the Super Bowl.
Oh, well, that'd be. Kind of like that. Kind of want to go to Philly. Glendale. I'll take Glendale. It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the Morning Roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. Let's start off with Rich in Fremont. Rich, what's happening? Fast Five, what you got?
Morning, fellas. Hey, I just want to point out, everybody thought Yamir Lamore was the weakest link. He did get a big one off of Metcalf. Did get him for that big one, but then he did seal the deal with that interception. And I'll tell you something, brother. That dude named Brock, take it from my man Dibbs. He's pretty good.
That's nice. That's nice, Rich. Daniel in Denver, what's happening?
How's it going, fellas?
Good.
I just wanted to call in, nothing revolutionary here, but I was one of the bigger critics of Kyle Shanahan and the McCaffrey trade early on, and a lot of my friends disagreed with me, and I just want to come in and admit I was wrong. That McCaffrey trade is unbelievable, and I guess it only took a 7th-round quarterback to run Kyle's offense efficiently and correctly, and Kyle looks like the best coach in the playoffs right now. I mean, people are schemed open on every single play. And I was wrong about Kyle. He looks amazing right now.
No doubt.
Running backs matter.
Good call. Running backs do matter. They matter in a big way. Fast Five, 925. We need a huge game for Jimmy Ward. He's always talking about hitting someone. Let's do it legally this week.
It's kind of wild that Jimmy went from one of the most important Niners just a couple of years ago on defense to really kind of an afterthought, even though he's been really good.
He's been really good.
I'm not saying that he hasn't, but in base defense, he's not out there.
Well, I think he's helped alleviate the pain of losing K'Wan Williams in the slot.
Yeah.
He's done a good job as a nickel cornerback.
Next year they got the number 26 who's going to take that spot.
Yeah, it's Sammy Womack III.
Yeah, Womack. I like Womack.
650. Dan Quinn was head coach of Atlanta when Shanahan was the OC. Who has the bigger advantage to know how to attack the other person's offense defense?
Well, Dan Quinn runs a variation of the Seattle defense, which they've been running a version of it in San Francisco for the last 5-6 years. So, but yes, I think Shanahan has the leg up in that situation.
And last but not least, we'll end it on this one. 510 theme song. Little John and the East Side Boys. Put your hood up.
Oh.
Put your hood up. That's a banger. That'll get you fired up. What was that?
That's what the Yin Yang Twins do.
Yin Yang Twins. Oh, Little John East Side Boys. Yin Yang Twins. By the way, the Yin Yang Twins was performing in Sacramento earlier this year, and one of the Yin Yang Twins had a knee brace over the jeans.
No, he didn't.
Oh, I swear to God. It was hilarious. I got to send you the video. I sent it to the roast thread.
No way. What did he tear his ACL?
Dude, I guess so. But he's out there
going
rocking.
From the window to the wall?
With gray dreads. Great dreads. Sir Lance, what's his name? Lance Woods, who does the Sacramento. I'll send it to you guys, dude. It was hilarious. Absolutely funny. By the way, this date in 2005, Mike Nolan accepted an offer to be the 49ers head coach at 12 days after Dennis Erickson was fired. Introductory press conference takes place 2 days later at the Mark Hopkins Hotel. Mike's father, Dick, was a Niners head coach, of course, from 68 to 75.
Yeah, and then obviously he famously said that we're going to become Baltimore West.
Yeah. Did not work out.
We got the wrong defensive coordinator from Baltimore. We should have got Marvin Lewis.
Yeah, no doubt. We blew that one.
Marvin Lewis
that was a Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity. Mark Willard in the building.
Hi, boys.
We're on a solo.
He's coming. He's coming. He's doing his thing. I don't know what he's doing. He's around here. He'll be in here in a second. I got something for you guys.
No.
It's good. It's good. So you guys were saying about 45 minutes ago, maybe, like, it doesn't make sense to you when people's minds might be in August with regard to the whole Purdy, Lance, 49er quarterback. You're like,
it makes sense.
Stay in the moment, right? You got the Cowboys this weekend.
It makes sense because this is all sports fans do nowadays. They look ahead. Like with the NBA season, we can't wait to look to see what happens July 1st with the free agency. Same thing in the NFL. We get to week one of the games, and all of a sudden we're like, well, who's Brady going to play for next year? That's what sports fans do.
Sure,
now.
it's inevitable, but what about this? And I think maybe this is what will help sort of blend the whole conversation, because I do think 49er fans are staying in the moment, and that also applies to the future of the quarterback position. I was thinking about this as you guys were talking. How many times in a football fan's life do you experience, if you're lucky, that feeling of, we just found a quarterback? Like a quarterback who might be able to do a decade, who might be able to win 7 division championships in a decade.
I mean, how many people have won 7? Like, finding a quarterback, I get what you're saying, because in my adult life, it's been about 7 or 8 times. Garcia, we thought Alex in year 2, oh my God, that win in Seattle, that's the one. Then I thought it was Kaepernick. And then
I thought it was Jimmy
G. After that, Jeff Garcia obviously had his moment, so I don't know if I brought him up. Like, just the Niners alone, and we've had a tough time with quarterbacks.
Right, the Bears are on line 1. Like, there are some fans who have actually maybe never experienced it in our lifetime. Now, granted, there are a bunch of times where you think you're experiencing it, and then you're wrong. And then, if you're lucky, sometimes Montana, Young, if you want to throw Garcia in there, like sometimes you're right. And so we don't know if we're right now. But that's what a fan is to me, this is what a fan is going through. We were talking about this. Like, if you were dating, okay, you've been on 5 or 6 dates, and it's going really, really well. And then last week, you met the parents, right? This is starting to get serious. You had a playoff game. That's what we're going through. And now you're going to play Dallas in a playoff game. This feels very much, you win this game, I'm on one knee. I'm on one knee, and that's
But
so
weren't
it's
you
not.
on one knee with Jimmy just like 6 weeks ago?
He was on both knees
it was
with
not.
Jimmy.
I'm just being
No, you guys, no.
Good morning.
He renewed
No,
the vows in
no.
week 10.
I've always supported Jimmy. I've never said he was. I've never said he was a generational quarterback. I've always acknowledged his flaws. I've also supported him.
So we're going. Brock's now generational. Like,
Listen,
but
Mark,
you're
missing my point.
What do you do with Jimmy next year? Do you bring him back? We can't. We do this with all the
That's what I'm
quarterbacks.
saying.
You're missing my point.
You got to bring Jimmy back.
We don't know if we're right. I'm speaking to what a 49er fan's emotions are right now. And that is, we are in the midst of getting to know a new quarterback who might be our guy. And that is in this moment. And it does apply to Sunday, and it applies to next August, and it potentially applies to 5 or 6 years or more.
I was out there on Saturday, and yes, people were like, yeah, excited for Brock. They just want the Niners to win.
Of course.
Like, people aren't like,
those are the same
what
thing.
do you think about training camp next year in
No.
August?
They're the same thing, Joe. They're the same thing. You're talking about a quarterback. Like, when you're getting to know a new quarterback who might be that guy, that is a very special moment for a football fan. And it doesn't happen all the time where you see someone who you're like, oh my gosh, like this might be.
So now you're smitten with Brock all the way?
Man.
No, I'm asking.
Y'all's got to label it. No.
Well, you're coming in with like this, like, I'm on one knee. That's why
I don't get it because we were on one knee with Jimmy Garoppolo in 2017, 2019.
And we were wrong. We were wrong about.
I mean, he was here for 5-6 years.
No, but we were wrong about the idea of what, like, the really good stuff. We were wrong about the idea that he was going to be a future guy, a decade, Super Bowls. He's not. They moved on. They went in a different direction. I don't know if we're going to be right about Brock. I'm simply speaking to the emotions of what a 49er fan is going through right now.
See, I don't think they're going through that emotion.
Oh, I
no
totally
49er
do.
fans I know, they just
totally
like Shasky just said a lot of my 49er buddies just want to win.
Yeah.
They're like feeling emotion over Christian McCaffrey and Kyle Shanahan and Deebo Samuel and Brock Purdy's a great story. And it's like, man, this guy may be the dude. But we're also not dumb enough to say 2 years from now he may get hurt, he may throw picks, he may not be the dude.
I think you're disassociating something that I'm not disassociating. Of course, this has to do with winning right now, but it's bigger than that. You're being introduced to a brand new quarterback who might be the guy. That doesn't happen very often.
Trey Lance might have been the guy.
Right.
We thought he might have been the guy.
You're not the guy
difference
until
is
you
never
become the guy.
Right. You never
That's
saw
the thing.
you never saw something on field that felt special.
Oh, they sure did. These two, they saw him at camp, and they saw something on field.
Not in games.
Thought was special.
The first throw of the preseason across the field to Church Field.
I mean, you're
Kyle
going
Shanahan saw something on the field that he thought was special, which is why he traded 3 picks.
He won the Texas game to help you go to the playoffs last year.
That's the thing.
Samuel.
Kyle Shanahan saw something on the field that he thought was special, which is why he traded up to get him.
This is a 7-game stretch of being the highest rated quarterback in the
had
NFL.
a 6-game stretch.
It's great.
No, he didn't. Not like this, bro.
2017.
He had a
highest rated QB in the NFL.
Dibs was here at the station. Shasky, you got here at the station when Jimmy Garoppolo took this league by storm and took this market over in 2017. You were like, oh my gosh, Jimmy Garoppolo.
That's why they gave him a massive deal.
Right.
That's why they gave him $125 million because he was the guy.
And as I just said, sometimes you're right and sometimes you're wrong. By the way, he was not the highest rated quarterback in the NFL.
I don't give a
during
damn
that
about highest rating. He won every game.
He didn't look like this.
The Jaguars got the
Kaepernick contract based on what he did in
went
those
down.
5 games.
Sorry,
So no, go ahead. Go ahead. I got nothing. Go ahead.
No, but what I was going to say is, like, I get where you're coming from. I just think a lot of 49 fans, we've been through this before, and dramatically over the last couple of years of the quarterback yelling. I saw this fan base spend more time in the coverage around the team. Alex and Cap. We couldn't even enjoy the Super Bowl run because we were so hyper-focused on what was going to happen in the offseason. And I think a lot of fans, you root however you want, fan however you want. I literally do not want to be the fan police. That's not what I'm trying to do. I just know for myself and how I'm treating this is like, let's just see where this thing goes. Let's just see where it goes, and we'll let the dust settle in the offseason. I'm done trying to make quarterback predictions.
I'm not making predictions. I'm just telling you the way that this works for most fans. Of course, it's about now, but it's bigger than that. It's absolutely bigger than that. This isn't about 3 more games. This relationship is not about 3 more games.
The fans
That's not it.
So
Bonte, you're telling me your girl wants a jersey.
I'm a little confused. What's the point?
The point is this is bigger than that. Like 49er fans right now are sitting here, at least I am. You're going, and I don't know if we're right.
Yeah.
Exactly. You're just like Kaepernick, 181 yards against the Packers. But that moment,
beating Belichick, beating Drew Brees,
coming back from 17-0 against Atlanta in the NFC Championship.
And that moment where you're looking at a brand new player come on the scene, and you're like, "Oh my gosh, this might be the thing." You might not be right, but that is a thing.
But
that's
what he's telling you is he's had this experience 7 times.
We all had this experience.
At least. So,
and
Kaepernick,
you're having the
the
experience
Kaepernick
right now. So
the Kaepernick experience is a great call because he comes in, lights up the Bears on Monday Night Football, prime time, like Purdy lit up Tampa Bay. You're shaking your head. We were in this market, Mark. You were in L.A., so we were here at the stadium.
Brother, I grew up here.
But you were in L.A., but we were here in the midst of it.
Well,
Kaepernick came in on Monday Night Football against the Bears, and everybody said, "Oh my God!"
I just granted you Kaepernick, but there's no way you went through this 7 times. It's never looked like this 7 times. That's one.
And then he came back the next season and threw for 400 yards
one of the best
in the
players
first
in the NFL.
game.
they took Alex Smith #1 overall. Are you telling me that Niner fans didn't have that experience?
Working? I just
No,
said
it's working. You're doing all the talking. Of course it's working. I can't get in edgewise.
I back up. Go ahead.
No. I'm trying to tell you what Joe said. Joe said.
And I agreed. Did I not? Did I not agree?
Yes.
Okay.
Alex Smith was taken #1 overall. And as a Niner fan, when you took Alex Smith #1 overall, coming off of an Urban Meyer year, you thought, this is the guy. I love my team. They took him #1 overall. You fell in love. Colin Kaepernick came in, bicep a flexing, running for $180 plus. You had that same experience. So, yes, some people are having this experience with Brock Purdy. It's not the first time.
You never had this experience with Alex Smith.
You did when he was drafted.
No, you didn't. That's a concept. That's a hope. We're watching this happen on the field. Yes, Kaepernick is like this, and that was a big deal. And this is a big deal. My point to you today is that this is not just the next 3 games. This is absolutely bigger than that. This might be the guy. I think Kyle Shanahan thinks this is the guy. I think most 49er fans, your girl wants a jersey. This is a big freaking deal. It's not just about can he win the next 3 games and then whatever after that. Like the 49ers might have found their guy. This, by far and away, anybody want to object to the idea that this is the best stretch of quarterback play we've seen under Kyle Shanahan with the 49ers?
I agree with that.
Okay.
But I would also say that the context
that's a thing.
Agreed. I would also say the context of this is also their best roster offensively by far. Like this is their best weaponry by far.
Jimmy never had these weapons. Trey
I also don't think Jimmy's played this level of quarterback play.
He hasn't.
If I'm being honest, and I've been probably the biggest anti-Jimmy guy. Not that I hate Jimmy, but I saw a lot of the flaws of the I'm a little indecisive. I'm throwing into coverage where there's 2 and 3 guys there. I think Brock's playing outstanding football. That is undeniable.
That is undeniable. Here's another thing too. I think people, I don't know, maybe people are hyper focused on Brock being a guy or whatnot. But you know what? It's about the Cowboys week. It's Niners Cowboys. All that, whoever is playing quarterback in August, we all could care less because this is a game you got to have. This is a game not only to advance to the NFC Championship, but it's Cowboys-Niners. And there's so much on the line, and there's so much talent on that football field. It feels like a national semifinal in the college football playoff where you got Alabama playing at Georgia. I know it's never happened, but you get what I'm saying. That's what we're hyper-focused on. Brock playing well, because if he doesn't play well, like if he plays like he did in the first half, they're going home.
It's all the same thing to me. It's all the same thing to me. There's plenty of room for both of these emotions at the same time. I'm not going to sit down on Sunday and be like, well, who cares if we win this game? But, hey, quarterback next year. Like, there's plenty of room for freaking out about Niners-Cowboys for, what'd you say, Joe, the 9th time in the history of this matchup?
I love it.
Beautiful.
I love the nostalgia.
There's plenty of room for that and the bigger picture. Like, this is a moment that only happens a handful of times if you're lucky to have an organization, to be a fan of an organization that actually gets some good quarterbacks.
I just don't think people care as much as you, Mark, about that situation.
I know the conversations I'm having.
Let's take it a step back because, Steve Young, we all you could see the talent. There were people chanting for Joe Montana to come in the last time after last night that the Dallas Cowboys have won a road playoff game was 1992. He's the reigning MVP, Steve Young. And there are people chanting in the crowd for Joe Montana. And we thought we had the best player in the league playing quarterback up until that moment of him starting to lose. In the first half, I'm looking around and everyone's like, oh my God, Brock doesn't see the field. He doesn't have it. Playoffs are different. Oh my God. And people start doubting. And that's natural. If he gets hurt, people are going to be like, I hope Josh Johnson can get us this victory. Like, when you're in the game and you're watching, I don't think that we're thinking big picture. I think you're like just this play and just this moment. When you step back in the middle of the week, like right now, maybe people are thinking like that. I just know for me, we did this with Alex and Cap. All the oxygen got sucked out on the actual Super Bowl run, and it ruined the week because I heard all these people talking about my team, and they're like, where's Alex going to go? Should Alex be the starter next year? Has Cap done enough to earn it? It's like, we just went to the Super Bowl for the first time since '95. Can we just lean into that a little? And it sucked all the oxygen out of the fun.
But I don't think that's happening. I don't think that's happening. This is like a better version of Linsanity. This is the Mr. Irrelevant has not lost a football game, and now they're in the divisional round, and here come the Cowboys, and they're favored. Like this is Linsanity with staying power, and so there's plenty of room for the little picture and the big picture at the same time. The little picture being this year, can you win 3 more games?
Yeah.
And the bigger picture, the 49ers found the quarterback. There's plenty of room for both of those things.
I don't get how this is a little picture, though, winning 3 games. This is the now.
That's all I mean.
Games,
that's all I mean.
You're changing legacies.
That's all I mean.
Think about how much differently we think about Shanahan.
What if I said short-term, long-term? Does that help?
You can say long-term.
Short-term, long-term.
That works.
There's plenty
because
of
this
room.
is a big picture.
There's
It's a big deal.
There's plenty of room for both. There's plenty of room for both.
I've learned, especially with Jimmy, forget going way back with Kaepernick, like Jimmy specifically. If you polled Niner fans after that stretch of the New Orleans game, the Saturday night game against the Rams, Week 17 against the Seahawks in 2019, we got our quarterback for the next 12 years.
That's what we felt.
And then a week later, after a bye week, they play the Vikings, and I'm like, oh my God, who is this guy? What's going on? It happens so fast. And it's not like, I know you heard us earlier talking about Baker Mayfield and this guy. I know what we've seen from Brock has been outstanding. There's really no like exact comp for what we're seeing. But we also see in the NFL, every organization, we think we got the guy, we think we got him, and then like 6 weeks later, you're like, oh my God, what were we thinking? How did the rug get pulled out from underneath us? An injury happens, or a coaching staff hire happens, or a firing happens. So I'm trying to let's just see where this thing goes.
It's the nature of the league, and you can look at Dak Prescott, and when he started and to where Dak is now, they're trying to run Dak out of town based on
a $40 million
how poorly
quarterback
he's played. And, the way his career started was remarkable.
Taking over for Romo.
Exactly. So he comes in, he takes over, he leads them on this run, and then all of a sudden from then, it's been, Dak is injured, Dak's not good enough. And all the rest
and his
of it.
numbers
So.
incredible. And think about the other side of the bracket. You got Danny Dimes, Daniel Jones, and Jalen Hurts.
I didn't think Hurts was going to be this.
We didn't think Daniel Jones was an NFL quarterback a couple of years ago. Jalen Hurts, we're like, Jalen, okay, he's a running quarterback.
So after this weekend, we're going to think 2 different things about Jalen Hurts and Daniel Jones. Either Daniel Jones beats Philadelphia, and oh my God, you got to give this guy $200 million.
God.
Or Jalen Hurts beats the Giants, and it's like, okay, this is what we thought Daniel Jones was going to be. Great little run, cute little QB.
But we'll
see what happens in the offseason. So, and it all turns on one game, and the same thing happens with Brock Purdy. If Brock Purdy comes out and they lose this game at home to the hated Cowboys, a team they haven't beaten at home since '97, and when you guys said that, oh my God, 26 years almost.
Come on,
25 years. It's hard to believe it's been that long.
It's insane.
But if Dallas comes in here and beats the Niners and Brock Purdy doesn't look good, his narrative will change. Now, I don't mean to say that they're going to run him out of town and this and that, but in terms of who Brock Purdy is, it's going to be different than if he comes in and wins another game and the legend continues to grow.
I think you guys are underselling what happened for both those quarterbacks last week. Daniel Jones got himself the job last week. Road playoff
that was
win.
a coming-of-age game
He doesn't
for
need
him.
to beat Philadelphia to be the Giants quarterback and get a new contract next year at all. They have no other options, and he has overachieved all year, and he was fantastic in that game last week. To say now that he needs to go beat the 1 seed on the road in order to solidify himself, I don't think that at all. And same thing with Brock Purdy. Like if he loses to Dallas, will that take some shine off? Sure, he's going to lose football games at some point in his career.
He's going to have a bad game.
But the questions that we've asked each week, even when we were looking forward 4 weeks, when it was like, well, can he win a playoff game? Can he beat a team for the second time? He's answered them all. He's answered them all. His future does not it does not hinge on this game this weekend. It would help. It would help a hell of a lot, but the whole presumptive starter thing, I think is done already.
All right, Willard and Dibs coming up. Lutman's giving us the Apollo heave-ho right now. We got to go. We got stuff to do. All right, Willard Diz coming up till high noon. Should be fun.
Let me see if I can try to understand what's being said to me. We're going to boil the last 8 weeks of our lives, 49er football. We're going to boil it down. You're telling me that most 49er fans don't care about any of that? They simply care about Sunday, and that's it? I just find that to be wildly inaccurate in terms of almost everyone who I talk to. And 877- let's get into it. Twitch, YouTube, 888-957-9570 is the number, especially since we were a little bit short because of the technical difficulties on taking your calls yesterday. Man, we would love to talk to him today. I just don't – it feels to me like I'm being told these things can't hold hands. They can totally hold hands.
They can hold hands,
we can be as intense as possible about Sunday and still also see the big picture of we are experiencing wondering. I'm not saying we're right. I don't know if we're right. This is very Kaepernick-esque. We're experiencing wondering if we found our guy. That's a big freaking deal.
Don't give a crap about the future right now.
Okay.
Honestly, in terms of like.
Always do.
Well, I mean, you always
when do. You not?
Right now. Right now, you don't care because right now you're one of 8 teams still playing. And the idea of is Brock Purdy going to be the quarterback in 2023 is so far on the back burner, it's not even on the stove. It's outside on the barbecue that's not even on. Now, if you lose on Sunday, we can have that conversation not Monday, but next Tuesday or Wednesday as you pick through the autopsy of a season. Right now, I am only focused on the Dallas Cowboys. You've got a divisional round game. Brock Purdy's your quarterback. We know that. You know that Jimmy G is not ready to be the backup. I'm more interested in can Jimmy G be ready for the Super Bowl as the backup than I am is Brock Purdy going to be the quarterback next year.
I mean, gosh, boy, talk about things I hope we don't even need to discuss.
Well, I hope we do need to discuss it because that would mean they're still playing.
I would hope that Brock Purdy simply plays the rest of the year and we don't need to worry about any more backup quarterbacks. We've been through that enough this year for my taste.
The idea of who would be the backup in the Super Bowl would mean that you are in the Super Bowl.
Correct. I get that. I guess it just I don't want to be pinned into this spot where it's like I feel the big picture and somehow that means I'm diminishing this weekend. It doesn't mean that at all. Like I find the experience that we're having, it is bigger. It's bigger than you guys. You guys are like, we're focused on now. That's not big enough for me. Like now is this. It is the Cowboys, and it's also, hey, I think we found our guy. And we're starting each week, we are building more and more evidence that we're right. That's the other thing. Like Chicago Bears fans, let's take them for example. We're sitting here now for 2 seasons, and they still are like, we think we found our guy, but we're still not sure. Because Justin Fields has given you interesting evidence. He can really run, and man, can he extend a play, and he's an athletic presence, but he doesn't have receivers, and you got to put all this stuff around him, and will it work? Like, it's always a more complex thing than we give it credit for. A quarterback that works. He's got to have the right coaches. He's got to have the right players around him. The whole thing has to be a good mix, and then it works. And with each win that this guy gathers, with numbers that are eye-popping, still multiple touchdown throws in every single game that he's played as a 49er. With each week that goes by, we're building more and more evidence that we're not crazy. Because the idea, when it started, was crazy. Mr. Irrelevant is going to come out of door number 3 and be the quarterback.
And here we are.
It was ridiculous, but it's not anymore. And that's a big deal.
It's a big deal, but it's not any deal until August or September. The deal right now, and this is my opinion, the big deal right now is Sunday at 3:30. and you know that Trey Lance won't be the quarterback on Sunday at 3:30. You know Brock Purdy will. No matter what happens with Brock Purdy Sunday and the subsequent Sunday, and then the Sunday, 2 Sundays after that Sunday, if there is a Sunday that they play, 2 Sundays from that Sunday, which would be a Sunday from this Sunday, at that point, then we have a conversation in terms of Brock Purdy and the future. But right now, you've got a Dallas Cowboy game, you've got a rivalry game, and to me, that's the only thing that matters, because Brock Purdy, I agree with you. You've already found something in Brock Purdy. He's the guy. He goes into next camp as the favorite to keep the job. He's already won the job. The idea that you can't lose your job due to injury is nonsense. It's a false cliche because we've seen it before. Alex Smith did. He lost his job due to injury. Kaepernick led him to the Super Bowl, and that was that for Alex Smith. And this case is largely the same. Trey Lance has lost his job. He got hurt, and it's unfortunate. Jimmy Garoppolo, he got hurt. He's not a 49er quarterback anymore, most likely. You never know, though. He could still come back.
Wow, yeah,
but
never say never.
Brock Purdy has the job, so that's fine. You put that aside, and whether or not you found your quarterback of the future, we don't know until the future. What we know right now is that on Sunday at 3:30, you play the Dallas Cowboys in an elimination game at home.
No one needs to tell me or anybody else the size of this weekend's game.
Right.
I'm not thinking about training camp. I'm thinking about the biggest position in the biggest sport in our country.
Right.
The quarterback in San Francisco. That is a job, and this goes market by market. The Seattle Seahawks just came to town, right? Oh, it was all about that game, and they weren't expected to win, and they didn't. But they also knew that the second that loss happened, for them, they're like, we don't know what's going on. And go to the other teams in the division. The Los Angeles Rams, they've got their quarterback, but his back hurts, and his shoulder hurts, and his neck hurts. And the Arizona Cardinals just re-signed their guy, and he tore his ACL and doesn't study, and the coach is in Thailand. These are stories that are a big part of the whole picture. And maybe my mind works different than some other sports fans. I know there are plenty of you with me because I talk to you. I see your comments right now, YouTube, Xfinity, mobile text line. There are a lot of brains that work like mine. I'm not saying we're right, but this is how my mind works. I don't want my team to be a flash in the pan. I want my team to be relevant every damn year. One of the reasons I have gone to the mat and taken so many punches to the cheek over Farhan Zaidi is because I don't want the team to be good one time. His plan, whether it's working or not, different conversation, summer's coming, we'll get there. But the idea of building up a farm system and going that way, the idea behind it, I don't know if he's doing a great job yet, but the idea behind it is to be good every year.
Right.
Be good every year. I want the 49ers to be good every year. I want like hell for them to win on Sunday and be good next year.
And they will be good
and
next
the year
year.
after. I don't know that yet.
They will be good. Brock Purdy is going to be a quarterback on this team next year. Trey Lance will be, again, Mark, it's not about the quarterback until you get to August, in my opinion. Yes, he will be a quarterback, and Trey Lance will be a quarterback. So if you want to look ahead to August, you've got 2 quarterbacks who are both on rookie deals who will both be in camp. Now, who's going to win the job? Right now, odds are Brock Purdy wins the job. Brock Purdy's never lost a football game as a starter. He's won a playoff game. He's done things that no rookie's done. He's done things that no Niner quarterback has done since Joe Montana. He's going to have the job. And you know what? It looks like he might be the real deal. And if he is the real deal, they're going to be good next year. They'll be good the year after that. And that year, they're going to have to decide whether or not they want to give him a 9-figure contract. And by the way, if he is this good when he's that good, if he's that good when he's this good, he's going to get a 9-figure deal. And this team will continue to be good because John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have done an amazing job of taking this team from the dregs when Jimmy Garoppolo got signed on Halloween and the roster was awful. They've gone from there to this where they are a good team. So I don't think you have to worry about that. And if Brock Purdy really is the dude, he's going to be the dude.
I'm not worried about anything.
Right.
I'm excited.
Good. good.
I'm excited.
You should be excited.
And you should be too, because 49er
I'm excited about
fans,
Sunday.
Yeah, that's fine. You can be all about the moment if you want. It's not the way I think. It's not the way my brain works. This is bigger. This is bigger than this weekend. I think you're actually minimizing. You're making it feel like, oh, I'm minimizing the game.
No, that's already been settled.
You're minimizing
That's
the
done.
situation.
Nah,
it's
I think
not
you're
done. You
it's
actually
done.
no. You
Brock
just
Purdy's signed.
I
Unless
understand
Brock
that.
Purdy passes away, he's going to be the quarterback next year.
Well, actually, you literally just said the opposite. You said you have Brock Purdy and Trey Lance, and they both are going to be a quarterback on the roster. I think it's way bigger than that. The experience for a football fan of going through the moment, or the experience over a 7-week period, 8-week period, sometimes it's a season long, of thinking that you might have found the guy and then potentially being right. Like, you guys brought up a bunch of names where you're like, well, we've been through this 7 times. No, we haven't. We haven't been through this. 7 games?
7 times, absolutely.
Multiple touchdown passes, top-rated quarterback in the NFL, all wins?
That's the expectation is what you're talking about.
No, I'm talking
the thrill of the expectation.
But then the expectation turning into reality. Kaepernick's a great comp, but even the Garoppolo thing when he was 6-0 on an irrelevant team, not quite the same. He was good, but he never looked like this. Even from Jeff Garcia, yeah, kinda. But this doesn't happen more than 4 or 5 times in a football fan's life where you see it, you hope it, and then it turns into reality. And then the next step is, are we right? Like, is there actual longevity to what we're seeing right now? I find that to be fascinating. I find that to be incredibly exciting. And that has nothing to do with my excitement and hope for this weekend's game either. Speaking of these playoffs, get geared up as you have been. We've been doing great at 957thegameshop.com. Keep heading over to the store and take a look at the merch, relevant T-shirts and DPOY shirts, merch from every single show, 957thegameshop.com. You can also tune in to Warriors Live on game days, 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. Let's get into it. 888-957-9570 is the phone number. And we get to your calls next on Willard and Dibs.
Driving should be fun, even just running to the store. And it is with Solo, the new single-seat EV. With its responsive handling and cockpit-like environment, it always puts a smile on your face. And at less than $16,000, the price will too. Get yours at drivesoloev.com. Price excludes tax, title, and other fees.
All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. 21 and over. Please enjoy responsibly.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
The Manufacturers RV Show is back. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, January 21st through the 29th.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Oh, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed. And a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, all guests today appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. As of the moment, the only guests on this show are you. We didn't get to talk to a lot of you yesterday, but we will today. 888-957-9570. But before we go to the phones, Dibs, I mean, I almost want to do what are you doing right now? In fact, actually, can we spin on? Let's just get out of the way right now. I'm so furious
I love
at
this one.
Will you please hit the damn thing so that we can get this out of the damn way? Because this was some ridiculousness last night.
Oh, it was so good. My only weapon was my...
My, oh, my.
It's no good.
Listen, at first I thought it was funny, and then I thought it was hilarious.
And then
I was like, man, I love it when things fall apart for the Cowboys. It's delicious and nutritious. And then I remembered that now I'm going to have to buy you donuts.
Oh, 4 miles to Larkspur.
Because the damn over-under was 45.5.
Oh,
and I took the over. Brett Maher, What the hell are you doing? If you need to have a mental breakdown, will you please do it on your own time? You lose the over-under by a half point, and you miss 4 extra points? 4 of them.
Big fat choke artist.
Big fat choke artist.
How did it go last night? The song that everyone was singing, "Don't Go Brett." My heart. I like it just.
Don't go Brett.
Don't go Brett in my heart. Oh my God, what are you doing?
1 for 5 on XPs. You don't know Brett Maher.
I saw Bonte tweet that he's not even going to get on the plane for Levi's. Do you think the Cowboys come with a new kicker this weekend?
The news would come out today if they were trying out kickers.
He had a good year.
Yeah, he did.
But he missed an extra point last week too.
He's got the yips, Mark.
Yeah.
And, I mean, this is this is no fault of Brett Maher, and actually, it's completely the fault of Brett Maher. But when you get into that spot, I don't know if you've ever been in that spot where you get the yips. You and I both are golfers. You're much better than I am, and I don't know if you've ever been in a spot where you just flat.
Oh, dude.
I mean, for
Have
me,
you had the shanks at the range before?
It's chipping, Mark. That's why I putt everything. I get the chip yips. Where
the chips?
All of a sudden I go to chip, and it seems like I'm doing everything right, and the ball goes pow, like 87 yards to the right.
Dude.
It's like, wait. So I get the chip yips every now and again.
It's a weird, like if you've ever gotten the shanks, and like you can go watch, what's his name? Tin Cup had it at the range, remember? You look at a golf club and you're like, it shouldn't be possible that a ball comes off of the club that way. But the second it's in your brain, it's the weirdest thing. Because you're like, okay, I've got the shanks, and the club should not be able to hit a ball directly sideways. So I'm going to slow everything down. What if I just go with a half backswing?
Exactly.
And just punch it, and the ball will go straight sideways. And it's completely mental.
And then you start looking at the club like, how could the ball come off of this thing and go straight?
It's not possible. Right.
Of course it's going to go that way.
Like I'm never going to hit it again.
Sometimes I get to the point where I take the club back, and you look at the club face, it's like, I can't hit it straight like this.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to do anymore.
So I'll buy some
Brett
donuts.
Maher, yeah.
It's fine. I'll buy some freaking donuts. Like, I don't care. But Brett, like, dude, what are you doing? Honestly, what the hell are you doing? So you got 2 choices, Brett Maher. You can either get cut and not come to San Francisco, or if you do, oh boy, you're gonna have to talk to me. I might drive down to Santa Clara just to smash one of those 12 donuts right on his nose. I'm going to take a big jelly donut, smash it right into his face mask. What the hell are you doing? That was absurd.
If you just looked at the line score of the game and you see 24-6 after 3 quarters, you're
Makes
thinking
sense.
8 field goals.
Right.
Brett Maher.
8 field goals.
Look at you, Brett.
I might have gone 3 touchdowns and a field goal. Something like that.
Have a day, Brett.
Dude,
8 field goals. You're on fire.
One of my favorite moments of the NFL season is the looks on the faces of the Cowboys players who kept scoring touchdowns. Even after the game, I watched the game, and then after the game, the Cowboys have 31 points, and they're like, Dak Prescott shines with 5 touchdowns. And I go, how'd Dak Prescott have 5 touchdowns if they only got 31 points? And everyone's like, oh, that's right. They missed every extra point.
Yeah. Yeah.
You weirdo.
So
what a weirdo.
They score to go up 30-6 with 10-13 to go in the ball game, and McCarthy's like, it's a 3-score game. I just need 1. Brett, reluctantly, get in there. Can you make 1, buddy? And he did make the 1 to make it 31-6.
First Bronx cheer in the history of Tampa Bay, Florida.
Right.
You have a Bronx cheer on the road in Florida because of the ridiculousness of that kicker last night. So
that's a great what are you doing? I was watching the game, and when it got to 24-6, Tampa scores in the last play of the 3rd quarter, and I'm thinking, all right, it's too bad. This thing's going over. It's going over because whatever Dallas does, Tampa, Tom Brady, he's going to score at least 1 touchdown. I thought he might score 2 more because Tampa finally found its footing late in that 3rd quarter. And I thought, okay, this is going to end up being the kind of game Mark talked about. High scoring, I lose, no 4 miles to Larkspur for Mark to get donuts. And then next thing you know, 31-14. Booyah!
Oh my gosh.
That's a win.
Just absurd.
Yeah.
I mean, who cares? But that's absurd. That's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen in the playoffs.
Right.
When he comes there for the 4th time, no joke. And Abe was in the other room, and that game was so boring that Brett Maher lining up for the 4th extra point was the most exciting moment. I'm like, hey, Abe, come here. They're going for one again. He comes running out of his bedroom to watch Brett Maher try an extra point. And then he missed again. He glanced it off the right upright. And it goes, and he's just like, you got to be kidding me. This guy is having like a trip to the psychiatrist right on national TV.
Right.
Oh,
and Jerry
man.
Jones, I know
painful.
we're going to hear from Jerry Jones later in the program.
Oh,
you're so excited
y'all
about
think
this.
you hate the Cowboys now. We got something for you. But
Jerry,
yeah, go ahead.
after the game, the reporter says, will you look at some kickers this week? And Jera says, no, we won't. He's done enough good ones. Jerry Jones on Brett Maher.
Okay.
So Maher is coming to Levi's.
Good.
Going to try and do him some kicking. Brett Maher. Yeah. Man.
Like, I don't hope that the Cowboys are lining up for an important field goal because I hope the Niners are up by 10 in the fourth quarter. So I don't hope that happens. But I don't know. It's kind of fun. Kind of fun to think Brett Maher lining up for extra points and field goals this weekend at Levi Stadium.
Coach McCarthy also quoted says, we need Brett. He understands that. We need to get back on it this week and get him ready to go. But, he's disappointed. Obviously, we're kicking at an outdoor stadium out there in Santa Clara. We need him. We need him to focus in. He's been super clutch for us all year.
Has he? Has he really been super clutch?
Man.
My favorite. Whenever coaches get the combo in their direct quotes,
totally.
You know something went haywire out there. Okay, let's go to the phones. 888-957-9570. You can comment on Twitch and YouTube. Our YouTube feed is active this morning. Everybody with the comments and a big audience, and we're so thankful that you're here watching every single day. I know I speak for every show here on 95.7 The Game when I say that, so keep on coming. And yes, I hear the guys in the morning trying to get us to 20,000 subscribers. We're at 19,800, so it's totally free and totally fun. You can look at the beauty that is Dib's beard every single day. You can check that out. What hoodie is he wearing today? You can always check that out on the live stream. It's totally free and a whole lot of fun. Good way to take in the show where you get the visual aspects in addition to the audio. Twitch, same thing for you. Xfinity mobile text line. We got your comments there as well. Let's go to Jonathan in San Francisco here on Willard and Dibs. Jonathan, what are you doing?
Multitasking now, back to work and listening to 957 The Game. I just want to tell you guys, I find this so weird. I understand it, for the first, 2-3 weeks, but man, we got more than, enough sample size now to maybe stop this question for everybody out there. You guys are still getting callers calling in, after seeing the 49ers win. So it's a victory Monday. Or a victory Tuesday, and then after seeing all those spectacular things that Brock Purdy's doing, you got callers who would call in and go, "Hey, I want to see a quarterback competition in training camp." And I was like, "Dude, what the hell are you guys watching? You guys don't believe your eyes? What competition are we talking about? It's gonna be like asking a question: who's a better looking guy, the Oompa Loompa or Jimmy Garoppolo?"
I mean, first of all, sipping live helium on the air like you just did there, Jonathan, was amazing. Your impression of other people. However, that said, I kind of tend to agree. I don't want to be a prisoner of the moment. I know that things have looked really good for athletes in the past, and then they've taken a turn. I'm not here to tell you that Brock Purdy's the quarterback for the next decade, but I'm here to tell you that he might be. And I am here to tell you that, in my opinion, the 49ers have found their guy. And we keep making that about training camp and an offseason battle. That's not my point. Again, bigger than that. I don't want to get into a camp battle. You're right. I don't care about August. I don't care about June. I don't care about any of that right now. I care about two things. I care about this run, and I care about simply the idea of whether or not the 49ers have found their guy. I believe they have. And I think that for a football fan is a special moment. That's a special moment. You get a handful of them in your life when you're like, I think we found a guy who can win with us for a lengthy period of time.
And you don't know, though, until you really see it. And we thought that about Jimmy Garoppolo in terms of what he did when he came in for a team that was 1-10 and he won 5 in a row. And you thought, oh, boy, this is our guy. And the team thought that he was their guy because they gave him more than $100 million to be that player. And so that feeling came from the organization in terms of Jimmy Garoppolo, and the fans obviously bought in too when they won 5 in a row. And you thought, oh boy, he made something out of this. He made chicken salad out of chicken scratch, as you called it, with the Giants in terms of their offseason. He made something out of nothing. And now Brock Purdy, he's made something out of not nothing. He's made something out of something.
Yeah.
And he may make it into something absolutely special. And he could come in next year and he could come crashing down to earth. We just don't know. But right now it feels like, yes, they may have found their guy.
Well, and the download on Jimmy Garoppolo is for another day as well. I don't know that we were wrong with what we thought when he went on that 6-game win streak. Now, it didn't lead to a Super Bowl championship, but if I had told you then, like when he went on that 6-game win streak and the 49ers came in with the contract and we were all like, the 49ers found their guy, were they terribly wrong in that over the next 4 seasons when Jimmy was on the field, it ended at least in the NFC Championship game? There's 2 NFC title games. There's a Super Bowl in a 4-year stretch. So I don't think they were necessarily wrong. I think that the ceiling didn't get touched. The ceiling didn't get touched. But hell, it wasn't the worst thing, right? It was better than a screwdriver in the eye. That's for sure.
It's better than the guys who came before him, Beathard, Mullins, Hoyer,
absolutely.
Gabbert.
But this feels like this is building on that. So now you're like, dude, could you touch the ceiling? Like, could you become the best team in the NFL? And that is absolutely a conversation right now. They're definitely in a small handful of teams. They're definitely a top 5 team. They may be that team. So that's kind of where I'm at. Like, there's 2 things at one time, which is an incredibly special current playoff run and the potential that you've found someone who can really run this offense at its absolute highest level, because that's the other thing I see. You got a 7-game stretch now. This is the best Kyle Shanahan's offense has been run in a 49er uniform. And as a fan, this is the most fun that I've had watching 49er offense since Colin Kaepernick.
It's super fun. And part of that is the addition of Christian McCaffrey and the maturation of Brandon Ayuk out of the doghouse and the rediscovery of George Kittle and all the rest of it. But Brock Purdy deserves a lot of credit for that. It's also the offensive line, who's played far better than we thought that they could have possibly played. Kyle Shanahan has been in his bag, as we like to say, the most overused expression in 2022, carrying over into 2023. And whether or not Brock Purdy's run ends Sunday or not, I do believe that he will be the guy going into next year. Whether or not he's the guy for the next 5 to 8 to 12 years, only time can tell that.
Sophomore in Pacifica next up. Hey, sophomore, what are you doing?
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm just wondering in a upbeat way what y'all arguing about, because the result of both tracks is the same thing. How sure are we going to be? So first of all, we need to win this Sunday. We need to beat the Cowboys. That's like historic, genetic Bay Area stuff. And at the same time, what's the quarterback debate look like if Purdy beats the Cowboys versus if he loses to the Cowboys? I think it will still be open in a lot of people's minds. If we see first half block for 2 halves on Sunday, which is the only way the Cowboys win, I believe, then that door will feel pretty open. If he beats the Cowboys, he can even mess up after that. People will say, we think this is our guy. But this weekend is decisive, of course, for the game, but also for the medium term of the quarterback discussion. Thank you both.
Yeah, sophomore, I appreciated 2 things on that. First of all, I don't think it's that open no matter what happens this weekend. I think Brock has done enough. He's probably the presumptive starter going forward. It is my feeling that that's how Kyle Shanahan feels, and that's really the only opinion that matters. Secondly, to address your first point, what are we actually yelling about? Yeah, exactly. But it's okay. It's kind of a tradition. It's at least 1.5 times a week I come in here with something to say about this, and it gets turned to like we're arguing about the same thing. Nobody's coming in here with, I'm not worried about the Cowboys. I'm worried about next season. Who on earth said that? Nobody is saying that. There's plenty of room for the same thing. But to simply say that there's only the Cowboy game and that nothing else matters, I don't think that that's accurate either. That's not true. No, none of us don't care about next year. None of us don't care about the health of the 49er organization. The coach always matters. The GM always matters. The quarterback always matters. That's why, to me, these are, and they're not even like debating points. They're the same point, but they're both existing at the same time, which is that there's a playoff game this weekend, and we got to go win it, and I'm incredibly excited. And then concurrently, there is the quarterback of the 49ers situation, which looks in the last 7 games to be healthier than it's ever been under Kyle Shanahan. And that is equally as exciting to me.
See, to me, and a lot of the fans that I'm talking to and I'm seeing the comments on YouTube, it's not even in the purview in terms of what we're facing coming up on Sunday. And we could talk about all the future of the organization. What happens when Jed York decides he doesn't want to own the team anymore? Which of his young sons, and I believe the oldest of whom is about 8 or 9, which of those two is going to be old enough and ready to take the helm and be the next York at the helm of the organization?
That's not what I'm saying. You know that's not what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying, but I think that you're misguided in injecting that into the conversation because to me, the conversation is singularly and squarely on what happened Sunday. It's Niners and Cowboys, and the health of the organization at quarterback. You're in a great spot. If you look at all of the quarterback situations in the NFL in the 2023 regular season, the 49ers are in a top 5 spot, in my opinion, in terms of QB1 and QB2. So that's already been set. Your coach is set. Your GM is set. Your roster is mostly intact for next year. You've got some free agents you're going to have to deal with. You talked about the salary cap and their ability to maneuver it, the gymnastics of it. I don't think there are any questions about this team going into next year or the years beyond as far as the quarterback. So for me, it's not even a consideration. The only consideration coming off of last night is how can you beat Dallas?
I guess I'm doing a horrible job of explaining my point because that's not what I'm even talking about.
No, what you're talking about is the excitement of having Brock Purdy as the quarterback. I get that.
Does it help if I say forget the future? Let's look at the last 7 weeks. Does it help if I say go backwards instead of forwards? I'm not worried about camp battles. I'm not worried about anything. In fact, that's my point, is I'm not worried. And that's what's exciting.
No, that's great.
It's the first time in 6 years under Kyle Shanahan that a 49er fan can go, you know what? I'm not worried because they found something. This story of the last 7 weeks is still being written. We sat here last week and went, well, I mean, remember Kyle's text from the weirdo in Philadelphia? You know you're scared.
Exactly.
You know you're scared because you have a rookie at quarterback, and he's going to go into the playoffs, and you don't know what he's going to do when the lights get bright. Well, now we do. He's going to score 41 points. That's what he's going to do. So forget the future and go ahead and look backward. I am still basking in the glow of the last 7 weeks, and we sat here for hours and hours and hours over the last 2 years trying to figure out this math equation that was in front of us with Jimmy Garoppolo, who was good, but not great, and all kinds of opinions on that. And then the unknown comes in. Trey Lance, a big swing by the organization. What should we do? Who should we start? I am basking in the glow that the answer was neither. It was neither. You found a quarterback with the last pick in the draft, and he's come in here and turned this offense into something that it never was before. And that is absolutely, unequivocally, the most exciting thing that has happened to 49er football outside of Kaepernick against the Packers over the last decade. And that is a big freaking deal.
It's exciting. There's no doubt. He's on a rookie deal.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. And maybe you didn't do the job that you thought you were going to do to try to explain your excitement, because your excitement is in the present, and it feels like, or it felt like, you were projecting this out going forward about the health of the organization next year and the quarterback situation, because right now I know the majority of the Niner fans that I've talked to are squarely focused on the Cowboy game and the significance of a Cowboy matchup in the playoffs and the fact that you haven't beaten them since 1997 at home in any way, shape, or form. Since Brock Purdy was not even a gleam in Mr. and Mrs. Purdy's eye, have you beaten the Dallas Cowboys? So that's where I see the majority of fans focusing. If Brock Purdy flames out and plays poorly and has the game that so many nationally are waiting for, I still believe he's QB1 going into the next year, and that's fine.
I'm not diminishing this week at all. Road to Glendale begins now, brought to you by Ameriwest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. We got plenty more of your phone calls. And in fact, speaking of your Dallas Cowboy hatred, if you think you hate them now, wait until you hear this. That's coming up next. Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game.
Brock Purdy and the Niners just refuse to lose.
Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Second and goal. Purdy scans, dances, and finds McCaffrey, who broke loose. Touchdown, San Francisco. Deebo Samuel. There he goes. Foot on the gas. All the way. Touchdown, San Francisco.
It's playoff football time on the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Birdie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Are you ready to lose that belly fat and get in shape? How about spicing up those romantic moments or increasing your energy and improve your mood? If you're ready to feel like you did 20 to 30 years ago, we have your ultimate solution, Ultra Max T. Since 2004, Andro 400 has helped men like you safely and effectively lose belly fat, boost T levels, and spice up those spontaneous romantic moments. Andro 400 has now developed the ultimate T booster, Ultra Max T, the most potent and all-natural fat-melting, romance-enhancing T-boosting supplement available. We're so convinced you'll love how you feel using Ultra Max T that we offer an unconditional 90-day money-back guarantee. So if you're ready to lose that stubborn belly fat, boost testosterone levels, and reach your peak romantic performance, order Ultra Max T today. Call 888-400-0435, 888-400-0435, or go to andro400.com. That's andro400.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
The NFL playoffs live on Odyssey.
Throws, caught! Touchdown as time expires.
Unbelievable turn of events.
Non-stop coverage from the biggest sports radio stations in the country. Podcasts dedicated to each NFL team and postseason games streaming live for free.
Takes the handoff, looks right, throws right, end zone, caught, touchdown.
Your playoffs, your Odyssey. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed, and a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
Better sleep can change your life. That's because sleep is a core pillar of health, just like nutrition and exercise. So if you're not getting enough of it, ZQL invites you to take our Better Sleep to Better Health challenge. Join today at ZQL.com to get weekly sleep tips from experts and learn how ZQL, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, can help enhance your journey to better sleep. ZQL's Better Sleep to Better Health challenge. Visit ZQL.com now.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Hey, Steph. Good game, brother. Good game. Underrated win by the Warriors yesterday.
What does that mean, Mark?
I said that. I wrote that in the email last night just to tip you off.
And I didn't respond. I saw it this morning at about 4 in the morning, and I thought,
no, come on.
Guy.
Look at him. They won on the road. That was special.
Mark, if you're the defending champion and you have designs on another championship, beating Washington is not an underrated win.
I mean, without Klay Thompson, I was blown away. I was so impressed.
If you're a mediocre team who can't win on the road and you have no designs on being a championship team, then yes, I'll give it to you. Underrated win. And by the way, Warriors at the White House today.
Yep.
Our very own Whitley Sandretto, our social media maven, our social media reporter, anchor, editor extraordinaire. She'll be there to see Grandpa Joe and the Warriors.
How exciting of an assignment is that? By the way, we're sending you on the road. Oh, you're going to go to the Warrior game? No, you're going to the White House. Interesting. That's different. So, yeah, I think, and word tells me, and I think that this is East Coast time, 2:45 is going to be the main event. They're going to be there. They're there right now. They're there for our time. I think they're there from 8:30 this morning until about 1 o'clock. At about 11:45, a little over an hour and a half from right now is like that main event where everybody's going to be standing up there, and there'll be some sort of an address from the president to the Warriors. So all that's going on. Here's what I mean by that. And then we'll get back to your calls and the Niners and all of this stuff, and we'll also have for you something that will take your hatred of the Cowboys and Jerry Jones to a completely new level. But here's what I mean by that. if you're going to be a team that was struggling on the road to the worst road record in the entire NBA, to start this road trip off 2-1, while I'm not saying I'm impressed, they played 3 terrible teams and they only beat 2 of them. But to do this without Klay Thompson, the come from behind, like there's progress there. Is it enough? Absolutely not. Like I'm down to scratching my head in terms of the Warrior defense. I don't know. I don't know what to tell anybody. There are only 3 teams in the NBA that allow more points per game than the Golden State Warriors, and they're literally the 3 worst teams in the NBA. So how the Warriors have even gotten themselves to 500 playing this kind of defense tells you how amazing they are offensively. But I don't know what else to say. Like I can't look at their games and break down why defensively everybody hits all their 3-pointers when they play the Warriors. They're just not doing enough. And why they haven't figured it out yet, I don't know. Is it an effort thing that will get better? Maybe.
It's all the above. When you're giving up $118 a game, it's effort, it's personnel, it's scheme, it's all of the above. And, you know, I talk about this a lot with Matt Steinmetz, noon to 3, and he's right when he talks about individually all of the defensive players are not defending as well as they used to. Draymond Green, he is not DPOY any longer. He's still a great defender. Steph Curry's not as good on defense. Klay Thompson's lost a step. Andrew Wiggins is not playing with the same level of interest and effectiveness that he did in May and June of last year. Kevon Looney is Kevon Looney. Jordan Poole cannot play defense. And then you're left with the scrubs who don't play often enough to really make much of an impact. So it's all those things as to why you don't play good enough defense.
By the way, before we go back to the phones, I want to go back to our YouTube situation. I said a moment ago that we were closing in on 20,000 and that we were at about 19,800. All I needed to do was click that little refresh button. So thank you to some of the commenters that were like, no, you're not at 19,800. You are over 20,000.
Okay.
We have reached the 20,000 subscriber level on YouTube. So first and foremost, to each and every one of you who watch on YouTube every day or get your content after the shows, thank you so freaking much. And now the race for 25,000 starts. And then 30, and then 40, and then the entire world.
Exactly. 7 billion subscribers.
That's right. We're on our way. So thank you. Thank you to each of you who do that. That's really, really awesome, because we love the interaction there. And I know a lot of people, I will just say this, a lot of people who is like, once you try YouTube, you're like, oh, this is a different way to bring the show in. So I know a lot. By the way, I'll mention this. Lovely Christy is one of them. She's like, check the show out on YouTube. She's like, I like doing that. I like doing that and watching there maybe even a little bit more than the traditional way of bringing the show in. So
we got to get her in the comments there. Oh, maybe she is.
I think she's been there before.
Maybe she's Niners Warriors.
I think
maybe she's Sammy Bricks.
I think she's at Kevin Durant. Actually, is her. She's got a burner account.
Nice. Maybe she's the Brickhead family.
I don't know.
All kinds of commenters flying in.
Very, very mysterious. All right. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs. What are y'all doing? Okay, let's rock and roll here. Basic Kev in Oakland. You're on the show. What are you doing?
What up, y'all? Willard Dibbers. Well, I don't know if I want to tell you exactly what I'm doing right this moment, because it's probably a little bit too R-rated for the radio. But
okay.
Just know I need tissue after that. So
you need some Doritos. Is that what you tell? Go ahead. All right, Kev.
Yeah, you got it. Okay, so look, this is my take on what y'all been talking about, because I've been a 49er fan since I was 7. So I got to see Steve Young come in for Joe. I got to see Garcia, and I got to see Cap come in for Alex. And Willard, I got to agree with you, and Dibber, you too. And this is why. Because, Willard, what you saying, or at least what I hear you saying, is that these last 7 games, what we see Brock Purdy doing, it was a mirage maybe if it happened for 1 game. But for 7 games, it's just kind of like that math comp you use, Willard, like saying a math problem. Well, if it's an algebra problem, there's factors. And sometimes you plug in the wrong numbers, you get the wrong solution. But now you plug it in 7 times, you get the same answer. You're starting to think, I think we got it now. I think we got the equation and the factors that we need to make it work. And that one missing piece was Brock. And I went to the game the other day. I mean, this dude is the real thing. I mean, his awareness in the pocket, his ability to escape and still keep his eyes downfield. It's not like Alex. It's not like Jimmy. It's not like Kaepernick. This dude is a real bona fide quarterback. And it has been no trick plays. It's been all straight up football. So, yes, I am excited about the future. But right now, I see what Brock is doing. If he keeps doing this is the future. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, Basic Kev, thank you. I'm glad somebody can hear what's coming out my mouth because, listen, here's something that everybody would have to admit, okay? And this is what I mean about the excitement of Brock and not making it just about this weekend's game. Is this a fair statement to make? Would anybody disagree with me here? The 49ers have a better chance to win the Super Bowl because of Brock Purdy. They have a better chance. You all now think they have a better chance to win the Super Bowl than when Jimmy was quarterbacking or than when Trey was quarterbacking. So if that's the case, then that's where my 2 points are blending together, and that's what I'm saying. You can say, all I care is about the Cowboy game.
Right.
Fine. And they have a better chance to win it because of what has taken place, which feels like a big flipping deal.
It's only a big deal if he's
found their
able to
guy.
get it done. And this is where I have to stop you.
And that's where I disagree with you.
This is where I stop you, because if he pulls a Jimmy G, and you are Captain Save a Jimmy G, if he takes you to the Super Bowl and then he proves himself unworthy of winning the Super Bowl, then where are we?
You can't do that to a guy.
No, you can't.
No, you can't.
Because that's the way. You can't tell me how to fan.
Well, no, you
that's
can fan however you want. But the problem with your point is that it takes actual real life out of play.
The problem with your point is you're trying to crown him before he's done a damn thing.
I'm not saying that, but I'm going to give any quarterback, the greatest of them all, in fact, last night.
Oh, he stinks.
You get to have bad games.
Oh, it's over.
You get to have bad games, and this is an absolute core of many of our arguments.
He gets to have a bad game.
No, but let's go back to the beginning of the Warriors season.
And by the way, he didn't have necessarily a bad game. He had no offensive line. He was getting...
We can say whatever we want. Every quarterback, the greatest of them all, Joe Montana included, Steve Young, Brady, and Aaron Rodgers, they've all had bad games. Patrick Mahomes went to a Super Bowl and got clowned by the Buccaneer defense. But nobody went, he has proven himself unworthy. Nobody does that because
he had a chip at that point.
Well, fine, but that why does that mean that now we can't talk about you anymore because you won once? That's my point. We did this to Clay at the beginning of the year. Oh, Clay! Now all of a sudden, Klay Thompson stinks at basketball.
4-time champion.
It's right. I get it.
Brock Purdy couldn't win a bowl game at Iowa State.
Well, and
he
that
won one.
And that obviously, I mean, Tom Brady wasn't even a starter in college. So that's my point. I think they found their guy, no matter what happens this weekend, because he's already, for a stretch, for half a season now, done more than anyone else has ever done under Kyle Shanahan in a 49er uniform. Already. So there are two
more
things.
More than Jimmy G, who led you to a Super Bowl?
Yes.
Man.
He's never had a 7-game stretch like this. Has he? Did I miss something?
He's never won an NFC championship game. So, I mean, what he's done in the regular season is great. And this is where you and I differ.
Now.
It's a nice playoff win.
Yeah.
It's a quality playoff win at home against an overmatched team. That's great. Come out and beat Dallas, something that hasn't happened in 25 years and I believe 2 months.
Well, that's just the stadium. I know you're.
It's been a quarter of a century.
Why are you hung up on the home game?
These are facts.
They beat the Dallas Cowboys less than 12 months ago.
Because as a 49er fan, when you are at home and the star comes to town and you don't beat them, that's a real thing. And it's been 25 years since you've been able to do that. So if Brock Purdy is able to do that, be a Niner quarterback to beat Dallas in the playoffs at home, that's a real thing. That's a bigger thing than beating an overmatched bunch of rookies on the road from Seattle.
I don't disagree that this is the biggest game of his career. What I disagree with is the idea that if he doesn't win this weekend, it just erases everything that's happened to this point.
That.
Sounds like it.
No.
It sounds like it.
No, and I told you in the last segment that no matter what, he comes into camp next year as QB1. So that doesn't erase what he's done. If he loses this game to Dallas 31-9 because he's ineffective, they're ineffective, and finally the offensive line is a sieve, and Micah Parsons runs roughshod, and Brock Purdy turns it over 4 times, he still goes into camp next year as the favorite to win the job. So I'm not saying at all that a bad performance erases anything. I'm just not ready to anoint him as him until we really see him come out and win the job.
I
and
guess,
ultimately, it's not about what I think. It's about what Kyle Shanahan thinks.
And I think we can tell what Kyle probably thinks based on the way he calls plays when all 3 of these quarterbacks are in there. But that's just the thing. To me, sports fans do this too often, where you've got a long sample of something that's really good, and then there's one bad moment, and we go, oh, see, he actually stinks. It's like, no, right? Like guy hits 3 home runs and then strikes out in the bottom of the 9th. He went 3 for 4 with 3 home runs. It's not like, oh, God, see, but you can't do it in the 9th. Like, you're not going to do it every week. You're not going to do it every time. We're not going to see anything this weekend that tells us Brock Purdy's a wimp, right? Oh, he can't handle the big moment. Brock Purdy has shown you already. Like, we're done with the whole, is he scared? Uh-oh, what does he do when the lights come on? Conversation's over. Brock's not scared.
He's not.
Doesn't mean he's going to have a bad game at some point.
Hopefully it's not until September.
Hopefully it's not this weekend. I'm with you. I'm not diminishing anything about this week, but we can't, when he gets to that bad game, I think it's a mistake for people to go, oh, now we see the real Brock. Like, that's one game, and they all they all throw picks, they all get bad games, and man, you can rally back from that.
Only one quarterback wins the Super Bowl.
But this sample is getting larger every week.
It is.
And it hasn't looked bad yet.
No, it hasn't.
So
it hasn't for a number of reasons, including the fact that he is not showing any signs that the moment's too big for him. He's spinning out of trouble. He's making plays. He's showing elusiveness. He's looked fantastic. And if he loses this weekend, it doesn't mean Niner fans are ready to throw the baby out with the bathwater. That's not what I'm saying. I don't think that's what any fan is saying.
No, sorry. That saying always makes me feel weird.
Throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah, it gives me the willies.
Yeah.
It's a weird one. Is it right? Like, throw the baby out. 888-957-9570. Here, I got a moment of levity for you, and then we'll go back to the phones. This is my favorite thing, yet also most hated thing that any sports owner has ever done. Ladies and gentlemen, play that funky music, white boy.
When I'm at Cowboys Stadium or sitting at home and I hear Papa John's Pizza for Jerry Jones, yo, it lights me up like a Roman candle with toppings and flavor almost too good to handle. Yeah. Cowboys, 5 stars, what I get. It's like a Papa John's Pepsi, double threat. Get a Papa John's large with up to 5 toppings and a 2-liter Pepsi. People are swapping, cause there's no better value. Yo, catch my ride. Cowboys 5-star combo for
$10.99. There it is. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that is Jerry Jones rapping in a commercial for Papa John's and Pepsi. You got to pronounce it right. It's Pepsi. And remember, you're not getting toppings on your pizza. You're getting toppings. You're getting some toppings there for your Papa John's pizza. Jerry Jones, man, I know you don't have facial expressions anymore because you've completely robbed your face of the ability to do that. But, man, I hope that facial expression is as dry as the sun come, what do we got, about 6:30, 6:45 on Sunday night.
That is so cringy for so many reasons. For one, what we know about Papa John, the racist, and he got canceled out of his own company. And, by the way, your pizza stinks, and I'll go ahead and put my name on that. Even when they would bring 100 pizzas to the Super Bowl, Radio Row. That was Papa John would come flexing in on the Wednesday or the Thursday and bringing all these pizzas
with toppings,
and most of them would go uneaten. And then
really,
oh yeah,
you brought free pizza to the media and it didn't get eaten.
It got eaten by some.
That's a bad pizza.
Yeah, pretty much. And Jerry Jones,
he has no pizza experience.
It's appropriate that you are right there alongside Papa John rapping about pizza and Pepsi. Which, I like Pepsi. It's a solid beverage.
And Pepsi.
Exactly.
And Papa John's pizza. Oh, my God. The media will eat peanuts off the ground if it's free. I mean,
yeah, I'm saying the pizzas would get eaten, but invariably there would be some leftover pizza there. Radio Row. Exactly.
Oh, gosh. It's so bad that, like, I know it is. It's cringy, but it's also it's also the best thing ever. Like, I want to know how that conversation. Okay, so Jared, here's our idea. Here's our storyboard for our ad campaign. We're gonna have you come in as a rapper.
Just start rapping, Jerry.
Just right there.
Yeah.
I'm already like, I want to know where the conversation goes next. And that's what we ended up with. He said yes. He did it.
It's crazy when you think about Jerry Jones and his background as a lightweight racist doing a pizza ad with Papa John, who
a heavyweight racist.
Yeah. So all of a sudden, these things, history will reveal itself in very unique ways.
There are so many. I think what you're saying is, gosh, our reasons for rooting against the Cowboys are so layered, aren't they?
So layered.
It's just so easy. And by the way,
and I don't even know if
like
Jerry
a pizza.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I don't know if Jerry Jones makes the Mount Rushmore of reasons to hate the Cowboys. And he's a good reason to hate the Cowboys, but I think there are many, many other reasons. I know historically, for me, the pomposity of the Cowboys in the 70s with, Pearson and, all the double gun salutes and Billy White Shoes Johnson and all the rest of it.
Cheerleaders and
all
everything.
That
yeah,
stuff.
Landry and his stupid outfit. Yeah,
the
all
very
that stuff.
logo itself and the moniker America's Team, which I know that they did not heap upon themselves. I believe that was a TV creation. But to me, there are many reasons before you get to Jera.
I'm with you. I'm with you completely. Although I am reminded of this, and I know Russell Wilson's not there anymore, but really cool 1-2 punch to have the Seahawks come to town and then the Dallas Cowboys to remind 49er fans who their actual rival is. Like, in terms of hair on the back of my neck, there is nothing in football like the damn Dallas Cowboys. Honestly, the only thing in sports hatred that gets ahead of the Cowboys is the Los Angeles Dodgers. Like that those two are right next to each other, and quite frankly, whatever's third place is not real close.
Right.
It is the Dodgers and it is Dallas.
Would it be the Lakers?
Not even close.
Right.
Like,
no, I'm just asking
they're on
because
the list. They're on the list, but they're not even near the Dodgers and Dallas.
Fan. And the reason why we all hated the Lakers for so long was because they came to town and they crushed us.
There wasn't even a conversation.
The fans would show up in droves. They would take over Oracle, the old Oakland Coliseum County Arena. It would be all purple and gold, and they'd win by 23, and Magic would be on the bench by the middle of the third quarter. That's why we hated the Lakers. It wasn't so much a rivalry. And I guess that's what the Cowboys-Niners was in the 70s before I really became a fan. The Cowboys would beat the Niners every single time.
The Warriors rival feels like it's you have to interview for it every year. The Lakers over time, but think about it. It's been in the last decade, or even just the Warrior dynasty. It's been the Houston Rockets at times. It's been wherever Chris Paul plays at times. It's been LeBron. It's a moving target for the Warriors. Great. Now, thank you, John. Memphis Grizzlies now feel like the thing. So that's a moving deal.
Where is John?
He's in Memphis. Nice dunk. Good Lord. What the hell is in that guy's shoes?
He's bouncy.
It's got to be the shoes.
That is something else, okay? Can we all, right? Like, he's not here for the moment, so can we all just be like, wow. But anyway, the two things that are always there when it comes to rivalries and the Bay Area, Dodgers and Dallas. That's pretty much it. New Year's Day in Vegas, the Raiders, sometimes they were a local team. Sometimes they weren't.
Right.
There's an energy there, but there's nothing like Dodgers and Dallas. Absolutely nothing.
Even if you think about it in terms of the Seattle Seahawks, great rivalry, but that's more over the last 10 or so years. Cowboys goes back 50 years. The Dodgers rivalry goes back 100 years, back to the days in New York. So Seattle came and went. The Rams, similarly, they came and went. Giants and A's rivalry, it was a rivalry for a while, but, outside of 1989, you haven't really had any effectual games.
And they're a local team, too.
And you can create your cockamamie Bay Bridge trophy all you want, but nobody even, that didn't ratchet up the rivalry.
No,
Who's
there's
got
energy.
the piece of concrete?
There's energy in those games. But I'm here for any time you want to use the word cockamamie. That's my favorite.
Yeah,
my favorite. How about your favorite? You want to do the BPA experience?
Let's go, because I'm one win away from getting a free lunch.
BPA, what are you doing?
Not much. Just, living the dream, guys. Hey, so can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, sorry about that. That caller called in before and said if Brock is first half Brock, that there's going to be a quarterback competition next year, which I think is preposterous considering that first half Brock is better than Trey Lance has ever been, even in college.
I mean, first half Brock
far better better in the second half. So I mean, it's just it's not.
I'm with you.
It's not a competition. It's not a competition. Trey Lance has never, ever shown to have the multitude of skills that Trey has in feeling pocket pressure and reading defenses and getting through progressions. By the way, he does all those better than Jimmy, far better. And I'm sure Dibs can enjoy that, considering I was a staunch Jimmy supporter. But
I can't believe you've given up on Jimmy like that, Brian.
I haven't given up. I believe in Jimmy, and I think he's going to be a great backup quarterback for the Raiders next year. But, I think Purdy's the guy. I mean, but that's a better, just to put it in perspective, outside of the Super Bowl, that's a better playoff game than Steve Young ever had in his career, right?
I mean, BPA, I think I'm with you. Like, all of us Jimmy supporters need to, yes, Brock's better. Jimmy never looked like this. They're averaging 34.5 points a game since he came in. And somehow people are like, battle next year. This is nothing against Trey. We still haven't seen enough Trey. Trey might be a wonderful NFL quarterback, and I have no idea if it'll be here or somewhere else. That story has to unfold. All I know is what I see now.
Sure.
And this is the damn deal.
But
this is the damn deal.
And I'm just going to say this to you and Brian and to everyone else in terms of the way this usually works. You don't spend 3 first-round picks to go up and draft a guy and just say now, after 5 quarters of him being the starter, well, you're just automatically the backup. It doesn't hurt Brock at all to open it up and say there's going to be a competition for the starting quarterback job. It doesn't mean that Brock doesn't enter the year as QB1. Brock Purdy beat out Nate Sudfeld to be the number 2 quarterback, and then Jimmy Garoppolo had no suitors. So Jimmy slid in at 2. Brock became de facto number 3. Brock Purdy was in a competition with Nate Sudfeld. It didn't hurt Brock and his little feelings at all.
Oh, no, I don't think that.
I
don't think Trey's going anywhere.
Oh, Brock, you got a lot to prove here. It's Trey Lance's job to lose. No, but Trey Lance gets a shot to come into camp and show what he's got. He's not automatically the backup.
They're not splitting reps. I can tell you that. But that's
camp is a different story.
That's a conversation for a different day. 888-957-9570 and plenty more of your calls coming up next. We keep on rolling here. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, Please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Dancing crew, trip for two, nail the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid. Give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
My Dodger hatred ended.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Your Dodger hatred ended. That's man.
Everything Mookie Betts has done.
Man, Spadoni, you're piling on a guy.
I was misquoted.
Man.
That was taken out of context.
Where's the cut of Tommy Lasorda's like a father to me?
I'm a Dodger fan.
No, that's
that's
not my voice. Yeah. I don't know what to do with him this week, by the way.
Oh, it's easy.
No, I like for real though. And again,
lay off.
We did this last year, and I had a problem with it last year. It's all fun and games until this week. Like now, I'm actually bothered by it. I'm sorry. Like I have to be real here. I have concerns about the changeover the rest of this week. Like I don't.
I'm a snob.
I
You're
do
a
not.
Pro. Just do what you did last year. Steiny and who?
I'll be fine. Yeah, thank you.
Don't miss Steiny and who. Noon to 3.
Right? Is he here yet? Does he have a Cowboy jersey on?
Not here yet, but you know he's got a jersey on.
Don't do that. That's trolling. It's wrong.
He's the real deal. He's an authentic Cowboys fan, and it was his uncle or his grandpa's from Texas. He comes by it honestly. I'm not here to defend Dallas Cowboy fans. I am here to defend Daryl the Guru Johnson. He's always been a Cowboys fan. He's not one of these New Jersey Dak Prescott wannabe newbies.
Stay off of my timeline.
I'm not calling him.
Lay off.
I'm not calling him a fake. I'm calling him inappropriate. Wow. We're not there. We're here, and we're not there.
Thank you, Jonathan.
We're here.
Yeah.
And they're
They're there, right? We're here. This is San Francisco, California.
But what is more offensive? And I'm going to ask you this in terms of the entirety of noon to 3. Is it worse to be an authentic, true blue Cowboy fan or to be a bandwagon, I see a shiny object, and so now I love Kirk Cousins, Minnesota Vikings fan? What's worse?
Well, again, it's not even about who you root for.
This will be a non-answer.
No, you're not allowed to throw it in our faces on a Tuesday. We're here. You want to wear that jersey? You can go to the game. Go to the game.
What's worse, though? A bandwagoner who, I like Kirk Cousins.
Well, sure, the bandwagoner. The bandwagoner is worse. But Steiny, if the Vikings had won last week and they didn't.
Yes.
But if they had won last week and he showed up here yesterday wearing an XL Kirk Cousins jersey down to his thighs, I'd have been like, get out of the room.
The next jersey he wears will be the first jersey he wears.
All right.
I've known Steiny for 15 years, 16 years. I mean, we spent a lot of time together. I've had conversations with this man. I've never once in my entire life seen him even try a jersey on.
Yeah.
Let alone wear a jersey out in public. Hit the pike.
Yeah, it's not happening.
No.
But there also, you have to, in other words, I think you have to have a healthy knowledge, understanding, and respect for where you are and what you're doing and who you're going to see. You walk into a San Francisco radio station this morning wearing a Dallas Cowboy jersey. That is akin to meeting the parents for the first time, and they're inviting you over for dinner, and you show up in flip-flops. It's just not what you do. It's disrespectful. You don't do that. You don't purposefully go into a situation trying to tick people off who are supposed to be your friends. You don't do that. You just don't do it. You want to wear that on Sunday at the game? You wear it on Sunday at the game. Okay? He's been wearing it for 2 weeks straight.
He's been wearing it for 7 years straight.
But now it's opponent week. You're playing the Bucks last week. You can wear that thing all you want. Now you're playing the 49ers. That's our team. Don't bring that stuff in here now.
Well, you can direct it to him.
I will.
11:55. Guru and Steiny come in. It's Guru is Guru. It would be different for me if all of a sudden now, and I got it, by the way.
Did you? Like, watching Dibs do a radio show and be Mr. Miyagi at the exact same time is incredible.
If I had chopsticks, I would have caught him.
Like, what is that? Did you get a fly? What is that
It's
bug?
a gnat.
It's a gnat?
It's not quite a fly. It's one of those tiny little gnats.
Oh, it's Steiny.
Remember when we broadcast live in Linden? That's a 3 for your Steiny. Remember live in Linden? The amount of... I didn't get it.
You didn't get it. I see it.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is. He's coming toward me.
Oh, no.
Come over here, Nat. You don't bother me.
This may be a
just
stretch
hang out
for
over
you,
there.
but go ahead and talk for a minute. That's a 4. I'm going to get this.
You give yourself a 4.
I just did.
You can't do that. That's a 2 for giving yourself a 4.
I'll give myself
you
a 2
wait
for the 4.
somebody else to give you a number. I haven't been here that long, but I know that. You can't be the first one to give yourself a number.
That's a 4 for you calling me on me, giving me a 2, but I'm still taking a 4 for giving myself a 4.
You don't get to do that.
All right.
Jason in North Carolina, you talk. What are you doing,
Please, where's that
Jason?
gnat?
What are you doing?
Hey, guys.
What's
big
up?
Fan, first-time caller.
Thanks, man.
So I know this is a huge topic for another day, but everybody keeps saying, Brock's going in as a starter and Lance isn't the guy. I'm on board with that. But what do the Niners do? Do they just say, hey, we got it wrong, we're going to trade him? Because you can't put that guy on the bench, right? You don't give up that much and sit him. And do you trade him before the season? Or do you wait during the season and people say, well, he's not even good enough to start for them, you're not going to get as much as you gave?
I disagree with your premise, Jason. I totally think that Trey Lance can be the backup next year. And here's one thing that I've learned about coaches, definitely Kyle Shanahan and almost all NFL coaches. Watch what they do when they get people into the room, right? We do this. Oh, you're a first-round pick, and then you're a second-round pick, you're a third-round pick, fourth-round pick, whatever round, undrafted free agent. They'll bring guys in, and we think there's something political to what happens next, something financial to what happens next. And sure, there are decisions to be made, and finances factor into that. But the coach on the field plays the best guy. Like, Ty Davis-Price was drafted in what round?
Yeah.
Right?
Third, I think, right?
And where was Jordan Mason drafted? Oh, I forgot. He wasn't. Okay? And who's active on game day right now? The 49ers are littered with guys who are getting extensions out of the 5th round. This is a team that's being run by Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, and George Kittle in many ways. Bunch of 5th rounders. Okay, so once you're in the building, they're not going to care that much about how you got there. They're just going to say, you're in the building.
Right.
And if you're playing the best, you play.
That's it, especially when you are in a situation where you're a winning organization. Now, if you're 3-7 and it looks like you're going nowhere, well, then maybe you might look at a guy who you drafted higher than the quarterback who might actually be better and say, well, I feel obligated to at least see what we have in this drafted player and have him play. That way we can at least see what we have in the player that we drafted. But when you're winning and you're in a spot like they are now, and no matter how this ends, going into next year, Brock Purdy has the inside slot, the inside path on being the starting quarterback based on what he has shown you. Now, to me, that doesn't mean that you're not going to see what Trey Lance can do. You're not going to automatically shuttle Trey Lance into the backup spot and not develop Trey Lance. You still want to see what you have in Trey Lance.
Who was that cat that Seattle signed for big money and then they drafted Russell Wilson in the 3rd round? Who was the cat that they signed?
Matt Flynn.
Thank you. Matt Flynn.
Greater legend.
Okay, great example here, okay? Once you're in the building, a good coach doesn't care how you got there. Pete Carroll was part of a group that sat in a room and said, we need a QB. We're going to pay big money for Matt Flynn. We're going to bring him in, and he is our quarterback. Then they drafted Russell Wilson in the 3rd round. Then training camp happened, and Pete Carroll went, you know what? I think Russell Wilson's our quarterback. And Matt Flynn never played.
Right.
Never, ever got in there and never really got a chance. And I actually think as much as, yes, you could look at that as an organizational mistake, and the 49ers drafting of Trey Lance, the trade to get him, may very well end up being viewed as a huge mistake. It may go there. I don't know if it'll get there someday, but I credit an organization for a willingness to pivot when they realize that someone else actually has the goods at a higher level, and go with that. Don't let money and politics get into this.
Right.
Like, I know, and I see all of you. Like, right now, there is an aspect of 49er fans where if you really get excited about Brock Purdy and you say, oh, he's the guy, there are some 49er fans that will be like, oh, you hate Trey. No, this has nothing to do with that whatsoever. I have no idea what he's going to be. I hope he's going to be great. I don't know if it'll be with this organization. I don't know if it'll be with another organization. But I am going to always credit an organization when they see something and it really works at a high level. Like, you got to look at this conversation the other way around. You're saying, oh, this is anti-Trey. Do you realize how anti-Brock it would be? How political,
right?
How financial it would be if you were to come back next year and be like, well, Trey is our starter.
He was drafted in the 1st round.
That would be offensive.
You're Mr. Irrelevant. Absolutely.
It would be offensive after what this guy's done.
And it would be indicative of a damaged organization. It would be a general manager saying, I drafted this guy. He's my guy. I want to see how this player is going to perform. And the head coach saying, well, this guy is clearly better than the GM. I'm your boss. I write your checks. I pay you. You work for me. And then the coach saying, well, geez, I think this guy Brock Purdy's better than Trey Lance, but my boss is saying I got to play Trey Lance. So sorry, Brock, we're going to go with the 1st round, the number 3 overall pick, because my boss is telling me to say so. That would be, evidence to me of a badly damaged organization. Instead, with the Niners, you have a GM, John Lynch, who has a gold jacket, and he's the GM, but at the same time, he defers to Kyle Shanahan because Kyle Shanahan is the guy ostensibly running the show. And so Kyle and John, they draft Brock Purdy, and now Brock Purdy's clearly better than Trey Lance. And so going into next year, it's going to be Brock Purdy who gets a crack at being the starter. And if John and Kyle and the rest of the staff look at it next August and say, whoa, Trey's gotten a lot better, maybe we should go to Trey, that will be based on what Trey shows them in camp, not based on draft position.
Totally. Yeah, I did. It's like just grab the other side of the lens and look through it. How would you feel as a fan if they jammed Trey Lance down your throat? Well, let's say Brock wins 1, 2, maybe even 3 more football games.
Yeah.
Like, how would you feel if Brock Purdy then just went back to the sideline? Go to week 1 next year. Trey's playing. Niners go 0-1. What do you think happens? Fan base goes crazy. Be marching in the streets if Brock is sitting there on the sideline. Niners go out and only score 14 points and lose a football game. Like, you can't do that. So it's really kind of the other way around. Road to Glendale begins now. It's brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. Willard and Dibbs taking your phone calls. Let's go to E in San Jose. Next up. Hey, E, what are you doing?
I am on my way to a walkthrough, just driving around Sunnyvale. How you guys doing today?
You know, we cooking.
So to piggyback on the last guy's point, I thought he was going to steal my thunder, but so what the Niners need to do is let's just assume that Brock wins the starting job next in the offseason, next preseason. What they need to do is put Trey Lance, a healthy Trey Lance, on the Eddie Lacy diet, add about 20, 25 pounds of muscle, and turn him into Taysom Hill, and not just give up on him, but give him a substantial package of plays that puts him on the field 20, 30% of the time and brings him into the fold in doing way more than just holding a clipboard. And I'll take you guys' answer off air.
It's a great uptick. It's the only thing that's saving you. So you put on 25 pounds to Trey Lance. Now he's 250. He's already 6'4", 225. So I don't think that the issue with Trey Lance is he's not hefty enough. He's not sturdy enough. I think the issue with Trey Lance is endemic to the position he plays. The biggest question mark of Trey Lance is, can he be a quarterback? And until you see him actually quarterback a team from the pocket with the full array of weapons that Brock Purdy has been able to showcase, you're not really going to know. So if Trey Lance comes into camp next year and Brock Purdy is still seen as better, which is very likely at this point, and Trey Lance is the backup, and Brock Purdy plays all year, and Brock Purdy doesn't get hurt, and Trey Lance is a backup, maybe you have a little bit of a package here and there for Trey Lance. At the end of that year, Trey Lance is going to be going elsewhere.
I
don't see the conversion into Trey Lance as what?
Well,
a tight end?
I don't know why everybody at this. See, now this is where I'll agree with sort of the point that people were coming out with earlier. Like, that is totally a conversation for a different day, and I don't know why we would feel that to be forced. People love to use Taysom Hill as the comp, and so let me raise my hand and ask a question. Has anyone actually ever seen that work? Like, I know fantasy football is like, this is super cool. I can use Taysom Hill at the tight end spot in my fantasy league. By the way, I did this, and the league got mad at me. I can use Taysom Hill in the tight end spot, and sometimes he comes in at quarterback and he scores touchdowns and all that. Yeah, the Saints stunk. And they're doing that because Andy Dalton is their quarterback, and they did it a little bit when Drew Brees was at the end of his career. They never won anything. Like, there isn't really this great comp for, hey, you've got this mobile quarterback on the sideline, bring him in key spots, have him run around and score touchdowns for you, and that's going to lead to a Super Bowl title. I'm pretty sure most of the teams that win the Super Bowl are like, that's our quarterback right there. That guy, he's our quarterback, and he's good, and so we win. The Chiefs and Bills are not, oh, you know what we need? No. That's not exciting to me at all. If that works, great. Conversation for another day. But what I'm getting at is, and this will be hard for people to wrap their head around, and it's a tough break for Trey Lance. There's no two ways about it. But the bottom line is, in pro sports and other professional spots, when you find your person, hold on to your person.
Yeah.
Okay? Like, do this with your relationship if you want. When you find your person, take care of your person and keep your person. When that person finally tells you that they're not your person, Get the hell out. Go find a different person. But like Brock Purdy right now, every little solitary thing that he's done is telling you this is your person. So,
well, he hasn't lost, so it's tough now, too.
Right.
You've had 6 amazing dates with your person.
Right. They score over 30.
Oh, and the sex is so good.
Exactly.
Amazing.
Exactly.
Don't talk about that.
No,
Don't talk about that.
No,
Thank you.
Go ahead, talk about that.
Thank you. I was waiting for it.
Talk about that. Every date has been great.
Yeah.
Every meal has been great. Why on earth would you be looking at other people? I don't understand. And that's
you ain't trying.
And that's exciting. That's exciting to me. So that's where I'm at today. This has nothing to do with training
Big
camp
date
next year.
though coming up this weekend. This is like that first overnight date where you guys are going to go to a bed and breakfast somewhere, and you're hoping that not only does the dinner go well and the bedroom activity go great, but in the morning when you get a chance to look at Brock Purdy and the halitosis is there, and that morning bedhead and all the rest of it, you're not too scared off.
Yeah, look, everybody gets to the point in their relationship where they don't have to hide in the other room for flatulence. Okay? We get it. I know. So Brock's going to have his bad games. Everybody's got their bad traits. Okay? Right? I get it. We get it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm even lovely Christy, we're at that spot where she's like, dude, you know what? There are times where you're talking to me and when there's still food in your mouth. And I hate it.
Really?
Oh, yeah. We've all got warts. And you try to adjust and I can stop doing this and I can try to stop doing that, but you got to do that all within the framework of still being you, because you got to don't try to change people.
Sure. It doesn't work.
No, it
Never
doesn't.
works.
It doesn't work. So
believe me,
we're going to get
Tiger and Stripes.
You want a beer? Have a beer.
Leopard can't change his spots.
We're going to get there. We're going to get there. Brock is going to annoy you someday. But
hopefully not till August.
I'm so excited about Dallas being in town, and I am so excited that it feels like, to me, the 49ers might have found their person.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all.
mean, we'll see. We'll see. But for now, you know that he is the person that they're going away to that bed and breakfast with this weekend. Sunday, it's going to be Brock Purdy. Brock's their guy, unless something untoward or unforeseen happens between now and Sunday at 3:30. It is Brock Purdy. And based on how this relationship has gone so far, you're not thinking about anything other than a magical day on Sunday against Dallas.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, that's the other conversation that we're having today, which I really do. And it recrystallized for the 50th time in my life watching that game last night, because I'm no huge fan of Tom Brady. And I honestly didn't even really care who won the game last night. I
wanted Dallas bad.
Yeah, and Dallas doesn't scare me. Tampa Bay, they're better. So I guess if you look at the 3 options for the 49ers, there was Dallas, there was Tampa, there was Minnesota. Who do I think has the best chance to potentially beat the 49ers? Yeah, it's probably Dallas.
Dallas, definitely.
Probably Dallas.
Which
but they don't scare me.
Is the best for what we do and best for the overall excitement of the Bay Area? It's not even close.
No.
Tampa would be second, and Minnesota would be a very, very distant third. And that's where, like, you look at the Warriors' run last year, Denver, Memphis, Dallas, not a lot of marquee opponents in those 3. Now, you had Boston at the end of it, which was about as incredible as you could want in terms of matchup, marquee value, and the rest of it. But in terms of the 49ers and a run to the Super Bowl, Seattle, division rival, check. Dallas, eternal rival, check. A trip to Philadelphia, potentially, that would be huge. And then a Super Bowl rematch against Kansas City, or a battle with Buffalo, your quest for 6, their search for 1, or Cincinnati in the 3rd Super Bowl matchup between these 2 teams. The Super Bowl matchup, if it goes Seattle, Dallas, Philly, and whoever you want in the AFC, And apologies to Jacksonville. Apologies to the Jags.
I was like, I can't believe you're doing this to the Jags. They raised a 27-point deficit.
That's the blowout of the weekend, by the way. They're Cinderella's slipper, and if it does not fit, then Jacksonville must sit out the AFC Championship. They get crushed.
What's the number in that game? 9?
I think 8.5 is what I think.
Yeah.
I'll take a final here, confirmation, a Tuesday look. Yeah. What were you, 3-3 this past weekend?
Yeah, my parlay went 3-3.
Oh, boy.
3-3, which is as boring as it gets.
Yeah, 8.5. Thank you, John. John in the back.
That
8.5? You want to take 8.5?
Yeah, I do. I ain't betting anything on it.
Who the hell is John?
But
I'll lay the 8.5 right here and now.
I know you will, which it just, boy, it feels so easy, doesn't it?
It does.
So easy.
Kansas City off of a week off and at home against a Jacksonville team that is ship with a P, lucky. They got boat lucky that they beat a team that, by the way, has fired its offensive coordinator and its quarterback's coach in the wake of a playoff loss. Hey, memo to Chargers front office. It's the coach.
Oh.
It's not the OC and the coordinator.
Yeah, speaking of that, though.
Good God.
Coming up next, I mean, I think you know what I'm talking about. I saw a quote yesterday that I'm like, boy, I think Dan Dibley might be the most angry man in America after this quote.
Wait, what?
So, yeah, we'll have that for you coming up next. Plus, last night did put to an end one thought about the 49er quarterback situation. That's all ahead, and we're still taking your phone calls because all guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy, and you are the guest today. 888-957-9570. We keep taking your calls next on Willard and Dibs.
Oh.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Oh, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
The listening you love is on the free Odyssey app. Your trusted local radio stations, coverage of your favorite teams, live news from your hometown, and millions of podcasts on demand. Best of all, you can completely customize your listening experience. Follow topics you care about, like leagues and teams. Pause or rewind your local sports and news, and add shows to your queue to catch up later. There's a lot to listen to, so get started and download the free Odyssey app today.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions. Like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip. Or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift The Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Oh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see Signature Kitchen Suite's full line of luxury built-in appliances, including the first Pro range on the market with built-in sous vide, induction, and gas all on one cooktop. And now it's easier to build the kitchen of your dreams with the Dream Suite Savings Program with additional bonus rebates. You can see all of the Signature Kitchen Series appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Thinking of selling your house, but you don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtor photos, and showings? With John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Call 510-426-7000 and John will give you a fair cash offer without any inspections, showings, or other headaches. That's 510-426-7000. When you sell to John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you decide when you want to move, according to your schedule and your terms. John buys vacant houses, inherited houses, beautiful houses, fixer-uppers in any condition, as is. John buys BayAreaHouses.com provide you the easiest sell possible and assist you in every step of the way. If you want to sell and have any questions, please call 510-426-7000. That's 510-426-7000 and get the offer you have been waiting for.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
No H2O is the leading waterless mobile auto detailer in the Bay Area, offering a full range of detailing services. No H2O comes to your home, business, or wherever is most convenient for you and gives your car a great wash with no water. No H2O Auto Detailing is ultra convenient and gets great scratch-free results for your car. And remember, no water is used. Call Brian today at 925-238-8182, 925-238-8182, or visit them at NoH2OWalnutCreek.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Mark.
Okay, Kevon, enjoy your day at the White House. The Warriors are there right now as we speak, coming off of an impressive road win against the Washington.
Just stop.
Washington Wizards.
Warriors climb back to 500 with a win over a team that isn't very good.
Yep.
And you're going to call it impressive.
Sure.
Those are your words.
I'm going to sink my teeth into any road victory the way things have gone this year.
I set the over-under at 2.5 on this 5-game trip. They are 2-1.
And I took the under.
You and Steiny both took the under. Yeah. Guru and I both took the over.
And I would again.
With 2 games to go. They just need one, Mark.
Yep. Boston and Cleveland back-to-back.
Are you telling me you can't beat Cleveland in a second half of back-to-back?
I'm telling you, based on the team I've watched for the last 3 games on this road trip, that they are going to likely lose both of those.
But it was an impressive win over Washington.
Yeah, plucky. It was great.
And they can't back it up?
I don't like their defense is not good. Their defense is not good.
There's only 4 teams that have given up more points than them per game.
3.
4 according to current numbers.
Really?
San Antonio, Detroit, Charlotte, and the Lakers. The Lakers have given up 118. I'm just looking at Basketball Reference.
The Lakers give.
Lakers are giving up 118.1.
They changed their deal. The Lakers. Look at you. Yeah, I stand corrected. You're absolutely right. So, all right. So they're 5th worst. Anyway, yeah. I like you go to San Antonio, you score 150 points. Fine. San Antonio, like especially in baby blue uniforms, wasn't guarding anybody. But I I'm at the point now. We made fun of the Minnesota Vikings all year long because we're like, yeah, their record's good, but their point differential is terrible. They're being outscored by their opponents. What the hell is that? Guess what? So are the Warriors. Being outscored by their opponents.
But they're a 500 team. So if you look at their point differential, they've scored 117.5. They've given up 117.9. If you look at that point differential, negative 0.4 a game, you would say that team's probably 21-23, and they're 22-22. The reason why we made fun of Minnesota and Steiny and Guru coming up at 11:55 with the changeover, the fun making continues anew. But we made fun of them because their record was so far above and beyond what it should have been.
No doubt.
Based on their plus minus.
Yes, I understand that. So maybe the Warrior record is accurate.
Yeah.
However, it's not a good record. It's a 500 record.
It's not a good plus minus.
Right? I mean, you're plus minus. I mean, there are only 6 teams in the Western Conference that have a negative plus minus. The Clippers, the Warriors, the Timberwolves, the Lakers, the Spurs, the Rockets. So, I mean, that's not good. I mean, the Oklahoma City Thunder has a plus point differential.
Right.
So, I'm just scratching my head. I don't know defensively what's going on. I don't know what to say about it. I don't know what the answer is. They're going to suddenly try when they get to the end of the year. We always say, defense is about effort. It's about knowing where you're supposed to be. It's about rebounding, blocking out, all of those things. I don't know. Would seem to me that at this point in the year with some of the players they have, that it would be better than it is.
Yeah.
And it's not.
It's not. And I think part of it is that each individual defender is not as good of a defender. At least they're not playing as well this year as they did last year. Early on, you had a lot of guys playing who aren't good defenders. Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, who's learning how to play defense. Chief among them, JaMychal Green, not a great defender. Overall, your defense is not as good as it was last year. And you add in the championship hangover, which has clearly lingered. And you add in the fact that you've had a lot of guys miss games. Klay Thompson isn't as good on defense as he's been. And also, I think one thing we don't talk a lot about in terms of the NBA is the pace. More teams are playing at a breakneck pace. And when you're an older team, I think it's more difficult for you to play a faster type of game when you don't have the same fresh legs, Mark, as some of these younger teams who are giving you their best punch. As we're going to trigger each other in this segment, I'm going to hit you with that. Yeah. Because you know Cleveland's going to give them their best punch.
Well, I do know that, yes, because, fresh off the White House, boy, that's going to anger everybody.
Yeah.
And so
and
here
Boston
it
in a
comes.
revenge spot.
Oh, boy.
Warriors having beaten Boston already.
Well, I think they'll win by 40.
Boston?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, where do you sit guys in this one? Because Clay's not
That's
playing
the other
both.
thing. Clay's not playing both. Yeah. Well, he usually plays the front end. I don't think they've ever done that, by the way, where he plays the back end. He always plays the front end, right?
I think so.
Yeah, so he'll play in Boston. Road to Glendale begins now. Brought to you by Merrill West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow. Together, we are all over this 49ers situation. It is Cowboy Week. They bother us like none other. I'm just reminded of it when I'm watching that game last night. 2 things came to mind that apply to the 49ers. First of all, the second Dak Prescott ran that bootleg in and started screaming at the fans, like my disdain for him in that uniform was rebirthed. Like they just hadn't been threatening enough. He didn't look good all year, and the Niners beat them last year. It hadn't been threatening enough. then they go out and they blow out Tampa Bay on the road, and they're screaming at fans, and they had a lot of swag last night. You got to give it to them. Everybody except for their kicker. So that was rebirthed. And then looking at the quarterback on the other side, I hope, no matter what happens, I hope that yesterday was the last time we ever hear again that Tom Brady wants to be the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers and that the 49ers might be interested in that. I hope that was the last time we ever hear it, because it should be.
Yeah, I don't think it should have been something we talked about the last time around, but he went to Tampa and he won a Super Bowl. So because of that, now the topic gets thrown out again and again. If you look at all the teams that need a quarterback, let's just assume for a minute two things. One, Tom Brady's going to leave Tampa Bay. Two, Tom Brady wants to quarterback again. He'll be 46 years old in August. If those two things are both truisms, then let's play the game. Where would Tom Brady go? And if you take a look at all 31 teams, because he's not going to Tampa, you take all 30 teams, he's not going to New England, okay? Let's take those two teams off the board. You can look at all the other situations, and you can start to tick off teams where he's not going. And I'm not going to go through every single team. This is Cowboys week. But on that list of teams you tick off, the Niners are one of the teams you absolutely scratch off the list.
I would hope.
Because of Brock Purdy and Trey Lance. We talked earlier this week and last week, you need two quarterbacks in the NFL. 68 quarterbacks started a game this year. Only 11 teams went wire to wire with one quarterback. So you need two. And you would like to have two who are good, and you would love to have two who are good who are on rookie deals. The Niners have that. They've got two quarterbacks, and they're both on rookie deals. So why would you want to pay Tom Brady however many $1 million a year?
Right.
And Tom might only play, he might take $10 million. He might take a team-friendly deal.
He might not play at all. But I have no idea.
Again, the assumption is that he's leaving Tampa and he's going to play. There are about 15 teams that would say, we're good. And the Niners are one of them.
Yeah, I agree with all that. I will say back, like this idea that you need, we quote, need two quarterbacks, I think is too strong of a word for me.
Yeah.
I know the whole only 11 teams made it from wire to wire, but a lot of them were by choice because they didn't have a good quarterback. So they're like, oh, let's try this guy or let's try that guy. Houston Texans, Davis Mills, whatever, Jeff Driscoll.
Yeah.
11 teams made it to the end. Like, let's look at just how many teams made it wire to wire who actually like their quarterback. So if we went on that premise.
Of the 11, probably all 11.
No, my point is how many of them were forced? You like your Baltimore Ravens. They would have gone wire to wire if their quarterback had been healthy. Like, so in other words, you need two if your starting guy goes down. But of all the
or
teams.
If you have a guy you don't love.
Yeah. But the 49ers in theory next year will be a team that loves their guy. So if you love your guy, you're only needing a second quarterback if he gets hurt.
When he gets hurt.
No, see, I would say north of 50% of the teams that love their guy, that guy did not get hurt. How many teams lost somebody this year who they loved just due to injury? And we mentioned Lamar Jackson is one of them.
Right.
But of all the other teams who loved their QB.
Did Justin Herbert start all 16?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
He was very compromised
hurt,
in one of the games, and he went out and lost by a truckload of points to Jacksonville, but he played. Kyler Murray would have, whether he's good or not.
They love him.
He would have started.
Him like they love him. Yeah, you're right.
He would have started all their games. He did not.
Matthew Stafford
would have started all of their games. He did not.
Russell Wilson.
Again,
Mark,
you're right.
We don't have to love him, but they traded for him.
He would have started. He would have started all the games. He didn't. And Jalen Hurts would have started all the games, and he didn't.
Justin Fields, but they were out of it, and
Tua,
they went somewhere else.
Tua would have started all the games, but he didn't. But Josh Allen, all of them. Burrow, all of them. Mahomes, all of them. Herbert, all of them. Geno Smith, all of them. Tom Brady, all of them. Aaron Rodgers, Kirk Cousins, Jared Goff, all of them. And Danny Dimes, all of them. I guess we should have said Dak also. Dak would have started all the games had he been healthy. So
to my point, though, about the Niners needing 2 QBs, in the past 10 seasons, how many of those 10 seasons did the Niners have one quarterback start all of the regular season games?
Last 10 seasons?
Last 10 seasons.
Oof.
Thank you, Spadone. Scott, we haven't done game show music in a long time.
How many times in the
Since
last 10 years?
2013.
Since 2013, how many times did the one quarterback start all the games?
Now, that would be because of health, and also in at least one situation, they didn't have anybody who was any good.
Right. I felt like the number is 3.
You're on the money.
Yeah.
Mark Effin Willard.
Yeah.
Kaepernick in 2013.
Kaepernick once.
Kaepernick in 2014.
Oh, twice.
Then the next year was Kaepernick and Gabby. The next year was Kaepernick and Gabby. The next year was Hoyer, Beathard, and Jimmy. Then it was Mullins, Beathard, and Jimmy. Then Jimmy. In 2019, he started them all.
Super Bowl year.
The year after, Jimmy got hurt. Who could have seen that coming?
That's weird.
Mullins, Gabby, or Garoppolo and Beathard. Then Garoppolo and Lance. This year, Garoppolo, Purdy, and Lance. My point being, this is an organization that has had QB injuries for whatever reason. You can blame Shanahan. You can blame bad luck.
And decisions. How many times did you have a guy where you were like, I want him to start 16 or 17 games, but he got hurt? Jimmy,
I would say
Jimmy once.
Kaepernick all 3 or 4 times Kaepernick, and he got hurt a couple of those times. Jimmy's been hurt a few times, and now Trey Lance got hurt. So in at least 5 or 6 of these years, you had a guy, but he got hurt.
No, I get it. It's football.
I think with a 17-game schedule, we're looking at more and more situations where you're going to need 2 QBs.
Yeah.
But anyway.
You want it for sure. But, I mean, you'd sign up for if you love your guy. He's going to do 17 games, and that's a realistic thought. Philmo Mike is next up on Willie and Dibby. Hi, hey, Philmo, what are you doing?
Oh, man, I'm getting ready. I'm going to go out of town. I'm going to do a little day trip.
Look at you.
Hey, Mark, I think your point is for nothing against your point, but your point about saying, like, I'm trying to live now and live in the future, like seasoned sports fans like us, you feel me? Like we understand that this is the moment. We can't think about ahead. We don't have a ship. We ain't had a ship since '94. So we're thinking right now. We don't care about next year. We don't give a damn about that. It's almost like, when did you realize Steph Curry was a star? You get what I'm saying? Right. They won a championship damn near.
Right, but Philmo, this would be my response to that. Y'all are the ones that put the word future in my mouth. I didn't say that. I'm not talking about the future. I am talking about now. I am talking about 2 concurrent things. The intense desire to win a Super Bowl and the realization that the 49ers found their guy. Those are both current thoughts. It has nothing to do with training camp. It's got nothing to do with 5 years or 10 years from now. It is a constant flow with NFL fans and their teams to find the quarterback. And when you're looking, it's a hard deal because some people are looking for 20 and 30 and 40 years, Chicago Bears, Denver Broncos since Elway. Like, that's a thing where you're looking for your guy. And there are multiple times when you think you found him and you're wrong. And maybe this is that. But I am of the opinion that I think they found their guy. And so that is an in-the-moment experience for an NFL fan that goes right alongside, now go win a Super Bowl. That's all it is. I didn't use the word future, Philmo. You did.
That's true. My point is this, though. I'm so focused on right now, I don't even care about nothing else but right now. So, like, I'm not caring when I will understand that Brock Purdy is that man when he lifting up the Lombardi trophy. That's when I'll come to the realization, like, okay, he did what he did. As of right now, I'm going play by play, week by week. Literally, we don't know what this guy going to be. Everybody thought Cap was going to be that guy. Everybody.
Well, you know what? He kind of almost was, though.
Philmo.
Here's the other thing. So what's the definition of a guy? Does he have to win a Super Bowl? What if he competes and comes close for a long period of time? Cap came within 3 points of winning the Super Bowl.
One throw.
Jimmy Garoppolo,
One bad call.
7 minutes away from winning a Super Bowl. And then got to another NFC Championship game.
Both hit their ceilings in very different fashions.
Yep.
Colin Kaepernick, it became apparent that he is a quarterback who didn't see it, and then he got blackballed out of the league before he had a chance to play more and develop more. Jimmy Garoppolo is a quarterback who kind of sees it, but he doesn't throw the deep ball, and he's just good enough to get you close, but in their eyes, they drafted Trey Lance. I didn't.
Limited,
in the
yeah.
Niners' eyes, he's just quite not good enough. And this is where some people, I think, are blowing back on your point, because you're not using the word future, but when you talk about Brock Purdy being the guy, it's an implication that he is the guy for the future. So even though you're not saying future, when you talk about him being the guy, the implication is that you're talking about years down the road.
But I'm talking about the experience of finding your guy.
Right.
That's right now. I'm experiencing this right now.
Right.
You're experiencing this right now. We have experienced this, and we know the arc. He walks into the game against Miami, and we're like, oh, crap. Oh, crap. The season's over. Oh, wait, that looks kind of fun. Okay. All right, Brock, go do it again. Tom Brady's coming to town. 28-0 at halftime. Geez. All right. Well, okay, let's see it again. How about if you do it on the road in a division battle and be hurt? Oh, okay, now we did. So you know the whole story. I don't need to go week by week.
We don't know the whole story, though, and that's my point. And that's like what Philmo Mike was saying similarly.
But what if
we don't know?
What if I asked you this? And this is where I bet some of you will depart from the way I look at it. Does he have to win the Super Bowl this year to convince you that he's the guy?
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Good. I'm glad you said that.
How many quarterbacks have ever won the Super Bowl?
Like 4.
We've been through this. I believe the number's 34.
Yeah.
So we could take all the quarterbacks. We already talked about 68 guys this year who have started football games, and I believe of those 68, there's probably only 5 of whom who've won the Super Bowl. There's
Brady,
Rodgers, Brady, Mahomes. And
anyone else?
That might be it.
Brady, Rodgers, Mahomes. Stafford.
Yeah, thank you.
Stafford.
And Jared Goff. Hang in there, big guy.
Not quite.
So maybe 5 guys. There might be one more that I'm not thinking of, but the point is, no, Mark, he doesn't have to win the Super Bowl to necessarily be the guy. But I'm going to throw a name at you, and I'm not saying that Brock Purdy's going to follow this career arc, but Aldon Smith. When Aldon Smith came out as a rookie and did what he did, and he came out as a second-year player and he did what he did, we all thought that he was going to be the next Reggie White mixed with Bruce Smith. He was going to be the best defensive player maybe in the history of football, and then things went a different way. So Brock Purdy, we don't know how he's going to handle success if they have success. We don't know how he's going to handle his first contract negotiation when he finally gets there in 2 years. So I'm with Philmo Mike, squarely focused on Dallas. Right now, it looks like Brock Purdy is him. It looks like he is the man, but we don't really know that. We can't know that.
Quite an underdog to think of getting the sideline video of Brock Purdy screaming at himself. I'm him. I'm him.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to get
saw
that.
Him beating his chest after the touchdown pass.
Yeah.
It's like, act like you've been. Well, you haven't been there
I haven't
before.
been there before.
Did we miss a QB in our Super Bowl?
Nick Foles. Thank you, Spadone. Nick Foles has started a game this year and has won a Super Bowl.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, he started a couple games for the Colts. He did not look good, by the way.
Who didn't start for the Colts, by the way?
Joke. No joke. So, I want to follow up on
Matt
that.
Ryan, too.
So close.
Too soon. Sorry, Kyle.
So anyway, I want to follow up on what you just said. Like Aldon Smith. Sure, we could be wrong. We're allowed to be wrong. I mean, we could be wrong. Brock Purdy might not have staying power. You don't know that till you know that, and 7 games is not that.
Right.
But it almost furthers my point that I am in the moment. It is an in-the-moment thought to say, I think the 49ers found their guy. That's not a projection. That's not worrying about next year. It's not worrying about anything but right now, because our opinion as we know, almost to an immature level, changes every Sunday night. It changes every Sunday night. Like, hey, Spadone, Raider fan, you still want Brady? Do you want Brady to be your QB next year?
Yes.
Okay, but you paused this time in a way that I don't think you would have yesterday.
It's because I thought I was going to sneeze, Mark.
Okay.
He's been up since 3:45. You got to give the guy a pass.
But is your Tom Brady thought, the first thing that comes to your mind, is it different this morning than it would have been yesterday morning?
Of course, and if Brock Purdy throws 4 interceptions, if Brock Purdy has a half like Trevor Lawrence had a half, and then he doesn't have the second half that Trevor Lawrence had when he had a second half. If Brock Purdy throws 4 interceptions and they lose to Dallas 38-11,
oh boy,
we're all feeling differently on Sunday.
I know, but we
and
make
you're going to be in your Charvarius Ward backpedal so fast.
Yeah, but we love to throw scenarios out on Tuesday that are like so wildly unlikely. Well, if
I would have told you
they
last
lose
week
by 40,
if I would have told you last week that Trevor Lawrence was going to throw 4 picks in the first half and win the game, you'd have fired me on the spot.
No,
and you
I
don't
wouldn't
have that authority.
No, I wouldn't have, because they're playing the Chargers. I'd be like, sounds about right.
Yeah, good
sounds
point.
about right.
Sounds about
By the way,
right.
don't look at the YouTube feed. We all missed one. There's another one. It's another QB.
Who started
the first
this year?
thing is your eyes looked at the YouTube feed.
I got ESPN right now. I'm looking at Tom
There's
Brady.
one
I'm looking
more
at the
QB.
story. Tom Brady says no timetable for decision.
Of course.
After Bucks eliminated.
There's one more. Thank you,
Just
all of you
win, baby.
YouTubers. There's one more QB who started a game this year. He started at least one game, and he has won a Super Bowl.
Scott,
You get one guess. You get one guess.
Oh God, it's got to be somebody somewhat random. We got Russ.
I could get you to guess it real fast.
Go ahead.
I think I know it.
We're up against it.
Go ahead, John. What is it?
Is it Joe Flacco?
49er fans should know. Ladies and gentlemen.
He started the game this
Joe
year?
Flacco sure did. I think he started the year for the Jets, did he not? When Zach Wilson was out. Joe Flacco was their week 1 starter.
So it turns out anybody can win a Super Bowl.
Any old smoke would come out.
Seriously.
All right, 888-957-9570. More of your calls. It's Cowboys week and the Niners. Mama, there goes that man. Right here on Willard and Dibs.
The red and gold are moving on to the divisional round of the playoffs.
Deebo Samuel, there he goes! Foot on the gas, all the way! Touchdown San Francisco. Pressure. Ball is out. It was on Nick Bosa.
We are talking Niners football.
This is the biggest Niners game in the history of Levi Stadium.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now
now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Oh, it's doing great. I've been on it now for about 3.5 years. I've lost 67 pounds, and I feel better than I did at age 40. The only thing I'm just getting older. That's the only thing it doesn't stop. Other than that, I feel good.
Listen, we're all getting older, but that doesn't mean you have to feel your age. Are you ready to turn back the clock? It's 2023, and there's never been a better time to start looking and feeling young again. Introducing Andro400.com. Andro400.com has proven solutions to melt belly fat, increase mood and memory, increase energy, and bring that spark back to your love life. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435 to see which product is right for you. Try the safe and natural way to start feeling and looking your best. And there's nothing to lose with an industry-leading 90-day money-back guarantee. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435.
Golfers, tee it up this Thursday through Sunday at the Golf Mart for the Callaway Fitting event and be the first to score the new Paradigm woods and irons. The woods are engineered with forged carbon to maximize distance and forgiveness. The irons feature a forged face for increased launch speed and spin. A new paradigm in performance. Go to worldwidegolfshops.com and reserve your free custom fitting experience happening this Thursday through Sunday. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dancing crew, trip for two, nail the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Other banks go out of their way to make redeeming credit card rewards needlessly complicated. But Discover isn't like that. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount, at any time. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Oh, you know what we need Sunday at 3:30?
Fettuccine DiVincenzo.
We need to DiVincenzo those guys.
Seriously.
Yeah, DiVincenzo. We're sitting in here in the studio, and welcome back in, 888-957-9570. Among the things on our television sets, MLB Network. And right now, take a look there to your left. You recognize that guy right there. Joining the hot stove on MLB Network, AJ Pierzynski. And I'm like, okay, now I know it's Cowboy Week. What are you just going to put everything I hate right in front of me? My head hurts today. Pierzynski's on MLB Network. The Cowboys are on a plane to town. Good God, what else is going to happen?
Most hated Giant of all time. He's up there in terms of...
Most hated guy that actually put the uniform on.
And this is a tough one, and I'm just going to say this name, and I'm going to inject him into the conversation because it's conflicted.
Okay.
Aubrey Huff. It's a conflict because the person that he has become, maybe he's always been this guy, is different than the person that he was in 2010 with the rally thong. He was leading cheers at City Hall. He was a big reason why you won a World Series.
Yeah,
so
maybe,
I could see where...
Maybe we just didn't know.
Well, Giants fans want to say Aubrey Huff when it comes to most hated Giant.
But...
The guy was a hero on the field.
Yeah, key piece in the first World Series that ever came to San Francisco.
Now, most hated member of the 95-7 The Game on-air staff, Aubrey Huff. Shortest tenure, Aubrey Huff. Yeah.
How'd that go? What was that like, by the way?
He replaced me. I was fired at the time.
Oh, so you don't
March 11th, 2014, Whitey, in case you're listening.
Is anybody here now who was a coworker of his?
Yeah.
Who?
Damon was
already
so
here?
I got canned. Damon got brought to the afternoon. Rick Bucher, another beloved alum, got moved to the morning. It was Bucher, Towney, and Huff.
You just said, pow, 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 pow.
I got the greatest morning show stat that not even Dan Dibley knows.
That's great, Towney. That's a 4 for your Towney. It's a 4 right there. Whatever. I'm not...
No, man,
I'm not rat-a-tat-tatting anybody. I'm keeping it 100. I'm keeping it a buck.
Oh, you're keeping it real. I forgot.
I'm keeping it real, Mark. Yeah. I'm not sugarcoating it.
No, I'm still waiting for that moment where somebody says something nice about somebody else, and they go, "Man, you keeping it real."
Yeah, you can keep it real.
It just
nice
always
tip.
means you're ripping someone. That's what it means.
Go to hell, Dibs.
I just wish it wasn't that.
This was pre-Lolo. This was back when Lo was just a contributor. Which is what he is again.
Yeah.
No, exactly, yeah.
Everybody's always a
before the Flight 95.7 with Chad, Joe, and Lowe.
Right.
Flight 95.7, which followed Bucher, Towney, and Huff, which lasted about 10 weeks. And then Aubrey couldn't get up in the morning anymore. Facts.
Yeah.
I'm keeping it real.
Yeah. Oh, keeping it real.
You're welcome.
You're damn right, man.
And if I happen
to wake up at 3:50 every day.
I did it for 20 years, Spadone. And if I happen to rat-a-tat-tat while keeping it real, I'm protected. I'm just keeping it real.
If you had just spent a decade of your life making 7 figures, would you get up at 4 a.m?
If I committed to a job that required, and by the way,
now that's fair. Would you have said yes to me? I'm not going to mention names. One point in my career, ex-athlete, morning show offered, and was like, not getting up that early.
Yeah.
But never committed to it.
Exactly.
Like not doing it. I'm like, okay, I respect that. You make 7 figures for a bunch of years in your life. I want to sleep.
Exactly.
Okay.
You make a commitment to something and you commit to it, then you just do it.
Yeah.
And that's the way it goes. I'm just keeping it real.
Okay, good. Let's keep it real with all of you out there. Because all guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy, and you are the guest today, Matt in San Jose. Next up on Willard and Dibs. Matt, what are you doing?
I am figuring out what to say about the umbrella, Mark.
That one's just for me. I'll explain that one to you later.
It's a show for two.
Yeah, no.
We call that narrow casting is what we call that. Not broadcasting. That's narrow casting.
That's it, Matt. Matt's a good man. That's a good man. Go ahead, Matt.
I'm sorry, Dibs. I'm sorry, Dibs.
That's all right, Matt.
Anyway,
maybe you guys can get a room and finish this elsewhere.
Sometimes we do.
Oh,
all right.
Hey, Matt.
Yeah.
What's going
Usually
on?
a Starbucks.
Yeah,
But anyway,
hey.
Go ahead, Matt.
Okay, so just a question. What reason do I have to believe that Brock Purdy, McCaffrey, Devo, Ayuk, Kittle, and this offense, Kyle Shanahan, and the glorious laminated play sheet won't put 40 or 45 on the Cowboys. Like, what about their defense is so special that would make you think they're not going to put 45 on these guys?
I guess just stats. I guess, which isn't a great answer. It's not a great answer, Matt. Always good to hear from you.
He's hiding under his umbrella, Matt. See how I fit in?
Right, but DVOA. What does DVOA stand for? I don't even know. Is it
defensive value
over adjustment,
over average?
Whatever.
Yeah, I don't even know.
Defense adjusted value over average.
Okay,
that's DOVA. That's DOVA.
Yeah, DOVA. The 49ers are number 1 and the Cowboys are number 2. So I don't
like you, stat boy. I love when you go stats.
Are you into analytics? Right?
I am. Yeah.
The Cowboys at certain points this year have been right there with the quote unquote elite defenses in the NFL. Now, I don't necessarily like Micah Parsons. I get that. Yes, there was a pass rush that made Brady very uncomfortable at parts of last night, but making Brady uncomfortable as a pass rush is not nearly as difficult as making someone who can move uncomfortable. I also will take the 49er offensive line over the Bucs offensive line all day long. The Bucs have been hit by injury on the offensive line quite a bit this year. So I think the Cowboys are going to cause some issues. I think they're going to have their moments. They're good enough to say that, but I also don't think the 49ers are going to need 40 points to win this game. I think if they even scratch the surface of 30, they're on their way to the NFC Championship game. I always believe that about the 49er defense.
Gets it done. I think you're about right in this one.
Dak, I always look at the number for whatever reason. This is what's in my mind. 24. 24. Not only is it a plaza, for me,
look at you.
It's kind of a baseline for the 49er defense. If you can hold the other team underneath 24 points, the 49ers are, especially now, they should and probably will win. And I think they can hold the Cowboys to 24 or less. Seattle was 23, and look what that included. It included a garbage time touchdown. It included a wackadoodle 56-yard field goal gifted by Jimmy Ward. It included a long bomb to DK Metcalf. You get credit for that. But all of that added up to 23, and it all added up to nowhere near enough to beat the 49ers. So I think that they got a good chance to hold Dak and the Cowboys to 24 or less, and if they do, January 29th, here we come.
It's an interesting matchup on both sides for me because the Niners' defense, number 1 against the run. What do the Cowboys do best? It's run the football with Pollard. He's a great running back. Yep. So the Niners' strength matches up well with the Cowboys' strength. On the other side, the Niners' ground game is their best offensive foot forward. Apologies to Brock Purdy. The Cowboys are middle of the pack in rush defense. Where the Cowboys excel is pass defense. They're 3rd in the NFL in sacks. So, to me, it boils down to simply, can the Niners run the ball and keep the Cowboys offense off the field? Long, slow drives that result in touchdowns is what's going to happen to give the 49ers the edge.
You almost sounded like you were about to go Bull Durham there. Long, slow, wet drives that lead to touchdowns. All right, more of your calls next. Steiny and Goo loom. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Brock Purdy and the Niners just refuse to lose.
Bang, bang, Niner gang.
2nd and goal. Purdy scans, dances, and finds McCaffrey, who broke loose. Touchdown, San Francisco. Deebo Samuel. There he goes. Foot on the gas. All the way. Touchdown, San Francisco.
It's playoff football time on the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Okay, hey, it's Willard for the Game Time app, the fastest growing ticketing app in the United States. I've been telling you all about it, and there are very, very good reasons why. This app, which I first found earlier this year during the summer and the baseball season and everything going on at that time, all of the last-minute deals, that's what really amazed me. It's like, oh my gosh, my son wanted to go to a Giants-Padre game in San Diego, and I think at that time he ended up getting in for like $10. Well, how about games like this one? watch if you check in on the Game Time app throughout the week. Now that there's an opponent, the ticketing prices will go down. It'll go down as you lead toward Niners Cowboys, which checked in yesterday at about $263 is the get-in price. It's going to come down throughout the week because that's how it works on Game Time. Amazing last-minute deals on tickets. Very, very easy to use. All you got to do, download the app and enter your email, and user-friendly is their thing. You click on any game or, by the way, any event, concerts, theaters, events, anything. You check in. Everything that you want to see is going to be right there in front of you, including if you click on a particular seat, you'll get a real image of what it would look like from that seat at the event. So, great deals, very, very easy to use, an easy download, the Game Time app. Download it, enter your email, and oh, by the way, use the redeem code, THEGAME, and we'll give you $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Once again, enter your email and the redeem code THEGAME for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't-catch-me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed, and a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund ×2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
Straight Talk Wireless knows there are plenty of reasons you might need a new phone. But switching to a better wireless provider doesn't have to be one of them. Keep your own phone and save when you switch to any Straight Talk Wireless plan. like our $45 Silver Unlimited plan with unlimited high-speed data and 5 gigs of hotspot, plus nationwide 5G. Keep your own phone. Switch to a better wireless plan. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. Requires a compatible unlocked phone and KYOP kit. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
In Sunnyvale, a dry day. Sunny, highs near 55.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This winter, there are new COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I'm trying to get ready best I can. Did you just go in the other room?
I went into the lounge area and sat and watched a little bit of the Australian Open.
Any cowboy paraphernalia out there?
Of course. He's keeping it 100. He's keeping it a buck. He's keeping it real.
I'm just weirded out that you're okay with this.
I'm weirded out that you're not okay with it.
It's not okay.
No, what is okay, and this is something that you said to me the first day we worked together. Actually, it might have been the first thing that you said in your opening monologue. You said to the audience, all that you can promise them is that you will be authentic.
Authentic.
You will be an authentic Mark Willard. You were born in the Peninsula. You're a Giants fan. You're a Niner fan. You're a Warrior fan. You're not a jersey wearer. At least I haven't seen it here in the workplace.
Well, Halloween.
You're a professional, and you're Kapler. I came across my my photo roll yesterday. I was looking for some pictures.
Halloween is a different day.
I came across the picture of you as Kapler. You got a 5 then, and it holds up, baby. Yeah. It's a great costume. But
thank you.
All you promised the audience is that you would be authentic. So for you to come down Guru's Road for being that very thing feels a little bit hypocritical to me.
Well, I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you brought it up because there would be exceptions to my authenticity had I taken a job as a radio host in Dallas. When the 49ers are coming to town, if I was working at 105.3 The Fan and I showed up in a Dirty Purdy or a CMC jersey on a Tuesday morning after it became 49er week, then if they wanted to put a pie in my face, I don't think there's much I could say. But
again, you don't wear jerseys, so it's not a fair comp.
By the way, when I said that I will stay authentic on the air, that has nothing to do with my wardrobe. I'm not asking Guru to come on and tip the mics on and say, "Go Niners." I'm not asking him to do that. He can say whatever he wants to say. But look,
I'm a Dodger fan.
You don't need to be wearing that around these parts. You don't.
Well, and
you don't.
That's you asking him to not be authentic. Because for him, part of being as goo can be is representing the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
He's worn Dallas gear since the day I met him at Lucky Break. Look. Pre-look.
Yep.
Back in 2011, 2012. He was wearing Cowboy gear then.
Yeah,
it's the authentic him.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't
you don't have to like it.
Yeah, I don't.
But for you to expect him to change, I
didn't expect him to change. I asked him to change.
But the highlights.
I didn't expect him to do it. I just asked for it. That's it. Rolando in Napa. Hey, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing, Rolando?
Nothing much. I'm just finishing up my coffee from my favorite Starbucks and listening to you guys. So you guys are awesome, and I love being here, you guys. So you guys do awesome work.
Out of bed. Thank you, sir.
I want to talk about a little about about Brock Purdy. I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard the reason we got Brock Purdy was because we traded C.J. Beathard to the Jacksonville Jaguars to get that consolatory pick. So does that mean we owe a thank you to Trent Baalke to Jacksonville for taking C.J. Beathard and getting that draft pick? Do you know if that's true or not?
Off the top of my head, I don't. I don't know if that's what a comp pick off of C.J. Beathard. Or a traded pick, and that's how we ended up with Brock Purdy. That would be pretty good, actually. Not just thanking Trent Baalke, but thank you, C.J. Beathard, for your time. He did something enough that somebody wanted him, and the 49ers got some sort of compensation in return.
Yeah.
Is that true?
I'm looking at the Matt Mayoko piece from 2021. And the league compensatory picks for McDaniel getting the Dolphins job, da-da-da. The team does not have a first-round pick.
Da-da-da.
Yeah, exactly, da-da-da. They did get 3 seventh-round picks in the 2022 draft, all compensatory. And one of them was for Solomon Thomas. One of them was for Kerry Hyder. One of them was for C.J. Beathard. Which, by the way, I would pronounce it Bethard, too, if I spelled my name Beathard.
Yeah.
It's a rough one, especially as a teenage boy.
Don't talk about that.
Spadoni, I'm just reading the man's name.
So wait, was he saying it's a comp pick for that, or was it an actual trade?
Comp pick. The 49ers are projected with 3 compensatory selections in the 7th round.
Got it.
For the losses of Solomon Thomas, Kerry Hyder, and the aforementioned Beathard.
Yeah, and that,
CJ.
And that turned into Brock Purdy, huh?
One of them did. And I'm just trying to think if they actually had 3. I don't think they had 3 picks in the 7th round. Maybe they then packaged a couple of those compensatory picks. I'm looking 7th round. The Niners had just 1 selection in the compensation round, and it was Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy.
Yeah, which is, I mean, I'm sure they would have liked Xander Horvath, who went 2 picks ahead of him, as a backup to Kyle Juszczyk.
Wasn't available.
No.
Was not available. It's too bad.
Neither was Russ Yeast,
look,
the bread guy.
The story, it's funny, too, because we talk about this so much, the story, right? Like, we remember first 3 weeks. This is Disney, man. This is Disney. And we already know the title of the movie. The movie title will be relevant. That's so we talk about the story, but it hasn't really been told yet. Partly because we don't know how the story ends. And I don't mean that there's going to be an end sometime soon, but the story is very different based on what Brock does this year with these remaining, whether it's 1, 2, or 3 games. That's a big part of the story. But then where does it go next, right? Is Brock Purdy the quarterback of the 49ers for 8 years? Or does this not have staying power? Does his career change? Does he get hurt? Does someone else? I don't know where that's all going to go.
I think the movie doesn't get made if they lose on Sunday. The movie gets put on hold.
I agree with that.
If they lose in the Super Bowl, you still have a great story. And the fact that the family lost their home in 2008 in the housing market crash, that is a great twist on this story.
That's what I mean. Like, there's 2 ways to do this story. If he wins the Super Bowl this year, the movie is sort of about 1 season. If he doesn't, but he becomes the quarterback of the 49ers going forward, and then maybe wins a Super Bowl in the years to come, then that's a very different movie that I can think maybe tells a larger story. That's what I mean. The whole story of how Brock even got here. Like, go backwards instead of forwards. Forget the Super Bowl for a second.
Yeah.
Just how did we get here is already a movie. How did the 49ers acquire him? What was the conversation? Were Kyle and Lynch already at the bar drinking and someone called them and go, hey, we got a pick left. We just grabbed Purdy. They grabbed Purdy the same way you all grab your kicker in the fantasy draft. It's the last round, and we're like, yeah, whatever. Who's the
Cowboys kicker? Let me take him.
That's right.
Oh, sorry, Guru, too soon.
Give me Brett Maher because whatever, it doesn't matter.
Even if he loses in the Super Bowl, if the Niners go to the Super Bowl and they lose, the movie still gets made. And as he's walking off after shaking hands with Patrick Mahomes and congratulating him, he looks up to his family in the stands and says, Ma, Pa, I'm relevant now. And roll the credits.
That's right. What was the one about the Eagles guy? Invincible?
Yeah.
Right?
Vince Papale, I believe the guy's name
Vince
was.
Papale.
Played him.
Yeah, and how did that story end? Right, he made some big tackle on special
they lost
teams.
to the Raiders in the
Yeah,
Super
he
Bowl.
did. You're right. They lost to the Raiders, and oh, by the way, he did not.
Interesting.
What was his career? It's not like he turned into a starter and became the greatest player in the history of NFL. No, sometimes the story is just making it. Rudy, you just made it. It's not like you got here. It's not you won the whole damn thing and there's streamers coming out of the sky. So anyway, all right, great stuff today. Thank you for all of the communication on every single level. And now we communicate with the great Steiny and Who coming in here
Wow, we're doing that.
Oh, of course we are.
Back to it.
You want to bring your jacket and your chains in here.
But you got to love me for bringing it even when we weren't on the schedule.
Thank you.
No, I don't have to love you for bringing it. I love you.
Yeah.
But these next 4 days, these next 4 days, if you want to keep, you want to put that logo in my face, then you don't get the G.
And the guys in the morning killed me. Said I was dead to both of them. Yet I talked to them on the phone.
Exactly.
Exactly. Did they say that? I didn't even hear that. They said that you were dead to them?
Yeah, said I was dead. Kind of bothered me.
Yes, I was too busy cowering in the corner from them. Whatever.
Can we start there, Willard?
Go ahead.
I always have your back,
I know you do.
But this morning, and you know I'm a fan at heart, tell me if I got it wrong. You said, and you love the Purdy story, the world does, of what you've seen thus far. But did you say that you're so infatuated with what you think they have at quarterback that the next 3 games, which could get them to the Super Bowl and win it, don't matter?
Of course I didn't say that.
That's how it sounded.
I know, because that's the way that they tried to spin it.
I mean, many people have misconstrued your message.
But it's also, I never even said anything that even flirts with that.
A lot of people
I never even said anything
have misconstrued your message, so maybe it wasn't delivered in the way you intended.
Could I step in?
Go ahead.
Did you hear it, or were you listening?
I didn't, but I know exactly what happened.
Uh-oh.
Mark Willard said something to the equivalent, and again, I didn't even hear it. It probably was like something equivalent to if you were a Dolphin fan when Dan Marino was a rookie, and he had a great year, and he's taken him to the Super Bowl, and you say, God, I'd love to win the Super Bowl with Dan Marino. That would be unbelievable. But you know what? I think this guy's going to be around for a while. So that almost supersedes it.
I said that without 2 words. No but and no supersede. I'm going to put these things alongside one another and talk about what I think is the 49er fan experience right now. And I'll admit that the 2 people, I'm going to leave you out of this, Dibs. The 2 people I was talking to this morning, can we all agree?
They're dead to me.
Well, they're also very emotional.
Right.
They are very emotional, and that's fine. That's them. Right? Like, I don't need to tell people that Joe Shasky and Bonte Hill, who, when the 49ers win a football game, cannot get to their selfie cell phone fast enough to blast to the internet. That's great. That's wonderful. Very, very emotional.
But what was your message?
My point
that I
is
misconstrued?
that there's 2 things that are equally concurrent and amazing right now for the fan experience.
Okay.
A, you're going to the divisional round, and here come the damn Cowboys.
No doubt.
And
that, in our veins.
And that is as good as it gets. Concurrently, as a fan, you only get a handful of times in your life where at the quarterback position, you go through the process of, oh my God, I think we found our guy. And that to me is absolutely, to say that in some way is being infatuated with a quarterback battle next year, that's not what I'm saying at all.
What about the Jimmy 5 games? Did he parlayed into a contract? Didn't they feel that?
Yes, and we could have a debate or I think a healthy conversation over whether they were or were not right. Like, they ended up with 5 years, and you're like, okay, NFC title game, a Super Bowl appearance, but also injuries, disappointment, not hitting the ceiling, right? There's all of that. So I don't know where this is going to go, but as a fan, I am at the same time experiencing, wow, this playoff run, let's roll, and, I think we found our guy. I think we might have found our guy. And time will tell if I'm right or wrong. So there's plenty of time for that. But, that is absolutely a part of this right now. This is a 7-game run.
Last thing, I know y'all about to chime in.
7-game run. They're averaging 34.5 points a game, and the offense
So Sunday, let me give you this scenario. Sunday at 6:45 Pacific Standard Time, somehow the team with the star in their helmet beats the Niners.
Barf.
Would you grab the microphone and say, hey,
it's okay.
Don't hang your heads. We got a quarterback, I think.
No.
Because that's what was coming off this morning with your words, Mark. No, that's how it sounded.
That's the way you feel after the season's over, 2 months down the road.
Not 6:45, 6:50.
Of course not.
Hell,
People would want to throw a rock at
First
you.
of all, I hope the game's not even over at 6:45 because it means they're not throwing enough. But anyway, not in the
That's how I took it.
God,
That's
if
how
they
you
lose
sounded.
to the Cowboys, it'd be a freaking disappointment, not a disaster. It would be awful for the soul. It would be awful for everything. But to say that 49er fans are not going on this ride and that the last 7 weeks have not changed the experience of this team, I think is crazy. Forget the future. I'm talking about the last 7 weeks. Every week, what we think about the Niner quarterback situation changes. And we sat here a week ago and went, okay, dude, can you do it in the playoffs? Well, here's 41 points for you. And I'm the top-rated quarterback of the whole week, and I'm the top-rated quarterback of the last 7 weeks, and I'm all that. And so, yes, I did it. And now we're going to come out and say, nothing to see here. We'll worry about some other day, some other day. No. These things are all happening at the same time. So, no, there's no dismissing this game, not even a little bit. That's what I'm trying to say.
It took 3 hours. I think maybe he finally got his point across.
Or someone
As Gary Radnich would say, fair enough.
Yeah. Or someone was
it's a great button.
Or someone was finally listening.
Yeah. Well, I heard it from start to finish, and I'm just reading the YouTube comments. And
you're picking and choosing which comments because I saw plenty on my side all day. So anyway, go ahead.
No. Go
ahead.
May I now?
Stop.
No, because
stop.
I
love
moments ago you said you were going to put me aside. So am I back in the fold
no,
now?
I was trying to give you a compliment. I'm not going to put you. I'm not going to put you in the emotional
You
fan
can put me
role
wherever you
of
want, 'cause
Bonta and Joe.
I am more on the side of the emotional to some because what they said, and I agree with them. 7 times in our lifetime we've said now we've got our quarterback, and this is the time. They trade for Jimmy Garoppolo, and he wins 5 games. Now we've got our guy. Yeah. Colin Kaepernick comes in, flexes his bicep, and runs for 181. Now we've got our guy.
So
they take Trey Lance, number 1 overall. Now we've got our guy.
So you think at age 54, something you've done 7 times is like a normal, happens a lot?
In my lifetime, it's been more than 7 times.
It has?
Yeah, I mean, Steve Young. Now we've got our guy. Jeff Garcia. Alex Smith, they used the number 1 overall pick.
See, I did that. That's where I disagree with you.
I disagree with you because you took the guy number 1.
But that's a concept.
You didn't take a quarterback number 1 overall and think, well, I mean, this guy's not very good.
But you never saw it on the field.
Now we have our guy.
No.
Your premise is, for one of the rare times in our lifetime, we've seen a guy and we think, now we've got our guy. And I'm saying we've seen this 8, 9, 10 times before, and you disagree.
Then you're still not getting my point.
No, I get your point.
Because we're seeing it on the field, Dibs.
Yes.
You didn't see it with Alex Smith.
We saw it at Utah.
You didn't see it with Trey Lance. You didn't see it with so many people that we've tried.
I think we saw it.
This is reality.
Whether we're right or wrong, I think we saw it with Garoppolo.
Yes.
I think
I saw it with Cap. Cap was a phenom.
No doubt.
He was kissing his biceps.
Literally the only human beings that have put on a 49er uniform that you could even attempt to make this comp to would be Cap, Jimmy, Jeff, Steve, Joe.
But that makes it not rare, though, because you just that's 5 guys.
I went back 40 years.
Well, when you do it,
it's
but
totally rare.
The last decade or two.
I mean,
I'm with you, Dibs, on this is not rare.
It's not rare. It's very surprising in that this guy was a 7th round pick that you didn't expect to be doing this.
It is a story.
The fact that he beat Nate Sudfeld out to be the 3rd stringer
that's movie
but
like.
that was not front page news. That was buried in the notes.
Goo, you've been through this, okay? Tony Romo was your quarterback.
Oh, no doubt.
And then he got hurt.
Yep.
And in Los Angeles, California, a preseason game.
I'll never forget it.
The man went nuts, and Jerry Jones came off the sideline and started screaming the words Dak Prescott.
And where'd that get you 7 years later?
Well,
1 playoff.
I don't know.
2 yesterday.
I don't know. But here you are. You got a game this weekend, and he's still the quarterback.
No, that's
and he's making $40 million, and that was off of a preseason game.
And I'm not throwing shade at Brock, Mark. I was just shocked that it felt like you were putting on the cologne of this supersedes what happens. And if we're talking bars, Kaepernick took him to the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. That's how. So to me, that's where the bar's at for Purdy.
Yeah, the bar is he's going to be the quarterback next year anyway. Okay. I mean, he's gone from an afterthought to now he might be the guy. And
it's real.
You know, my focus and what I'm seeing a lot in social media and elsewhere is the focus is on Dallas. It's not to discount what you're saying, but I don't personally, I'm not thinking about it in global terms of the future of the organization.
If you're not seeing Brock Purdy mania on social media the last month and a half, I'm not sure what platforms you're on.
But I'm not seeing his 2030 Pro Bowl candidacy. I'm seeing Brock Purdy right now is where the mania is.
The one thing about Purdy that I saw last game is, his ability to evade is unbelievable. At least through 7 games. It's been unreal. He's got that fast twitch thing. There's no doubt where he can, and then I've said this, but then he can move fast enough to evade. He cuts it really close. It feels like at times he's playing with fire.
Oh, yeah.
And I just wonder if
a better defense.
Well, just that play got hit on the sidelines, where he got it. I don't know why Harbaugh. I don't know why the play was called in the first place. But that's kind of where that could worry me a little. Like the speed of a player in a really big game that he might not be able to account for. But he's like a mouse. You can't catch him around the house. You got the broom out. You're trying to hit him.
I will say
this. He's under the fridge.
Yeah,
he goes up to the oven. Somebody get this guy.
Does it worry you, the propensity, when he scrambles, by the way, I've never seen too many quarterbacks do this. Sometimes he turns around and runs backwards.
He loves to get to his right hand.
Right. He runs the other way, and it's worked okay. I don't want to see him do that if Micah is running at him this weekend.
And maybe it's somebody in Philly if they get past the you're so right.
I think Micah could catch him.
Yeah.
Like he hasn't been caught yet. Micah's like, don't run the other way, dude.
Gibbs, it's funny. We were talking to Lowe yesterday, and I brought up the basketball analogy when a guy doesn't have a good left hand, you want to make him go left. And I said, if you know Purdy's great at making these throws to the right, is there anything like in football you can really do? And he talked about when the pursuit comes, you got to know to stay on his back shoulder, not quite parallel with him. Because if you go to his back shoulder, if he tries to turn that way, you're going to be closer. And he says it's one of those things that it's just instinctual not to do. So you kind of got to think about doing it if you're actually in the moment. I just thought it was pretty fascinating.
He's saying almost to run past him so that he can't spin away.
Because you know what? Here's the other thing. Here's the thing. When he's running left, has he thrown across his body ever?
Yeah.
It's like he doesn't want to throw across his body.
No, he does that stop thing.
Yeah.
It usually gets him cracked in the ribs.
No doubt.
Yeah.
He took the shot last game.
It scares me.
No,
some of his most impressive plays have been throwing the ball away.
Yep.
I mean, 6 plays a game, you're like, they just can't get him.
The underhand throw is my favorite from Saturday. It's like you don't often see that. Like Mahomes will throw underhand.
Wow. I said, dude.
The underhand throw away? Okay.
Wasn't it you and I watching that AQ Shipley video together about that underhand play? Was that right? I think you and I sat here before the show yesterday.
Okay. Yeah.
AQ Shipley is a former offensive lineman. He's probably trying to do kind of some Baldy type stuff. He's doing some breakdowns on video, and he spotlights that play. And you're so used to seeing those videos on social media, and they usually end with a touchdown or whatnot. His point was, he goes, Kyle Shanahan, he goes, this play call was the greatest thing I've seen the whole weekend. And it was that play.
Wow.
And the way he drew it up, he goes, watch what all the linemen do. Watch what the skill position guys do. And he goes, basically, if Purdy had one more millisecond, he stops right as Purdy does the underhand throw and goes, look at the middle of the field. The defense had been totally run out of the video.
Man.
He goes, it's Eli Mitchell, a tight end, and 3 blockers, and no Seahawks are even on the screen
inside the hash,
except for the guy that was in Purdy's face. So we had to throw it a little too quick. He goes, this is such brilliant play calling. Yep. Like Eli Mitchell, if that had been complete, he could have crawled into the end zone.
No doubt.
For a touchdown. So
And that's the Purdy experience, man.
And Kyle. Like the whole thing is working in concert together right now.
I know we're up against it, but that first touchdown where Purdy hit McCaffrey in the flat, he did the Jimmy, no shade at Jimmy. Jimmy would have panicked, threw it out the end zone.
He'd gotten sacked.
Purdy did I'm still in control. And then McCaffrey, you could see him thinking, oh, let me just go out here. Bam, wide open touchdown, Niners. Like, that's a trait. Some have it, some don't. Yeah. Right now, Purdy's got it, but you guys are right on that. Skedaddle. If you go the wrong way, is it DeMarcus Lawrence? Is it Armstrong or Micah? Like can he just, will it burn him?
I was telling Evan when we were a kid, we used to play a game called Kill. He had one football and 8 guys. One guy had the football. He started running, and 7 guys tried to tackle him. And you know who the best players were? The guys who could zigzag. And that's what Brock Purdy can do.
He's got it. What would the name of that game have to be if you launched it in 2023? You're not allowed to use that word anymore.
There's another name for it that you really can't use anymore.
Tag dibs. Yeah, it would be called.
No, it would be called Gently Embrace the Guy with the Football.
Yeah, that's right. Because we had another name for it. I got in trouble when I used it years ago.
And unfortunately, I was neither quick nor elusive, so I'd get the ball. Hard to bring down, though, quietly. So I'd be taking shots from everybody.
Don't be a bully. That's
Greg
the name of the game.
Jeff Ferreira, they all came for your boy.
If you get there and the guy has the ball, just be nice. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. Before we run, real quick, because you've been down on the Cowboys. How about last night? Are you back up?
And let me tell you why, Rob Lowe, about last night. It's Seattle and what they did in 2 quarters that I think Dallas can do for 4 if all systems are a go. So this is going to be a great, phenomenal game. And Dallas was playing Dallas yesterday. It wasn't so much Tampa. It was the stage. It was Dak. They had him I had him 6 feet deep. And now you feel like, can they parlay that into, let's go Jim Brown, the big payback. James Brown, help me out. The big payback. So this is the best non-division rivalry in sports, right? Lakers, Celtics, Dallas Niners.
Niners lead 24-23, 4 seconds left. Dallas at the 49 to 31 yard line. And here comes Brett Maher. To try to win the game.
I think they lose. What was that yesterday?
It was history. No kicker had ever missed 4 PATs
what was going
in a
on?
game. Yeah. He had the yips.
We got Ross Tucker. He was defending Maurer because he had a family and kids. So we'll get into that about the hate was too much of the vitriol, but I've never seen anything like that, man. What if that would have cost him?
Yeah. Well, it did cost me. Cost me donuts. 40.
I had the under.
Over-under was 45 and a half.
No.
45 and a half. You got 4 chances to hit the over, brother. 4 chances to hit the over.
And Tampa went for 2 and didn't get it, too. I thought I was
seriously
cooked.
Ridiculous. All right, here comes Stein Gill.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, now we know it's the Dallas Cowboys. They're going to be in here on Sunday, 3:30, NFC divisional game. They looked pretty good last night, no doubt about it. They beat the Bucs, Tom Brady. That's got to be it for Tom, right?
Oh, no.
I'm sorry, I'd like to do this just because got to be it for Twommy, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah. His arm's kind of losing some steam to the naked eye.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Yeah, no doubt. They were 8-9. What did we expect?
True.
I'm going to do my Pat Summerall. Touchdown, Rice. That's what this week's about. Man, and Summerall, Steiny.
Yeah. Look, I'm originally from back east, and I know this is a big boy.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Because I still can remember, even though I was living back east and I was 19 years old, I remember where I was for the catch. And I was a kid in Pennsylvania. That's
and
how
Dallas was the team then. They were supposed to win that game.
And I hated the Cowboys because I was an Eagles fan growing up.
Sure.
So I was watching the game, and I wanted the 49ers to win that game so bad. But we never thought they would because nobody ever beat the Cowboys.
Yeah, no doubt. Doomsday, Steiny.
And so the Niners did it. And from that point on, I always kind of had a little soft spot for the Niners, even back there.
And a star was born that day. His
Yes,
name was
sir.
Joe Montana.
Yes, sir.
And I wonder, like my whole thing with Willard was like, you're not telling me again that Purdy mania, it is a mania, Steiny. We don't know what it's going to eventually end up being, but a diehard fan like me, that can't supersede what they're on the cusp of doing, and that's getting to the bowl and getting Kyle's first one.
Yeah.
Dude, this is going to be great.
Yeah, I'm really glad it's these two teams. And then, obviously, I want to see the Eagles get to the NFC Championship game.
Man.
And I think regardless of the opponent.
And that
it's
will
either,
be, well,
it's
you
either
know
going to
this,
be
it'll
Eagles.
be in Philly.
Yeah, it's, well,
You
we
wearing
don't
green
know.
today, too. Well, you should be wearing purple. We call it
Why?
purple. Kirk Cousins. Good Lord. I
What?
thought of you the whole game.
You should have. He needs help. I mean, they let Kirk Cousins down. I mean, for all the people out there that say, oh, Kirk can't do this, can't do that, lights come on. Kirk Cousins was maybe the best quarterback in the playoffs.
Your comedy, I'm telling you, Cobbs.
Pro Football Focus had him number one overall grade. Pro Football Focus had him number one passing grade. This is among all the playoff quarterbacks who played
Look
this
at the
past
smile
weekend.
as you say
they had him
this.
number one at CPOE. That's the new trendy stat right
What?
now. Exactly. He was number one in completion percentage, 31 for 39, and number one in accuracy grade. And then total quarterback rating of all the quarterbacks in the first round, Kirk Cousins was number two. So Justin Jefferson
you're
let him
his
down.
team.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, dude, that's
Absolutely.
I knew that's who you were at your core. You hide it. I thought you were a team guy.
Oh, hell no.
Wow.
Oh, my God,
We're all
no.
shocked. Evan, I know it hurts. John.
It actually doesn't.
Dude, we got a game.
That's not till Sunday.
No, it's already started.
This has been a theme, though. This has been a theme. Don't get too high.
Dude,
too
how can you
early.
not? Niners, Dallas. Niners
you're
will
gonna
be in the
pooped
red.
by
Dallas will
Sunday.
be in the white. All the history.
Do we know that for sure already?
There's no doubt. Sonny, take that to the bank.
All right. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
And this goes for, obviously, 49er fans, too. Ross Tucker at 1:30, and then at 2:30, we're going to do something I think is going to be a hell of a lot of fun. We're going to go out to Washington, D.C., where Whitley Sandretto, she's in our digital team, covers the Warriors.
Awesome.
She was part of the Warriors ceremony today at the White House. So hopefully she's got a ton of insight as to what actually goes down when a team visits the White House, which I've always been very curious about.
Is there a dinner? Or
that's a
lunch?
good question for her.
I would imagine.
I'm sure they have some
salami.
finger food.
Yeah.
I would think.
Cheese sticks. You know, the ones you pull.
Sure.
Yeah.
So we're going to talk to Whitley Sandretto
String
at 2
cheese.
o'clock.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking.
You're excited, aren't you?
Dude, no, this
is a big win for you last night.
Yeah, but dude, I was in a big house.
Yeah, I know. I saw.
But yeah, dude, my boy
saw.
Jason's balling.
Where is it?
Livermore.
Yeah, it's nice.
49er Frankie said something to me. We'll talk about it later.
All right.
Kind of told me he was disappointed in me.
I've been disappointed in you.
My stomach. And then tapped it.
Oh, you think you're getting heavy?
Oh man, hurt me to my
I thought you were in the gym.
Yeah, I am, but
maybe you should stop
Even though it
videoing
was the
yourself in the gym and start lifting weights and getting on the treadmill instead of trying to be Francis Ford Coppola when you get into 24-hour fitness.
I'm gonna honestly say I think you've been sitting on that.
That actually
Look
came
at
right
you
out.
smiling.
It came right out.
Dude, I'm done. No Red Bull. It's over. Yeah.
No, seriously, 49er fans, okay, you saw the Niners play a game. You saw the Cowboys last night. You're playing the Cowboys. Like, my feeling is, do you feel any different about the Niners than you did before the playoffs started? Do you feel they're more equipped to win it? You think, and then looking at the Cowboys. You think the Cowboys can get you if you're a 49er fan?
This is you know what? You gave me
How
a
you
compliment.
feeling about the 49ers?
You gave me a compliment about my allegiance. I ain't one of these dudes, it's my team or the highway.
Mm-hmm.
You said, you know what, Guru, you give unbiased opinion and analysis. I'm telling you, I think Dallas is coming in here with what Seattle had a little of. They got a running game, pretty good offensive line. They got some weaponry on the outside. But this is going, to me, boil down to Dan Quinn v. Kyle Shanahan. And that's the defensive coordinator for the Cowboys, who's Steiny. They got a stout D. They did a great job yesterday. I'm surprised. And now when we talk about Brock Purdy, and not his shortcomings, but the skedaddle that you're getting away with and being able to throw. He did it against the Raiders. We gave him props for. Can Dallas box him in and kind of take that away? Yeah. And can Dallas stop now? You talk about a V8, it's a V12 of what this Niner offense is now with McCaffrey, Kittle, Ayuk. Seattle did a pretty damn good job, and it shocked me for 2 quarters.
Right.
Can the Cowboys do it for 4 and vice versa? Is Dak going to be able to say, I got somewhat a monkey off my back? Now here we go. And does the Brock Purdy story continue to where they're going to Philly if they win?
Yeah, we couldn't ask for a better week of football prep. We couldn't ask for a better matchup, man. I mean, there's just no doubt about it. San Francisco 49ers versus the Dallas Cowboys, 3:30 from Levi's Stadium. And here's what I'll do here. We got 2 minutes before we're going to go to break. And I've done this before, but I'm going to tell a little story about Goo and myself. And it has to do with the boss. Years ago.
Matt Nahagian.
How long has he been here, by the way?
I want to say.
This might be the longest run of any of our program directors.
Thought about it. Dude.
It's not hard.
You got to Google it.
Yeah, so anyway, over the years, as we've talked football, particularly like 4 or 5 years ago, Goo's a Cowboy fan. It is what he is. He has strong ties to the Cowboys, and particularly because it comes through his father. Nobody can hate on that. But the boss back in the day was like, just be careful. Be careful talking too much about the Cowboy people. Too much. But you know what? Darryl the Guru Johnson is a star of his own show, and he's known throughout the Bay Area. Everybody knows who Guru is, and now they know he likes the Cowboys.
Where did the real Steinmetz
We cannot hide
this
that.
Guy?
We can't hide that. And here's the thing about Guru. Guru's not the kind of guy that's going to be in your face, 49er fans in your face.
I ain't got nothing to do that with.
I will say this.
It's been 30 years.
I will say this. Most of the year, you've been very skeptical about about the Cowboys. And I thought it was, he's just doing his thing. He's just doing his thing because this is what he does. But I will say this, having known you like I do, and knowing you like I do, you're not saying the Cowboys are going to win, but you feel like they have a better chance in your mind today as opposed to last Friday.
I do. And it's about, real quick, what we talked about.
Tell me why.
With Lowe. The secondary. Is it Lenore? Is it Ward? Can they be picked on? And can all that manifest on one day? We'll find out. And there's just something mentally that manifested yesterday in Tampa for Dallas as a team and Dak. And I'm still looking sideways, Steiny, but that Seattle game, that first half, is something that resonates with me to where it might not be Dallas. It could be Philly. Like, are they going to look at that and the competition's just going to get stiffer? And I'll tell you this, partner, before we wrap it up.
Yes, sir.
If the Niners do it, forget Brock Purdy because he's the captain quarterback, it's going to be a tough road because Dallas has a good defense and Philly, by all accounts, has a better defense.
Yeah, I mean, the road to the Super Bowl's never
easy.
Paved with rose petals.
Who was that, your boy Dylan?
I just made that up, too. You know how when people want to get romantic,
I wouldn't know
they
about
throw
that.
roses on the floor leading up to
Talking to the wrong guy, bud.
I don't either.
That ship is
Actually,
left
I'm not really sure either.
the dock.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line. All right, we got a game of football under our belt, playoff football. How you feeling right now about your 49ers? More confident now that you see what the Cowboys are and what you guys are? Less confident? The same? 888-957-9570. Don't forget the road to Glendale. It's brought to you by Mara West Credit Union. The Mara West Credit Union working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Brock Purdy Purdy is one of the biggest stories in the NFL.
I totally expect him to go to Glendale and win the whole thing. I mean, come on, guys. What else are you waiting for? Brock, the man, he just continues to show you every game what kind of quarterback he is. The only difference between him and Patrick Mahomes is the name.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Oh, Birdie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season. Duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
The Manufacturers RV Show is back. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, January 21st through the 29th.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Now at Big O Tires, buy 3 tires, get 1 free on 4 select in-stock Nexon and Aspen tires with installation purchase. See participating store for offer details or bigotires.com for additional cash saving specials on name brand tires and auto care services. Ends January 29th.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Are you ready to lose that belly fat and get in shape? How about spicing up those romantic moments or increasing your energy and improve your mood? If you're ready to feel like you did 20 to 30 years ago, we have your ultimate solution, Ultra Max T. Since 2004, Andro 400 has helped men like you safely and effectively lose belly fat, boost T levels, and spice up those spontaneous romantic moments. Andro 400 has now developed the ultimate T booster, Ultra Max T, the most potent and all-natural fat-melting, romance-enhancing T-boosting supplement available. We're so convinced you'll love how you feel using Ultra Max T that we offer an unconditional 90-day money-back guarantee. So if you're ready to lose that stubborn belly fat, boost testosterone levels, and reach your peak romantic performance, order Ultra Max T today. Call 888-400-0435, 888-400-0435, or go to andro400.com. That's andro400.com.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season. Duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, Sweet Child of Mine.
You too?
It's a band that I can't stand, actually. Don't tell me.
Well, you remember the title.
It's Axl. Is it Guns N' Roses? Yeah, Axl Rose. Not a big fan.
I always think of Axel Foley. Beverly Hills
Eddie
Cop.
Murphy.
Yeah, look out, my boy.
Wait.
Axl
Wait a minute. I'm
Foley.
sorry. No. You're right. Was Slash the guitarist in Guns N' Roses? Slash.
That sounds right.
Yeah, he was the man.
Look at Jay.
Slash made Guns N' Roses.
Only band I was familiar with.
Slash could play the guitar. I think he still can.
Remember my best friend, he was Jewish, Max Koenigsberg. He liked Kiss. So ACD.
Beth, I hear you calling.
Peter Paul, Ace Frehley, Gene Simmons. I'm losing my black card.
Yeah, first
I went hip-hop on you, yeah.
First slow dance to Beth. By me. Beth, I hear
Is that Kiss?
you calling. Yeah. But I can't come home. All right, we got to get there. By the way,
Look.
we're going to talk 49ers and Cowboys. Ross Tucker coming up at 1:30. Do want to mention that the Golden State Warriors won, to me, their most meaningless game of the year yesterday. Absolutely,
I hate when you do this.
positively meaningless. And you know me, Goo. I always try to take something. Ain't nothing to take from that. They're giving up.
It's one in the win
fool's
column.
gold. It's fool's gold. It's
Why?
fool's gold because again they gave up 120 points.
How many did they score?
And again, Guru, they shot 50% from the field. Do you want to know, or do you not want to know? Do you want to tell me,
is it a win?
or do you want me to tell you?
When do we start style pointing?
When you're the Golden State Warriors. And you're the defending champions, like you always say.
Well, you just lost the night before in the Shy.
The
Just
Golden
get the dub, I
State
thought.
Warriors,
no pun intended,
shot 50% from the floor, 40% from three-point range, and 90% from the line, and they are up 1 with 90 seconds left in that game.
Gotcha. How did it end?
They're in trouble,
for a
buddy.
guy like me. Steiny, this
no
was
chance.
one of
No.
82,
No.
and I am something's going on.
Yeah,
but they got the dub. That's where I'm
great.
at now.
They did get the dub, but it means nothing for the big picture.
So
zero.
I get what you're saying.
That's
now,
what I
if
think.
they're going to tangle with Boston?
Jordan Poole had 35.
Yeah,
Steph Curry had 41,
and Dre
and
10
they won the
fourth-quarter
game.
points. Some fans talking mess to him. And he answered.
But he actually said he had nothing in the tank for 3 quarters.
And that's what concerns me.
And the game before, he was terrible. So he played a good quarter of basketball.
That's what I'm worried about. What you mean ain't nothing in the tank?
That's what he said.
I know.
He also said the writing's on the wall.
I need a V8.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
I can't wait to talk to Whit.
Whitley Sandretto.
2:30 here will be 5:30 in D.C. if I'm correct, right?
That is correct. So Whitley Sandretto is with the Warriors. They were at the White House today, so that'll be a fun thing to talk about. Let's go to Austin and Redwood City. Get it started.
Our guy. No, this is different, Austin. We love him. What's up, hey?
Ain't no much. All the way back to work. How y'all fellas doing?
Hanging in.
Hey, look, girl, man, these Dallas Cowboys, man, they ain't ready for these Niners. They're really not ready for these Niners. You remember when Debo destroyed them, right?
I do.
I had no receivers, which is about Debo. Now that we got everybody, Ayuk becoming a good route runner, we got Kittle back in the game. Everybody's touching a rock, so we ain't really relying on Debo. But who gonna stop Debo?
Wow.
Who gonna stop Debo once he get going? You see what he did to Seattle?
Yeah, that's a great point.
Answer that. How you gonna stop Debo
I want to help
Samuel?
Austin out.
Okay.
There's other guys on that list. McCaffrey, Ayuk, Kittle. I'm petrified. And any Cowboy fan would be petrified because Philly, if it's Philly Niners, Steiny, we talked about it yesterday. You cannot deny what Brock Purdy is quarterbacking right now. And it is a foreign, as they say in the hip-hop community. This is a Ferrari. This is a Lambo. And right now, your boy looks like Dale Earnhardt because he can drive it. Dallas, Steiny, I don't know. They got their hands full. That's what I know. Who is going to be, or is it going to be by committee? Frisco, San Francisco, the Niners. Hey, you ain't hearing me be Johnny Fan. I can't. Right now, they got the juice.
Not OJ.
I saw a video of OJ interviewing Bo Jackson walking off the field against Cincinnati when he hurt his hip. It was the good OJ. Anyway.
Chris is in San Leandro. What's up, Chris?
What's up? Hey, Goo, I think this is going to be a cakewalk for the Niners. I'm confused. We beat this team last year in the playoffs with Amari Cooper, and now this team is incrementally better. So we're going to the NFC Championship, and I need you to stop sleeping on the New York Football Giants because with a Jalen Hurts that's not 100%, it's going to be a toss-up.
No, those are great. Go ahead, Stoney. No,
Settle down.
Hurts is hurt.
It's not a toss-up.
You ain't giving the Giants a chance?
Oh, it's football. You got to give them a chance.
There we go. And I'm with him about this Niner-Dallas thing.
Just walk into Veterans Stadium and win that game.
Look at you. Stoney, it's real, man.
I know it's the link.
No, I was talking about his other point with that. Like the Vegas has it Niners minus 3.5
against the Cowboys.
Yeah, the first couple of series last night for Dallas.
Doesn't that mean it's even on a neutral field essentially?
Well, it's not on a neutral field.
Why not? That's 3 points for home field.
Levi's, and I ain't talking denim.
You're excited, aren't you?
No, yeah, this is.
You're still feeling the win last night.
Oh no, I'm not.
No, you are.
It's about
which is
business.
Fine.
No,
it's fine.
What would you say?
Did you do a video?
No video, nothing.
Okay,
I had a few.
That's a smart move.
Yeah, put the phone down. Good.
A couple things. The fans.
They're ready.
I mean, are Cowboy fans really that bad? Seriously. Like,
what do you mean?
Well, when I think of the worst fans or fans that other fan bases don't like.
Oh, I think it's Hatfield McCoys, yeah.
No, but what I'm saying is like,
it's a rivalry.
I mean this.
Yeah.
I mean this seriously. I don't consider you an obnoxious Cowboy fan.
Because I'm a grown-ass man, and that's why we get along, Steiny. Bonte, well, they're dead to me. I slipped up. Listen, I'm not a dude that comes on here and goes Johnny fanboy. I give it to you real. My version of real, raw, uncut analysis. How can you look me in the face and tell me that the Niners with Jimmy Garoppolo, his limitations and all, no Christian McCaffrey, go to Dallas, Austin, Texas last year and beat Dallas in a playoff game, and now you got McCaffrey, you got Purdy, a more mobile quarterback. How can Dallas pull this off? And I'm not going, I'm trying to possum. Come on, the Niners are flying now.
Okay, this is all I can tell you is
I'm being real.
Well, all I can tell you is the way I feel. This is the way I feel.
This is why we love the show.
So and I'd like to know, and I'm going to ask the 49er fans when they call in. I feel like the Cowboys have a better chance to win this game than I felt like they had last year against the Cowboys.
That's interesting.
I just didn't.
So does last night resonate with you from a Dallas standpoint?
Well, it's clear that did they win a playoff game last year, the Cowboys?
No, they
right. That was the first round.
Yeah.
Right, and that's a big part of it. Like, I just didn't feel like Dallas was going to be able to win that game.
All right.
Or I just felt like the 49ers were favored in that game last year. They're going to win. They're favored in this year's game, too, but
they're more dynamic and they're at home.
Yeah, it feels like Dallas is better, too.
Well, again, I've looked at them side-eyed all year talking about Dallas. I'm just wondering, with what happened last night, Steiny, some could look at that game from a Cowboy perspective and think, okay, they're feeling good about themselves. How much is that worth? Now, 92, maybe 97 may be on your ass, Dak, but Dak last night, I got to tip my cap. I didn't think you could do that. So that's why I'm excited. But when you take all that away and you just look at the talent on both sides of the ball for both teams, Dallas has a good defense. I think the Niners is better. I just think there's too much weaponry. But then you say, who's quarterbacking them? And Jimmy Garoppolo always could fall back on 2019, that NFC Championship game in his own backyard, that Super Bowl. When does the other shoe drop for Cinderella? I'll call him Purderella. And that's Brock Purdy. And the skedaddle that you talk about, and I'm impressed with, could Dallas make him pay for that? And that's why I got my popcorn ready.
503. Niners were underdogs last year. Yeah, I know they were, Terry. I appreciate that. I just felt like people that kind of knew football were just kind of down on the Cowboys last year.
I was.
By the way, I need to get this out just so everybody knows where I'm coming from. I'm seeing some tweets and some banter, and 49ers fans are saying Cowboy fans are the most obnoxious in football, and Cowboy fans saying 49er fans are the worst. You know who has the worst / most obnoxious fans in football?
Raiders.
No.
Who?
It's a 32-way tie among every fan base.
I was going to go
They're all obnoxious.
Yeah.
They're all brutal.
Yeah.
Because every fan base has a segment of the bottom 10%.
But
and
some
they're all the
ride
same.
harder, though.
No.
Philly, Raiders, Niners, Dallas.
Yeah, they're yes. Obnoxious.
Pittsburgh.
Obnoxious.
Yeah.
They're all terrible. Ain't no fan base better than another. Y'all stink.
Well, and you're a Viking. Well, / Philly.
I don't have a team.
You're a Rubik's Cube.
I'm not that complicated.
You jump on the wagon.
Exactly.
Look at you. No. I hate when you own it. There's this new thing going around real quick.
Mm-hmm.
You know how you and Evan hated? Evan didn't like when I listened when I was off. Him.
Yeah.
And what was the one you don't like? Oh, he's in the bag.
Right.
There's a new thing fans are using now. Like
Tell
the
me.
Niners smoked that Seahawk pack. They're trying to smoke the Dallas pack.
What's the phrase?
Whatever team you root for, whoever you just beat, that's the pack you smoked. I kind of like it.
Oh, that's actually
the Niners.
That's actually now the phrase.
I heard Vontae say they're gonna smoke on the Dallas pack. It's kind of dope. You like that?
No, I don't. 510. You're right. The only non-obnoxious fans are Matt Steinmetz fans. Now those guys.
Well, your thing on your tombstone is he wasn't a fan.
I just don't like.
You don't like people being happy. I get it.
No, that's not it. I don't like people saying paint.
Tell me.
Don't put me in this category.
You don't like them to be happy?
No, it's happy. It's happy when someone goes, you guys suck. Your fan base stinks. Your team stinks. Your team's awful. Oh, yeah, Dak Prescott, he sucks. Yeah, that's positive.
It comes from.
Yeah, that's.
I'm gonna shock you here.
Oh, that makes people happy.
Competition.
Oh, yeah, that's pure happiness. That's pure happiness. Dak Prescott stinks. I can't stand McCarthy.
Stadiums
this team's
are
a bunch of
around
frauds.
the world to be able to say that.
Yeah. Oh, that's happiness. Yeah.
And I'm going to be honest. I think some fans care more than these players. And I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it.
Let's go to Pete in Newark. What's up, Pete? How you doing, Pete?
Hey, what's up, my dude? Hey, I called you last week. We got Tampa, bro. But, hey, bear with me real quick. Purdy, the question I got for Niner fans, all due respect, y'all look lights out. Game time, gamer, juggernaut right now. But has he faced the defense like Dallas' secondary and pass rush? They played Miami, I think, and the Chargers, and KC was one of the tougher games. But let me know what you think about that. That's the question to me.
Okay. You guys want to take that off the air? And thanks, Pete. Appreciate the call.
We can meet at, what's the bar they invited us to?
Which group?
Newark.
We've been invited to
O'Connell's?
many places.
Yeah. O'Malley's?
I don't know.
I'm blowing it.
But
anyway, Dallas has a problem at the left cornerback position, too, so Purdy could take advantage of that. We'll see.
Yeah. Let me just clarify.
Quinn versus Chaney.
510, this is what I agree with. There you go, Steiny. All fan bases have bad apples. And that's a fact. That's a fact.
You're from Philly. They booed Irvin and Santa Claus when Irvin's last play of his career, and Santa Claus is on record.
Right.
They booed that man.
Okay. Fans would do that in every arena and every stadium. The small segment of fans will do that in every stadium. No fan base is worse than any other. The worst of the worst, the best of the best.
And what hurts is
Some have
you traveled
fans.
to every arena in the NBA.
That's right, I did. Mm-hmm.
And you know that not to be. You're doing this bit for Cobbs.
Nope.
Tommy T.
There's nothing funny
Here
about
comes
it.
Matt Steinmetz.
There's nothing funny about it.
It is.
The best fans of a team are great. The worst fans of a team are the worst. And every team has them both. Mm-hmm.
That's like saying all neighborhoods are the same. You know, you go down the wrong street and stuff pop off. There's more venom in certain places, Tiny. Come on now.
Yeah, you don't think fan bases have a larger percentage of those toxic fans that you're talking about?
How many toxic fans do you think the Warriors have?
Watch Twitter. Get on Twitter.
Exactly.
Warrior Twitter.
Right.
But they come out when it's bad.
My point is, I'm not playing the game of 49er fans saying Cowboy fans stink, because 49er fans stink just as much as Cowboy fans, and Warrior fans stink just as much as Houston Rockets and Philadelphia 76ers fans.
See, I put all that under Razin. It's Cowboy week for Niner fans. That's why they're doing. If it were Packers, they would say the same thing.
Exactly. It's the same. It's the same. It's all the same. Sean in Santa Rosa.
Sullivan's in Newark. There we go. Yeah.
What's up, Sean? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. How are you guys? A big fan of the show. You guys are talking about upsets. I want to ask you guys, you and Guru, upsets. What would be bigger upset? The Giants beating Eagles, or the Jaguars upsetting the Chiefs? What do you guys think would be a more bigger upset or shocker?
I think the Jaguars.
Oh, there's no doubt. And the fact that we haven't talked about this Philly Giant game is a division game. 2 times they've played. Giants almost beat them with their backups. But yeah, if Mahomes, Stein, if they don't get to it, I would be shocked.
Hey, you know what? We bet on all 6 of those games last week, but I kind of forget what I bet
It's
on.
interesting that you forget when the streets are saying you had a bad
you remember
week.
yours?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll remember what I agreed
all
with you on.
All the teams that won.
I'll give you a 4 for that. That's good.
There you go.
Okay, first game of the week was Seattle. I know I had Seattle to cover, so that's a loss for me. I think you had the Niners.
Yeah, so that's one. Being honest here.
The Jacksonville.
I went with Jacksonville because I said Peterson's this stud.
I can't remember when I went there. I do think I like the San Diego Chargers.
That's what Evan said during the break. You weren't here. So we think you're 0-2.
I don't know that you had Jacksonville.
Yeah, remember I said
sure.
Peterson and I didn't like Staley. I'm out on him. Remember? Keep going. Third game.
Then there was the Bills versus.
I took Buffalo with that one. Dude, Tua wasn't playing. I said, Skylar Thompson, get the hell out of here. Or they wasn't going to be a close game. Dude, it was. So I didn't cover. I might take an L.
And then
they didn't cover.
Obviously, I took Minnesota.
Yeah,
refs screwed them.
I took Giants.
And then
Dallas.
I definitely. You did not take the Cowboys.
No, I didn't. I took Tampa.
And I took the Cowboys. I remember.
And we both took Niners.
I didn't take the Niners. I had Seattle to cover. We're getting 10 points.
This sounds like that commercial where the kid tells the ref, the ball's off me. Oh, I'm breaking out, Steiny.
You know what?
You're an honest dude.
There's going to be one word on my tombstone: integrity. Mm-hmm. Hey, hombre in Santa Clara.
The show comes to a screeching halt.
What's up, hombre?
How you guys doing?
Homie, hombre. We got it all covered. What's up, man?
What's up, man? I called you guys last week. Hey, listen, I'm feeling pretty good this week. I think Brock had another outstanding game. You know, one of the things that I said last week that I really liked about him was just his football IQ and how he does under pressure. And, you know, he showed on Saturday that he can do that, you know, that he can play well, that he can take that heat.
You got going back there, hombre. Is that a child, or are you stepping on a dog?
Oh, no. That's my toddler over here.
How old's the toddler? What's his or her name?
Oh,
His name is Julian. He's a 3-year-old.
Nice.
I love him.
All right. Okay, go ahead.
Hey, but you know what? I really think that the Niners gotta stick to the run game to open up the game. I feel that we could definitely start the momentum there and let that open up the pass game. I think Goo just said a couple minutes ago, the Cowboys are definitely struggling with that left corner. So I think if they go that route, my football IQ is elementary, so it doesn't have a lot of value here. But I think if they go with that, then maybe then they can open up that pass game that guy who called not that long ago asking, had they faced the defense like they faced from the Cowboys. I don't think they have, but I think they've got a lot of running weapons that can really open up that pass game, and it's going to force them to have to pick of, do they bring a guy down or do they help out on the secondary?
Thanks, Ombre. We were getting worried about the 3-year-old Julian. He's starting to crawl in the other room, and there's a ledge there. So we had to make sure Ombre got his
It's two things. I heard Shasky this morning, and as a fellow fan, I appreciate
you weren't going to mention their names.
Oh, God, we got to put a jar. Yeah, for me. He said, I'll never tell another fan how to fan. Kind of melted my heart. Like, hey, you do you,
I don't like that phrase either. I'd like to put that one out.
He said he wasn't a fan police. Like, I'm not going to.
In your bag and you do you. Let's lose those in 2023.
You serious?
Dead.
Now, with that, I go back to Willard. Even though Willard said I wasn't trying to convey what you heard, Goo, but for the fans out there, the Niner fans that are so drunk off of Purdy mania, if someone did tell you at a bar or on a radio show, you know what, Stoney?
Yeah.
I feel like we're playing with house money because we got our quarterback for the future. Would that bother you knowing that they're already saying
49ers?
Yeah.
Or the Cowboys?
If the Niners. If they don't get to the big show or get it done, that what they saw from Purdy's sanity is enough. Like, as a fellow, if I were a Niner fan, that would piss me off. And that's what I thought Willard was saying.
He wasn't saying.
No, but what if somebody's out there saying that? Would you say, no, you got it all wrong?
Well, nobody feels like that.
You don't think somebody?
I don't think there's
sitting in the cut.
I don't think there's a
40. We got our quarterback. Yeah, we want to win, but we got years to come of this dude. I'm like, you don't know if he's going to be the starter next year. There's
no feeling out there that's black and white. I mean, you're going to be. Look, the 49ers have won 11 in a row.
Damn.
You want them to win the Super Bowl? Who cares about who the quarterback is? So if and when they lose, you're going to be upset, disappointed, hurt, crushed. And you know what? You can still have your quarterback.
That's how I feel.
I don't think anybody's out there saying, "Oh, I don't care if they win or lose. They got Brock Purdy."
Because
you know what?
You went through Cap Mania. You went through Jimmy Mania. You went to Alex. Like, all that stuff those guys were saying this morning, it was valid. You
know what? I can't.
What?
49er fans think they have, dibs on all the great quarterbacks, and they should have them all. Every franchise has great quarterbacks. Super Bowl quarterbacks in every. Russell Wilson, he won Super Bowls. John
Russell
Elway,
Wilson. Okay,
he won Super Bowls.
Those are Hall of Famers,
right? Rodgers won Super Bowls. You don't really get what I'm saying, and I didn't do a good job of explaining it, quite frankly.
Don't speak for me.
Yeah, you didn't get it. I could tell you were glazed over.
No, I knew we had to wrap it up.
Did we? We're still 45 seconds. Okay.
Yo, your boy, I'm on the clock.
Okay, you know what? I'm not breaking now. We have 40 seconds.
Now you can get Jake in trouble. The boss don't come see you about that. He sees him.
The boss doesn't even know who Jake is.
Integrity?
He doesn't even know Jake's
Jake, I
here.
love you. See, that's who you really are.
All right. 888-957-9570. Ross Tucker at 1:30. Then we're going to go to Washington, D.C., see what the Warriors are doing at the White House. We've got our boots on the ground.
I was going to say correspondent.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Whitley Sandretto, our correspondent. Actually, I think that's perfect. She's going to join us at 2:30. It's all brought to you by Twin USA.
All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. 21 and over. Please enjoy responsibly.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com, sponsored by Pfizer.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
We've got you covered in a Toyota certified used vehicle. Let's go! Toyota's factory seal of approval ensures you get the best pre-owned Toyota. All certified Toyotas pass a rigorous inspection, come with exceptional warranties and roadside assistance. Shop your Toyota dealer's great selection today.
Grab the keys, come on, let's go!
Toyota certified used vehicles. The best new cars make the best used cars. See your local Toyota dealer for certified warranty and program details.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Is your tub worn out, but you're not sure who to trust to replace it? With over 2 million successful bath remodels, people trust Bathfitter because we know how to do it right. We've been custom designing and manufacturing baths for over 35 years. Our unique tub-over-tub installation takes as little as a day with no demo to fit your busy schedule. And we offer a lifetime warranty on every tub. That's how confident we are in our quality and durability. Bathfitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just 1 dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
Kentucky Fried Chicken's pot pies are just $5? That's a comforting thought, especially after a holiday season when you had to panic wrap gifts at 2 a.m.
Come on.
Watch the same kids movie 11 times.
Again!
And we're lovingly told your cooking was
a tad dry, dear.
Yeah. A $5 pot pie from KFC with tender chicken, savory sauce, and a flaky crust. That's a very comforting thought. Order your pot pie on the KFC app for just $5. That's finger-licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
Trevor Noah has added 2 more San Francisco shows to his Off the Record tour, December 8th and 9th at the Masonic. All shows are on sale now at Ticketmaster. For your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Trevor Noah, head to 957thegame.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever.
Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Some chills.
Let me guess.
Yeah.
Elton John.
That's Kiss.
No,
I know. I bet you thought of Kiss as like a heavy.
They used to wear Ace Frehley. I told you the names.
Right.
Gene Simmons. They had the paint on the face.
Right.
Punk rock.
No, not punk rock.
What kind of rock?
Just rock.
Heavy metal.
Well, that's the thing. Did that sound like heavy metal?
No,
Goo?
That sounded like Elton John. That was soft.
That sounded like.
Look at you getting emotional over there.
Like,
thinking about. Oh, I was gonna.
Sounded like Steiny's middle school dance.
Yeah, some old Flames.
Oh,
you ever listen to some songs? You're like, damn it, that's the one that got away.
No,
I do. Beyonce.
No. Goo, the one thing, I'm the one who got away.
Wow, look at my boy.
That's who. And you know what? Many a woman is saying that. Back
In
wherever they
trouble.
are,
Yeah.
back east, saying, God, that's
No. Hey, did you see my video where I watched the game? It felt good. I lived a little bit yesterday. Snotty, my boy Jason's house in Livermore. He had the golf course in the back with my boy Brooklyn from New York. They won.
Captain Smitty. Half
See,
Moon
that's
Bay.
what I don't like.
What's up, Captain Smitty?
Ahoy there from Half Moon Bay.
That's a 3.
I've got 2 points that I want to make. First off, Steiny, you came up a couple points in my book when you said you hated AC/DC.
Wow.
But you went down those same points when you said you hate all fans. I've been a fan for a long time. My mother taught me how to be a fan back in 1957. But back to the fan parts of this first, I went to a Seahawks game, I think it was 2012, and I went to Seattle. Now, I went representing my red from for the 49ers. I got punched.
See, that's
3 times.
That's and you know what?
Yeah.
Thank you, Captain Smitty. You know that. And
Did he
that's
have
what
some pops still? Was he out of pocket? We had to get it. You didn't ask.
Let me be. I don't hate. Of course, I don't hate all fans. I hate fans like the guy who did that to Captain Smitty.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
I've seen some stuff.
I know.
Well, now just put on Twitter.
Exactly.
Fans are, people mad. The pandemic.
Grow up.
Yep.
Like, though, that's what.
Yeah, he took one across 2-piece.
Yeah, Ross Tucker coming up at 1:30. And you know what? He's coming up on our new Bud Light guest line. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. This may be an issue.
Uh-oh.
I'll tell you off the air.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So we got
I
Ross
was with
Tucker.
Tito last night.
We got Ross Tucker coming up 1:30. 1:30. So, are you going to go to the game Sunday?
Yes, I'm going against my, because I was thinking about what if they lose? Do I want to be around all that? Then the dude's killing me this morning. I thought we might, break bread or something. They talk about I'm dead. So,
right.
Yeah, but I got something at the home that's pressing too. My daughter's getting ready to go to Louisiana, Stoney, for college. So they're going to visit. I'm not going, and a little trouble in the household because I thought I was going. I couldn't take the time off. What?
I'm sorry. I didn't.
Do I tell you too much family stuff? Like, did I put you on the spot there?
On the air. I got to change into my compassionate self on the spur of the moment.
Yeah.
That's hard for me.
I hate to do it to you.
But let's go to
You asked me a question.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
So, we'll find out if you're going or not.
Yeah.
Jeremy's in Oakland. Hey, Jeremy, what's going on, man?
What's up, fellas? Real quick, before I get to my point, I'm surprised you guys are still on the air with the amount of expletives that were dropped yesterday. I heard a lot of F's and B's and S's, but, that's all good. I love the show either way. But I wouldn't take the Dallas Cowboys lightly.
No.
Because, we throttled them, last year. It was a pretty close game when you really come down to it, and it came down to a few plays. So, and the defense is looking a lot better than it was last year. So we got to be on our P's and Q's and, just cross our T's and dot our I's. But other than that, let's go Niners and let's go get the Zippers.
Yeah, and of course what Jeremy's talking about is we were on the stream yesterday. The app, if you will.
Not actual terrestrial radio.
You dropped some profanity
so
here and
did
there.
you.
No.
Look at D'Angelo Steinmetz.
I don't think I did.
Oh, I got it from you. I was like,
damn.
you were ahead of me 8-0. I said, I got to get something.
Yeah, you caught up in a hurry.
Dude, I did. Couple three-pointers and foul.
You called him Richard, Stoney.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. And then he tried to just throw me out there like that. So thank you for clarifying that. That's what he was talking about. We do a family-friendly show.
You would have gotten the biggest fine yesterday.
You think so?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Felt good, too.
Oh, yes. You absolutely do. 49ers favored by 3.5. You know what? You know why it's 3.5? It has to be 3.5 because your guy, Marr, missed 4.
What? We'll talk to
extra points, and
Ross
they're factoring that in.
Nah,
next week.
I'm going to give you a 1. But that was odd, wasn't it? Like, was that a meltdown? It was Steve Sachs like.
Yeah, it's definitely strange, and it's one of those things where
Knobloch,
I know this is dumb, but it's either going to matter or it's going to get you beat.
Yeah, where did that come from?
I don't know,
man.
Is he a rookie?
No, he's a great kicker.
Okay, so he's kicked in the postseason?
Oh, no doubt. Well, they've been to too many last year, but dude, he's a phenomenal kicker. That was shocking. I want to get to the gist of what has me juiced.
All right.
And I'm asking you, since you've been here in the Bay, this is the Niners' rival, right? There's just, because all I think about is touchdown Rice. That's my Summerall. Him, Madden, these big games in Dallas, 92. I mean, they got episodes in the playoffs. It was who's winning the NFC East, the winner of Dallas and the Niners in the NFC Championship game. Like, there is nothing better. I'm asking, like in your gut, the Cowboys are the Niners' rival. And to me, that's what makes this great. If Tampa Bay would have came in with Brady, okay, he went to Sarah High School. He got 100. He looks old. He's got 100 Super Bowls. This is it. Michael Jackson.
Well, my question would be this.
There's not even another team you could give me.
Because in order for something to be a rivalry, that's really for the fans to decide. My question is, in the last 10 years, hasn't the 49ers' rival been the Seahawks?
Yeah. But again, you're right, but that was, I said, in division. So there's always, to me.
But they were a bigger, the Seahawks 49ers rivalry overtook the 49ers Cowboys rivalry, didn't it? For a period of time when the Cowboys and the 49ers didn't meet.
Somebody said 510 Xfinity Mobile text line. This is why I'm reading this.
Yeah.
It said, Guru, you're forcing it.
Forcing what?
The rivalry thing, because you are correct. But it's recency bias, but that to me is off limits because what the Niners did with Deion on one of the teams, Deion on the other, and those great games, Aikman, Young, Rice, Hall of Famers. I mean, it was the red uniforms in the side that was Candlestick and Dallas in their white with the star on the helmet. Like, that never goes away, but it was sleep for a while. But if I told you couldn't say Seattle, it had to be a team outside the division. That's why I'm like, Lakers, Celtics. They don't have to play until forever. That still would not be touched for me. And it's Dallas Niners.
Yeah, I think it's up to the fans. But there's some, I mean, look.
92 champion, the Super Bowl, 93, 94 were Dallas or the Niners.
I mean, it's the top of my notebook. It's the Cowboys, enough said. So obviously this is a big rivalry. I think about the Eagles, and I know the Eagles and Cowboys had a huge rivalry and have a huge rivalry. It's a division rivalry. So what I'm wondering is, we can ask Ross Tucker that at 1:30 because he does a lot of work with the Eagles, and I would say the Eagles, for example, the Eagles and the 49ers don't really have a rivalry. I mean, they've played each other periodically. Cowboys and Niners absolutely have a rivalry, and the Eagles and Cowboys definitely have a rivalry.
But it's almost a natural rivalry because they're in the same division.
But you know what's weird is I feel like in certain division, they're all rivals.
Right.
Like the Eagles-Giants is a rivalry. Washington, so's Denver Raiders. Now Chargers Raiders, Chargers Chiefs. Like they're all anyway.
Weren't you at the vet when Montana threw 5 or 4 touchdowns against your Eagles?
Joe Montana threw. Get it right.
I'm asking.
Get it right.
I remember my partner's life. Go ahead.
I was at the game where Joe Montana threw 4 touchdown passes in the fourth quarter.
Wow. And the people don't know what we kind of argued about yesterday. Joe threw deep. I told 49
Yeah, he
Frankie.
didn't.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did it all.
Ray laughed and said, well, you got to work with the guy, not me.
Ray Rad?
Yeah.
Oh, I cannot wait to the break.
Yeah.
I know what I saw, Ray.
No, actually, you don't. It's like that car accident I saw 5 years ago. Then I had to go in for a deposition a year later, and I got everything wrong. Everything wrong. I said, yeah, he was in the right lane. He took the left, and he hit him in the back. He was in the left lane.
Are you
he went
telling
right.
the people Jerry Rice never went deep, and Joe Montana would drop the ball like pigeon
Never
boo-boo
said never.
out the sky right there in his midst? He did it all.
Joe Montana's
Don't put
bread and
limitations.
butter was intermediate.
It ain't about bread and butter. He
no, it
could
is.
throw deep, too. And Jerry Rice.
And so can every high school quarterback.
No, but they didn't have Rice. Rice to Montana.
You're right. You're right.
Well, Montana to Rice. Yeah.
I think you remember wrong.
I can't wait to get to Ray. You guys talking about me, and I'm not there.
We do that a lot. We do that a whole lot, to tell you the truth. Thank you. Thank you, 480. You want to read that? Why don't you read that text?
I feel like
because this is what most rational people
Rice
remember.
was known for yak.
Thank you.
He was known for both.
No,
He's
wasn't.
the GOAT.
No, he wasn't.
Don't tell me he didn't go catch go routes.
Jerry Rice was not.
I'm not telling you his arm was stronger than Montana or Elway, because that's how you're taking it.
I know.
He was
That's
over
how
the
you're
top.
describing
New
it.
York Giant
How you're
playoff game.
describing it.
Montana, white uniforms in New York, sideline.
Yeah.
Tell me what
When
I
think
saw
of a deep
growing up.
threat, I think of a guy like Mark Duper, a speedster, Ronaldo Nehemiah. Okay? That's a guy who's a deep threat.
That's great knowledge.
To call Jerry Rice a deep threat is an insult because you got to describe him more than that. You can't single it out till he could go long.
Don't make this about Rice.
Thank
Producer
you.
Evan
Don't
and I
you
had a
dare make it
conversation
about
without
Rice.
you. It was about
Don't you
Montana
dare make
and
it
the
about
limitations
Rice.
you
You're
were
right.
putting on his route tree.
That's right.
Montana would
Don't
go
you
up top
dare.
with the best of them, baby.
Yeah. Randy Moss was known for the deep ball. Jerry Rice for yak.
Didn't they call it the GOAT route?
And who has
Yakety
the most
yak.
touchdowns ever?
That does not mean he caught him long.
I didn't ask what it means.
Yes,
I
okay.
asked for a name, sir.
That is so irrelevant, it makes me want to punch
you
you.
won't give me a name.
That's because it's irrelevant.
See, you won't even say his
irrelevant.
name.
And when I show you that over half of those were 10 yards and less,
please.
then what happens?
He did it all. They did it all.
I know he did it all, so don't categorize him as a guy who just went long.
When you say his name, when I asked you who leads the NFL history in touchdown receptions.
Oh, here you go. Somebody's going to support you here. Austin and San Jose.
Come on, Austin.
What's
Tell
up,
this
Austin?
man.
What's up, guys? What's up, Guru
Hey.
and Steiny? Listen, my guys, Guru, man, I'm going to give you some support. You know I'm a Commanders fan, and we've been going at it with the Cowboys for years, man, going back to the 80s.
God.
I call those the glory days of Joe Gibbs and when it was really a rival, man. But, you know, the Washington team hasn't been as good of late. But listen, I'm pulling for your boy Dak, man. I think he's been unfairly kind of criticized through the years, particularly playing in Dallas. I think the dude could absolutely ball. I think the 49ers have got something coming at them this weekend. I think it's going to be a lot closer than people think. Your defense with Micah, I mean, these boys can play, man. So I would not I don't think it's going to be no walk away with the Cowboys coming in here, man. So I just want to give that little shout-out to Dak. Hopefully, I'm pulling for Dak Prescott, man, to have a good game and get the monkey off his back, Guru. That's all I got, man.
Yeah.
Thanks.
There's one of them out there.
Well, I thought
for
he
you.
was talking about Rice and going deep when you said agree with me. But
No.
we'll see.
No.
Yeah, because you know I was
Yeah,
down
no.
on Dak more than anybody, but Steiny, the world was down on him. Remember, I told
First
you
of all,
yesterday.
the world isn't all into
the
football.
media cycle.
Say Dallas fans.
The four-letter network.
Say Cowboy fans.
No, the four-letter network. That was there. I felt like somebody just had this. What we're going to do this week is anti-Dak. Here, you take one. You take one, and they did it.
510 settle. You brought it up. I didn't bring it up. No, you're not. But I'm not. I'm out of this.
You can't
one.
even answer my
I'm
question,
out of this
and you know
one.
the answer.
I'm out of it.
Does Jerry Rice have the most
I'm out of
touchdowns
it.
in
That's
NFL
not what
history?
we were talking about.
It is.
No, it
Because
isn't.
This stems from
No, it
Montana.
isn't. No, it isn't.
It ain't about
Okay,
Rice.
I'm out.
Rice had
I'm
Yak.
out. I'm out.
It's about Montana.
I'm out.
That's what it's about.
I'm out.
And that's where you're wrong.
I'm
Take
out.
the L.
I'm out.
Take
I'm not
the
taking
L.
an L. I'm out of the
In
conversation.
my world, you take a L.
That's fine.
Yep.
Yeah, Joe Montana had that Dan Marino cannon. We all saw it. We're all watching the same.
Yep.
You know what? Text line.
It's
Thank
not
you
about
so much.
Rice. It's about
Thank
Montana.
you, text line.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move on because
what happened?
Because they're all supporting me. Jose in Oakland. What's going on, Jose? How you doing, buddy?
Hey guys, good afternoon.
I like this.
Bro, it's not a rivalry. Okay, the last time that the Cowboys did anything was back in the 90s. The
In
last
your
time they did
face.
anything against the 49ers was back in the 90s. It's a rivalry against the Seahawks because they keep beating up. They beat up on the 49ers like 17 times to 2 or something like that. That's a rivalry. The Cowboys, they're an afterthought, okay? And you know what really annoys me about them? It's not any kind of rivalry. It annoys me the fact that they talk the talk, but they don't walk the
There
walk.
you go.
Okay? They've been talking all these years, and they have nothing to show for it.
That's fair.
Thanks, Jose.
That's
in
sort
your
of like
face.
the Memphis Grizzlies.
That's in your face, Guru. In your
Well,
face.
I will say this. There was a playoff clash between these two teams just last year.
You got smoked.
It was a close game.
Was it?
Stop. It was one of the greatest wild card games that we've seen in a while.
It was not one of the. In
For
fact,
me,
it wasn't even close.
It came down to slide gate or spike gate. They didn't know the rule.
Oh, yeah,
Come
the
on.
clock ran
Yeah,
out, didn't it?
I called it spike gate. I feel like you're bothering me right now.
I am because
you're taking
just
something
don't
that
get
you know
something-
I'm right,
Yeah.
totally out of context, and you're putting it at Jerry Rice's doorstep, who will be on the roast this Friday.
You said Joe Montana and Jerry Rice
had a connection deep down the field.
Yeah, it was more yards after catch than throwing the bomb. That's all. We 49er fans know and remember.
So this is the last
That's all.
second I'm done.
It's yak. See,
did you have a problem with me saying that Montana could throw it deep? Because that's what I really
He
feel
could
like is
throw
the
it
crux of
deep, infrequently.
No.
Infrequently.
I think you're selling them short.
Okay, let's do a little terminology, just real quick, just to see if we're on the
Put it
same
to
page.
bed. Yeah.
If the 49ers have their 1st and 10 at their own 3-yard line, they're backed up.
Okay.
Woo, they're backed up.
Right.
And Montana takes the snap and throws it to Jerry Rice, who's on the sidelines.
Okay.
And Jerry Rice takes it 97 yards. That's not a bomb.
There's no doubt.
That's not a bomb.
Right.
Okay, just make sure you know that. 'cause-
Okay.
all right, that's all.
Now, if
That's
they
all. I just
wanted
wanted
to
know. That's
throw
all.
a bomb, Montana, more than on a rare occasion, hit Jerry Rice over the top.
He'd hit him like he'd
I
throw
watched
25
him
yards
torture the
downfield.
Rams all the time, and Rice was getting deep. He could do it. They could do it all.
Yeah.
It's your Pennsylvania roots that's bothering you with
He's
that.
from Pennsylvania, Joe Montana,
Yeah.
in your face.
I wouldn't know.
I saw him play in high school. What's your point?
Something bothered you. It triggered you.
I love Joe Montana.
No, you don't.
Greatest winner of all time.
Well, you know that.
I'm just bucking your stereotype that if you're a good quarterback, you must have a rocket.
Oh, no, I would never say.
Yeah, you just think
See, that bothers
Super Bowl wins.
See,
yeah,
that you're trying to do
Gunslinger.
me with the highlights. I know quarterbacks. It's upstairs.
And you know what?
first.
Here's the other thing. You're gonna be able to find a few of
Oh,
Jerry
you
Rice's
think? You
touchdowns.
think?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
like 8 of 199.
My goodness.
You will. You'll be able to find one.
I can't wait.
And
for
don't bring
Ratto.
the one
Stop it,
50-yard
stop it.
over the top.
They
Quan
were-
in Antioch.
Yeah.
Again, I'm glad you're the one who has to work with him. Can you believe he said that? Good, Ray.
I'm gonna check him when we get him break.
What's up, Quan? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? Great show as always. I just want to let you know why I'm so confident in Brock Purdy. And
All right.
this is it right here. Jimmy Garoppolo, 6 playoff games, 154 yards, 4 touchdowns. Brock Purdy, one playoff game, 332 yards, 4 touchdowns. I think this guy has changed the dynamic. Even if Dak Prescott has a great game, throws maybe 3 touchdowns, Brock Purdy, CMC, Debo, all those guys can come back and play toe-to-toe. And let's not forget, last time the Niners played Dak Prescott, Bosa had a concussion early in the game, so he hasn't had a full game with Bosa. So, great show, guys. I look forward to hearing your response. Bye.
Appreciate it, Quan. Ross Tucker coming up in 10 minutes. Ross Tucker. We're going to talk about the 49ers. Drew Down on YouTube. Steiny was not watching Niner football in the 80s and 90s. Talking about I bet you weren't even like there's another 30-year-old, all right, who was born in 90 telling me about what happened in 1986. All right.
Yeah. The spread doesn't surprise you at all, right? Like, we both expect kind of it could get away, but I could see a close game, Stoney.
Oh, sure.
That Seattle first half with the Niners down, and I know Ward had the crazy penalty, but if, I'm looking at these teams, every team on a good day, like, damn, are we about to see one of the greatest clashes between these two teams in a playoffs in their format? Just injected in my veins, partner.
Roy, San Leandro. What's up, Roy?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
What's up, Roy?
Nothing much. Hey, look, I just wanted to chime in real quick. Like the 49ers, I agree with that last caller. The 49ers look great, and it's very possible that they could get into another Super Bowl. But what I'm saying, though, is that Travarius Ward, they looked and looked in that game film, and so it was somebody they had to exploit, and they exploited him. Now, do you think Shanahan and those coaches could fix that, or what do you think that they're going to do about that? Because let's just say, hypothetically, if they have to go up against KC again, KC go keep on looking at that game film, and they're going to try to do something on the 49ers defense to keep them on the field. So that's basically all I wanted to say, and it's great talking to you guys again. Thanks
Happy New Year, Roy.
Yeah, Roy, thank you very much.
That's our guy.
It is. Well, what do you think?
Well, Dallas has CeeDee Lamb, and I'll say this. D'Amico Ryans, who could be, a head coach somewhere here coming up shortly. Stoddy, I don't know how much help he feels like he needs to give Ward or Lenore, but Lenore had no problems last week. It was Ward that was getting picked on. But anytime you try to rob rob Peter to pay Paul, you're suffering from somewhere else. So Dallas has 3 tight ends that Dak can hit. So I don't know if you're going to
Doug Cosby.
Real quick, Hudson, we give you a 4, number 84. How did the Giants take away Jefferson? They had like 3 dudes on him, so your boy, the tight end, but that was good for the Giants. He's not going to beat us. We'll let the tight end get his yards, but he'll always be kind of in front of us. And we could see something like that. But I got to believe on D'Amico's mind, how do we not get these 2 corners picked on at the same time?
They got to get the pass rush from Nick Bosa.
97.
He's on my Mount Rushmore of defensive players I've seen in my lifetime. I think I'm putting him there. Lawrence Taylor, Reggie White, I guess Ray Lewis, although
I got one more for you.
Really watching football
and I
a ton back then, but I guess you got to put him on there and then Bosa.
Gastineau? Mark Gastineau?
No, he was a one-hit wonder.
Joe Klecko?
They were just sack guys. Bosa.
They were. That's what I love.
Bosa's more than just that.
What about Singletary?
Actually, that's a great one.
His day,
that's a great one.
One of the best.
That's a great one.
No doubt.
I wouldn't want to rob him.
I got to play for
Let's
him.
lose that one, too.
Win with him.
Let's lose that one from you. I don't want to rob him of something.
I want winners.
Thank you. I know, you're puzzled.
Where's he at?
The road to Glendale. He had him on like 6 months ago.
I wasn't
on our show.
No, we did not. Go ahead, Stein.
You asked him about Vernon Davis.
That was your other black partner. I don't know. We did not talk to him 6 months ago.
The Road to Glendale is brought to you by Marowest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. Up next on the Bud Light guest line, Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker on 95.7 The Game.
Brock Purdy is one of the biggest stories in the NFL.
I totally expect him
to go to Glendale and win the whole thing. I mean, come on, guys. What else are you waiting for? Brock, the man, he just continues to show you every game what kind of quarterback he is. The only difference between him and Patrick Mahomes is the name.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season. Duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the Ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
It's back and it's better than ever. The 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. January 21st through the 29th. You'll see hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Like motorhomes, travel trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, van conversions, and truck campers. Go to RVshows.net for more information. Don't miss the Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer.
In response to attacks against Asian Americans, Maddie Park raised over $250,000 to donate cab rides to the Asian community.
There is so much more work to be done. We really need to come together and tackle this issue as a community.
Support the Asian community. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Are you ready? Bonus days are back for pros at Lowe's. You earn points and save when you buy the top pro brands you trust, like DeWalt. Right now, you can save $100 on the powerful DeWalt 8¼ carbide tipped portable table saw. Was $399, now just $299. Join today and shop bonus days, only at Lowe's. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid through 1/20, subject to change while supplies last. Visit Lowes.com/MVPs bonus points for details.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back, Matt Stein, Mets Darrell, the Guru Johnson. And let's go right out to the Bud Light guest line. All guests appearing now. It's the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. What's up, Ross? How you doing, man?
I'm doing awesome. How are you guys doing? You got a big showdown coming Sunday.
Yeah, and everybody's already getting excited. Let me just throw this out at you. If I said, Ross, what are the best and biggest rivalries in the NFL that you think? Give me 3 or 4.
Ooh. I feel like that's a really good question. I kind of feel like Chiefs-Bills is a rivalry now.
Okay.
So I'll go Chiefs-Bills. I'm always going to say Steelers-Ravens. That's always a rivalry. Eagles-Cowboys is always a rivalry. I know what you're getting at. Is Cowboys-Niners a rivalry? And I would say it is, except, they just don't play against each other enough or regularly enough for people to really feel that way. But I mean, that's right. I remember the 90s and the 80s. I mean, I remember that like it was yesterday.
Yeah.
Ross, I don't know if you know I'm a Cowboy fan, and I'm objective doing radio here in the Niner Nation, so it's hard. I'm fighting for my life. But with that said, I follow you on Twitter. I saw – now help us out. You had some strong comments from Maurer, and like he has a family and kids and all that. What have you seen anything like that? Because if it were me, and I'm being emotional, I don't think I would have let him kick another extra point. Talk to us about what you tweeted and what you thought of all that, the 4 missed extra points.
Yeah, honestly, guys, I was just thinking more about his family than I was almost about him when it was going on. Because, he's a good kicker. He just kind of lost it. He got, like, the yips. And, I think it's natural in life, especially since I was able to play for a while, that you immediately kind of put yourself in that situation. And when you're the one that is screwing up or messing up, it's bad, right? It's not good, and you need to kind of refocus. But at least you are in it, and you feel like you can do something about it, right? Like it's like, okay, I gotta practice here on the sideline. I gotta stretch, whatever I can do. I know what it's like for like a player's mom or dad or a player's wife, or when I was playing my girlfriend and fiance or whatever. Like, that is hard. It was tough for them if I gave up a sack or if they called me for a holding penalty. This guy missed 4 extra points. 4. And you know what he must be going through, and you know how bad it is for him, and you know there's even a chance maybe he gets fired as a result. I will say them winning real. Can you guys imagine if they lost by a point or 2 or 3? Can you even imagine what that conversation would be like, what we'd be talking about? It would be bananas. So I'm glad for him and for them that they still won. But yeah, people are like, oh, dude, I don't feel bad for him. Guy makes so much money just to kick a football. Spare me the sympathy. Listen, I'm not telling you, Joe Blow, on social media to have sympathy for him. I don't care if you do or not. I'm just saying that that's very, very difficult for family members to see a loved one struggle so publicly like that. I don't care how much money you have. I don't care what you think of his lot in life. No matter who it is, it's tough to see them struggle in that position.
Yeah, Ross Tucker joining us on 95.7 The Game. Joins us every Tuesday at 1:30. These two teams, Dallas and San Francisco, played last year, obviously in Dallas. How do you handicap this one? The 49ers are favored by 3.5. Cowboys look pretty good. Niners look pretty good. What are you thinking?
Well, with the points, I kind of like the Cowboys getting the 3.5, and I mentioned that today on my Even Money betting podcast, because I think it's going to be a good game. I think it's a toss-up game. I mean, there's a reason, the Seahawks had the lead at halftime on the Niners, and so certainly I think Dak Prescott looked awesome. I mean, the one major issue for sure is that it's a short week for the Cowboys going on the road again, whereas the Niners are getting like an extra day of rest. So they really should be fresh and ready to go. But I'm not – look, you guys know I have the Niners number 1 in my power rankings, and I think they're very good. But I think people are maybe getting a little bit overblown with them. I mean, they got lit up by Jarrett Stidham, gave up 34 points. They were fortunate to win in overtime. Then, we've also seen situations where the Seahawks had the lead and Geno Smith was doing some good things about him. And I think the Cowboys are a significantly better team than I think the Seahawks are. So I think it's going to be an awesome game. I really do. I think it's like 27-24, something like that. Could go either way. If you're talking to me straight up, I would take the Niners. But with the 3.5 points, I'll take the Cowboys.
Ross, I got like 50 questions for you, and I know your Eagles hosted Giants. Which one of these teams do you believe, and I believe your power rankings kind of gave it away, but which does Dallas or San Francisco pose a better threat against Philly? Which team would you not want to face?
It's interesting that you say that because there are some people in Philly that are saying it'd be better for the Eagles if the Niners won because the Cowboys are a tougher matchup. I don't agree with that. I mean, I'd rather the Eagles play the Cowboys. I think the Niners are a really good team. And I think the way Purdy's played, his mobility, Kyle Shanahan, what he's able to do as a coach, and that defense, although they are kind of similar, I mean, I think, the Cowboys have Micah Parsons, who was unbelievable last night, just unbelievable. And the Niners have Bosa. I like the weapons for the Niners better. To be able to have McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel, it's wild. I mean, they'll put McCaffrey out a wide receiver, put Deebo in the backfield. Those guys are like interchangeable parts at this point. You don't see that very often. So the Niners are a handful. I think it's going to be an awesome, awesome game, though. I'm really looking forward to it. But I don't have a strong feeling on who the Eagles would rather play. I think the Eagles would probably rather play the Cowboys. I think the Niners are a better team, but some people disagree.
Ross, I need your help, man. My partner and I will go out to lunch, and there'll be so many conversations and subject matters to where we differ on, and we'll just go back and forth. But one that we differ on is pro sports and what happens and, at halftime. And I'm like, man, there's the new Rockney speeches and chairs are broken, thrown. And I see this clip last night of the great Peyton Manning say, At halftime, we never made any adjustments. We didn't talk. We ate orange slices, used the bathroom, and the coach would say, let's go back out there. Now, I'm like, I hope Steiny doesn't see this, but Kurt Warner kind of took offense to that. Where are you at on what Peyton Manning said about what goes down at halftime?
Well, I think he's right that the concept of halftime adjustments is overrated. Because they are. If the NFL, if you wait till halftime, you're dead, dude. Like,
right.
you got to make adjustments. You know, somebody said to me once, in high school, you make adjustments after the game for the next game. In college, you make adjustments at halftime. In the NFL, you make adjustments between series because you have to. You know, they'll have a blitz or they'll have a play they're running. You better have an answer for it or they'll just keep doing it. So, you know, between the next time you go out there, they'll make that adjustment. So you make the adjustments on the run. I think sometimes the coach will say, hey, we're going to do this. We're going to run the ball more, or we're going to go no huddle more, or whatever. There might be a small adjustment or a thing that they change and decide to do at halftime, but there's not a lot of time. I mean, he's right. I mean, you really are going to the bathroom, maybe eating or drinking something, and then it's basically time to go back out. I mean, I think halftime is 15 minutes. By the time you take 3 minutes to walk in, go to the bathroom, eat something, 3 minutes to walk back out, it's like time.
Yeah.
Wow. See, that's amazing.
Yeah, but here's what he means, Ross. And we're joined by Ross Tucker, our 95.7 The Game Odyssey insider. Ross, you played high school, played college, played pros. How many rah-rah speeches did your coaches really give? And how many do you actually remember? Because I maintain I don't think there's a lot of rah-rah.
Well, certainly in high school and college. Well, high school, I don't really remember very much at all. That's not really Coach Wolfram's style. In college, our coach tried, but that really wasn't his strength. In the NFL, you know, Marty Schottenheimer was really good at it. And Marty Schottenheimer could get the hair on the back of your neck to stand up.
Yeah.
But that was a bit. I mean, I had other coaches like, you know, Gibbs or Belichick. I mean, big-time coaches that, not really. It was just like, hey, focus, men, take care of what you need to take care of, do your job. It wasn't like, it was not some great speech.
Ross,
disappointed, Goo?
No. Marty was my answer. Ross, let me get this to you before we go about the Niners. And we know they're loaded offensively and defensively. When you look at this team and what they've done against Seattle, if you say, you know what, the Niners won't get it done, how much of your answer is Brock Purdy, or how much of it is something else that you see around this team that concerns you?
Yeah, I think it's half Brock Purdy and half some of the lapses on defense. You know, I mean, people are talking about their defense like they're the 85 Bears. How many points do you think Jarrett Stidham and the Raiders would have scored on the 85 Bears?
Yeah.
You know, how many points do you think Geno Smith and the Seahawks would have scored on the 85 Bears? I mean, they got a good defense. I just don't think it's as great as everybody's trying to make it sound like at times.
All right, Ross, thanks as always. Appreciate it. Looking forward to next week already.
Yeah, man, it should be awesome. Next week might be Philly, San Francisco. Let's hope it is.
Yeah, me too. That's what we want out here.
Philly.
Thanks, Ross. Take care, buddy.
See you guys.
All right.
Like this, there's no shade in the Niner defense not being the 85 Bears, but we were talking about it. I was sipping the Kool-Aid for a bit, but the Vegas game, that happened. That was Stidham, and you could say it was a one-off. I know the second quarter they got 17 points. Seattle did in the playoff game. But, you know, Steiny, I'm not looking at you today saying they're that, and that might be unfair to them.
Yeah, I think this is where we get back into saying what you really mean. You don't have to tiptoe. You don't. Every time you criticize just a hair, you don't have to preface it with no shade. You don't have to do that.
You're talking to the masses,
I'm
or
talking
me?
to you. I'm talking to you. Don't be afraid to just say, you know what? Maybe the 49ers defense isn't as good as we think it is.
I've
can do
said
that, but
to
you always
you.
say, no shade, no shade.
Yeah, I'm going to retire that one, too.
Please,
I don't
please
like
don't come down my route. It's my way to sugarcoat it, so I don't get it.
sound like that.
No, you don't.
Yeah. But anyway, like, I just feel like on a given day, especially now that I keep going back to that Sunday the Fat Man and Mahomes came to town, like, that doesn't go away from me. Like, I don't forget that, but then you could do that with every team, judge them on their worst day. But I'm curious to see if Dak, Tony Pollard / Emmett, CeeDee Lamb, and the tight ends. You see, I didn't go to T.Y. Hilton because I don't think Dallas's second or third receivers are all that. But will they be good enough to chew and run the clock? Because that's what they're going to do to try to slow down the Niners, Donnie. I'm telling you, man, forget my allegiance. This has the makeup for a great game because of Dallas's defense and the question and everything that is, when will Brock Purdy show you that this is his first hoorah? Because he basically has not done that since his inception.
Maybe he doesn't have it in him.
Or maybe he does, and they're in Philly next week. If they take care of business, then they're in Glendale.
That's right. They got to win 4 games. They've won 11 in a row.
Well, 3.
Yeah, 4 in the postseason.
It would be 14 in a row.
That'd be pretty. I mean, look.
14!
If they end up winning the Super Bowl, there will be no doubt they're the best team. Absolutely.
Right. I'm almost there now, but I got to see them beat Mahomes or.
No, they have to work
like
the
Josh
table.
Allen's a turnover machine, Stoney.
Be careful.
Well, I'm just.
I remember he came into. Didn't he come into Levi a couple years ago and put it on the 49ers?
No, that was they were in Arizona. Remember, he was doing it on Monday Night Football. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he looked good. They said Niners had action.
That's because he's a pretty good quarterback.
We were like, Kyle wants that type of quarterback.
He's got a better one.
Trey Lance.
Poor Trey Lance.
Now, if I would have said that, you would have said, Guru, why?
Okay.
But why did you say poor?
I don't really care, actually. I'm just kind of saying poor Trey Lance to.
You running materials, Tip say.
Yeah, but it wasn't really any good stuff. Oh, somebody wants to give Guru his flowers.
Now,
we're pretty booked up right now. Quite frankly, let's go to some Warriors. Chris in San Francisco, go ahead, man.
What's up, fellas? Your
Chris.
local Buccaneers fan here. So I just wanted to give Guru his props. I thought we'd have a better shot at both games, the Niners and against the Cowboys, but we showed like an 8-9 team that shouldn't have been there. So we deserve that win. I mean, that loss. Sorry. So Guru, hats off to you.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
Actually, you know what?
I'll say something to that.
It's a little pet peeve of mine.
You got about 50. What's this pet peeve?
What the hell did you do? But you did nothing.
Hey, I'll take it.
You did nothing. Props to Guru.
I'll tell you what I did. I didn't come in here going Johnny fanboy.
No.
I kept it real. I give straight analysis, and I tell you, hey, Dak stinks. Everybody saw it, and he shocked me last night. Now we got a puncher's Rocky Balboa shot this Sunday. I know it. I'll be in the house, but I ain't telling you Dallas is going to win.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point.
Yeah, that felt good.
The point is, give props to Dak Prescott.
Oh, no doubt. In the ball face,
give props to Micah Parsons.
Yeah, Boomer Esiason.
You don't deserve a prop.
Yeah.
You just watched the game and got lit.
Yeah. Well,
what did you do?
I wasn't lit.
Congratulations, Goo. You were the fan of the right team last night.
We've established. Yeah, I didn't do anything, but it bothers you that he think I did. So you know what he said? He said my team won. That's what he was tapping into.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, I had something for you and the listeners.
Give it to me.
I just couldn't get over Tampa Bay being 8-9.
Yeah, because that's the first time that's ever happened.
I'm starting to think should we go to NBA to where they got rid of the divisions and you just go best record, Steiny, and lose the division?
They actually.
No, I'm serious, man.
They actually didn't do that in the NBA, right?
What do you mean? We go 10 now. Yeah, they did.
Well, they used to do it.
Remember the division,
right? But they still have the number.
If you weren't a division winner in the NBA, you would get.
Well, there's never been a division winner in the NBA, I don't think, that's ever not been in the top 8.
Well, that was my whole thing. But now the way they got it, it's just 1 through 10. It ain't Atlantic. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
They got the divisions, but it ain't like, oh, you won your division, you get, you go here.
Yeah, it used to be division winners always held home court advantage
right.
over the second place team, regardless of record.
Like Tampa shouldn't be they wouldn't make the NFC playoffs had they took the 7 best teams record wise.
I bet it happens more often than not.
3 NFC East teams still alive.
Oh.
Yeah, Giants, Dallas, and...
Absolutely. Absolutely. Ross Tucker said the 49ers were down to the Seahawks. This from the 650. Well, Buffalo almost lost to Miami. Actually, they were down. Cincinnati barely beat the Ravens.
Dude, man.
And Minnesota, despite a great effort from Kirk Cousins, teammates let him down, and they ended up getting beat. The Vikings, the higher seed.
I got to tell you, we're so happy about Hamlin being home and living his life. But, Steiny, the byproduct of what happened and transpired with that game being postponed or canceled, we're going to watch the AFC Championship played indoors when normally it would have been played outside in conditions if it were at Cincy, Buffalo, or Kansas City. So that's going to be interesting now. Wherever they decide, it's going to be inside.
Atlanta.
It's good. Yeah, no weather. When it could have been Buffalo.
I think that's what I think they did that on purpose. Because all the sites they were suggesting were domes: Indianapolis, Detroit, and then they ended up in
and
Atlanta.
I get why, but I just was like, damn, this is going to be
no
weather.
This is what I don't get about you.
Yeah.
You hate when weather impacts a game.
But when you think about
you hate it.
Yeah, but to this,
you hate rain and snow, but you want.
But I don't get
these
are cold weather cities.
I don't get you.
Yeah.
I don't know what you like.
That's what makes it fun, right? The guru ride. The roller coaster.
That infuriating. No, it doesn't.
We ain't skipping Shannon. Yeah.
My bad. Tomorrow, 8 a.m., John Lynch, 49ers general manager, is going to be on with a morning show. 8 a.m. tomorrow.
Oh, that's dope.
John Lynch. Coming up in a half hour, we're going to have...
With host A and host B.
At 2:30, we're going to have Whitley Sandretto. Who's she, you're asking? Well, I'll tell you who she is. She's embedded right now with the Golden State Warriors. She was at the function today at the White House with Warrior players, the coaching staff, a bunch in their organization. And I don't know about you, but I kind of want to know some behind-the-scenes stuff about what goes on when a team visits the White House. So we're going to talk to Whitley at about 2:30. 2:30 for Whitley. Warriors, man, there's been a lot of Warrior stuff going on. Draymond Green, I forget what it was on a podcast. The writing's on the wall.
Taylor Rooks.
Basically saying, oh, yes, things over.
The beautiful.
This is the last year.
Taylor Rooks.
This is last year. Basically.
Why would you say that, Dre?
Because he's Draymond Green. We love him. He's outspoken.
Well,
You
don't love him.
He's the straw.
We love him.
He's the straw that stirs the drink. Like Reggie Jackson.
Well,
he's the heart and soul.
You always talk about all the memoirs that you want to write in the book. I wish somebody would do that at what goes on at the White House when the team's there.
I don't know if that's a book.
Oh, no, it's just like a short,
Well, that's why we're having Whitley Sandretto. You know what? Why don't you get your tape recorder out, tape record the interview with Whitley, then go transcribe it.
14.
And guess what?
Max.
You got a chapter. Pretty good idea, huh?
I'm thrown off. D-Ball said it's
I know. I can
it's
tell.
guru bipolar.
I can.
Now, why would he say that? That stuck with me.
The best line. The best line was.
See, why would he? See, I believe you wrote it.
I didn't.
Tell him.
Guru.
On YouTube.
We had Mike Singletary. His name came up.
You love this bit.
And Guru's like, when are we going to get Mike Singletary? And I said, dude, we had Mike Singletary on six months ago. And he goes, I don't remember. And a text line said, it was probably on a Thursday.
And that brought a smile to your face.
Yeah. If you don't know
root canal,
if you don't know the inside joke, let me be sure to clue you in. We got a little running joke here. For whatever reason, the Goo, Thursdays.
The root canals.
He schedules all his appointments on Thursday.
Yeah. But anyway,
I wouldn't do it if you're really sensitive to it.
So, man,
whatever. It's like Mark Cuban. He charts the officials and the guys who call the most. We chart your days off.
John Lynch. That's big. With host A and host B.
Yeah. 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. Hey, the road to Glendale is brought to you by Marawest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. Also, this segment was brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Mr. Relevant is undefeated.
Mr. Brock Purdy. Let me tell you what I've seen. Ever since he came on that football field, I knew he was the man. This is the best quarterback I've seen for the 49ers in over 20 years. I was thinking Garcia. He is better than Garcia. I'm not saying he's as good as Young, but he's got the goods.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
This winter, there are COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. If it's been at least 2 months since your primary series or original booster, schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Bonus days are back for pros at Lowe's. You earn points and save when you buy the top pro brands you trust, like DeWalt. Right now, you can save $100 on the powerful DeWalt 8¼ carbide tipped portable table saw. Was $399, now just $299. Join today and shop bonus days, only at Lowe's. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid through 1/20. Subject to change while supplies last. Visit Lowes.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
Some people got COVID and thought, well, that wasn't such a big deal. But you can get COVID again, and next time it could be worse, especially for those 50 and older, or with a chronic condition like heart disease or diabetes. But with an updated vaccine, you have better protection from COVID's worst outcomes. And that's a big deal. Find updated COVID vaccines near you at vaccines.gov. We can do this. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
There's something about that polished greens directing across the 8th hole that whispers, just tell them you're at lunch. Because it's not a hobby, it's a peace of mind. Let CertaPro painters bring the same tones and peace of mind to your home. Our experienced painters are here to make your next painting project as carefree as a day on the green. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
No H2O is the leading waterless mobile auto detailer in the Bay Area, offering a full range of detailing services. No H2O comes to your home, business, or wherever is most convenient for you and gives your car a great wash with no water. No H2O auto detailing is ultra convenient and gets great scratch-free results for your car. And remember, no water is used. Call Brian today at 925-238-8182, 925-238-8182, or visit them at noh2owalnutcreek.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk, I would sleep upright with more pillows, but that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just one pill each morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
One pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, one more hour, and we'll turn it over to Ray Ratto and Damon Bruce. Coming up at 2:30, we're going to check in with Whitley Sandretto. She's with the Warriors in Washington, D.C. They visited the White House today. I'm interested in getting 5 or 10 minutes with Whitley, hear how things went. Also, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, John Lynch, 49ers general manager, he will be on with the morning roast, 8 a.m. tomorrow. I'm Matt Steinmetz. He's Daryl the Guru Johnson.
I did something to break. I text our producer, Evan Giddings. I think he's been here about a year. And I politely text, I don't remember Singletary ever being on the show in the last 6 months. And he came in as you walked out.
Oh, what'd he say?
And we had a conversation. And he said, Goo, you're special. I went, oh, no. But he said he don't remember Singletary either. So I know maybe it was somebody else. Maybe the pandemic we had him on. But I don't remember him on the last year or so. I just thought I'd throw that out.
He was on.
Maybe another show started.
No, he was
and
on.
you thought it was with us.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, right.
Pretty sure I asked him about Vernon Davis.
The archives suggest otherwise.
Well, first of all, that's the other. Don't get me started on the archives.
Oh, wow. When's
the last time you ever needed something out of the archives? First of all, nobody even knows where the archives are.
Bad. I think you're under the bus. Yeah.
No. We had Jeff Garcia.
Dude, should we call him again?
No.
Things change. No. Hey, part 2.
He said never call him again.
We went viral.
And then his sister called in
Times.
and said, don't ever
I didn't know that part.
Call my brother again.
She did.
Oh, my goodness. Now, time is gone. I would try it. Hey, the two guys.
You're the one he's pissed at, so you should try it. You're the one who said, Jeff, you stepped in it.
Now, that was the only time you ever went Westbrook on me because you got like 4 questions in. So the one that I could sneak in was that. Steiny, he still thinks he plays.
I'm going to be honest with you. So that interview with Jeff Garcia,
that was incredible.
I knew I was going to have to ask him about his insensitive comments about Mina Kimes and women. Yeah. And so I was just like, give me the first few because I'm going to soften him up.
Specify the first few. I was like, it's like double dutch. You trying to jump? Oh, not yet.
I got to solve it. Welcome, Jeff Garcia.
I said, whoa.
One of the greatest quarterbacks of all time here in San Francisco. Just a winner. Tough. One of my favorites. Jeff, how you doing? Jeff, I just got to get this out of the way. I don't even want to do it. My boss is making me. I got to ask you to address what you said about Mina Kimes.
Oh, you're great.
I get it. No, hey, Jeff, I get it. I'm on your side. And Guru comes out and just throws a few haymakers.
Larry Holmes, they call it.
That was pretty good. Let's go to Keith. Keith is in Clayton. What's up, Keith? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing great. Hey,
cool.
I'm a lifelong, and I'm 75, lifelong 49ers fan, but I want to know what they're going to do about their defensive problems in the backfield. Because it doesn't look like they have an answer for the long ball.
Yeah, I think that's probably. If you ask 49er fans, thanks, Keith, what the biggest concern is, it would probably be the secondary.
Yeah, I tried to ask Ross that, but you're saying Purdy's off the table. You're right, Stoney. It has to be. But then what happened second half against Seattle?
It's easy.
As they were driving, they got the big turnover.
You know how you take care of the secondary? Get a rush. You put pressure on the quarterback.
Cornerback's best friend is the D-line.
And that's why, by the way, me, I need to be precise. I think I said Bosa's is good. This year, Nick Bosa's has been as good as any, this year, Nick Bosa's been as good as any defensive player I think I've ever seen in my lifetime.
Wow.
That's
heavy.
That's Singletary, that's
J.J.
Lawrence
Watt?
Taylor. Oh, he's better than J.J. Watt. This year was just unbelievable.
You're saying this year, but
to me,
J.J. Watt's a Hall of Famer.
That's great. Yeah. He's had a better career. I'm talking about this year. And J.J. Watt. It's funny. Now that he's retired, he's the greatest of all time. But 5 years ago, he was a one-trick pony. Hey, just rushes the passer. Bosa does it all. He does it all. He's a cat. He's a cat.
He's
a tiger. He's a panther.
Somewhere. Low man wins. That's who Bosa is. He'd be on Dak's ass.
You think Brady played his last game?
Nah. I think if you get him with an offensive line, Stoney, and some time to shave and brush your teeth, he can still find the guy. He's going to Vegas. I honestly believe he's going to Vegas. And John Gruden, I heard, my sources, he was supposed to be in Vegas 2 years ago when he originally went to Tampa, but Gruden was on that power trip and didn't want him around.
I don't know. I'd be very reluctant to take Brady.
So you think he's shot then, physically?
That's such a harsh word.
Well, how much of last night's debacle
I think his arm, I don't think his arm's been the same the last 2 years.
Okay. It's a little noodle arm now.
Yeah, he's underthrowing more.
You're right.
Don't you think?
Turf monsters more than I've ever, now I know you're just getting rid of it, but Stoney, I've seen some turf monsters. But every time I do this, he's like Frankenstein.
I know.
He rises again.
I know. How old is he? 45?
4 or 5.
It's incredible.
Him and LeBron.
See, why are people like this?
What you got?
925. Bosa does it all. How many interceptions does he have?
That's like my Thursday. That's pretty good.
Let me tell you something.
That's a bit.
You know what? He's going to get one. He's going to get one Sunday. He's going to bat a ball to himself, and he's going to take it to the house. The fashizzle. The hizzle. What do you call it?
They kind of retired that.
Well, yeah. I'm usually 10 years late, so that would get it. Real quick, I did want to have a little conversation on the Warriors.
Right.
The 500 Warriors, they're now 22-22. They beat the Wizards yesterday, but it was a 1-point game with 90 seconds to go, even though they shot the hell out of it, but they couldn't lose the Wizards. Draymond Green got into it with a fan. And did you hear the story? This is a great story. Did you hear the story about Draymond Green?
And the fans, yeah.
Right, but
they were saying you ain't no Hall of Famer.
Yeah, but even further.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is going to be fun. It's a fun story I'm going to pass along here. Credit The Athletic because they wrote. So Warriors are struggling in Washington because that's what 500 teams do on the road. And there was a fan sitting in the second row, like right behind the scorer's table, and was really letting Draymond Green have it, apparently, and most of it, I guess, in the second half. Said, you ain't no Hall of Famer. this, that, and the other thing. Of course, Draymond uses that as motivation and ends up having a great fourth quarter, and the Warriors win the game. And so at the end of the game, the Warriors have a lot of their front office with them because they went to the White House.
Right.
So Lacob's on the trip, Myers on the trip, Dunleavy's on the trip. All the guys are on the trip, and the three of them walk down, and Bob Myers goes up to the fan.
Okay.
Puts his hand on his shoulder and says, "Thank you very much." Joe Lacob goes up to the guy, shakes his hand, says, "Thank you very much. Would you like to go to Boston? I'll have 2 seats for you in Boston if you can get up there." And then Dunleavy was like, "Thanks a lot." Because this guy motivated Draymond Green. Otherwise, Draymond Green would have sleptwalked through the entire game. So what they're saying is, come on up to Boston and motivate Draymond Green when we're up in Boston. Good stuff. Funny stuff.
If
you gotta
this
love
is
that.
actual fact,
it's in the Athletic.
A guy that has a bet on the Warriors going back to back. I don't want to sound like my dad, but I'm fixated on why weren't you invested before the fans start talking to Yin Yang?
Well,
and then after the game in Chicago, which was just, oh my gosh, Steiny, I thought they had won that game 3-4 times.
Okay.
I'm detecting a lull. I'm detecting the record ain't firing us up enough. And then when you're telling the beautiful Taylor Rooks that the handwriting's on the wall, that's a paper trail. That's a voice trail. And then when you don't...
What are you getting at?
The effort shouldn't have to come from a fan on a day on Martin Luther King Day. That concerns me.
Why? Michael Jordan needed all different kinds of motivation.
Okay, so are you telling me? Okay, now I know Draymond shows up, and I fought you on this recently. He's going to show up against Boston. He's going to show up against the Nets. It's these other games.
I noticed you didn't say Cleveland because that's a back-to-back.
Okay.
That's a back-to-back. Let's see if he can show up 2 straight games.
I'm going to say what I want. I'm getting worried now.
Of course.
That you might be right.
I am right.
You're not right yet.
I am.
I don't think that's a cute story.
Are
like
you serious?
It's not flattering. So
Not
if the
necessarily.
fan wasn't there, you're checked out? Hotel, motel, Holiday Inn?
It's a cute story because of the Warriors.
It's really not.
It's about the Warriors brass.
Yeah, well, no, I like that.
That's the cute story.
Well, you know what? I think they were telling the story kind of with something at the end. Like that's where we're at now. We need banging at the NBA game.
Is that unusual for a 4-time NBA championship team?
I'm telling you, yes, when you come off a crappy-ass effort in Chicago, and then you talk about, I don't know why we don't have it. Now, I expect nothing less than effort from this team.
You can't play hard for 82 games.
Okay, well, then I you know what? I have nothing to worry about then.
I mean, to me, it's not. To me, it's. Do you know
Dre's the emotional leader?
Is it motivation or is it age? That's the question.
Well, he scored 10 fourth-quarter points, hit 2
right.
threes
he
after this
one
went
quarter.
down.
That's the point.
Yeah.
Nobody's saying Draymond Green can't have great stretches of basketball.
Yeah, I've seen it.
But can he put together 4 quarters? Then can he put together 2 straight games?
Well,
then can he put together an entire series?
Well, listen.
Because he didn't do it last year. Now, they won it, but he didn't do it last year.
If he's, okay, you just talked about something that I would have kept in-house. And I'm not mad at you, Dre, but I'm asking you this, Donnie, and the listeners. So now, if he's not there mentally, can I ask you, is it fair to think, is he thinking about his future?
I don't know. You want to hear the quote?
Yeah.
This is Draymond Green after yesterday afternoon's game against the Wizards, where a fan apparently got under his skin and motivated him. Draymond Green, I had nothing going. I couldn't find it. Wasn't able to find it. I wasn't about to find it. But shout out to them. 2 of them. They got me going. He kept saying stuff like, you think you're a Hall of Famer? I better never hear that about you again.
Well, all right. So maybe Luck needs to hire a fan, a plant, for road games.
That's a good story.
depending on what's the good about it.
The good about it is that
I would say what's more concerning is why didn't you have it?
Oh, because he's a veteran of 12 years or 10 years.
There's nothing to see here.
And they're coasting right now.
Okay. At 21 and 21, you're coasting.
22 and 22. Yes, exactly. That's why they're coasting.
All right.
I'm going to play devil's advocate against myself. You're fine. You're fine. You're worried.
Oh, it's just goes and flows. It's like some days I'm like, I got you.
That's what I was.
And
That's
then
why
now,
I'm so worried.
Chicago, I was like, what happened here?
I'm worried about your heart rate.
Yeah. And what about numbers came back fine? What about Friday with San Antonio? Or was that a mulligan? When they beat San Antonio handily, scored 144 points.
Yeah.
Yeah, what? That's a win on the road. Check.
Go ahead,
all the
take
boxes.
It. Yeah, go ahead, take it. Go take 2 wins.
And you lose to Zach LaVine without your boy, DeRozan.
Thank you. Bottom line is, that win yesterday means nothing if they lose the next 2. They better win one of the next 2, or they're right where they were when they left for the trip, and now we're deeper into the season.
You're running out of games.
Uh-huh. And then you get closer to...
They got 38
you better
left
stay
now.
healthy.
Yeah. No,
if you're 20,
quit saying it.
If you're 23 and 26,
quit talking like
you
that.
better stay healthy.
No doubt about it.
To make a run.
You're one Draymond injury away, Steiny. No, seriously. And can I ask you, Doctor?
It's funny, we don't hear about Jordan Poole now that he's killing it.
Can you?
Yeah, you're not criticizing him, are you?
He had a good game.
He had 2 great games. He's the reason they won both games.
What about Chicago?
They're 2-1.
No,
He had nothing to do with
Chicago.
Didn't get it done.
So you're cooking the books. Hey, I'm a Jordan Poole fan. Hey.
They might be better with him in the lineup than Clay.
Clay has been fun. Yeah, and that's a guy.
Yeah, 5 games. He's had a great 5-game stretch. You're right.
He's Steiny. He ain't back to 2019.
Of course he's not. He never will be. Don't do this.
I'm going Kevin Harlan. He's a flamethrower. Dude, that boy is getting his shot back. Don't talk to me about defense.
Of course not. Of course not, because they're all worse defenders.
Any
than
update on? I keep hearing they're around the corner.
Who?
Kaminga and Wiseman.
Who cares,
dude? That's
they're not
the length.
Now they may never get back into the rotation.
Oh, Kaminga for sure. Wiseman, you might have some.
We'll see. I mean, I'm sorry, both those players they ain't as good as Anthony Lamb.
Good Lord, Steiny.
Mm-hmm.
What a find.
Yeah. 415. Xfinity mobile text line. Wow.
If it doesn't enhance the
Why
show.
Why can't Clay sacrifice starting to give to Poole his confidence? Clay seems selfish. That's not me. That's not me.
Clay would say, 415, can I turn around? Yeah.
Let me get 4 rings.
No. Take the knife out my back. Because that's what the organization would be doing.
Well, that's where the knife
Sitting
is.
His ass on dude.
That's where the knife is.
Your boy's heating up. I know you're saying 5 games. I saw it before the 5 games. Your boy is gonna keep playing, Clay.
You're just keep guessing. You're really guessing. You're basing it on nothing.
I'm watching the ball go in.
You're basing it on nothing.
Dude, what did Clay do to you?
Nothing. Nothing. He's a great player. He's a great player. Hall of Famer, 4-time champion, in his prime, the best two-way, two-guard in the league.
But have you seen an improvement for his...
No, he's declined since 19.
No.
And I'm not going to say he's getting better when he has a little stretch. No, I'm not doing that. It's a 82-game season.
He's not telling you he's better than he was in 19.
You're right, he's not.
The question
is
better
he's better
than he was game 1 this year.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
He's too erratic
when
right
the ball
now.
leaves his hands, Donnie, this real talk, I believe it's going in.
That's great. That's great.
That
means
Thompson.
Nothing. What you believe is going to happen after Clay lets the ball go is irrelevant.
Tell the 415
the bottom line
what
is
he wants has never come to fruition. He's not coming off the bench.
The last 2 years, he's had his worst three-point shooting years of his career. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. That's all I'm saying.
And you know
so
what?
we know he's not shooting the
you
three
left
as
out
well.
The 2 catastrophic injuries.
I'm not saying there's not a reason.
Okay.
But you want to win a title, nobody's going to be like, oh, let's feel sorry for Clay. He's been out 2 years.
They won one last year.
That's right.
And who was
but
starting?
He ain't the player he was last year. Sorry.
That's proof he can be that, and it's good enough.
Well, then why was he so concerned with Barkley?
Well,
I don't understand that.
That I don't have.
408, Clay is selfish. He could at least come off the bench.
Shoot. You know that.
Shoot or shoot. Yeah, that's...
All the selfish stories you tell us about you.
Yeah, I know.
So but you should relate.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, yeah, shoot or shoot. I get it. It's Clay. You don't criticize any of the big three. You don't. You don't. You don't.
The Draymond interview where you gave me credit for being your partner, putting the rat on it. Hey, Dre.
Tell me about your Subway sandwich. That's not hard-hitting.
That was your line.
That's not hard-hitting.
Dude, remember you said,
here's the bottom line.
I appreciate you for putting it out there.
Here's why you're afraid. I don't know why you're... Well, I do know why you're afraid. But
Evan,
the bottom line is you're going to sit across from me and say Clay's the same player as 3 years ago. Now I know you're afraid. You're afraid of the truth.
No, I've moved
you
on.
Think you can't.
And you know what it's about? You got to let whoever you're talking to go about 2 years ago. I'm not saying that. He's better than he was when Barkley made those comments and the ball was clank.
Last 5 games he's been okay.
Okay, even for me, the last 10 and the games without Curry and Wiggins, your boys of the 45. Oh, Guru, you run into one every now and again.
Exactly.
The 45, your boy is... The ball's he's having some success.
There's no doubt. The last 5 games.
I don't want to hear
the last 5 games out of 44. He's actually been playing and shooting the ball. Actually, he's been shooting the ball very, very well.
Okay, let's do this, Professor.
His defense.
If I'm ranking the Warriors, why are they 22 and 22? Conversation.
Sure.
I got a list of why they're 22 and 22.
Okay, give me one. What's
Tell me. It's ranking. Where is Klay Thompson at?
Oh, he's right at the top.
The reason.
He's right at the top.
And that's why.
Because if you remember, they got off to a 3-7 start, and he was absolutely, positively putrid.
No doubt about it.
Okay, so
you know who was right behind him?
That's a quarter of the season.
Jordan Poole.
Yeah, right.
Wiggins, Curry
is going to get the criticism because you're afraid to criticize Clay, the 4-time champion.
You're ready for Cobbs. You are, dude. That's what do we get out of that? Nothing.
I'm just telling you.
We criticize who needs to be criticized.
No, you don't. Yeah. No, you don't. You criticize. You criticize the wimps. You criticize Jordan Poole. You got to come after the big boys too, Goo. You got to come after the big boys if it's warranted.
Steiny, wait till Wiggins gets into form. Steph too, even though he dropped 41.
Steph is not rusty.
And I hate that you condensed it to 5 games. I'm going 10 to 12 for Clay in my world. I know what I'm singing. Dude, you're ready.
Oh, my gosh.
Next up, you're
I'll
ready,
say it for the
Steiny.
8 millionth time. He's on the decline, but last year he showed that even though he's not the player he was, he could still be a piece. Nobody's like
LeBron's on the decline, but look what he's doing.
That's why there's 2 things we're talking about. Okay. He can be on the decline, and actually, Klay Thompson, even though he's on the decline, if he uses his head, he can still be an important piece to this team.
No doubt.
That's what he was last year.
Gotcha.
He has not really been that player this year as he has at times.
So are you looking at him now? And I'm asking, are you talking about getting others involved? And
he can't do that. That's not his game. I would never ask him to do that.
Well, that's what's more disturbing then about what we're talking about.
He's never gotten players
it's
involved.
Clay versus Clay. I see the last 10 to 12 games down there. I'm like, uh-oh.
What?
By June, my boy's throwing. He's like when that ball comes out his hands.
Okay, what's happening in June?
It's going in
because the ball's coming out of his hands.
Oh, he'll be a better version of himself than he is now, and this is better than the first 20 games of the year. There's no doubt about it. Hey, you know what? I forgot this. I blew right past it. After that team meeting, something resonated and stayed with him.
With who?
Clay. More so than anybody else on the team. Whatever, and I don't know what was
Why
said.
do you think that was?
Well, they probably told him what the 415 was text. Oh, hey, Clay.
You know what? You know why they had to have a team meeting? Because he was the worst player on the team. He was the most selfish player. That was half of the season. So if you're selfish for half the year, you can't be having a great year.
Not named Clay. What's your biggest concern for the Warriors right now? Not named Clay.
Does it have to be one player?
No, it could be whatever.
It's their defense. They stink. They stink 1 through 6 defensively, with the exception of Draymond, who's okay when he's committed.
Okay,
Steph stunk on defense. Yeah. Clay stunk on defense. Poole has stunk on defense. Wiggins is not even close to the level of last year.
Playing.
Draymond Green is only doing it in stretches, and Kevon Looney's Kevon Looney. There you go. And I don't know whether they're coasting or they're too old. Let's go out to the White House on the other side.
Hall of Famer and 49ers GM John Lynch joins the Morning Roast tomorrow at 8.
Brock earned his way on our roster, and every step of the way he's kind of checked the box. So it was practice, then it was preseason games, and then it was regular season practices, and then he goes in these games the last couple weeks and really has handled himself well, and we're very fortunate to have him.
John Lynch tomorrow at 8 a.m. right here on 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Guys, fellas, men, are you Roman ready for Valentine's Day? Right now, generic Viagra, aka Sildenafil, is just $4 per dose at Roman. Just complete a free online visit with a U.S. licensed healthcare professional. If medication is appropriate, Roman sends everything right to your door with free shipping and in discreet packaging. Go to ro.co/Viagra to get generic Viagra for just $4 per dose. Do it by February 8th for 20% off and guaranteed shipping by Valentine's Day. That's ro.co/Viagra.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Nachos! Hey, I'll take some. And some Frank's Red Hot. Nah. You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
In Sunnyvale, a dry day. Sunny, highs near 55.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples stores are a new world of possible with innovative tools for small business and remote workers and learners. Explore more at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
Congratulations to Team Loader, Peter and Joe. Congratulations to the staff and coaches and fans, and most especially to the incredible players standing behind me. Today, the Golden State Warriors are known as one of the most successful franchises in basketball. And
now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All righty. Matt Simons, the Guru Johnson. The Warriors are in the nation's capital.
Yeah.
They beat the Wizards yesterday. They're at the White House today. And we're going to go out to Whitley Sandretto. She's our digital guru. She covers the Golden State Warriors. She's embedded with them. Hey, Whitley, thank you so much for joining us. What's going on?
Hi, Steiny. Hi, Guru.
All right, so I'm just going to cut to the chase. My sources are saying you almost had a gun pulled on you?
Oh, my God.
What happened?
Okay, so here's the story. So you know me. I am a rule follower. You know, I never break rules. So the White House is just obviously a different beast. So we go, to the press briefing. We're in the briefing room, and then we all walk out because we have to go wait outside the entrance to the East Room where the event was taking place. So we all go out. The door shuts behind us. Me just thinking, I'm at Chase Center. I can just turn around and try to go back through that white door to use the restroom. So here I am trying to walk back to the door. Security guard tried to say something. I really didn't hear him. He's like, you have to have, an escort, someone take you in. And so I'm like, okay. Well, then someone opens the door and starts walking in, so I assume that's the person who's taking me. So I start walking in. He's like, hey, and he, chased me down. He's like, you can't go in there. So the whole thing, so moral of the story, that was the joke the rest of the day. That
we need you to come back in one piece, Whitley. Be careful. Steiny was just telling.
I made it.
Yeah. Steiny was asking me and the listeners, Goo, I wonder what goes down, when the teams visit. Let me ask you this, because I always call Curry presidential. I know President Biden speaks, but do the players speak? Is it just Kerr? Is it Lakeup? Who talks from the Warriors?
Yeah, so they had a whole day today. So they got there probably around 12:30. And, of course, the media, we didn't have access to every single thing they got to do. But I heard that Kevon Looney and Jordan Poole, they held a Q&A with some of the White House staff. And then actually Coach Kerr and Klay Thompson and Moses Moody participated in a roundtable discussion on gun safety before the actual event. And so they had several different things that they did before, and they got to get, a one-on-one with President Biden. So they did all of that, and then it came down to the event, the main event, in the East Room, which is the videos I've been posting.
Right.
That's where that was at. So they did a lot today.
Cool. We're talking to Whitley Sandretto. She's with the Warriors. She was at the White House today along with the Warriors. So just give me a sense of where you could go and where you couldn't go, and is the security like the biggest thing you feel around you the whole time?
Yes, it was very intimidating. So you had to go and you had to have someone. There's like the front gate. You go through the media gate. They take you in. You have someone with you, and then we went to the briefing room. And so we were there for a while. We didn't know if we were supposed to stay or not because Steve and Steph, they came in there to open up the White House's daily press brief. And so we all just kind of stood there like, well, what do we do now? So we waited, and they took us back through this hallway out the back. And then we had to wait outside for a while, outside the doors to the East Room. And that's basically the only places we got to go, the media. Now, the Warriors themselves, they were all over. They even got to go to the Oval Office, which, if you know, that is a huge deal because hardly anyone gets to go to the Oval Office. So they got to go do that. But
except Steph Curry.
Look
at this. Steph Curry gets to go.
hey, Whit, how did you get there? Like, were you in an Uber, or did they send a shuttle? Talk to us about, just coming up on the White House.
Once again, this is Whitley being a mess. I was a mess at that moment, so I had to pretty much find my way around. They only gave you limited, descriptions of where you're supposed to be. So I just kept asking the Secret Service. I'm like, hey, can you please just point me in the right direction of where I'm supposed to go? And so each person would just kind of point me that direction. But I eventually finally got there. I got there about an hour early before we were supposed to pick up our credentials just to be safe. And I'm glad I did because it pretty much took me that whole hour to find my way to where I was supposed to be.
Awesome. Wow, well, it sounds like a great experience. I know you're going to be on with the guys in the morning tomorrow.
Host A and Host B.
Thanks so much for coming on. And it sounded like it's a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun. Thank you so much for having me.
All right.
Safe travels.
That's Whitley Sandretto on the Bud Light guest line.
Oh, I forgot. Damn. I wanted to ask her how long did it take to wake the president up. President, the Warriors are here. That's my president, but I need some energy, Steiny. I voted for I need some energy from I'm seriously, man. There's got to be a certain age limit to where, you know what?
Careful.
Yeah,
careful.
My dad was
Wouldn't it be ironic if that's the kind of thing
but
that
I need
got
some
you kicked
energy
off
for you.
the
Had
air?
the energy when you was campaigning and got me to vote for you. Now it's just like, wait, yeah. Come on, give me some energy, some pep in your step now, Joe.
He's 117. What do you want?
Whoa. I need some energy, man.
You know what?
Yeah.
I'm allowed to say that about Joe Biden because I'm a fellow
That's my
East
president.
Coaster. He's from Delaware, I'm from Pennsylvania. That's my,
Have you been to Delaware?
Of course.
What do you do?
There's which city?
A bar? What's it?
There's Wilmington. There's Dover. What? Wilmington's the capital?
Don't sound
Dover's where the Air Force Base is? What do you need to know?
Where do you go for fun?
Downtown Wilmington. You know what? Let me tell you something. Wilmington's better than Union City.
The Union, baby. You need to get out there.
Wilmington's got more than one bad bar.
Slightly better seafood in Delaware.
Thank you.
Evan, you been there? Wow.
It's also got a prestigious university. University of Delaware.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Rich Gannon.
Okay, Steiny. The stuff that gets your chicken.
I think Joe probably takes the public transportation more than you do, Steiny, though, huh?
Yeah,
He's a huge
energy.
train guy.
Yeah.
That's how he used to get from Delaware to D.C., the train. Why? You're the only guy.
My dad got mad. I was ripping on my president.
Exactly, Norm. I'm with you. There's some things that are off limits. You think I made fun of the last guy?
You couldn't. Oh, I was thinking of the 44th president. Barack Obama.
So, oh, man, what was I going to say? Oh, you never cease to amaze me. So I'm reading The Athletic, Jake and Evan. I'm reading The Athletic.
Where you going?
Oh, is Dover the capital?
See, and
I've actually never been there.
Oh, boy.
No, I played in some tennis tournaments in Delaware.
Did you go to Wilmington, North Carolina?
You played tennis?
When I was a kid, yeah.
I mean, to travel tournament?
Yeah, I did.
You're pretty good.
I was 1-7. That was my career record.
But to be on the circuit at that young age,
I mean, I was good, but these kids...
They just paid the fees, your parents, and then you were in?
Yeah.
Or did you earn that, like, hey, you're going to Delaware?
I mean, I was... Like, they're open tournaments, and I was pretty good, but I was no match.
See, there we go. You're being humble. You were pretty good.
I was no match for any kid my age who was playing tennis year-round, which I was not.
Rothstein, man.
Because I still like basketball, so I was playing... I like and then I quit.
Did you have a serve? Boris Becker.
I was like average at everything. Seriously.
See, I would lie.
Dover's not this... Okay, I don't know the capital.
I don't know the capital. Fronting.
I can't think. There's another city. It's Dover. It's Wilmington, and then there's one more.
Dover.
The capital is Dover.
Thank you.
Yep.
There's one other city there.
Did you have something juicy you were getting to? And then you went back to...
I forgot. Because maybe I got interrupted.
No, you didn't.
I bet I did.
Well, you did, because you said tennis, and I went... Oh, you're reading Athletic. I never cease to amaze you.
So I'm reading the Athletic. And
pay it off.
Draymond Green, after the game, said that a fan motivated him. He was just struggling to get his mojo. A fan started talking crap to him, and Draymond turns it on. And then after the game, Joe Lacob and Bob Myers and Mike Dunleavy went down to the fan and thanked him for motivating Draymond Green. And then Joe Lacob offered him 2 tickets to tomorrow's Thursday's game in Boston. And said, I'll tell you what, I'll get you 2 courtside in Boston if you do the same thing. Yeah. And they chuckled, and the guy apparently said, I can't get up to Boston. And I said, and you're the only guy I know that bothers.
Because I got a damn $100 bet that they're going to go back-to-back, and the Junkyard Dog needs to be motivated by a fan. That's what's concerning. That's how I look at the world.
Newark,
Cute
Delaware.
story. Cute story, but damn.
Okay, so this is
Draymond, you're supposed to provide energy for the whole team. Maybe now I know why some nights you can get had by Detroit.
You don't get it.
Had by the Magic.
You don't get it.
I get it now. I'm nervous.
I mean, here's the thing that bothers me, that you can't make a comparative
but you're worried
analogy.
About Clay, but you don't care about a dude said he
There's 365 days in a year. We work 5, and let's say we work 250 days a year.
Yeah.
You are not motivated 250 times.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely, positively not.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Do you want this?
Yeah.
I'm looking at you.
Yeah. Oh, I want it. I'm a
double back. I bring it
mail
every
it
day.
in sometimes.
No, you ain't never seen me mail it in. And there were nights and days I was hurt.
Those days you come in with personal issues.
Oh, my goodness. I feel like you wanted to spout one of them off.
Come on.
Please.
That's a great story. Here's the other thing, and this is why I'm consistent.
It's cute for the fan and Joe Lacob.
Okay. This is why I'm me and you're you. Okay, I stay consistent. I started out this show and I said, I got to tell you, this game was meaningless. Meaningless other than the win. Okay? So that sounds bad. The fact that Draymond Green wasn't motivated for the game in Washington, that's meaningless too. Okay? That's meaningless. Mm-hmm.
Yep. But don't you get it?
I get it.
Those are your own
You don't get
words. On top of what he told Taylor. The handwriting on the wall.
That's your guy.
There's a trail.
Yeah, so it sounds
this
like
ain't about one isolated incident.
So do something about it. Do something about it.
I wish I had the power.
You don't have the guts to criticize him because every time something comes up with Draymond, it's the same thing over and over. You got to live with Draymond. I'm riding with Draymond. I love Draymond. Draymond's the man.
You just never cease to amaze me, bud.
I am pretty amazing.
Yeah, and you're smiling.
Oh, yeah.
Like you're really, we get a couple in you. You could go to any venue and do stand-up. No, I'm to that. I'm marveling at like, he's ready. It ain't got to be a Cobbs. It could be the punchline. Tommy T's, Pleasanton.
Thank you. I think you're probably right.
Could be at the cafeteria.
Here's the only problem.
It's closed.
We got a new cafeteria.
It's too far.
It's a 7-minute walk.
But I drive.
It's a 2-minute drive.
Is there parking?
You can find it.
Yeah. I hate change. Go ahead.
You mean
it was
spare
just,
change, or you mean change in a life?
Change. We had a system down. Woosah. Dude, I'm so fired up.
About what? Oh, no, the Sunday's game.
How did you
I wish it
know?
was. I wish it was now.
No, actually, Lynch with the guys tomorrow. He's got to be feeling good.
Who?
Lynch.
Why not?
It's all business is good.
Why not? He thinks they're going to be good for the next decade.
Yeah.
He does. Do we have any way of finding out which teams that we picked on Friday?
It's really
because I really can't remember.
You were being honest. I was being honest, but I didn't take Dallas. I took Tampa.
I know that, and I took Dallas.
What about Philly? I think we both took Philly.
They didn't play. Okay, so they didn't play this weekend.
Giants,
they didn't
Minnesota.
Play,
I took.
I
think
Chiefs.
I took Giants. That's where I got you.
Well, I took the Vikings just because I felt like I had to.
I don't think I did.
You guys both took Buffalo.
Okay.
Oh, you know this for a fact?
Well, I can just remember.
So we both lost.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about the Jacksonville's the game I can't remember? Jacksonville, San Diego.
Peterson, I like.
Guru had Jacksonville because he was talking about his love for Doug Peterson, and you, unfortunately, like me, took the Chargers.
Jesus, 27-0.
I mean,
so who ended up winning the weekend? Super wild card weekend.
That's the first quarter. I said we're going to do it throughout the playoffs and keep a record.
Sounds like I was up by one right now.
Yeah, give us give us an update.
God, are you annoying at times? Cowboys, I won.
I lost that one. He said I'm
Seahawks,
up one.
I lost. I know, but I want to figure out if it's 3-3.
You can do that to
Vikings, I lost. I can't even remember the games. Buffalo, I won.
You guys both lost Cincy.
And we lost Buffalo because Buffalo didn't cover.
I think didn't I have Baltimore?
There's no way you would have took.
I remember
you might.
And they covered, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. They lost my. Don't give them that one.
I think I had Baltimore, and you were like, "Oh, it's the stupidest thing I could ever."
And I think I feel that way. But you don't have the guts.
I think I had Baltimore. I think I was 3-3. I don't know what you.
We'll check the tape tonight.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm pretty sure I was 3-3.
Somewhere in the last 3 hours.
I think
I was 4-3.
4-2 is what you would have been. There were 6 games.
Super wild card weekend.
Kyle Shanahan may be the so-called genius, even though he has no Super Bowl. That should show you. Those are bad.
Wait, so, all right, if it's Super Wild Card Weekend, it's a Super Bowl, why isn't it Super Divisional Round Weekend and Super Conference Title Week? Why is everything super?
Apparently it's not.
Well, there's super and more. So they had a bunch of games, which will be condensed this weekend, young Evan, and that's probably why they dropped the moniker of super.
What was the spread of the Baltimore game, and then what was the final?
8.
Oh, yeah.
You think you had Baltimore?
I did. No, I did. I absolutely had Baltimore.
You pointed at something. I know that wasn't
the text line who was all saying Steiny had Baltimore.
And that's your source?
Okay. Let's not play games.
That's who you're.
I specifically remember.
Oh,
listen,
no. I give
you
you
saying, I can't believe you picked Baltimore.
No, you're right.
Steiny's a big Tyler Huntley fan.
But the way you went to the text line like it was Mother Teresa. Like you could trust them. All the smut we see on there, and they write.
What are you talking about?
You know when they come at us.
Look at Drew Down. Thank you, Drew Down. You're back on my good side. Back on my good side.
Was it the Harbaugh connection? John?
No, it was just, I can't do anything without Lamar Jackson. You know, it's like you all think you know it all. See, that's the difference between you guys. I acknowledge picking football is a flip of the coin. You guys actually think you know. You think you know, but you'll never, ever know.
Our guy,
I've acknowledged that
was in that
about
chair?
myself. You'll never know. You're just guessing. You're guessing. You got no insight. You got no insight. You got no data.
I go on feel.
You got nothing.
Just
you got
like
no
I go on
spreadsheet.
feel.
You're guessing.
That's why I was 4-2. Yeah.
Absolutely.
We'll do it this weekend.
We'll do what? Tell me what I'm going to do this weekend.
More bets.
We'll see. Maybe I'll just stop betting right now. Maybe I don't want to do it anymore.
Remember you said you're going to do it, you didn't do it.
Which one?
The one you said, hey, Goo. And I kind of gave you the John Stockton assist.
Help me?
Remember with if you ever wanted to do
Oh, yeah.
I've been waiting on you, Jack. I'm like, I called up like, hey, this ain't hit. They're like, we don't know who he is yet.
I got to.
He's taking his time. Yeah. But you're running out of time, bud.
I got to open up my own individual account.
Okay, got you.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
So Steiny seems to have a losing record every sport he's played. And now you're going to make me do this. You're really going to make me do this.
I'll let you handle it.
When I was a sophomore in high school, we were 6-20, but I only played half the season. Yeah, rebuild.
Grades?
What?
What do you mean you only played half the season?
I mean, I was in 10th grade. They started out.
Oh, okay. All right.
3-9
in the streets. That means
I played 8 games. We went 2-6.
All right.
I got sent down to JV, back down, and they finished 6-20.
Then keep going.
And my junior year,
this is fascinating.
20-8.
Look at it.
We went from a 20-loss season to a 20-win season. The comparison I would make is when Bird went to the Celtics. They had won 23 games the year before, and then Bird came and they won 59.
Like, I feel like you've said that before, that comparison.
Oh, I have.
When Bird went to, did it culminate in the chip?
It culminated in,
no, it didn't. If you got to take that,
we didn't have any chips.
Playoffs.
We won 2 rounds. We won 2 rounds.
What'd you do?
We won 2 rounds. Well, you really want to know?
Yeah, here we go.
So you're Luka Doncic.
Which game? Cacalico?
What the names?
When we opened up against Cacalico, I got fouled with a second left.
That's when you missed a free throw.
No, I made that.
Look at. Was your dad there?
That was my junior year.
Was your pops there?
He never watched me. He was always officiating other games.
That's my God.
Yeah.
Oh God. I thought we lost this one.
You think that's not at the root of some of the family? 415 Steiny just compared himself to Larry Bird. Oh, you know baby. You know it,
We want to
baby.
end on a good note, baby.
Senior year, we're 23-4.
Chip?
No, we lost our last 2 games.
So what's that mean?
It means I choked, huh?
No, you didn't get to the offs?
Well, yeah, it's hard to explain. We're in the county championship.
Okay.
We lost. I got more than 30. This story's going to take more than 30.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
We
I
lost,
feel like this makes you a better person.
We
Keep
lost
talking.
in the county championship, although it was to Reading High School.
Yeah.
And then we played in the state tournament. We got upset.
What'd you do?
That's where I missed the front end of a 1-and-1 with 16 seconds left.
That explains the choke, why you hate it.
I know.
That's a shame.
You know what? We'll get into my college career tomorrow.
Brock Purdy and the Niners just refuse to lose.
Bang, bang, Niner gang.
2nd and goal. Purdy scans, dances, and finds McCaffrey, who broke loose. Touchdown, San Francisco. Deebo Samuel. There he goes. Foot on the gas. All the way. Touchdown, San Francisco.
It's playoff football time on the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact Contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
The NFL playoffs live on Odyssey.
Throws, caught! Touchdown as time expires. Unbelievable turn of events.
Non-stop coverage from the biggest sports radio stations in the country. Podcasts dedicated to each NFL team and postseason games streaming live for free.
Takes the handoff, looks right, throws right, end zone, caught, touchdown.
Your playoffs, your Odyssey. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today.
Paid for by government.com.
Did you hear? The new 2023 Silver Eagles are available in a perfect 10 grade for the first time ever. That's right. The American Eagle Silver Dollar in perfect 10 grade, just like perfect 10s for sports cards. Coin experts are calling this the biggest event of the century for coin grading. You must hurry. Very few silver dollar coins will receive the coveted grade of perfect 10. These American Eagle Silver Dollars are brand new, 99.9% pure silver legal tender coins minted by the United States Mint. Available now in perfect 10 grade for the first time ever. Just call and you are guaranteed a new 2023 just released perfect 10 Silver Eagle. With limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-969-0686. If you order now, you'll receive a free collector bonus over a $10 value free with every order. Call 1-800-969-0686 now to secure your new perfect 10 silver dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-969-0686.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, away we go, and we have identified the next opponent. And let's be completely honest. 49ers and Cowboys for the right to appear in the NFC title game. Ray, doesn't get much bigger than that. Postseason history for either of these teams. It can't get much bigger than that in terms of games a network would like to see scheduled. It's a fantastic, fantastic development from last night, Monday Night Football. Here come the Cowboys. Let's do it. This is what the kids like to call a very interesting and good matchup.
Well, it's a much better matchup than Tampa Bay would have been, as we saw. I mean, Tom Brady throwing 66 passes is a statement of how weak that team actually is, because that's insane. You don't win throwing 66 passes. He ends up this year throwing 799, a year after he threw 810 at the age of 45. And even though he can do it, the fact that they needed him to do it just to scrape by is an indication of how bad Tampa is. So the 49ers get a better opponent by a fair margin.
Here comes a problem. I mean, if the team that beat Tampa Bay is the exact same Dallas Cowboys team that shows up at Levi Stadium on Sunday afternoon, the 49ers are going to have a little bit of a problem. But I also, down to my bone marrow, believe that the 49ers are not going to let the Dallas Cowboys play the same game that they played last night in Tampa. And just to put a little bit on the Brady topic that everyone is talking about today, and we'll have more on this a little bit later, but as Ralph Barbieri once so famously said, two things can be equally true. Has Tom Brady reached the looks a little older phase of his career? There is no doubt about it. That is true. But anyone saying that this guy at 45 years old even is completely washed up is out of their minds. You're going to see arm fatigue on any quarterback throwing 66 times in a game, and as you said, over 1,600 times in the last 2 years. I mean, there is no major league franchise that would allow a starting pitcher to get a workload like that. And the fact that Tom Brady was put on a team, or, hey, he chose his own destiny when he chose Tampa Bay, but the way things broke down around him are the reason that the season didn't go as far as a lot of people thought it could. When I'm talking about the things breaking down around Tom Brady, I also mean his own marriage. I think he is on an opening day roster next season, and we're going to talk about what some possible landing spots could be for him. But look, here's what's not going to happen when the Dallas Cowboys get here. I don't think you're going to see Dak throwing for just 300-ish yards with 5 total touchdowns against the 49ers defense. I don't think you're going to see CeeDee Lamb running all over God's green earth. I don't think it's going to be an awful lot of hey diddle diddle, Dalton Schultz right down the middle, Pollard and Zeke going for $125 combined, playing penalty-free, basically turnover-free football. Like, if that's the Dallas Cowboys team that comes here, then hell yeah. I mean, they could absolutely win that game. They've got skill. The 49ers have the right skill to slow that down. And that's what makes it a fantastic matchup. Say it with me, Ray. This is a fantastic matchup.
It's a good matchup. It may not it's got to be a fantastic matchup after the game. Then I can tell you how good it is.
Deep insight.
Well, no, I mean...
You need a good game to actually say that was a good game?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Because, let's face it.
Things can go wrong.
Yeah. I mean, last night people thought that might be a pretty interesting game. The game was awful, except for one thing. Brett Maher. That's the only thing that made it memorable. Other than that, this was a beatdown of frightening proportions. I mean, the fact that Tampa scored twice is a testament to Dallas's saying, you know what? Let's not get anybody hurt. Let's just, if they score. We don't have to pitch a shutout. All we have to do is win. Because Tampa was hideously outmatched, and they played it the entire way.
Not that past performance guarantees future outcomes, but that is exactly what you're looking for another team's field goal kicker, point after touchdown kicker, right before you're about to host that team in an NFC title game. That was bad. That was bad last night, missing 4 straight point after touchdowns. Has that ever happened?
No.
In the regular season or postseason game?
Never. It's happened 9 times where a guy's missed 3, and most of those were blocks. including a game with the sainted Tom Dempsey, who you may remember.
Yes.
Who had a club foot and went 5 for 8 in a game that the Saints won about $1 billion to 10. But that 3 is the most ever, and nobody's ever. I don't think anybody's ever missed 3 outright, except for a guy with the Bills in 1960, who was also their punter and one of their cornerbacks.
You got to like a starting corner also being your kicker as well. I mean, you talk about how things change in sports.
Them's were the old days.
Sure were.
But no, this was the first couple, happens. The third one, you could tell he was thinking about it. And the fourth one, it looked like he'd put it away, just sort of out of his mind, and then still managed to doink it. So the fact that they gave him a 5th shot, A, speaks to the fact that they don't have another kicker, and B, that he's a pretty good kicker under normal circumstances.
But hey, anyone can have a bad day at the office, right? I think that's the way you want to sell it to him. If you're the Dallas Cowboys, you don't really have time, and it's not very standard operating procedure to look to add a new kicker while you're in the middle of a postseason run. But didn't Dallas use another couple of kickers this year?
No. I think Marr went the whole year.
Well, he certainly had a rough one last night. It was a great night for punters. I know that's not going to be a big talking point a lot of people want to hear, but those actually a game where both punters were airing out some huge kicks and planting offenses inside the 20s. When that happened to the Cowboys, they could respond because they had a great night of offense from one of Dak Prescott's best games as a quarterback, regular season, post in his career. I mean, that was an outstanding game from Dak Prescott. It was a less than outstanding game from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but Tom Brady, I'm going to tell you, he was still among the least of their problems. He's not the reason why they're done playing football this year. The team around him is the reason that they're done playing football this year, and the football that we're going to play this weekend sounds awfully good to me. On Saturday, to open up the divisional weekend, we've got the Jacksonville Jaguars at the Kansas City Chiefs. A puncher's chance? Maybe. A miracle? Yeah, it would be billed as such. We've never seen Patrick Mahomes take a loss in the divisional round. Here he is again. Giants and Eagles? Come on. That should be a really good Saturday night game. And the best part of all of this is, kids, is if the New York Giants upset the Eagles, the price of poker then goes up even more for the San Francisco 49ers on Sunday, because it's not just an opportunity to put yourself into the NFC title game. It's an opportunity to host the NFC title game if the Giants can shock the Eagles. And I don't even know if a win for the Giants could even be rightfully billed as shocking, because that's a division opponent. And for the 49ers to reach the Super Bowl, they basically have to take out all remaining NFC East opponents to see who they would who they would eventually meet. If they can win 2 games against the NFC East, they are in the Super Bowl. So it's really quite a development. Because it's the Dallas Cowboys, we're going to go to a man whose name is synonymous with Dallas sports. Tim Cowlishaw is going to be joining us. Ray and him used to, swap paint down at the Merc when you were both, Cub writers and adorable in your early careers?
No, we covered the Giants together. I was at the Cron, he was at the Merc.
Oh, so you did swap paint. Competitors.
Yeah, we were vicious.
Did you, rip letters off of his type? I'm guessing you guys were using typewriters back then?
No, something called a Teleram, which was a very distant sort of version of the laptop. Except
right.
it was
like the first word processor.
Yeah, essentially. No, mostly what we did was drink beer together.
Well, good.
Because you didn't really compete. You wouldn't tell anybody if you had something really good. But by and large, in 162 games, there isn't a ton of competition that gets done.
Well, maybe we'll get a couple of war stories out of you and Tim Cowlishaw coming up at 4:15 today. When we come on back, I want to ask you, when I say 49ers and Cowboys in the postseason, what's the first thing you think of? And I even want to open that up to the audience. When I say 49ers and Cowboys postseason football, what is the first thing you think of as a 49ers fan? We're going to have Michael Irvin join us tomorrow. That should be a hell of an interview. He's in the air right now. It's why he's not normally joining us on a Tuesday. So that's coming up tomorrow with Michael Irvin. We got Tim Cowlishaw today. What do you think of? Because it doesn't get much bigger, man, than 49ers Cowboys in the postseason in the NFC. 888-957-9570. It's good to have you here today. All of our guests officially appear on the Bud Light guest line, and we are brought to you by calhope.org.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. 21 and over. Please enjoy responsibly.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there!
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Golfers, tee it up this Thursday through Sunday at the Golf Mart for the Callaway Fitting event and be the first to score the new Paradigm woods and irons. The woods are engineered with forged carbon to maximize distance and forgiveness. The irons feature a forged face for increased launch speed and spin. A new paradigm in performance. Go to worldwidegolfshops.com and reserve your free custom fitting experience happening this Thursday through Sunday. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
The Manufacturers RV Show is back. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, January 21st through the 29th.
Guys, fellas, men, are you Roman ready for Valentine's Day? Right now, generic Viagra, aka Sildenafil, is just $4 per dose at Roman. Just complete a free online visit with a U.S. licensed healthcare professional. If medication is appropriate, Roman sends everything right to your door with free shipping and in discreet packaging. Go to ro.co/Viagra to get generic Viagra for just $4 per dose. Do it by February 8th for 20% off and guaranteed shipping by Valentine's Day. That's ro.co/Viagra.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Well, in about an hour from now, we're going to have Tim Cowlishaw come on by and talk about the 49ers and Cowboys coming up on Sunday. He is Mr. All Things Sports Dallas, so we're looking forward to that conversation. Looking forward to talking to you today. Tomorrow, we're going to have Michael Irvin on. We got a little Warriors basketball to talk a little later on today. They were at the White House this afternoon. Got the president talking about the Warriors. You got Steph Curry up there, the senator. Boy, he's good. Steph Curry. One of the things I want to ask Steve Kerr about is, you've watched Steph Curry develop as a player into one of the great galactic forces we've ever seen in the NBA. You've also watched him grow as an ambassador, as a guy who gets up in front of a podium, in front of assembled media, with maybe even a president sharing the dais, and just lets her rip. It's all so smooth for him. He makes everything look easy. He really does. The Senator Curry.
You call somebody a senator these days, you're spoiling for a fight.
Well, yeah, I mean,
ambassador maybe.
Diplomat.
Give him something. Give him something in the Caribbean.
Diplomatic.
Where he doesn't
immunity.
have to worry about any sort of life crisis, and just sits drinking pina coladas by a pool.
I guess what I'm saying is he could do it, man.
He's
such a good representative.
But it's just, politicians, and they're now creepier than they've ever been. He should have higher aspirations.
Look at it this way.
Golf bum.
If he decided to show up as a senator, Mr. Curry goes to Washington, cleans it all up. Like Mr. Smith went to Washington to clean it all up, to put some backbone back into good old-fashioned elbow grease, working hard for the people, American politics.
Nah, he'd end up sitting next to Patrick Beverley.
Patrick Beverley?
I mean, if you want to extend this thing out, I think there are more senators like Patrick Beverley than there are like Stephen Curry.
Probably. I think Pat Bev is decent enough to where you're sort of sullying his good name by putting him with that lot.
I certainly am, but he still strikes me as a more talk than walk guy, which is your standard.
Oh, that's part of the whole package these days.
Well, then.
We're going to talk some 49ers and Cowboys memory, a little memory lane here in just a second. But we do have the official first lamb to leave the 49ers flock this offseason. Not that the 49ers are in their offseason, but Diana Rossini is one of many, along with Jeff Darlington, reporting that the Tennessee Titans have hired 49ers Director of Pro Personnel Ran Carthon as their new general manager. So he is the first branch off this front office, which has had an incredibly successful run with some of the decisions that they've made, not only on draft day, but in free agency as well. And Ran Carthon is the first to get a big promotion out of the success of the last couple of seasons here working in the 49ers office. He is the next general manager of the Tennessee Titans. Ray, what is your favorite Ran Carthon memory or moment?
The fact that he took the job with the Titans today. That is also my only memory of him.
Yeah, we don't know much.
Yeah, no, he worked under Adam Peters, but clearly he knows his stuff. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in the room. And Tennessee is not such a bad operation that he would have to, shovel out the stables for 3 years to even get a running start, or that it's operated poorly in the past. It's been a pretty representative team. So he doesn't have a full rebuild to start off with. He probably has to find a quarterback.
I think he's got a good head coach in Vrabel. I know that they've sort of cleaned out the stalls around him. A few coaches are coming in and out of the Tennessee organization, but Vrabel stays, and he's good.
Yeah, I mean, they have to figure out a way to diversify their offense.
Right, it can't be just Derrick Henry over and over and over and over.
And the defense is okay, but if you can't win that division, you have more trouble than you have strength. So he's got some work to do.
When I say 49ers Cowboys in the postseason, what is the first thing that you think of? This is Charles in San Jose. And before I open up Ray in his memory lane, Charles, I wanted to hit you first so Ray can't steal any thunder from you. What is the first thing you think of when you hear 49ers Cowboys postseason?
All right. Growing up a Niner fan in the 90s, the one that terrifies me, gives me trauma, is hearing Jimmy Johnson say, "How about them Cowboys?" and watching Charles Haley destroy our quarterback. And always knowing that this was the Super Bowl. The conference championship was the Super Bowl in the 90s with the Cowboys and Niners. But yeah, how about them Cowboys still haunts me. I do not want to hear that again. It still to this day gives me tremors because I wasn't around for the catch. That's what I grew up with. And yeah, I really want to get to the Cowboys this weekend. But yeah, how about them Cowboys? Oof, gives me chills.
I appreciate the honesty, Charles. I figured people would be calling in wanting to go right to directly good memories, but we remember the sports bitter more than we remember the sports sweet. And that it was a hugely bitter moment. There was a loss in the NFC title game at Candlestick, and you had Jimmy Johnson in that away locker room with the bad, tiled, there was nothing special to an away locker room back then. It wasn't romantic. It wasn't pretty. It was like a caged locker, especially a Candlestick. It was just an ugly, ugly room compared to the modern facilities and amenities. And it's him standing basically on a card table in the middle of this completely white, unimpressive locker room with the same tiling that is above us here in this studio, basically, saying something that it probably didn't sound memorable coming out of his own mouth. It is the signature. It is as attached to the Dallas Cowboys as, as any Raiderism, just win baby, was ever attached to the Raiders. How about them Cowboys is still alive 30 years after it happening.
How about them Cowboys? Yeah!
Ugh. Ray, what's your go-to Dallas Cowboy 49er playoff memory?
Oh, it's Preston Riley. It's the moment that this became a rivalry that transcends time. When the 49ers had a 17-point lead in the fourth quarter of the 72 conference championship against the Cowboys. If they win, they'd play the Raiders in the Super Bowl. Instead, the Cowboys get a field goal, they get a touchdown, they cut it to 5, they kick an onside kick. Preston Riley was a wide receiver on the hands team. Fumbled the onside kick. The Cowboys recover, march down the field, score. They go to the Super Bowl, and they win.
30-28, Cowboys winning at Candlestick, 1972 playoffs. The NFC divisional playoffs, the first meeting at Candlestick Park. The 49ers, again, gave up a 21-3 lead in that game, and were up 28-13 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, they and that was the third year in a row they had played the Cowboys. They lost each time. And they needed to get one. And the fact that they couldn't get that one and the way they lost it, that stuck with people well into the 80s and 90s. And even the 81 game didn't fully wash that away because The Cowboys were, all of a sudden, of all the teams in the NFL, the team that 49er fans learned to hate most and loudest. More than the Rams, more than the Giants, more than anybody.
Well, that's saying something, right? I mean, that is significantly saying something between two teams that officially have history and great fans and trophy cases that other NFL teams would be envious of. The fact that if you really wanted to boil it down, who is the single biggest rivalry in the history of the 49ers? I mean, the Seahawks very much lived up to that role for a while. The Rams, for a moment there, lived up to that role because you got to play the L.A., Southern California versus Northern California geographical tie-in too. But the truth is it's probably 49ers Cowboys.
Yeah, this is the
Packers also entered the conversation with Brett Favre.
But this goes back 50 years. Favre doesn't. Seahawks don't. This is the one that keeps cropping up, even though they haven't played each other in a playoff game since, I think, 94.
They played last year.
I'm sorry, you're right, last year. Other than that one, before that, you go back to 94, I think. And the truth is, it's still those games still stick for reasons that you wouldn't think they would because they don't play that often. But every game represented either, an enormous triumph or devastating heartbreak in San Francisco.
Cowboys lead the all-time series. This includes regular season by just one game. The all-time series is 19, 18, and 1. The postseason series, Cowboys got a 2-game lead. They're 5-3 all-time against the 49ers. So the 49ers winning that last meeting, 23-17 win in Dallas on the road to SoFi Stadium last year, where they obviously ran into the Rams at the NFC title game. But here we go. I mean, it's true football royalty when these two teams get together in the postseason. Two franchises combining for 10 Super Bowl wins. That's not bad. 15 NFC championships between the both of them. Cowboys got 8 and the 49ers got 7. That's significant. So the fact that these two teams meet again and the 49ers not only have a chance to beat the Cowboys on the way to the NFC title game, but if the New York Giants are able to shock Philadelphia, the 49ers beat, and you'll know because the 49ers, they play the final game of the weekend, which means they're going to know, are we hosting an NFC championship game with a win or simply going to one in Philadelphia? They will know by the time this game kicks off on Sunday night. It should be very, very fun, man, because styles make fights, and these two teams got similar styles. I tell you, Dallas last night had a luxury afforded to them that the 49ers will not afford to them. The Cowboys last night basically spent the entire evening with two deep safeties saying, all right, we know you're going to throw, we know you're not going to run, so we're just going to try to take as much away in terms of big, deep plays from Tom Brady, and we're gonna give up everything underneath, but nothing deep and up top. And so they played that, what do you want to call it, a shell, two deep safeties, almost the entire game, which leaves an awfully light box up front. Tampa Bay Buccaneers did not even try to take advantage of a light box up front. You do that against the San Francisco 49ers, Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, and Elijah Mitchell are going to run for 220 yards on you. That's going to be how Dallas takes their last game plan and pretty much has to go about just crinkling it up because that's not going to work against the 49ers.
No, the Tampa Bay abandoned its running game weeks ago.
Yeah, like week 6.
And Leonard Fournette was supposed to be an impact guy for them. You saw last night how much impact he had. 5 carries, 11 yards. One pass catch for 6 yards. I mean, they didn't run. They didn't want to run, which is why Brady ends up throwing 66 passes and throws 799 for the year. They were a one-dimensional team with an average defense. They were 8-9 on merit, and they played like it last night. They got what they deserved, and they got it the way they deserved it.
It was a bad showing. I mean, it was a bad representative of what Tampa claims to be in the postseason.
Well, what they were 3 years ago. But, since then, they've gotten materially worse every year until this year when, like I said, they did one thing and they just did it over and over again and not always well. And I think the people who are criticizing Brady are criticizing him because he didn't take this mess and turn it into a gourmet meal, when I would suggest to you that nobody could have.
Yeah, I don't know if a 35-year-old Tom Brady had enough in him to save. I mean, let me ask you, what exactly did he save? That they were a playoff team. They won their division. Now, they didn't do it in a way that is cloaked in glory, but he did that. I mean, and he solely, exclusively did that. It wasn't his coach. It wasn't his teammates around him. It wasn't his defense. Tom Brady, by himself, with a little bit of Mike Evans, shows up every 3 weeks to really help me out, won a division at the age of 45 by himself. I saw The Athletic today, right? Where does he go from here? He looked awful, feeble even. It was a sad sight for one of the most accomplished quarterbacks in NFL history. Oh, my God. What are you talking? Did we watch the same football game?
No, they're comparing Tom Brady to the idealized Tom Brady. And by that comparison, yeah, he looked old and worn out, but he looked old and worn out because he's been throwing the ball 50 times a game since week 4.
Again, washed, because when you call someone washed, like that word gets thrown around way too often. Because when you're saying someone's washed, you mean they got nothing left to give. One more cycle through, the entire T-shirt disintegrates in the dryer. Like that's what you mean when you say washed. Boys and girls, friends of all ages who are just falling for, media talking points exercised by, I'm guessing, headline writers who are in their late 20s, early 30s and don't know enough about sports to respect what the hell it is they're seeing in Tom Brady. I got to tell you, like, I was listening to the morning show this morning too, and Bonte's like, I never want to hear another word out of Tom Brady. That guy's washed. What are you talking about? Washed in 351 passing yards don't walk hand in hand. Tom Brady threw for 350 last night. That's not washed. That's not washed. That is a one-man army, all things considered, being able to get it done on a ridiculous 66 attempts. The man's not washed. Let me tell you, Tom Brady to the Raiders makes an awful lot of sense. Now, does he adopt a fully functioning quality football franchise around him? No, he does not. But he's got more weaponry on that offense than most teams would go ahead and ever be able to offer him. Tom Brady, if he rolled into the Raiders next year, he's got an all-pro running back if they're lucky enough to re-sign Josh Jacobs. But if you know that Tom Brady's coming, you probably stick around for that if you're Josh Jacobs. He's got an all-pro wide receiver. He's got a real tight end. He's got an offensive line that actually exceeded expectations and could possibly get better. And he's got a coach that he has worked very, very well with. Tom Brady gets offered this. Hey, I don't know if you're going to get much help from the ownership suite. I don't know if the defense is going to help you win many games here. Tom certainly didn't help Derek Carr win many games. But here's what you do get. You get 2 all-pros, and you got a head coach that will just basically say, you're in charge of the entire offense, because he and McDaniels obviously have worked together very, very well throughout their entire careers, and he gets handed the reins to a team that had a wildly talented offense. Tom Brady to the Raiders makes an awful lot of sense. Does it put him right into the playoffs because everything is great? No, but there is no everything is great situation. The only thing Tom can really ask for is make the players around me great, and we will try to put up 40 every single week. That's all he can really ask for. There is no team that is going to be totally built, ready to go, looking for a quarterback.
We just mentioned one that might fit the bill, though.
Tennessee?
Yeah. I think that's a doable thing. I mean, you do have to do a little fixing, but they have a decent offensive line. They've got a guy who can carry the ball enough times so that Tom Brady does not have to throw the ball 66 times. And their defense is passable. They don't have a great quarterback. And how they deteriorated this year is, frankly, I don't know enough about the inner workings of the Titans to be able to say. But I think he's an upgrade from Tannehill. He's certainly an upgrade from Malik Willis or Joshua Dobbs. I think that's a place where he could go and become a playoff team again. Because I'm not sure that anybody can make the Raiders a playoff team. I think they have ruined so many things about their organization that even when they get Josh Jacobs and Devontae Adams and a passable quarterback in Derek Carr, they still end up 6-11 and looking bad doing it. I mean, I think they might be beyond help, especially for him. I mean, I think, well, he doesn't really need the payday because he's still got $375 million waiting for him in television. I think he wants to be on a good team one more time.
Well,
and look, this wasn't it.
Mike Vrabel, he and Tom Brady, they got connection too, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, I think he has options. I don't know how many there are, and I think he'd probably have to take a bit of a salary haircut. But if he wants to get in the postseason one more time,
there's going to be 46. You got to take a little haircut. That's the way that goes. I mean, if we're going to invest in you at this because it does officially feel like the wrong time to be getting into the Tom Brady business, but it's also a great stopgap for a team or two that is, not going to find the quarterback that they think is going to be their future franchise quarterback at the top of this draft or anywhere else. Tom Brady is a very good stopgap. And again, he completed 67% of his passes on an absurd 730 passes, however many he attempted this year.
733 in the regular season.
733
the most ever in one season.
It's insane.
Yes. That's why I think Tennessee would work, because even though they're probably going to draft a quarterback at some point, it won't be a quarterback that's going to threaten Brady.
His 25 touchdown passes, obviously down, but he had back-to-back 40-plus touchdown passes in Tampa before he got to this year. And this year, still single-digit interception number. He had 9. That's as close as you can get to double digits without getting there, obviously. But he does not have this crippling lack of arm strength or inability to get the ball out on time. He's still got one of the fastest pop times in the entire sport. Nobody gets the ball out faster than Brady, except for Jimmy Garoppolo and Patrick Mahomes at times this year. I wonder where Brock is standing through his small sample size of games in that regard right now. Probably far back of both of them, because Brock Purdy can buy time with his legs, and we've watched him buy enough time to know that he doesn't have an under 3-second pop time. It'd be mathematically impossible. Like, you start running 8 to 12-second plays because you're buying time with your legs, you're not going to be in that realm anymore.
No, I mean, getting back to Brady, I think the Raiders are, I don't know, it feels like one last lost season with a pathetic team. And until the Raiders fix what truly ails them, which is a mediocre offensive line and a terrible defense, anybody in that situation is going to struggle. Josh Jacobs struggled. Even with Max Crosby on the other side, who's an elite player, the rest of that defense is shambolic.
It's bad. I mean, to say that Josh Jacobs struggled is absurd.
No. I mean, struggled to make that team a dynamic team where you could go, they're going to win because of him. He had really good games that they lost.
Right. Well,
that's what I meant to say, and I didn't say it well enough.
Right. Yeah, I was wondering, because he was first-team All-Pro. He was
No.
fantastic.
He was sensational. But if you have a first-team All-Pro as your running back,
you should win more games.
6 games, and you don't have a top 10 offense, what are you doing?
Well, and you also have a first-team All-Pro wide receiver. I mean, that's the thing. If you're Brady at this point, sure, you're looking for one more big bite of a playoff apple, but at the same time, if you can't find that the entire way through, how would you like to add yourself to an offense that you think you would plug and play well into and have function well around you, along with having a head coach that will just basically hand you the playbook and say, Tom, I trust you to do it all? And he would have that. He might have that in Tennessee, too. It's going to be fascinating, but I don't think that Tom Brady is done playing football. He certainly doesn't have, that more time with my wife, who I promised to spend more time with, wife in his life anymore. By the way, have you seen Tom Brady's alleged girlfriend?
I have not.
He's doing all right, Ray.
I'm stunned.
He's doing just fine. If you like 25-year-old Slovakian models, he's doing okay.
I wasn't worried about his situation romantically. But he goes to a team that, and this was probably their best defense in a while, that ranked 27th overall, 23rd against the run, 27th against the pass. I don't know that Tom Brady can generate 35 points a game just to break even.
It's a big ask. There's no doubt. It's a big ask. We've got an awful lot to ask Tim Cowlishaw about the Dallas Cowboys when he joins us in a little more than a half an hour from right now. When we come on back, a few more of your calls, and seriously, a round of applause for the 49ers front office that they have officially deserved. We're going to come on back with that here on 95.7 The Game. It's Damon and Rattle. We are brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Hall of Famer and 49ers GM John Lynch joins the Morning Roast tomorrow at 8.
Brock earned his way on our roster, and every step of the way he's kind of checked the box. So it was practice, then it was preseason games, and then it was regular season practices, and then he goes in these games the last couple weeks and really has handled himself well, and we're very fortunate to have him.
John Lynch tomorrow at 8 a.m. right here on 95.7 The Game.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see Signature Kitchen Suite's full line of luxury built-in appliances, including the first Pro range on the market with built-in sous vide, induction, and gas all on one cooktop. And now it's easier to build the kitchen of your dreams with the Dream Suite Savings Program with additional bonus rebates. You can see all of the Signature Kitchen Series appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
It's game day at Jim's house, and the spread is impressive.
Mike's already done some damage with the hot wings, and now he's dropping back and going deep for another slice of pizza.
I sure hope he brought the Pepto.
Mike knows that Pepto-Bismol provides fast 5-symptom relief from unexpected stomach upsets. He's no rookie.
The way he's throwing back those nachos, he's the GOAT.
Be ready for game day with Pepto-Bismol.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Starting Stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With 11 fuel-efficient hybrids to choose from, there's one for everyone. Toyota, let's go places.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC
to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
What's it like to go to the South Pole? How do some animals change color? Can you catch a liar?
That's dangerous territory.
Can you trust a gut feeling? What about yawns?
Yes, yawning is contagious.
Mike Simpson here, and on my podcast, I've Got Questions. We go through all these things we're curious about and some stuff you probably don't expect.
Yo, strawberries are not even fruits at all.
So what are they? I've Got Questions. New episodes Thursdays on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
The road to Glendale is brought to you by Marowest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto working for you together today. And we're going to be on tomorrow as well. We were on yesterday. We're also on YouTube. You can find us there. Us together. You and me. Us.
I'm trying to hold down lunch here.
Us, Ray. It's a unit.
Yo, we're a unit, all right. I was reading up on Ron Carthen. He been a player personnel director with the Rams and the 49ers for the last 7 years. Replaces John Robinson, who was the general manager in Tennessee. He got fired in the middle of the season.
For doing something either trade naughty or around the office naughty. It was weird.
No, he got into
fired.
an argument with the owner.
Okay, well, that's...
Yeah, there was apparently there was nothing nefarious going on except that he talked back to the lady he shouldn't have talked back to.
Amy Strunk, is that her name?
Yes. She, daughter of, Bud Adams, who originally owned the team when he bought it in 1960 as the Oilers in Houston.
So Ran Carthon actually has a little NFL pedigree. He, by the way, for those who are just tuning in, the first person among the 49ers success story that we're looking at this year has left the building to take another job. Ran Carthon is taking the, and it could be Ron, pardon me, but we know so little about him because the 49ers, don't go to the microphone, who's not supposed to go to the microphone. But he was one of Adam Peters' right-hand guy. He is now the new general manager of the Tennessee Titans, the first to leave the flock, if you will.
Yeah, his dad, Maurice Carthen, you may remember him from his years as a fullback terrorizing people with the New York Giants.
Yes.
So he got in the door with nepotism, but I guess he's earned his way since then.
Look, nepotism opens the door for you in life.
In the NFL, it surely does.
It surely does. It's like that in Hollywood, too. I heard a lot of criticism about how there's so much nepotism in Hollywood.
It also works that way at USC.
It works that way in a lot of places. But the nice thing about Hollywood, in most cases, and sports, in just about all cases, is even though nepotism will get you the job, it takes a certain level of performance to keep you there.
Unless you're the owner's kid, in which case you're there no matter what.
Unless you are born into the ownership suite. Yeah. Outside of that, if anyone is responsible for evaluating your job, the beautiful thing about sports and show business is if you're not putting butts in seats in some way, you're not going to have the job for very long.
Yeah, if you've been with, I think this is fifth team now, because he was a scout for the Falcons and somebody else before then. This will be his fifth NFL team. So
that's a lot of people hiring you.
Yeah, the door that opened, he put a wastebasket in it so that it didn't close.
There you go. So congratulations to him. I hope he is about to make a pile of money that Joan in payroll was not about to pay him as she was cutting the 49ers front office checks. But, man, we got to talk about how good the 49ers front office has indeed been. Because the 49ers front office, year over year, when you look at it, has had some really good years and some really good drafts and made as many good decisions, if not officially now more than the bad decisions that any and all front offices make along the way of their string of good decisions. Nobody's perfect. Nobody hits 100 when it comes to selecting players or free agents that go ahead and fit like a glove. And you look at what the 49ers front office has done. I mean, Christian McCaffrey might go down as the single most impactful midseason trade in the history of Bay Area sports, depending on where this year goes. If it doesn't go any further than this Sunday, he is still, by any measure, one of the most season-altering trades in the history of Bay Area in-season altering trades. Before this year began, the big acquisition was free agent cornerback Javarius Ward. Now, he didn't play particularly well last week, but boy, he has been a huge part of this entire year's success story for that defense. You got Greg Odom, who anybody could have gone out and signed. He was a safety that led the NFL in special teams tackles more than he actually played the role of safety out in, your starting defense. He ended up second team All-Pro. They signed Ray McLeod because special teams has been a problem. He ends up with the second most punt return yards and has popped some of the bigger, more memorable plays of the regular season. He has not been a voluminous player for the 49ers, but man, what little we've seen of him, he's made huge impact. Remember, they had a fourth-round pick in Spencer Burford, who started 16 games for them this year. We've gone this far into the conversation without even bringing up Brock Purdy because that's pretty much on the front of everyone's mind. Look at that signing and how that has turned out, for goodness sakes. And then you look at all the other decisions that this front office has made, Ray, from Trent Williams to Nick Bosa to Talanoa Hufanga to Fred Warner. To George Kittle. It's amazing how many big decisions they've made and how many big decisions they've made in the fifth round of NFL drafts recently that have paid off with all-pro production. I'm looking at you, George Kittle. I'm looking at you, Talanoa Hufanga. Diamador Lenore was a fifth rounder. Is he an all-pro? No, but he's a starter for this team. Jalen Moore is a swing tackle that hopefully McGlinchey and Trent Williams stay healthy. But if they don't, Jalen Moore is going to step in there and probably do a commiserate job, which is quite a testament to how good he's been.
The thing that this all reminds me of is that anytime you make a mistake, you get enough cracks at it. You can paper that over in time if you know what you're doing in general. So you can make the Solomon Thomas pick, and it's not a disaster. Just because not everybody hits. In fact, most guys don't hit. So if you can repair your mistakes of earlier drafts and free agent classes and end up with this, you know what you're doing.
Well, and look, everyone wants to keep on going back to the draft capital that they gave up to acquire Trey Lance. That all comes out in the wash of does not matter if Brock Purdy really continues to play like he plays. Then just pretend the name Trey Lance was Brock Purdy's and everything is fine. Because as long as you have a starting quarterback that you believe in, it really doesn't matter how they got there.
You can always get more draft picks.
And you can always pick up more draft picks.
There's not an unlimited supply of them, but they're available. I mean, for a team gave up all their draft capital, they got 7 picks this coming year. Might get more. In fact, I think get a couple more because of Carthen.
Absolutely. They're going to get 2 compensatory picks.
So now they've got 9. you can do stuff with 9 picks.
You can do stuff
You
with
just
9 picks.
better be good at it.
Well, and the truth is we have seen this team now have more success in the middle and the back of the draft than it has really at the top. So, that could be described as a problem, but ultimately that's a really good problem to have because you're going to have more picks round 3 through the end of the draft than you are in the first 2 rounds. It's just how that goes.
Yeah, I'm not sure what picks they get for the Carthen deal, but I think they had
a 3rd round compensatory for sure.
Okay, so now they got 3 3s, 2 2s, or 2 5s, maybe a third. I mean, I don't know where the second pick goes to, is what I'm saying. But they've got 2 5ths, 3 7ths, and now they've got this other pick floating around. I'm not sure what it is, but they're fine.
And let's face it, some of the big bets that they've made, some of the big checks that they've agreed to have been players that have really, really panned out. I mean, they're going to make a huge commitment here to Nick Bosa going forward that is going to break the bank in every conceivable way, but that's going to be so much easier to absorb.
It's money they've already budgeted.
With a quarterback room. No, but here's the thing. Not only is it money that they've already budgeted, Ray, but it's actually going to end up playing off as a surplus because I'm sure they also budgeted a $25 to $30 million quarterback room. No matter how that number gets whacked up, they're going to have a quarterback room that is going to cost them, if it's really only Purdy and Trey Lance, less than $10 million next year. I mean, that's incredible. That gives this team the ability to keep this well-built and constructed team around them. So it's massive flexibility. It's flexibility that, by the way, the Chargers are not about to have because Justin Herbert's about to turn around and say, you know what? I'm going to cost you $45 million. This, by the way, is the problem that the Baltimore Ravens are officially looking down the barrel of because they got a big decision to make on Lamar Jackson. Now, I would think that the evidence of everything that we just saw in that last playoff game forwards them to, at the very least, franchising Lamar Jackson. A guy here named Chris on the Otis Bird III Memorial chat line on our YouTube page says...
Wait a minute. Memorial?
No, not Memorial. Yeah, no. Otis Bird is doing well, but I'm saying that he is... It's a memorial. It's a memorial to how consistent... It's a monument?
How about just...
Otis Bird III text line.
Very good.
We'll just go with that. The Otis Bird III text line has basically, said when we were talking about Tom Brady going to the Raiders or the Tennessee Titans, either a Raider or Titans fan wrote in and said, I'd rather have Lamar, Damon. I'd rather have Lamar too, but I don't think Lamar is hitting the market. At the very least, Baltimore is going to franchise him. Because what other options does Baltimore really have? Boy, Lamar posted some... It does, in a way, feel like he has mentally divorced himself. Did you know that he didn't even bother traveling to Cincinnati? I mean, this is a guy who was far enough down the road from any injury where if he wanted to be with the team, he could have been with the team. He's also posted an incredibly cryptic thing on Instagram saying, when you love something, you protect it. When something loves you back, you reward it. Like one of them really, this is, you should have done better by me because I've always done right by you, sort of cryptic tweets.
Well, it doesn't help that he still doesn't have an agent. So I guess that's how he talks to the team.
Yeah. He's working without an agent, or his mom, or I believe his dad is representing him, but it's his call, obviously. This is a guy who just finished his fifth year option. He can become an unrestricted free agent in March, but when you're looking at the Ravens, they at the very, very least have to franchise tag him or franchise tag him and then trade him, because you got to play it to me. Those are the two options that the Ravens really have in front of them. Franchise tag him or franchise tag him and trade him.
Yeah, franchise tagging that's the minimum. You've got to be able to create cap space for the quarterback you think you're going to get coming back, because it ain't going to be Tyler Huntley. It ain't going to be I can't remember who their other quarterback is, but it's you saw what they are without Lamar Jackson. In fact, you kind of see what they are with Lamar Jackson, which is a very ground-bound team trying to get by with Mark Andrews. And
who's good. Very good.
But alone, not so much.
Yeah.
He needs help. And I don't think that roster gives it to him.
By the way, Welcome, boys and girls, to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Dallas's Tim Cowlishaw will be joining us in 15 minutes here on 95.7 The Game as we really get breaking down what is coming to Levi Stadium this weekend. We got 49ers, we got Cowboys. Again, two teams that have been very good all year, that have very good defenses, have very good offenses, and this is quite a well-balanced matchup. Say it with me, kids. This is a great matchup. At least on paper going into this game, it's got the potential to be very even punching power on both sides of the ring here. So Tim Cowlishaw coming up in just a little bit. Just to get back to Lamar for one more point here, that the other thing the Ravens have going for him, Ray, is it seems like Lamar's number one point of negotiation isn't necessarily the salary itself or the years committed to him. It's a 100% guaranteed contract. So he's basically looking for the one thing he's not likely to find on the open market, which means reuniting in Baltimore becomes, I think, even more of a reality. If his real priority is I want a 100% commitment, I don't think he's getting it from anyone.
That's probably true.
Or it's the only great way to go ahead and scoop him up.
I think it probably is. That's where I was going to go with this, is if Deshaun Watson, with the amount of baggage that he carries around with him, got a fully guaranteed deal, A, that's what Lamar Jackson was inspired by, and B, there's an owner out there who needs a quarterback badly enough that he's going to say, you know what? The seal's been broken on this. Let's do this. I mean, it just seems to me like, say whatever else you want about Deshaun Watson, and there's plenty to say. He did
Wax may or may not be involved.
Yes. He did a huge service for his fellow quarterbacks now and in the future, because he won't be the last one to get the fully guaranteed deal.
Isn't there almost an element of collusion that players could actually bring forth if we didn't see another 100% guaranteed contract for someone sometime soon?
No question. Problem is you got to come up with the paperwork. And based on the collusion incidences in baseball, owners have learned, don't leave stuff lying around.
Maybe this is the Daniel Snyder revenge tour we're hoping for.
Actually, it was kind of interesting because now the new rumor about the Commanders is that they're going to sell to the guy who owns the Sixers, which is
I heard that Bezos is still going to come in last minute here with the official number so Daniel Snyder hates Bezos, hates him.
Yes.
And does not want to sell to him probably more than anyone else. But he also wants $7 billion. And if no one's willing to go $7 billion, and then all of a sudden he walks in with $7 billion, you're going to hate him less.
Maybe, but Danny Snyder is a vengeful little weasel.
He is.
And I could see him doing what Chris Cohan did to Larry Ellison, which is use him to drive the price up and then sell to somebody else, even if it's not the top bid. Because Joe Lacob's group did not have the top bid for the Warriors. I mean, it was significantly lower than the one Ellison was coming up with. But Chris Cohan hated Larry Ellison. So he used him to drive the price up and then hosed him at the last minute, even though he left money on the table to do it.
Well, but the thing is that, I mean, you're right about all that, but Joe Lacob showed up with cash in hand. Get this done. You know, we're not financing this bad boy. Here you go.
Ellison wasn't financing either. Ellison was worth $46 billion then. He could have paid that out of petty cash.
But he never put that on the table. He tried to, he was playing finance games. He was playing games that Joe Lacob said, so I know I don't have the pile of money, but what I do have is the entire pile to give you right now.
Well, except that he had investors to do that for him, where Ellison was walking in.
But no, Ellison never said, here I am, 100% cash on the table offer. And that opened the door for Lacob to sort of side door the entire process.
He also got to side door the process because Cohan wasn't going to sell to Ellison. It wasn't about Ellison being reluctant. It was about the fact that he talked to him about it, kept grinding out ways to put it off. then got the other deal done on the side, and then undercut Ellison at the last minute.
Since we're talking about owners, I want to bring something up before we get right back into the divisional round with Tim Kalashaw coming up in about 10 minutes. Did you notice that the Los Angeles Chargers today, instead of cleaning the house, only decided to sweep the front porch? Brandon Staley remains as head coach. Joe Lombardi, their offensive coordinator, quarterback coach Shane Day were basically the fall guys. And let me just tell you what the very first thing I thought of. I'm wondering if you thought of the same thing too. With Harbaugh now officially returning to Ann Arbor, that puts a higher price tag on Sean Payton. Payton, because he likes being a quarterback whisperer, probably was by default interested in a San Diego opening, or excuse me, Los Angeles opening. But because Harbaugh exited the conversation to go back to Ann Arbor, now Payton becomes probably the number one target of an owner with the Denver Broncos who will simply not outbid. No one will outbid. Look at it this way. Stan Kroenke has his own independent wealth and a portion of the Walton wealth. The vast majority of the Walton wealth owns the Denver Broncos. So you're not outbidding him for anything, which means the price of Sean Payton probably just went up. Sean Payton even said yesterday, I'll consider the Texans. So he is making his own price go up. And what the very first thing I thought of is what we have here with Brandon Staley is we have typical cheap Dean Spanos trying to take the easy way out. I'll fire the coordinators, I'll keep the coach, and we'll replace mid-level executives instead of wiping out my coach's office to get into the highest bidding war ever for Sean Payton services.
I'm not sure that what they did today eliminates them from the Payton discussion. The thing that's only going to eliminate them from the Payton discussion is the fact that Rob Walton might give Payton $25 million a year and full control of the franchise. He could have full control of the franchise in Los Angeles.
Well, Telesco's there, right?
Yeah, but they could move him out. They could move Staley out.
Here's the thing. Telesco's actually done a decent job. They just couldn't stay healthy.
Yeah, but if you want Sean Payton bad enough,
sure,
you'll fire a good guy to get him because, let's face it, this is label shopping for owners. If Dean Spanos thinks he can get Sean Payton, Telesco's gone yesterday and Staley's gone the day before that.
But unless, of course, Payton is looking at this saying, I'd be happy to work with the general manager who I think is, if he's got a level of respect for Telesco, maybe he says, I will work with that guy as long as I have final line sign on, final veto power.
Maybe, maybe not. I don't know Sean Payton well enough to know how power hungry he is, but I do know he made most of the decisions in New Orleans with Mickey Loomis.
I was about to say, he had a GM.
But he was a GM that was basically an ottoman, so he could stand up and change the light bulbs. He could insist on basically any structure he wants. And if Dean Spanos thinks that's the thing that makes the Chargers less laughable, he'll do that.
Whole thing sounded cheap to me, though. It really did. Whole thing sounded cheap to me. And you can take the Chargers out of San Diego, but you can't take Dean Spanos's hand and find his wallet in his back pocket.
Well, but I think he doesn't fire Staley not because he's wedded to him, but because he doesn't have his hands on Payton yet. If Sean Payton calls Dean Spanos or his agent calls and says, "Hey, let's talk business," and it's something that fires Dean Spanos' imagination, Brandon Staley is fired tomorrow. It just happens. He didn't change his contract any. He didn't give him an extension.
He can go to Thailand.
Yeah, he could. Well, that country's already taken. Cliff Kingsbury.
Just that he's going full on probably things you shouldn't do in Thailand vacation, right?
I think he's making himself unavailable for the better part of a year till a good college job comes open.
It's smart. It's a smart way to play it. Take all that money that you've made
and the money that they still owe you
and go away with it, disappear, let rumors of your existence create the mystery around you yet again, and literally have fun with, I don't know what Cliff Kingsbury went to Thailand for, but if he went there for dirty things, he can find them.
I'm gonna take the safe road and say he went to Thailand because it's a fun place to go, and let it go at that. But
lovely beaches.
In terms of San Diego, I mean, in terms of the Chargers, if Sean Payton wants to be the next guy running the Chargers, that'll happen. Brandon Staley will not be an obstacle.
Hey, look, Herbert's offensive line fell apart. They retooled a highly paid defense that never lived up to its bargain, obviously. And Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, to me, they only play 3-4 games together all year. They got Eckler. I mean, you got a stud running back. You got a stud quarterback.
They have pieces. They don't have all the pieces. And they've also got this mental block that goes back just almost a quarter century. I don't know if you saw the story in The Athletic today that rounded up the 24, not The Athletic, The Ringer, the 24 most disastrous Chargers losses simply since 2002.
Ooh.
And they found 24 of them. You don't even need to know what they are, but I read the whole story, and they are all spectacular failures. I mean, you're averaging at least one a year. In fact, one year where they had 4 in 4 consecutive weeks. So, Sean Payton could come in and go, you know what? That wasn't on my watch. We're not going to be those guys anymore. And I think he could pull it off because when he took the Saints job, they were like that too.
Let me tell you who we got coming up next. We turn our full attention to 49ers and Cowboys with a man who is all things sports in Dallas, a columnist for the Dallas Morning News. He's a regular panelist on ESPN's Around the Horn as well. Tim Cowlishaw used to be boys with Ratto back in their newspaper, ink-stained wretch days. So
the man's a bum.
He's joining us next here on 95.7 The Game. We're looking forward to it. By the way, the merch store is open. The Relevant T-shirt, it's actually really, really good. 957thegameshop.com. We're also brought to you by Pfizer.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Oh, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
So yes, it was after midnight, and the glue on your kid's mission project refused to dry. But once everything was finished, you realized the smooth white and terracotta make this piece of history beautiful. CertaPro Painters has good news. Your home paint project doesn't have to come with the frustration and panic of your child's 4th grade project. Skip the stress and still end with the look you love. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa Toyota with a C.
Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed, and a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
Wendy's knows cold and soggy fries are the worst.
So soggy.
That's why we're serving up hot and crispy fries all day, every day.
And all night. Until close.
With natural cut potatoes, sea salted to perfection.
Show me that potato skin.
Wendy's hot and crispy aren't like other fries. We're your dream fry. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's hot and crispy fries.
Guaranteed to be hot and crispy. If yours aren't, bring them back and we'll replace them.
Cloudy tonight with a chance of showers tomorrow afternoon, high of 53.
Weather brought to you by Total Wine & More. At Total Wine & More, save big on what you love this month with hundreds of deals on amazing wines and spirits. Love what you find at the lowest prices only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. It is fantastic to have you here today. Thanks so much for stopping on by. We got 49ers and Cowboys for the right to appear in the NFC title game. It doesn't get much bigger than that in playoff football. And to talk about it, to get you ready for this matchup, we're very happy to welcome in Tim Cowlishaw. He joins the show on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy, as is Tim Cowlishaw. Still in the Dallas Morning News, still a regular panelist on ESPN's Around the Horn, and still someone who actually had to sit next to Ratto back in the days of typewriters and such, when he was with the Merc and Ray was with the Chronicle. And you used to have to jostle for position around which Giants managers? Was it Frank Robinson back in the day?
No, it was Roger Craig.
Roger Craig.
I was only there for Roger Craig, but it was a cozy little press box at Candlestick.
It certainly was. Well, any room that Ray is in, by definition, gets cozier. That's just the way it is. It gets warmer, gets fuzzier.
True.
He's the same guy that you remember. Still the same big ball of just hugs and kisses for everyone.
Loves everything and everybody.
Okay, I think we're done with this guy.
It's good to have you on, Tim. Thanks so much. Let's just start with the skinny of Dak Prescott, who to me was playing this year sort of backwards, right? He started well, got hurt, came back in, and then it looked like, the best of his year might have been behind him right until last night when did Dak just play the best game he's ever played in the NFL?
Well, he played the best big game he's ever played in the NFL, and it was probably his best game. I mean, he used to throw for 400 when they beat Minnesota 40-3. That team hadn't really been seen since then, but Dak and all of them showed up last night.
What, after 18 games now, can you say without fail, other than Micah Parsons, that they do really well every week? What's the best part of what they do, and what's the thing that has to worry the 49ers the most?
Well, it's an interesting question to pose it that way, because they had breakdowns in really everything, every way you measure a team. The running game has still gone to pot, and it was okay last night. Zeke's half dead, but Pollard's pretty good and looked better last night. The passing game obviously was tremendous last night, but that hasn't been the case week after week. But they're mostly good against good teams. I think they did a lot of sleepwalking against Houston and Indianapolis and then Washington, and that's not really excusable. But they knew where they were going, and they knew they realistically weren't going to catch the Eagles. They rushed the passer well, as you said, Parsons, every week. Now, some teams make that somewhat irrelevant by running the hell out of the ball, and that's something the 49ers will try to do and can do, and it's something Tampa Bay can't even come close to doing, and that made a miserable night for Brady. But other than the pass rush, that's the only thing they do consistently well, because, I mean, they gave up 355 yards passing to Gardner Minshew, so they can be picked apart while they're trying to get after the passer.
Tim Cowlishaw here on Damon and Ratto. So, Dallas last night basically knew that Tampa wasn't even going to try to run the ball, so they just played like too deep all night long, everything underneath fine, nothing up top, and we should be good. And they left a light box up front. If you want to talk about how you cannot play against the 49ers, it would be just that. If you're going to leave a light box, well, Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel and Elijah Mitchell are going to go run for 220 yards at the very least on Sunday. Who knows what else happens in the game, but I can guarantee you a huge rushing day against the Dallas Cowboys if that's the way they're going to play. So how much, when they have a serious run-first problem, can they meet that problem straight ahead?
Well, that's a good question, because most times they did not meet that problem. And even Tampa Bay, Leonard Fournette's only 100-yard game this year was against Dallas in week 1. So I think Tampa Bay hoped they could still run the ball a little, and they found out quickly they couldn't. Obviously, San Francisco can. Clearly, that's going to be a different defense and a lot more single coverage on receivers to try to deal with that running game. And, I don't think it's a great matchup for Dallas by any means. I think San Francisco is a little better team than they are. They're certainly a hotter team the way they've been playing. But I think they have to make, Brock Purdy. It seems like if you can shut down Tom Brady, you ought to be able to do something to Brock Purdy. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe he's the greatest Cyclone quarterback of all time, and I've missed the boat here. But they need to rattle him. They need to get him to turn the ball over once or twice, or they're in big trouble.
Mike McCarthy has always been sort of a figure of fun, even when he was winning a Super Bowl in Green Bay.
Define fun.
Well, someone you laugh at.
Okay, that kind of fun. All right.
Yeah.
Just making sure.
Yeah. Is he really that bad a coach, or are there things that he could actually do on Sunday that would confuse Kyle Shanahan, or does it make any difference what the coaches do?
We probably overstate that all the time, as you know, and you've talked about and written about. He looked like a terrible coach when he got here, and he brought in a name you're familiar with, Mike Nolan, as his defensive coordinator, and that was just a disaster. And so they had to fix things for him, and they brought in Dan Quinn, and Dan Quinn has been really good as a coordinator. Offensively, it's hard to tell how much McCarthy really does with Kellen Moore and people. I think he's got the kind of personality that makes it very easy to assume he's doing nothing. I don't think that's the case. I think the players respect him, and I think I think he gets a lot out of this team. I think the talent on this team is sometimes overstated a little bit. I don't know that they'll do anything to surprise San Francisco. They'll they led the league in takeaways. They're not as good defensively as the 49ers, but they do occasionally make, in the midst of playing average, they'll come up with 2 or 3 surprise interceptions, and that's not a game plan. That's just something that happens, and the way they cover guys, and it's kind of on Diggs and the secondary to make that happen, to give them a chance.
Tim Kalishaw covers Dallas sports better than anyone, joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Really? Is the demise of Ezekiel Elliott exaggerated or actually something to report here? Is he that much less of a player, or are we just watching Tony Pollard emerge as that much more of a player?
Well, I mean, if it's exaggerated, I've been writing a lot of columns that make no sense at all. Because, I mean, it's been clear for 2 or 3 years, and in every conceivable way you can look at numbers simply or with more of a microscope. Pollard is a much better runner. They keep Zeke around. They like Zeke. Players like Zeke. But there's nothing worse than a 1st and 10 handoff to Zeke. When you've got CeeDee Lamb and you've got Schultz and you got Pollard and people to do things and to settle on a 2 or 3 yard run by Zeke. And Kellen Moore loves to do it like 4 times a game, even when they need, to change the momentum a little bit. So I don't think it's a shock. He's played 7 years. They used the hell out of him his first 3 or 4 years. So he averaged 3.9 yards a carry this year. He doesn't have any kind of burst to get away from anybody. Pollard does, and Pollard needs to have 20 carries or 20 touches, whatever you want to give him, for this team to try to do something Sunday.
Put a percentage on it for me. What are the chances of the Cowboys rolling into Levi Stadium with a new kicker?
I think it's 0. I mean, and I just don't think they're inclined to make a change. There's nothing. Well, it was historic. I mean, nobody has ever missed 4 in a row, and it was really 5 because he missed their only extra point in Washington the previous week. So a guy who routinely makes 55-yard field goals lost his way. I can't think of there can't be a more historical bad matchup than what is Robbie Gold's stat is.
He is a perfect 25
playoff field goal.
Yeah, perfect 25 of 25 on field goals and 38 of 38 on points after touchdown in his postseason career.
And the other guy just missed 4 extra points. So if it comes down to kicking, Dallas is in trouble once again. They were going to have to. I would suspect after 1 miss, they will go for 2 the rest of the day. I don't think they'll keep trotting him out there like they did last night, but I don't think they'll change. I think they think that would be even, you bring in somebody off the streets and he misses 2 field goals, and I think that might look even worse. But it's a terrible problem to have.
Okay, without saying the phrase multiple turnovers, what's Dallas's best chance to win on Sunday?
The best chance is that, Dak is honestly a better quarterback than Brock Purdy. That has to be true. I know Brock's 6-0, but I don't know that Dallas defense, again, their pass rush is really good. Some of the other parts of the defense are hit and miss. But Dak was 25 for 33. If you think about the first half of the Seattle game, and all of a sudden it's tied, and Geno Smith is making plays. Well, Dak can make any plays that Geno Smith can make. So, I would like to think that. Dak has to have probably a 300-yard game. I don't think the Cowboys will run consistently. I think Pollard will have a couple decent runs, but against the 49ers, they're not going to do anything consistently. But I think they will try to make more plays down the field, and whether it's making plays against Ward or whatever, they will try to open things up, and that's probably how they're going to have to do it and get, I'd say, 2 interceptions or 2 turnovers from the 49er offense.
The last meeting, Tim, between these two was a wild card win at Jerry World last postseason for the 49ers, with Dak famously scrambling up the middle and the clock running out on the Cowboys season. Besides Amari Cooper's departure, what is actually the biggest difference between this team and the one that the Niners beat last year?
I would say the difference is that lineman who wouldn't get his ass out of the way on that snap probably won't be at the line judge. Sorry, not lineman. Whoever he was that was slow to get out of the way.
Yeah, it was his fault. It was definitely his fault. That was a great play.
He was in the way a little too long. It was poorly run by the Cowboys, but that guy is supposed to get his ass through there a little quicker.
What if I told you he had a free bowl of Cioppino waiting for him at Tadish for the rest of his life? Was there a conspiracy now?
I'm sure he did, and a big loaf of sourdough bread. I would say they're just Pollard's a better player than he was a year ago. Their offensive line is better this year. Tyler Smith is actually very good for a rookie. And last night, the offensive line, I think, showed it. Dak had all day to throw. So if they can hold off Bosa and that pass rush a little bit, that gives them a chance. But they're a better overall offensive line, and they're more consistent with the pressure they get on quarterbacks, even when they don't get sacks. I think they finished third in sacks, but they slowed down in sacks at the end of the year. They still got a lot of pressure. So they're better up front in both areas, but they're only marginally a better team. And to me, the 49ers look like they're maybe significantly better because of McCaffrey and the healthy people they have around this time.
If the 49ers win this game, how quickly will the talking point in Dallas be, well, they had more time to prepare. The Cowboys were at a competitive disadvantage based on a Saturday game against a Monday night game?
I've already made that point for tomorrow, and I don't usually homer it up, but it is absurd. Like last year, okay, the Rams and Arizona played the Monday night game. So that the two Saturday games were AFC, which is what you got to do. You can't set it up where let's put this team in the first game Saturday, and with only one minor upset, Giants over Vikings, they're going to be playing the team playing Monday night and have to travel. It's one of those things the Cowboys can't really complain about because you got to go play the game. But it's kind of silly that there's an easy fix to keep from teams having a 2.5 day disadvantage, and the league either didn't think about it or doesn't care. Now, having said that, the Cowboys get a tremendous advantage every season, and as I pointed out, they have never once played a Thursday night game, on the road after playing on Sunday. They've never done that in their history, something every other team does like once a year. So they usually get the scheduling breaks. This one's kind of silly by the league.
Where do you stand on Jerry Jones at being still incredibly relevant to running a team? Is he actually crazy like a fox in a weird way good at this, or is he really the man who might hold the team back more than anyone? How would you explain Jerry Jones to somebody who landed here today?
Wow, relevant is an interesting word to use to describe Jerry Jones. He is that, unfortunately. No, I don't think their system makes sense. I mean, he's tremendous businessman, makes all the money in the world for the league and for the Cowboys, but there's only one general manager and one whatever Stephen Jones' title is, vice president of some baloney. Those are the only two people in the league that don't have to worry about getting fired if they have a bad year. 31 other GMs and assistant GM types have to worry about getting fired. That's never an issue here, and they'll be in play again next year. So I think the reason 31 other teams do it differently is because it makes sense. Having said that, I don't think their organization is the worst in the league. I think there are probably close to a dozen Arizona Cardinal type organizations that would be worse to try to win with. But it's an outdated way of doing things. His guru when he got into the league was Al Davis, and it was the wrong Al Davis. It wasn't the 70s Al Davis. It was more like the late 90s Al Davis. And so that's where the Cowboys are in how they function or don't function.
There we go. Now to wrap things up, here is Ray Ratto with a heartfelt thank you for spending some of your time with us today, and a goodbye. Ray, go ahead and send our learned guest off in a complimentary way, please.
Go away.
Go away. Thanks. That's what I would expect. I thought maybe you'd tell me something about Bruce Bochy that would be good to know going into next year, but.
Well, here's the deal.
Well, you really think there's an open book there that hasn't been already read by everybody in the world? He doesn't change much.
There's got to be some dirty secrets about Bruce Bochy.
He shot up a hospital in one of his off years, but that was it. They kept it quiet.
Here's the dirty secret. DeGrom's going to win another Cy Young under that guy. Nobody handles pitchers better than Bruce Bochy.
He can throw more than 140 innings, he might, but yeah, that's a wildly different team that's borderline interesting now.
Absolutely.
He'll win the Cy Young on a team that goes 73-89.
That's fine. The Rangers have never had a Cy Young winner in 51 years, so that's probably good enough.
Thank you so much, Tim, for joining us. Appreciate your time.
Hey, thanks, guys. I'll see you out there, or see some of you Sunday evening.
You got it. Ray makes no more personal appearances, not even for a personal appearance fee. I don't think Ray's going anywhere, but I'll thank you for coming on when I see you Sunday. Thank you so much, Tim.
All right, thank you.
Tim Cowlishaw here on 95.7 The Game. Ray, again, Peter King is going. Your best buddy Tim Cowlishaw is going. Why not put the whole band back together? Let's go together, you and me, walk in there as a triumphant afternoon drive radio show and personally thank the contributors for an awesome year of you ready to hand out some bouquets and flowers?
An hour and a half drive to, an hour and a half drive from. And the in-game experience on my couch is light years better than the in-game experience in that press box. And in addition, I don't belong in a press box where I'm just sitting around. That's a place where people work, and I feel strongly about that.
Well, but you would actually be working because, you know, we're going to be talking about that game in vivid, granular detail all next week.
I'll probably watch it. I think I'll be able to pay attention.
You can DVR it and get whatever detail you might miss in real time, and you get to watch it twice then.
I can do that anyway. I can watch it at home, and then I can watch it again. If I were nuts enough to watch the game twice, I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. More press box food for you.
It's going to be a hell of a 95.7 presence out there, right? I'll be there. Pretty much someone representing every one of our shows will be out there. I think we're going to have a little pregame party. You want to come?
Well, you've convinced me. Perfect. I'm not leaving the house.
I've got good news for you, Ray. Maybe the perfect spot for you to land when it's all said and done.
My car's been towed?
No. This is bigger and better than that. I read today that the moon might have caves. They have identified a lunar reconnaissance orbiter has sent images back to NASA that the moon may have caves, and these caves could become possible astronaut habitats. Scientists have discovered that parts of these pits are always around 63 degrees Fahrenheit, which means not only are they livable to the naked flesh should you lose all heating and power. Well, if you lose power, you're going to lose oxygen, so then you're in trouble.
Yeah.
But the machines that will provide you the oxygen will run better in a much more hospitable temperature. So, Ray, the possibility of you living in a cave by yourself someday on the moon could possibly be out there for you. Wouldn't you be excited?
You've given my wife reason to go on.
Ray's on the moon?
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. If I'm on another planet, she's calling the caterer immediately.
But you, in a weird way, would also be calling a celebratory caterer that delivered to the moon, because that's where you are now. But wouldn't you love
Don't you think
an
the
existence
pizza get
under
a little
yourself?
cold about halfway over?
Well, we actually have a story about how in a world of innovation, there's really been no innovation to the pizza delivery box. Don't you think maybe this is somewhere where you could make your next multi-million-dollar deal? Why don't you reinvent the pizza box to keep pizza hot and fresh as it gets delivered to your cave on the moon?
Then you know what you have? You have a $20 pizza and an $8,000 carrying case.
But for the right pizza.
Yeah, $8,000 for a pizza. It better be able to cook itself and then read Hamlet.
all prices go up with moon deliveries. I think that's pretty obvious.
I think it's, yeah.
I think
they don't call it Cave Dash.
Look at you painting in the now. Ray Ratto and Tim Kalishaw. It's the type of chemistry that you can't find anywhere else but here on 95.7 The Game. That was good, though. I'm glad that we got to Tim because he gave us an awful lot. It doesn't sound like he's given the Dallas Cowboys much of a shot to come in here and find a win.
No, he'll give you a square count on what he thinks of the Cowboys. And in Dallas, I think after so many years of Jerry Jones, that most of the people there, from what little research I've done, they're not expecting this to end well. I think they had significant hopes that they could beat Tampa because Tampa is not very good. But I think they're looking at the 49ers as a far more difficult nut to crack. And beyond that, I don't think they're as down on the players as much as you might think. But I think they are getting sick of Jerry because Jerry has produced damn little for the amount of words he's thrown into the air over the decades. He talks it, and when it comes to putting franchises in different cities and making sure that he gets a cut of every move, he's still the best there is. But as a football mind, he could work for the Bears.
We're going to hear from Kyle Shanahan in his conference call that he had yesterday, some things that he had to say about the game that was played, about the game that's coming up, a little advice for D'Amico Ryans as he goes on several head coaching interviews this week, or they come to him virtually. I would certainly hope either that or Jed flipped him the keys to the private plane to make travel easy, if that's indeed part of the interviewing process. We have our longest commercial-free segment of the entire day. It will be spectacular. You will laugh. You will cry. It is better than Cats. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Hall of Famer and 49ers GM John Lynch joins the Morning Roast tomorrow at 8.
Brock earned his way on our roster, and every step of the way he's kind of checked the box. So it was practice, then it was preseason games, and then it was regular season practices, and then he goes in these games the last couple weeks and really has handled himself well, and we're very fortunate to have him.
John Lynch tomorrow at 8 a.m. right here on 95.7 The Game.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
It's back and it's better than ever. The 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. January 21st through the 29th. You'll see hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Like motorhomes, travel trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, van conversions, and truck campers. Go to RVshows.net for more information. Don't miss the Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Thinking of selling your house, but you don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtor photos, and showings? With John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Call 510-426-7000 and John will give you a fair cash offer without any inspections, showings, or other headaches. That's 510-426-7000. When you sell to John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you decide when you want to move, according to your schedule and your terms. John buys vacant houses, inherited houses, beautiful houses, fixer-uppers in any condition, as is. John buys BayAreaHouses.com provide you the easiest sell possible and assist you in every step of the way. If you want to sell and have any questions, please call 510-426-7000. That's 510-426-7000 and get the offer you have been waiting for.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see Signature Kitchen Suite's full line of luxury built-in appliances, including the first Pro range on the market with built-in sous vide, induction, and gas all on one cooktop. And now it's easier to build the kitchen of your dreams with the Dream Suite Savings Program with additional bonus rebates. You can see all of the Signature Kitchen Series appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com, sponsored by Pfizer.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks again to Tim Kalishaw for joining us on the Bud Light guest line. Great stuff out of him. If you missed any of that, you can find it on the Odyssey app. Of course, Ray and I are all over the YouTube page. It's good to have you on the page. Good to have you on the stream. Good to have you on the text line. Good to have you here on 95.7 The Game. And we got a lot of stuff to get into in what is the longest commercial-free segment of the entire afternoon. The Road to Glendale is brought to you by Ameriwest. Ameriwest Credit Union working for you today, tomorrow, together. All of that is happening as we get you ready for 49ers and Cowboys, man. That's for the right to appear in the NFC title game. Somebody on the Otis Bird III YouTube page text line says, Tim Kalishaw keeping expectations low. San Jose Jazz fan says, is he trying to pull a Pete Carroll on us? Well, no, he doesn't work for the team. He's not representing the Dallas Cowboys. He's representing his own opinion. And one of the reasons why his opinion in Dallas matters about sports is because he's going to give you the old what for. He's not going to give you the homer answer. And the truth is the 49ers are favored in this game. They're favored, rightfully so. They're favored because they've got the defense that can slow down the offense that you saw Tampa be able to do very little against last night, all things considered. 49ers minus 3.5. Let's get to the real nitty-gritty here, Ray. 49ers minus 3.5. The over-under is 46. I like the 49ers to cover, and I think I would play the under.
I thought the under would be good last week too, and I got my hat blocked. So I'm going to lay off of that. But I do know that there has been early Dallas money coming in because it opened at 4.5, and they let the wise guys bet into that. They drove it down to 3.5 where it sits now. It may go back up a little bit because public money tends to come in late, but this looks like probably a game that, you would like the 49ers more to cover just because I don't know how Dallas scores more than 17. That's the thing that I can't get away from, because while Dalton Schultz is a hell of a receiver, I don't think he's a guy that's going to command two guys. I don't know that CD Lamb is such a dynamic player that you've got to cover him with two. And it does sound, at least according to Tim, like they still have a thing for Zeke Elliott that is not justified by the numbers. So I think they might have trouble getting up and down the field in a way that they didn't last night.
And the 49ers can take away things that Tampa simply could not take away. And as Tim Kalishaw just said, he's not sure that the Dallas Cowboys can take away what the 49ers are going to want to do, and that is run the football straight down their throats. That's a hard thing to take away for teams that are good at stopping the run. Nobody said the Dallas Cowboys are good at stopping the run this year. So that is the advantage that the 49ers have, and if they want to load the box in order to take that advantage away, well, now you turn to Brock Purdy. And the one thing that, God bless Tim Kalishaw, where he said something that I don't know if you can just say it out loud. It seems like the right thing to say, given the fact that experience matters and tasting playoff football matters, and Dak has tasted it more often than Brock Purdy has, but not dramatically much more. And I'm going to tell you, last night, Dak Prescott, he threw one more touchdown or accounted for one more touchdown than Brock Purdy did, but otherwise Brock Purdy had maybe even a better day. Maybe even a better day than what Dak Prescott had in what could have been the best game he's ever played. To say that Dak Prescott has got to be the best quarterback on that field by theoretical default, I understand why Tim said that. But by actual practice and naked eye tests, I don't know if I could just agree to that right now. The more talent, more arm talent, all right, if that's the way you want to measure it, maybe. But I have seen nothing out of Brock Purdy to start listing the things that he is not good at or doesn't do well ahead of anybody in this league, because I don't even think we know yet.
Well, we don't know. And what I took away from what he said was that Dak Prescott has to be better for them to win. That I agree with. He's got to be as good, if not better, than he was last night, because Tampa didn't offer much resistance at any point. And, Schultz was wide open all night long. And it's not like he's a secret. It's not like he hasn't done stuff like this during the regular season. He's a guy you have to guard.
Yeah.
And they didn't, and he was open, and they had a field day. Now, the 49ers can probably take some of that stuff away, but if they take a lot of it away, then Dak Prescott can't be the better quarterback on Sunday. And if he's not the better quarterback on Sunday, like I said, I don't know how they get more than 17.
It's going to be a huge, huge uphill battle for a team that got everything they wanted last night out of a game plan to get the same thing out of a game plan against the 49ers defense. The amount of talent on Dallas's offense is, I think, considerable. Tim Kalishaw even said maybe a touch overrated, but the talent that the 49ers have on their defensive side of the football just means that they're going to make life so much harder for Dak Prescott and company than Tampa Bay was able to do last night. There's no doubt about that in my mind. I don't think there's any doubt about that in anyone in Dallas's mind. They're going to have to, it feels like, they're going to be held against that level of perfect standard that I don't know if the 49ers need to play a perfect game to beat them. And I'm not trying to go pie in the sky. The Niners are that much better because, as we've also demonstrated, the difference between the best team in football and the worst team in football is a smaller gap than anything else. The 49ers and Cowboys, this is a fair fight, without a doubt.
No, I think it's a fair fight. I think the one thing that the 49ers are vulnerable, the one place where they are vulnerable is in pass defense. Against the run, they're second in football. So I don't know that introducing every series with a handoff to Ezekiel Elliott is a grand strategy, because all you're doing is guaranteeing yourself 2nd and 9. The Cowboys will have to be more dynamic offensively, and they will have to figure out a way to stop the 49ers from running the ball, and they are at best an average defense against the run. There's nothing special about what they do or how they do it. So they do have to be close to perfect. I think the 49ers, as long as they maintain their possessions, they don't have to be. They can punt the ball away a few times and get away with it. I think Dallas's efficiency is that they need to be able to have long, concerted drives and get something out of them. I'm not worried about Brett Maher. I think he'll be fine on Sunday. But I think the Cowboys have to figure out a way to have the ball a lot longer than the 49ers do. And I'm not sure that they're capable of that.
I don't think that they are either. I mean, to me, Kyle Shanahan is going to have an opportunity to get his, to hit the numerical goals that he just writes down on the whiteboard before every single game. He's going to want his 20-plus first downs. He's going to want his 30-plus carries. He's going to want his more than 150 rushing yards. I think he gets those things against Dallas. And that goes a long way to delivering the 49ers into the win column.
Oh, he'll run a minimum of 30 times. I don't think there's any question. But the one problem that I see that they could have is if they turn the ball over 3 or 4 times, minimum, or they can't get the Cowboys offense off the field. And I think it's not likely that they'll be able to do that, but if the Cowboys can maintain possession and have the ball 36, 37 minutes, I think they've got a counterpuncher's chance.
Sure. I mean, if the best defense in football has its worst afternoon outside of the Raiders game and the Chiefs game, things get more difficult. And if they start coughing up the football left and right, yeah.
But if they only score 20, but they have the ball the whole day, that gets it done just as well. So it's not about putting up a ton of points as much as it is not letting the 49er offense on the field long enough to do stuff. They have to get ahead early. They have to stay ahead, and not just by a point like Seattle. They've got to be up like 17-7 at the break and then make Kyle Shanahan punch uphill.
From the Xfinity Mobile text line, do you guys think the 49ers should run at or away from Micah Parsons? I think you got to find a balance there. I think you got to kind of use his aggressiveness against him the same way that some of the best game plans against Nick Bosa used his aggressiveness against him. I think you got to run into the space that his pass rush creates and fool him a little bit. The thing is Micah Parsons is the real deal. Every bit of the real deal defensive player Nick Bosa is. And he needs to be accounted for at all times. There is no denying that he is a level of difference maker that can change the way a football game comes out in the wash. So that's job one all day long offensively. Where's Micah Parsons? And then we'll deal with the 10 other guys around him.
I think they have to do that, but I don't think they're going to change how they run the football because of him. Simply because I believe they think they can run the ball on anybody, Micah Parsons or no, because Micah Parsons, as good as he is only 1 of 11. And there are other places to run. You can run at him if you think he's going to try to, bull rush inside or, try to take a wide path. I don't think they're going to make any special.
Did you almost say wide
arrangements
nine? Did you almost go full on NFL lingo?
I did
drop
not.
a wide nine.
No.
You almost did. You thought about it.
I did not. I was looking for the right word, and it wasn't 9. I don't think they're going to worry. I don't think they're going to worry that much about Micah Parsons. Not in a way that says we have to run away from him because he's too fearsome. They've run the ball on everybody, so I don't know if they're going to make special plans for him.
Look, DeMarcus Lawrence is good. Haskins is good. Anthony Barr is pretty good. Leighton Vander Esch is pretty good. They got a good defense. They really do.
But I think they're going to make him prove it on against the run because that defense is much better against the pass because they've got guys who can rush. I don't know how well they can plug gaps.
I mean, are you going to get the best out of Trayvon Diggs? Or are you going to get the worst out of Trayvon Diggs? Because it feels like there's two different players waiting to happen on any particular Sunday in Trayvon Diggs. Sometimes he looks unbeatable. Other times he has proven himself to be quite beatable. By the way, let's prove ourselves here in Afternoon Drive. Welcome, everyone, to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
I mean, what could go wrong for the 49ers is if they actually get put behind schedule by Brock Purdy, by, either coughing up the ball or having a ball that might have floated on him land in a Cowboys' hands instead of peacefully and mercifully on the ground. And we did see some balls get away from Brock, and maybe that was a little bit of those first nerves in his first postseason game. Kyle Shanahan on his conference call talked about how it's good for a young quarterback to be nervous because keeps your head on a swivel, keeps you frosty, but you got to control it all too.
Having nerves and jitters isn't about being nervous or not confident or scared. It's, man, we are amped up for this stuff, just like the fans are, just like everybody is. I mean, it is a big deal. It is a violent game, and you go out there and we're all revved up and on one. And sometimes when it's like that, you might miss a throw, you might make a bad play call, some guys jump off sides. I mean, all that stuff happens. So that's just part of the game and learning how to play stuff at a high level with such intensity, but still not make mistakes. And I do think that's all part of the game. But Brock will say, yeah, I'm revved up right now. And it's not about being nervous or anxious. It's just about that's what the situation is. And that's why it's hard for a lot of people. That's why a lot of people can be 80% on free throws, but then when they get into a real NBA game, they can't hit anything. So that's why some kickers are awesome in practice, and then you get into those games, and it's just different. So that happens with everybody, and the quarterback who's got to take all these hits and sit on the pocket, keep his eyes down the field, man, you better be rubbed up and in a mindset for a physical battle, but also relaxed enough so that you don't overdo anything. So that's the challenge of the position.
Got to be ready to drive hard, but not run your engine in the red, basically, is what he's saying right there. And Brock Purdy, hey, maybe that engine was, revved up in the red, and the RPMs came out a little bit too hot early, and that explained some of the, let's call it. He didn't look nervous, but he did look out of sync early. There's no doubt about it. He looked a little out of sync, but then he settled himself in. You want to know one of the plays that I really thought helped him settle in, Ray, was when he started scrambling, and he put that, I'm going to invoke Walter Payton's running style here. When he gave him the show pony kick, I know that there's been a debate about calling it a high step or what did that look like or who do you remind you? That was signature Walter Payton show pony kick where you put yourself into another gear by a little high kick, ankle out, stammer step, which gets you around the corner more than just keeping the same pace to turn yourself into an easier to track target. I thought that play went as far as to settling him in as any play that he made through the air all day.
Yeah, the other thing, and I looked this up last night, he has almost not been behind any appreciable amount except that when they were down 10 to the Raiders. So he hasn't had to go out of his way and become a hero. So he's been able to sort of stay within the parameters that Kyle Shanahan has set for him. If Dallas can get a 10-point lead early, we'll see how he copes with that because the Raider game was the one where the 49ers had to fight like hell to survive. And it wasn't that he was bad, but the more you ask of him in a high-pressure situation, I think the more Dallas will like its situation.
Yeah.
But for them to do that, they have to get ahead early. And therein lies my reasoning why they have to keep the ball for a long time early so that Purdy doesn't get a rhythm or a feel to get into his usual groove. And the only way you can force him out of his comfort zone is to make him have to get points. We got to stay close. We're losing touch with them.
So you're already one day ahead of my talking points to keep everyone fresh all week long, because we've got several days of run up here. I don't want to just like dump all of my talking points into one show. Tomorrow's talking point.
Oh, can we have tomorrow off then?
No. We're going to need to talk
if
about
I already
this even
did
more
tomorrow's
tomorrow.
show.
Well, you didn't quite do the entirety of the show, but to
Well,
me,
what else do you need?
One of the single biggest similarities between the Cowboys and the 49ers is both of these teams are outstanding front runners. And I wouldn't be surprised if whichever team was leading at the end of the first quarter wasn't the team that was leading when the game were over. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Both of these teams are excellent, grabbing a lead and then suffocating a game and holding on to it. That's exactly what Dallas did last night. Now, they had a lot of help by a failing in many different directions Buccaneers team on the field with them. But as soon as they were up 18-0, it became a nice talking point to say, well, those missed point after touchdowns could really come back and haunt them. Not for a minute did I think that the 4 point after touchdowns were going to be haunting the Dallas Cowboys at any point in time in that game.
They were up 24-0.
Exactly.
If you take those 4 missed extra points and just say, well, they only scored 3 touchdowns, but they got a field goal. That's 24-2. The fact was Tampa got 0.
Right.
Until the game was way over.
The only thing it really did was leave open an easier mathematical equation to dig yourself out of a hole based on, we can go, and convert 2-point conversions and make that up right there. And, it just made the math easier to see on the football calculator, but it didn't make it any more of a reality to actually appear in that game.
If only they could have gotten Brady to throw 75 balls.
Hey, they were on their way. They certainly tried. I want to get back to Brock Purdy's afternoon, again, which started a little bit slowly, only to see it end with him becoming the first rookie quarterback in league history to account for 4 touchdowns in a postseason game. And remember, there very much could have been a 5th if Brandon Ayuk, running out of end zone, is able to hold on to a pass that was delivered just pretty much perfectly to the last inch of the end zone, but Ayuk couldn't hold on to it. Ayuk even, post-game said, I'm sorry I didn't hold on to that one, man. I'm screwing up your highlight tape. We asked Peter King about that very play, and here's what he had to say about it earlier this week.
Here's what is significant about that. Imagine the confidence that Brock Purdy has to have in himself, okay, to be able to make that play. And I think one of the things that I loved about it is that it looked like he looked at all 4 receivers multiple times on that play. And then he finally threw a bullet, a perfect throw, in the corner of the end zone to Brandon Ayuk. It was a tough catch, but, I thought Ayuk should have caught it. But be that as it may, everything about that play just said great things about who Brock Purdy is and how he plays.
There's been a lot of suggestions of greatness. I think in that last game alone, the suggestion of greatness, it reared its head. It really reared its head. Brock Purdy, to me, the price of Brock Purdy's stock is going to keep on going up with every playoff success story that gets attached to him. But beyond just that, the way that he played that game a little bit differently than the games that he had played up to that point. In a game that you'd think maybe keeping it more simple and closer to the vest is the game where Brock opened up his own playbook, if you will, his own abilities playbook, to a level of scrambling and keeping plays alive that we really had not seen in the first 5 games that he had played in a 49er uniform. So that was impressive to me. His 332 passing yards are the second most by a rookie in his first career playoff game and the most since Sammy Baugh from back in 1937. I mean, that's pretty significant. He became the first player with multiple passing touchdowns and a rushing touchdown in his first playoff game for the 49ers since Colin Kaepernick did so against the Packers in 2012. He threw for the most yards in a postseason game for a 49er quarterback since Joe Montana threw for 357 in the Super Bowl 23 to be exact. I had to ask Ray earlier off the top of my head, Ray, is that the 55-10 blowout over the Broncos? No, that was the game against the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah, the one that they...
Second go-around.
Yeah, they still struggled in that one, too. They struggled in both of them against Cincinnati.
Right, but that wasn't John Taylor.
No.
I saw John Candy game.
Yeah, that wasn't the... I think that was the Dan Buns game.
Buns. Purdy became the youngest player in league history at 23 years old and 18 days at the day he did it, to throw for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns in a postseason game. By the way, the oldest remaining quarterback in the NFL's postseason is Dak Prescott. He's 29. That's an old man all of a sudden among the still remaining quarterbacks out there alive in this NFL postseason. Kyle Shanahan talked about on his conference call yesterday the conversation he had at halftime to make sure Purdy was settled into the game.
When Brock sees the tape, he's always so honest with himself, and I think we see it very similar. And I think he trusts that we see stuff when he isn't seeing it. And I think he also knew that. And so I think when you go in the first half and you're averaging 8.5 yards of play, and you've scored on all your 3 possessions, you just came up short in the red zone on 2. I don't think there is much of a panic. I think everyone's like, holy cow, we're getting after these guys. We got to start scoring touchdowns because we've missed 2 opportunities. We've only had the ball 3 times. Let's figure out how to finish these. And so I don't think there was much, it wasn't that big of a deal at halftime. It was that first half almost went as good as it could. But if we don't finish some of these big plays and we just keep getting field goals, then you're going to have to be dependent on them not scoring the rest of the game to try to win. And we don't want to have to be dependent on that. So I think coming out in the first drive of the third quarter, throwing things down a little bit and just going on a good drive that ended with 7. I think that was a huge deal for us, and then it kind of took off from there.
I thought it was a huge deal, too. The fact that the 49ers would go on what was their longest drive of the entire season, their first 13-play drive, I believe, of the entire year, when they were down after halftime, is a testament to how smoothly they did come out of that locker room, all things considered. But I agree with Kyle Shanahan. The problem that the 49ers had at halftime was the way that their defense was playing. Not even their red zone shortcomings, to me, was a real problem of that first half. It was the Jimmy Ward hit that brought Seattle into a junk field goal range at the end of the half that actually had you down 1 at halftime. I don't know if you caught this at all last night, Ray. Were you watching the actual broadcast or the Manning cast?
I watched the actual.
So I toggled between both, but I had not heard this until I saw it today. Awful Announcing tweeted this out. And Peyton Manning, talking to Eli on the Manning cast on ESPN2, was asked about how important it is to make halftime adjustments. Because let's face it, Ray, there is no talking point that studio hosts love more than the talking point of the halftime adjustments that either were made after the fact or need to be made as they're being made at halftime because they're killing halftime. They love talking about the halftime adjustments. Remember Dan Reeves, the greatest halftime adjusting head coach in football? Nobody halftime adjusted like Dan Reeves. You gave him a problem in the first 2 quarters, by golly, he would go into that locker room and he would fix it all at halftime. And that's why the Washington team won so much when he was there. And it was too bad that he liked driving in NASCAR too, because you can't make halftime adjustments in a race. But boy, you can make halftime adjustments in the NFL. Well, Peyton Manning basically blew all of that up last night on the Manning cast.
I don't know about you. I don't think I ever made a halftime adjustment in my entire 18-year career. I think it's the biggest myth in football, the halftime adjustments, right? You go in, you use the restroom, you eat a couple of oranges, and then the head coach says, all right, let's go.
Yeah, no question. I mean, you're in there for like 3 minutes.
Yeah, there's no time.
In other words, you get a lame mini pep talk, you get a potassium replacement, and you take a leak. That's what really goes. That's the adjustment at halftime.
No, that's the adjustment at halftime that Peyton Manning had to do. Because Peyton Manning was not only a superb quarterback, he was a guy who ran his own huddle and one of the last ones to do it. So he was going to be the one who made the adjustments himself. because he was the one doing most of the play calling as well as everything else. So,
well, Eli's agreeing, though, and he didn't quite have that level of independence.
Maybe not, but what's he going to do? Peyton's the guy who makes the money, so Eli's along for the ride. But I think there are coaches who make adjustments that they just don't necessarily have to do with the quarterback. Maybe he does stuff on the defensive side. Maybe he is doing some things in protection. I don't think there are a lot of adjustments you can give a quarterback because you've already given him a metric ton of stuff to learn during the week for every situation. So I think in terms of a quarterback, you probably aren't a lot of adjustments to make. But for most coaches, in fact, all now, since they all call their own plays, I think these adjustments show up in terms of play selection more than anything else. Peyton Manning didn't have to worry about that because he was the guy who selected the plays.
It was pretty much his show, and he got to run it the way he wanted to.
Yeah, who's going to argue with him?
Well, he did say in 18 years, so from day one, there were no halftime adjustments for Peyton Manning? Okay.
I believe there were a few. He might have been exaggerating a bit for effect. But I'd say after year 4, once he no longer became the turnover machine that he started off as, and the Colts got better, I'll bet it's true. I'll bet they didn't have to tell him anything at halftime. A, they were probably ahead, and B, the team they were playing wasn't as good as the Colts
as soon as
were.
David Cutcliffe was like, I can teach him no more. We're pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, he's right that way too much is made of, stuff that happens in the halftime, in the 12 minutes of halftime. But they've got, the guys have to do their dance. What are they going to talk about?
Well, that's the thing.
The stuff you saw or the stuff that makes football mystical?
It's myth-making. It's the fairy tale. Yeah. It's the win one for the Gipper speech that echoes throughout history. And that, they love selling a little real live myth-making in real time. But there is some honesty there from Peyton Manning.
The first great NFL championship game that people remember was the Ice Bowl game. And before the play that won, the quarterback sneak by Bart Starr that won the game in this horrendous weather. It was like minus 20.
It was the day that the frozen tundra was truly invented.
Yeah. And they call a timeout before the last play. And Bart Starr tells Vince Lombardi, who, of course, was the godhead of all football then, he says, look, let's just run the same thing we did last time. All I have to do is get down lower when I go into the line. It's all we have to do. I know we can do it. And Vince Lombardi's great adjustment to that was, okay, get in and let's get the hell out of here. That's an adjustment I can live with. Just go back and let's get the hell out of here. There's a lot less thinking than we think goes on. And the fact that they wrap the game around so much technology that they make it impenetrable for most people to enjoy is, I guess, the thing of its time. Make everything seem more complicated than it is. But ultimately, it is my big guys push your big guys over, and I win.
Hey, there are some real honest-to-God football truths that are going to be true at all times. Low man wins. That's a football truth.
Yeah,
that is basically 99.9% accurate.
I mean, John Harbaugh blaming Tyler Huntley for trying the quarterback sneak with a jump instead of just burrowing his way through the guard's legs to get into the end zone. I mean, is it old school football? Yeah, but Kalen Kaler of The Athletic wrote a long thing about one of the reasons why Jalen Hurts is so good. The Eagles do two things when he runs into the line on a short yardage situation. One, they push from behind. And the other thing is they grab his shirt and they pull him. So he's being pushed from behind and pulled from ahead. And they said it works like 92% of the time.
Well, that's also, one of the best centers in all of football, and Jason Kelce.
But it's the guards doing it. It's the tackles. It doesn't matter what the hole is that he hits. That's what they're doing in short yardage. And technically it might be illegal. And the Eagles didn't, confirm anything with her, but she ate enough tape to see, no, that's what they're doing. And they're not going to call that penalty ever. So it still is about my big guy against your big guy.
I remember the pushing the quarterback into the end zone. There was an element of taboo around that. there isn't anymore. It's common.
No,
on
they've
quarterback
decided.
sneaks.
Yeah, they've decided not to call that anyway. I think it's still in the books as illegal, but everybody does it now. Nobody complains about it, so it becomes a rule that is.
I'm going to go back to
the breach.
Lucas, I'm going back to the Matt Leinart play in South Bend. You know what I'm saying? Lucas isn't even paying attention to the show right now.
Wait, what do you mean right now?
Right now. Well, he's talking to someone else. There's someone very important. How about that? John Curley is in the studio, ladies and gentlemen. If you're a fan of 95.7 The Game, that is
and why would you
a name that is near and dear to so many people's hearts.
Well, why isn't he home yet?
Go Reardon.
It's 20 after 5. He's been here probably since 5 in the morning because he's a weirdo.
Did you get me a car today, John? How's the car hunt going? Car? Oh, there's a thumbs up. Lucas, is there honesty attached to that thumbs up?
I mean, it's John Curley.
It's
There's
John
honesty
Curley.
attached to everything he says.
Exactly. It's like having an Eagle Scout walking around the radio station. It really is.
He's lying through his teeth.
We'll find out. How much longer am I Ubering to work? Let's track the days, shall we?
Until your wife runs out of money?
Well, it's both our money, Ray. We're sharing it.
Okay. That's the story you want to tell the lawyers. You go right ahead.
We're sharing it. It's a distribution of wealth among the Bruces. That's how it works.
Fine.
We
go
have
with that.
We have very, very important things to get to. We're dismissing the actual concept of halftime adjustments even existing. There's another little bit of a cliche, if you will, that I think is going to take a little dismissing or reevaluating this week as we look at what D'Amico Ryans has to do. D'Amico Ryans is going to be interviewing with 4 different NFL teams for their head coaching their vacancy, their opening. And one of the things you hear throughout the entirety of training camp and two-a-days and the preseason and the regular season, and then certainly it means the most in the postseason, is we are trying to limit outside distractions and noise. Limiting distractions. We don't want any distractions. No distractions, please. What could be more distracting than your defensive coordinator taking maybe a day to interview with 4 different NFL franchises? Like, that to me is worse than any picketing that could ever be going on outside of your stadium, if that's a level of distractions you'd like to illuminate. Like, what could be possibly more distracting than your defensive coordinator is distracted from the task at hand? Kyle Shanahan was asked about any advice for all the, interviews that D'Amico has in front of him this week. And I don't know if he was talking about distractions here, but here's what Kyle had to say about D'Amico Ryans handling all these interviews while they're still in the playoffs.
My advice is you gotta set that aside and to specific times that you are going to deal with it. It was very easy for me because at that time when we had the 2 seed, we had a bye week. So I was able to set aside, we got 3 days off just in the building, and I was able to set aside 2 days only for those interviews. So I knocked them all out then, and everything after that there wasn't anything after that. I completely shut it off and went right back to the playoffs. And the difference for D'Amico, that'll be similar to what McDaniel had to go through last year. We don't have that bye week, but I think he has a couple times set aside for Thursday and Friday, which he'll do 2 interviews, I believe, those 2 days with Denver and Houston. Then I think he'll plan on the other ones after. So Friday afternoons, we get some time off, so that shouldn't cut into anything. And usually on Thursdays, we finish a little bit earlier than we do on the other nights in the week, so it's a chance to do that Thursday night. So when you just set the time aside for that, it's a lot for D'Amico kind of to prepare for, but I think he is prepared for it. And when you're done with those, you go right back to the most important thing at hand, and that's us finding a way to win this Sunday.
Now, look, obviously Kyle is going to go ahead and support his guy and give him all the room that his guy might need to become an NFL head coach one day. That is life-changing money, and it is a career-changing opportunity afforded to very few. So when you have the chance to chase that, you go chase it. But at the same time, Kyle is also lying through his teeth, because preparing for the Dallas Cowboys is a while you are awake this day job. No one leaves the facility during the postseason. No one goes home. Nobody has 3 hours unto themselves on a Friday afternoon because it was penciled in. That might have been penciled in for the players, But it was not penciled in for any coach to go ahead and, yes, think about another football team that has nothing to do with us beating the Dallas Cowboys. That is the lie that he's telling right there. And he's telling it on behalf of his guy and trying to make him look good. And I get it. But 18-hour-a-day preparation for the Dallas Cowboys is the normal ask at this time of the year.
I don't think 18 is the normal ask. I think you've got everything you're going to do that you're going to give the players in by Thursday, because they don't really practice. They do a very casual walkthrough on Friday, and they don't really do anything on Saturday. So there are windows for him to do what I believe will be cursory interviews. You can talk to a general manager for half an hour, 45 minutes, and then reschedule for something when the playoffs are over. True, it may diminish your chances of getting the job, but if they really like you, they'll wait. So I don't think it's going to be a matter of worrying about how much time he spends. And he also, unless I misunderstood, said he was going to do 2 interviews this week and the others later. So
It's
maybe
not 4. That's not 4, technically.
Yeah. So if he's only doing 2, he can knock those off in an hour each and not impact any of the preparation. Because by Friday, everything you've told the players you want, they've learned or they've heard it. And you're not going to come up with some new brainstorm Friday night in bed. Everything that's done is done.
By the way, I need to make an in-show adjustment. I can't believe you didn't jump on me to correct this. I said Dan Reeves as the great halftime adjuster. It's actually not who I was thinking of. It was Joe Gibbs.
Well, okay.
Joe
I
Gibbs.
thought you were talking about Dan Reeves when he was coaching the Broncos.
No, Joe Gibbs is who I meant, because then I said he went on to NASCAR, and that was Joe Gibbs.
Well, that was Joe Gibbs. Well, I thought you switched gears in one of your occasional forays of freedom.
There we go.
But
results are not
yeah,
guaranteed.
I don't think the interview thing is a problem. I also don't think that he's a favorite for either of those jobs.
No, he's gonna have to blow those interviews out of the water in order to really be considered for them.
And truthfully, if either of those owners is in a hurry to hire somebody, DeMeco Ryans isn't their guy anyway. Because they can't know this, but they have to assume that the 49ers are going to be playing a while longer. So if they want to talk to him now, knowing full well he can't really devote much time to their projects for another 3 to 4 weeks, they're either willing to wait because they really, really like him, in which case they'll interview him again, or they'll just move on.
Peter King says that the NFL's got this interviewing process all screwed up and cockeyed, and they shouldn't do it like this, and I think I agree.
All of the teams who have lost basically leaned on the NFL and said, we want to be able to take care of our business before the middle of February. We want to get our coach hired so that we can start on preparation for next year. And look, I understand why they do that, but it is absolutely, totally, unequivocally unfair to the teams that employ them. No matter what you say, DeMeco Ryans is going to have his attention in 2 different places, probably 5 different places this week. I just don't like it. It's not fair to the 49ers. And DeMeco Ryans is a great guy. He's an excellent coach. He deserves to be a head coach in the NFL. But all of this stuff should be handled on February 15th.
I mean, I agree. Why not just put a moratorium on any negotiations? All back channels are still open for business because that's how back channels work no matter what. And you just get guys being able to concentrate on the job at hand. The NFL owes it to itself to get it right. And they owe it to teams that are having success enough to be playoff teams to have all hands on deck as they prepare for playoff games.
They also owe it to coaches with ambitions on good teams to give them an opportunity to enter the field. And it should be remembered that the owners don't take orders from the league. The league takes orders from the owners. And if you're an owner with a coaching vacancy, you're not going to pay attention to the league at all. You're going to say, well, okay, find me $100,000. I can take that out of the coffee money. David Tepper's worth $12 billion. You think he's going to be,
He's good.
dissuaded from talking to somebody, over $100,000 fine? No, he's not going to bother.
No. So here's the thing: you cannot punish any NFL owner with a monetary fine. The money is so good. What you have to do is make it punitive to team building. You lose draft picks.
And they'll do it anyway because the Rams showed that you can win a Super Bowl by giving away draft picks. 49ers have chunked away draft picks.
But there's a difference between giving away draft picks and trading them. There's a big difference.
Okay, but if
because
you're
still
an owner,
getting a player into the room.
If you're an owner and you want Sean Payton, you're hiring him, telling him, okay, you have one less draft pick because I'm talking to you. Fix that. And here's $20 million. There isn't a price you can put on a billionaire with a hankering to do a job.
No, but I'm saying that there could be a punitive, damaging enough penalty that comes along with you skirting the rule book that would at least allow you to think twice. There's no NFL owner who would need like a talking to if you told them that, hey, if you jeopardize the first 4 rounds of this draft, the first 4 picks of this draft could disintegrate if you approach this guy before Friday afternoon at 3:00. But at 3:01 on Friday, we can talk to him and lose no draft picks. So let's just wait.
Then we'll talk to his agent.
Again, back channels are always open.
Well, then the back channels make the rule meaningless. Because if you could still contact the coach through his agent, you're getting done what you need to get done.
Right, but all rules are meaningless, and you're a cynic, and you should understand that.
Well, that's my point. It just, whether you put a rule in or not, business is going to get done. So with all due respect to Peter, who's right in the fairness issue, the fact is the NFL is not about fair. And the NFL is not about we have to protect the good teams. Their theory is, no, we have to protect the owners. And if the owner wants to do business the day after his season ends, the owner's going to do business. Because that's what the NFL is. It's a cartel of 32 billionaires who get to tell the league what they're going to do.
Well, and, somebody here on the Xfinity mobile text line says, look, the 49ers waited for Kyle in 2017. Sometimes waiting is worth it. But as Kyle just told you, they were the 2 seed, which came with the bye week, which gave them an opportunity to sit down and not finalize anything with Kyle, but open up negotiations. And basically, Kyle starts looking around at the landscape, and he's like, yeah, there's no team that makes more sense for me to join. And if they're basically giving me the right of first refusal until my Super Bowl run with the Falcons is over, I'm going to take that. I mean, it was a different format, which allowed what felt like, the Niners didn't even approach Kyle Shanahan until the Super Bowl was over. No, they had a handshake deal before that Super Bowl even started.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the other point. The assumption is that an assistant coach being approached by another team for an hour-long Zoom interview is suddenly going to become so flummoxed that he fails to do his job. And I think that's naive. I think coaches know how to manage time. That's how they got to the position they're in now. I don't think DeMeco Ryans is going to be impacted by talking to the Denver Broncos and the Houston Texans for a moment. And if they give up 45 points on Sunday, I don't think it's going to be because DeMeco Ryans forgot what team he works for.
Somebody here says, it's Zucci Main, who says, Damon, your Joe Gibbs mistake, you want to blame that on the stroke? Absolutely. Every mistake that happens on this show that isn't Ray's fault is the stroke's fault. I'm mistake-free, but the stroke sometimes makes them occur within me. So it's the stroke's fault. I don't make mistakes. The stroke made me make the mistake, unless it was Ray's mistake, in which case he would never admit to such thing. We'd have to drag it out of him.
Nah, I just wouldn't care.
Well, there's that too.
I'll blame my mistakes on your stroke.
Well, I'm surprised you haven't gotten away with it.
Well, mostly because I have Lucas.
You can also always turn around and blame things on
Lucas.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the key to adult living. Delegation of blame.
Lucas, I was giving love to the Leinart.
You're listening to 95.7 The
What
Game.
is going on?
KGMZ FM.
That is the wrong button to push.
No, it's the right button to push.
It was the Leinart Bush push.
Ah, the Bush push.
The
Grandy push.
Yeah, the Bush push in South Bend.
Sure. When they grew the grass out extra long to try and slow down the Trojans.
Hey,
How'd that work?
How do you think we slowed down foul ball or ground balls at Wrigley Field for Ryan Sandberg and Sean Dunston for all those years?
Who are you going to say, Jerome Walton?
I almost said Jerome Walton, but he was in that. He was in the outfield. He wasn't in the. They had a long outfield grass there too. Anyway, look, the price of poker goes up significantly for the 49ers. If Saturday plays out the way it might, let me ask you, right? Because we got our final four, right? We got our last 4 games of the football season. Saturday we got Jaguars Chiefs, followed by Giants Eagles. Sunday morning we got Bengals at Bills and Cowboys at the 49ers. Which game to you would you wager might be upset city?
Bengals, Bills. A, it's going to be played in snow. B, Josh Allen's advantages as a quarterback are negated by the fact that he's playing against Joe Burrow. And third, I think the Bengals are every bit as good as the Bills, no matter what the number is.
I think the Bills have come back down to earth a little bit. So, yeah, I would put that game on my one line of possible upsets. Not to mention, historically, betting against Buffalo in the postseason has always made a little sense.
Yeah, I mean,
want to talk about curses? The Chargers have just got more glorious or harder to explain defeats maybe than Buffalo, but it's not like they've taken worse ones.
No, but the Chargers, like I said, 24 of them just in the last 20 years alone. That's an extraordinary number that Buffalo cannot approach.
Well,
the Chargers beat you in horror and volume.
What's my conversion rate, though, for Super Bowl horrors? Because there are no Charger Super Bowl horrors.
Well, there was one. The one where the 49ers beat them like drums from the start, and they were trying to figure out how to measure their scores, and it turns out they didn't get any.
Right, that's right. Junior Seau, before he got to the Patriots, they went to that Super Bowl, and they got skinned alive.
Yeah, I mean, but we're off the topic. Right. No, I think
here's the thing. The 49ers were clearly, no doubt about it, didn't even have a single San Diego fan at the time making an argument that they weren't the better team. The Buffalo Bills lost several Super Bowls in which they were the better team. I don't care what the line even said, but that was an awesome team.
The first team was the one that should have won. But they got worse with every successive Super Bowl to the point where the last two, they not only were underdogs, nobody thought they had a shot to win.
They had no chance against the Dallas Cowboys, but they had a chance against the New York Giants.
They should have beaten the Giants.
And they had a chance against Mark Rippon and that Washington team.
They had less of a chance than they did against the Giants, but you're right. They should have come away with 2, but the last 2, I wouldn't give those to them. I mean, but no, I think Bengals Bills has the best chance of an upset, followed by Giants Eagles.
And look.
And then Jaguars Chiefs.
If you're right about that, and it is Giants Eagles, by 3:30 kickoff Sunday afternoon, the 49ers not only have a chance to go to the NFC title game, they will have a chance to host the NFC title game.
Ray, did you just hint at the Niners being the lock of the weekend?
No, I did not.
Oh. You said you went down the list of most likely upsets and you left the Niners out.
That doesn't make them a lock.
Okay, go on.
I already said what I wanted to say. And stop being my mother. Just continue to be a mother.
Don't you dare for a second even try to shine a spotlight on Ray thinking the 49ers have the best chance of winning. He would hate that if that went public. He would hate that. It would totally ruin his image.
No, I just don't like the Cowboys in this spot. I think it's like Kalashaw said.
So and doesn't that mean you like the Niners in this spot?
But it doesn't make them a lock. He asked me if they were a lock, and I said no.
Right. But I'm also asking you if not liking the Cowboys in this spot is any way tangentially related to the 49ers.
I
or
think
do you think the Cowboys lose this to anyone?
This is going to come as a huge surprise to you, but I think the Cowboys are the worst team of the two. Okay. I think the 49ers are better.
Wow, can we cut that? I mean, print the T-shirts. I think the 49ers are better.
Yeah, that's a real revelation.
Coming from you?
They're not coming for me. It's a basic fact. I don't think anybody believes the Cowboys are inherently the better team. I don't think Jerry Jones believes they're inherently the better team. They might end up being the better team on Sunday, but I don't think that's probably the way to bet. I think the number's too small.
Let me tell you what we got when we come on back, because this was an awesome segment about the 49ers and Cowboys and all that is playoff football coming to you this weekend. Rah! I'm going to push the button.
Maximum
When we come on back, we have maximum White House trip for your Golden State Warriors. That's how we're going to close today's show. Right around the corner, it's Damon and Ratto. All of our guests appear on the Bud Light text line. And please do also remember that we are also brought to you by calhope.org.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
So if you have a tax problem, you have a legal problem by definition, which means you need a tax attorney. This is Damon Bruce to tell you about my friends at Kugelman Law. Maybe you have an unfiled tax return. Maybe you have an offshore account. Maybe you've received money from a relative overseas. Maybe your small business is facing an audit. Regardless of your tax problem, Kugelman Law is there to help you with what is, by definition, also a legal problem. Visit sftaxteam.com today. I've met these guys. They're honest, they're ethical, and they're transparent. That's exactly what you're looking for. Someone to give you the skinny about your actual problems, what your solutions might be, while being straightforward and transparent in their very own pricing. If you're facing a tax problem, you have a legal problem, so you should contact Kugelman Law tax and crypto attorneys today at sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This is a paid endorsement and does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Hall of Famer and 49ers GM John Lynch joins the Morning Roast tomorrow at 8.
Brock earned his way on our roster, and every step of the way he's kind of checked the box. So it was practice, then it was preseason games, and then it was regular season practices, and then he goes in these games the last couple weeks and really has handled himself well, and we're very fortunate to have him.
John Lynch, tomorrow at 8 a.m., right here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's up? Mark Willard here for the Game Time app, the absolute best way to find your way into the hottest games, concerts, and events in your area at the last minute. My son actually turned me on to the Game Time app. He used it to get into a Padres-Giants game in San Diego this year. He's 15. He was like, Dad, I can get into this game tomorrow for like $15. I told him, you should do it. The Game Time app offers amazing last-minute deals on tickets, and with the NFL playoffs right around the corner, the Game Time app is where you'll want to be. But it's not only pro sports. I was looking at the app today to find Louis C.K. tickets. Ed Sheeran is coming to town. All the events, all in one spot with great deals. Game Time is the fastest growing ticketing app in the nation, and with these deals, it is no surprise. So download the Game Time app, enter your email, and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Once again, enter your email and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to xfinity.com/faster, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Why have over 2 million people trusted their bath remodels to Bathfitter? When a normal day is anything but normal, we fit your schedule with our unique tub-over-tub process installed in just a day with no demolition. When high quality is the only quality that matters, we fit your standards. We've been remodeling baths for over 35 years, and every bath we install comes with a lifetime warranty. Get the bath you want in a day with quality that lasts a lifetime. Bathfitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-978-5309 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-978-5309. That's 800-978-5309. What do you have to lose? Call 800-978-5309. Again, 800-978-5309.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk, I would sleep upright with more pillows, but that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just one pill each morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
One pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
The Road to Glendale, brought to you by Merrill West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. Listen to who we got coming up tomorrow on 95.7 The Game. First of all, a full day of great interviews begins at 8 in the morning. John Lynch is going to be on with the Morning Roast tomorrow. 49ers General Manager, Hall of Famer John Lynch, 8 a.m. Bob Myers at 1 in the afternoon with Steiny and Guru. And then losing the Who Show You Go On lottery, Ray, are Justin Smith, former 49er, joins us tomorrow. Justin Smith, Steve Kerr at 4 o'clock, and Michael Irvin in the single most anticipated Michael Irvin interview we've given you since the last time the 49ers and Cowboys met in the postseason, which was almost exactly a year ago. So
oh, my God.
We're looking forward to that. Tomorrow, we got a great lineup of guests. So does every show on the station, basically.
Ours are better.
There you go.
I just said that because
brag on them.
They're the only three that I have to hear.
Brag. Nice job, Lucas. We're looking forward to it. Anthony Slater today was writing about obviously the Golden State Warriors, because that's what he does, and he was talking about how one of the reasons they were propelled with a great defensive effort, or at least a good defensive effort, especially from Draymond, in their win over the Wizards in the nation's capital, is these two fans who kept on riding Draymond, and Dre even talked about him post-game yesterday.
He just was talking from the start of the game until I shut him up. He stopped, obviously. But he had just been talking like the entire time. So I appreciate it, though, because I had nothing. I had nothing going. I couldn't find it. Wasn't about to find it. And then shout out to them. There was two of them. He got me going. So I appreciate those guys.
part of me that loves a good story. And if you're offering me a good story or the truth, I'll tell you, print the legend. There's another part of me that tells you that the funny thing attached to all that is Bob Myers and Mike Dunleavy Jr. basically talked to Joe Lacob and such because everyone was going to the White House today, so the entirety of the Golden State Warriors was at that game, and they basically said that they would be happy to fly those two fans to Boston to fire Draymond up to play in that game too. So ha, funny lines all around. Ray, there's also an element of, serious? We serious about this, Draymond? Like, you needed fans to fire you up for that game? You can't summon your own will to want to win in a season that has gone awry by your own? Like, you really need that going for you?
I don't think it's just him, though. I think they wanted it because they were all flat and bland and not defending and playing poorly against a bad Washington team. And it does speak to the fact that they're sort of out of ideas in a certain way. It's just that, you know, you can lecture them about proper defensive positioning and, you know, doing all the nuanced things the Warriors are used to doing. But if you can't go to the well, the fans will save us more than that once.
Yeah, I mean,
here's the one disturbing quote that I heard when I think it was Draymond Green said, "You know, you shouldn't let sleeping dogs lie." Why are you sleeping?
Exactly.
Why is it this hard to do the thing that you've always been able to do, which is defend aggressively, assiduously, and consistently? And there's one of two things. Either they're bored with it, or the young guys don't feel like it, or thirdly, they're starting to age out of the rigors that come with playing defense consistently. I'm not sure what it is, but they're definitely not consistent either within games or over stretches of games.
Here's the thing. They're not very sure what it is. So you guys better get your own acts together, and any slack that you thought was built into the year that allowed you to take your eye off the ball or the night not that seriously or underestimate this opponent, all of that slack has been used up. It's time to play basketball like you frickin' mean it. This we'll show up when we're ready to show up. You better be ready to show up right now, because this league ain't afraid of the Warriors at all. As a matter of fact, I can tell you what other teams are preparing their teams to play the Warriors by saying. They're basically saying, unless these guys catch absolute fire from three tonight, we're probably going to win, because we can pound them inside and they play defense like a CYO team sometimes. So they're really not the Golden State Warriors anymore unless Steph Curry and Jordan Poole are collectively, with maybe Klay Thompson stepping up to catch and throw a real heater at us. That ain't who they are anymore.
It's not who they are every night. It's who they are often.
It's who they are at home sometimes.
Yeah, but they're the thing that, frankly, you know, makes them, if they really did think that, the thing that allows them to think that is that they're like 2 games out of first in their division, and they're not very far away from Denver, who's the only team in the entire conference that anybody has to fear.
Don't fall for that illusion. That illusion of we're close to the top of the standings is not indicative of the basketball
I'm not
you
falling
have played.
for the
Not
illusion.
you, but they shouldn't.
Yeah,
They
shouldn't. I mean, because defense is the one thing that you can control. And either they can't do it night after night anymore, or they don't have enough guys doing it. And Draymond Green is one of the guys who does it every night. He is the most consistent defender they've got by far.
Steph Curry at the White House podium today. Man, he's gotten good at this. Here's everything he said in about 5 minutes, condensed to about 2 minutes.
We are a team. We do it together, and to be able to celebrate our championship together with you here, it means a lot to bring that trophy here. It means a lot. I think we were here 7 years ago for our first championship. So to have another opportunity to be here means the world. We had a connection, obviously, with your former boss, President Obama, with his Chicago ties and watching Coach Kerr and celebrating championships there. But there is a connection to you. I know you grew up in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and that's 2 hours away from Philly, which is where the Warriors organization began. And in 1946, we won our first championship. So 46 has a nice ring within with you as a 46 president. So that is a great connection there. And then obviously Vice President Harris representing Oakland, representing the Bay Area the way that we do every time we step foot in the court, which you'll be able to do here in D.C. means the world. So you are, I know, a huge fan, and you're loud with it too, and we love that. So we appreciate you. Keep doing. No, that's yeah. We love that spirit, and we want to continue to make you proud with everything that we do. And again, for us to be here, to find the common synergies within what we do on the court and what we represent, and when it comes to providing hope, inspiration, belief to everybody that watches us play. That's what you do in your roles leading our country, and to continue to do exactly what you said, do things together, continue to preach that message. That's what we're all about, and obviously in the pursuit of winning championships and doing amazing things. We brought some gifts for you. We have 2 jerseys, a number 46 and a number 49 that we would love to have you a part of Dub Nation forever, and maybe find it maybe on the wall in the Oval Office or in your office. That would be, we'll come back. Hopefully we'll be able to come back and check and see if it's up there. But I want to say again, thank you for letting us be here to celebrate, and for our families, our staff, everybody here on the stage. It means the world. And hopefully this isn't the last time. So thank you.
Number 1, Steph is great at this now. There is no doubt. What an ambassador they have. And number 2, if they really want to go back and check out to see if that jersey is hanging in an Oval Office one day, better start playing some defense. They better get those fans to Boston, because that's where the Warriors are going on Thursday. We're going to be back tomorrow. Again, an amazing guest list. Justin Smith, Steve Kerr, Michael Irvin tomorrow live at 5. Thanks so much to Tim Kalishaw for joining us today. For Ray, I'm Damon. Great job on the other side of the glass, guys. Thank you very much. Please do remember, sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The Manufacturers RV Show is back. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, January 21st through the 29th.
There's something about that polished green stretching across the 8th hole that whispers, just tell them you're at lunch. Because it's not a hobby, it's a peace of mind. Let CertaPro painters bring the same tones and peace of mind to your home. Our experienced painters are here to make your next painting project as carefree as a day on the green. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
Thinking of selling your house, but you don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtor photos, and showings? With John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Call 510-426-7000 and John will give you a fair cash offer without any inspections, showings, or other headaches. That's 510-426-7000. When you sell to John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you decide when you want to move, according to your schedule and your terms. John buys vacant houses, inherited houses, beautiful houses, fixer-uppers in any condition, as is. John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com provide you the easiest sell possible and assist you in every step of the way. If you want to sell and have any questions, please call 510-426-7000. That's 510-426-7000 and get the offer you have been waiting for.
Renovation, demolition, DIY project, or just cleaning up? Try a dumpster bag from Yellowsack. Yellowsack makes waste removal easy, less mess, space-friendly, budget-friendly. Go to yellowsack.com or call 833-3YELLOW and have Yellowsack arrive at your home.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there!
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking,